During December 7th, the 14th Army occupied Marafa, Nikitovka, and Matvievka and, during an attack during the night of 7 to 8 December, captured Bogodikov, while its Central 46th Rifle Division, Comrade Eideman, arrived in the Lutovka area. On this day, the Latvian Rifle Division's left flank took part, jointly with the Estonian Division, in the capture of Belgorod and advanced as far as Toplinka. During the following days, the Reds' ring around Kharkov continued to squeeze tighter. On December 9th, units of the 46th Rifle Division occupied the small town of Zalogov. By this time, the Latvian Division's left wing had reached the village of Vesiolaya Lopan. The previous evening, that is, on December 8th, the cavalry army occupied Veluki and was developing the pursuit toward Kupiansk, while units of the 13th Army occupied Volchansk. On December 9th, the 14th Army's right flank 41st Rifle Division advanced considerably, occupying the town of Valky. The half-ring around Kharkov threatened to close altogether, because the 14th Army was moving Primakov's cavalry group into the rear of Kharkov toward Marifa Station. However, the enemy still continued to hold on along the near approaches to Kharkov throughout December 10th, with the city falling into the Reds' hands only on December 11th. As a result of the 10-day struggle, the enemy was nevertheless unable to hold onto the Kharkov area. The average speed of advance of the Red divisions during these days was 10 kilometers per day. But as an example worthy of our attention, we can note the organization of the Kharkov area by the Whites. The defensive perimeter had been moved in front of a major proletarian center. A defense along the immediate approaches threatened the Whites with an internal explosion and, thus not being able to hold this external line, they quite sensibly gave up the idea of defending along the immediate approaches to the city. The peculiar nature of General Vrangel's maneuver and, it's possible, his secret aims, was noticed by the Don Command and, at its request, Denikin sharply changed the direction of the Volunteer Corps' withdrawal, shifting its main forces on Rostov by a dangerous flank march and leaving only Slashyov's group of 3,500 infantry and cavalry and 32 guns to cover the Crimean Axis. Vrangel's preparations to oust Denikin, which the latter had uncovered, brought about the subordination of the Volunteer Corps to the Don Command and Vrangel's dismissal from his responsibilities. The Southern Front's right flank army, 12th, in its turn, initially encountered stubborn enemy resistance along the approaches to Kiev, along the front Osseter, Kozlitz. The Southeastern Front's right flank, 9th Army, was also falling behind in its pursuit. However, as early as the middle of December, the line of the pursuing Red Front had begun to rapidly even out. On December 16th, the 12th Army's regiments entered Kiev. On this day, the Southern Front Command issued new tasks to its armies in a directive, the fulfillment of which was supposed to split the armed forces of South Russia into 3 separate groups in space. The 12th Army's center of gravity was to be shifted to the right bank of the Dnieper. While developing the offensive along the Odessa axis, it was supposed to reach as far as Kremenchuk with its left flank. The 14th Army was to be aimed at Lozovaya and Berdyansk in order to cut off the enemy's group operating along the Dnieper's right bank from the Donets Basin. The 13th Army's mission was to capture the Donets Basin together with Budyaniai's cavalry army, for which it was to attack towards Slavyansk, Yuzovo, and Novonikolaevskaya. Budyaniai's shock group, which included his army and 2 rifle divisions, 9th and 12th, employing all its available transport, was supposed to rapidly move into the Donets Basin and cut off the Volunteer Corps' path of retreat into the Don region. The 8th Army was to reach the Lugansk area. The formation of Budyaniai's shock group and the assignments of tasks to it were quite timely, if we recall that at this time the Volunteer Corps was changing the axis of its retreat from the Crimean axis to the Novocherkassk one, and thus was exposing itself to flank attacks from Budyaniai's group. In covering the Volunteer Corps' flank march, the Whites launched a meeting offensive against Budyaniai's group from the Bakhmut area with a shock group consisting of 3 cavalry corps and 2 infantry divisions. But they were defeated by Comrade Budyaniai and streamed back to the south in disorder. However, they managed to win time for carrying out the Volunteer Corps' flank march maneuver, and it managed to link up with the Don Army. Budyaniai's group was only able to attack the tail of this group and defeat its Markov division in the Alexeyevo, Leonovo area. The Southern Front's Red armies had already reached the front Kremenchuk, Verkhnaya-Dniprovsk, Yekaterinoslav, Sinelnikovo, Ilovaiskaya, Prvozvanovka, Kamenskaya on January 1st, which signified the cleansing of the Donetsk basin of the enemy. The pursuit by the southeastern front's armies developed less rapidly due to the enemy's great resilience and the conditions of space. However, on the evening of January 2nd, the 10th Army captured Tsaritsyn and began to continue the offensive in the general direction of Velikognezheskaya. Following the Volunteer Corps' link-up with the Don Army, the enemy began to rapidly fall back before the Southern Front's armies. The latter took up pursuing the enemy in railroad cars, in this way returning to the operational methods of the time of the Rail War. For example, an infantry battalion, 13th Army, which had been dispatched after the enemy along the railroad, occupied the city of Mariupol on January 4, 1920. On January 6, 1920, Budyani's cavalry seized the city of Taganrog, and, on January 8, 1920, there followed the fall of the city of Rostov. On January 10, the Southeastern Front's 10th Army was moving to the line of the Manik River. As a result of the Red Army's arrival at the shore of the Sea of Azov, the armed forces of South Russia finally broke up into 3 separate groups in space. The largest of these, consisting of the Don Army, the remnants of the Kuban Army and the Volunteer Corps, had been thrown against the left bank of the Don and in its subsequent operations sought to once again rely on the North Caucasus. Slashyov's weak group had fallen back into the Crimea. It was pursued by the no less weak 46th Rifle Division, which had been exhausted by the previous fighting and was strung out along a broad front, Kherson, Genechesk. An underestimation of the significance of the Crimean Axis was undoubtedly a mistake on the part of the Red Command, because it enabled Slashyov's detachment to hold out in the Crimean isthmuses and to transform the Crimea into a new base for the Southern counter-revolution. Finally, the Volunteer Army's right flank group, under the command of General Schilling, was falling back in the direction of Odessa. The elimination of these groups required a change in the operational axes of both Red Front's armies. The former names of the fronts no longer corresponded geographically to their new operational axes. In the beginning of January 1920, the Southern Front was renamed the Southwestern Front, and on January 18, 1920, the Southeastern Front was renamed the Caucasus Front. Taking into account the specific weight of all 3 enemy groups, the High Command attached the greatest significance to its North Caucasus Group. Thus, the task of the Caucasus Front's Red Armies was considered more important, and the front was accordingly reinforced at the expense of the Southwestern Front. The 8th Army and Budyani's Cavalry Army were subordinated to the Caucasus Front Command. Besides this, it was planned to transfer a number of individual divisions, 3rd, 4th, 9th, Latvian, and Estonian, from the Southwestern Front to the Caucasus Front. The Southwestern Front Command directed its right flank 12th Army predominantly to the west, assigning it the task of reaching the front of the Tik and Ubort rivers, Olovsk, Novograd-Volinsk, Lubar, Sinyava Station, Zmarinka, Rokhny. Thus, the army's main task was to serve as a screen against the Polish forces. This circumstance was foreseen by the command, which instructed the army that in the event of difficulties with the Poles to be ready to go over to the offensive toward Rovno and Dubno. In light of this possibility, it was necessary to station the 7th Rifle Division, which was being transferred to the army from the Front Reserve in the Kiev, Kazatin, Zhytomyr area. The 14th Army received orders to launch its main attack against Odessa, operating along both banks of the Dnieper. The 13th Army, 3rd and 46th Rifle Divisions, and Primakov's Cavalry Group received orders to capture the Crimea. The Caucasus Front Command made its immediate task the elimination of the enemy forces that had halted opposite the city of Rostov on the left bank of the Don. While leaving the 10th Army's task, the arrival at Tukhachevskii, in place, it was bringing up the 9th Army, which had ended up echeloned behind the 8th Army in the Stanitsa-Razdorskaya, Konstantinovskaya area, and was concentrating the 1st Cavalry Army, along with attached rifle divisions, in the area of Rostov. The enemy was located behind the Don River in the following manner. The Volunteer Corps had occupied the front Azov, Bataysk, resting its flank on the heavily fortified town of Bataysk. The Don Cavalry, 3 Cavalry Corps, was located in the area of Stanitsa-Olginskaya. There were 3 Kuban Cavalry Corps in reserve south of Bataysk. The enemy's overall strength may be approximately defined as 24,000 troops, of which 11,000 were cavalry. On January 15, 1920, the 1st Cavalry Army, consisting of 9,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry, the 9th and 12th Rifle Divisions, was deployed against these forces in the Rostov area. Besides this, the 8th Army, 40th, 15th, 16th, and 33rd Rifle Divisions, and the 16th Cavalry Division, the strength of which was 11,000 infantry, 2,022 and 168 light and heavy guns, was stationed along the front Rostov-on-Don, Novocherkassk, Oksai. In 1920, the Don froze only on January 15th. The area occupied by the Volunteer Army represented an open and low-lying plain, cut by swamps, lakes, and creeks, which strengthened the enemy's position and did not hinder his fire actions. The Cavalry Army did not dispose of any kind of mobile bridging park. Proceeding from these conditions, the Cavalry Army Command proposed to the Front Command to refrain from a frontal attack on Bataysk by cavalry crossing the Don from Rostov, but to undertake a deep-turning movement against the enemy position. However, the Front Command left its decision in place as to the cavalry's launching a frontal attack on Bataysk. This operation was supposed to have been carried out according to the joint agreement of the 8th and Cavalry Army Commands and led to the following plan of operations. 2 of the 8th Army's divisions, 16th and 33rd, were to cross over the Don on the night of 16 to 17 January and occupy Olginskaya and Starocherkasskaya stanitsas. Behind them, near Nakhichevan, a northern suburb of Rostov, 3 of the Cavalry Army's divisions were to cross and, supported by a brigade from the 12th Rifle Division, were to attack Bataysk. On January 17th, this maneuver began to be carried out, but the Cavalry Army's attack on Bataysk was not successful and the troops returned to their jumping-off positions. On January 18th, the Cavalry Army repeated its attack, which was also unsuccessful, after which the 8th Army Command pulled its rifle divisions back behind the Don and Oksai. On January 19th, the Cavalry Army again attacked Bataysk unsuccessfully. The failures around Bataysk exacerbated and soon led to extreme tension in relations, on the one hand, between the Caucasus Front Command, in the person of V.I. Shorin and, on the other, between the commanders of the 8th, Sokolnikov, 9 and Cavalry Armies. The Front Command saw the main reason for the failure in the 12-day layover in the Rostov area without active operations, which enabled the enemy to rest and get prepared for a defense, and in carrying out the attack with only part of its forces, 2 of the 8th Army's divisions, the 15th and 40th, were inactive during the first attacks on Bataysk, as was one of the Cavalry Army's rifle divisions, the 9th Rifle. The Cavalry Army Command pointed out the completely unsuitable terrain, consisting of continuous bogs, and the limited space for deploying cavalry. The 8th Army Command, in its turn, accused the Cavalry Army of manifesting an extreme lack of combat resilience. During the following days, namely on 20 to 21 January, the 8th and 1st Cavalry Armies again attempted to jointly carry out a knowingly impossible offensive on Bataysk due to the thaw, but it ended with the same results. The hitch around Bataysk was beginning to take on the form of a prolonged operation. Shorin hurried to commit the 9th Army into the fighting, directing it to the lower Manik, from its mouth, as far as Stanitsa Manichko-Balandinskaya. On January 23, Domenko's Cavalry Corps, which was part of this army, crossed the Don and set out in the direction of Yefremov. 3 of the 9th Army's divisions crossed above it and were attacking along the front Nizhnyi Solyanii, Verkhnyi Solyanii, Manichko-Balandinskaya, Stanitsa Manikskaya, 23rd, 14th, and 21st Rifle Divisions. But the enemy had already managed to adopt measures to meet the 9th Army. One of its divisions, 21st Rifle, which was supposed to occupy Manikskaya, was driven out of there, and the battle along the lower Don, beginning from this time, spread to the corner between the Don and the lower Manik. Before long, the struggle to take the North Caucasus promised to spread even further in space with the Red 10th Army's approach to its main focus. By January 22nd, the latter was already overcoming the line of the Sal River, occupying with its divisions 32nd, 28th, 20th, 38th, 37th, and 39th Rifle Divisions and Guy's Cavalry Division, the Kolodnyi, Potapov, Ilovaiskaya, Novaya Alexievskaya, Ternovsky, Korolkova area. This decision coincided to a certain degree with the views of the High Command, which in its Directive No. 66 to 1 of January 24th ordered them to shift the center of the operation to the maneuver of the 9th and 10th Armies. The 9th Army, in particular, received orders to break the line of the Manik for the purpose of securing the advance of Domenko's cavalry corps into the flank and rear of the volunteer army. Upon receiving reports of the temporary occupation of Stanitsa Manikskaya by units of the 9th Army, the commander-in-chief, in his Directive No. 68/SH of January 25, developed the plan for a broader maneuver. The 8th Army, along with 2 divisions, 9th and 12th, from the Cavalry Army, received orders to tie down the enemy, while the Cavalry Army was to move by forced march to the Razdarskaya, Konstantinovskaya area, pick up Domenko's cavalry corps and the 9th Army's 1st Rifle Division, and to deeply outflank the enemy in the general direction of Mechetinskaya. However, the front command narrowed these orders in that it left Domenko's cavalry corps to operate independently. On January 27, the Cavalry Army received orders to capture Malozapodinsky and to subsequently attack towards Stanitsa's Komutovskaya and Kogolnitskaya. The fulfillment of this directive led to a number of new and stubborn battles, with mixed results, by the Cavalry Army with the enemy's cavalry group on the crossings over the Manik. On January 28, Budyaniai's cavalry launched a powerful attack against the enemy and put his cavalry to flight, capturing 12 guns and 30 machine guns. But on January 29, it was hit by just as powerful an attack by Mamontov's cavalry in the area of Pritsepka Farm, while the 11th Cavalry Division temporarily lost its combat capability. Several guns and machine guns were lost. On January 30, the Cavalry Army once again stood on the northern bank of the Manik, occupying a front from Fejelovo to Manichsko-Balandinskaya. The 9th Army reached the front Balabin's winter quarters, Dalanii, Zarebkov, Korolkov's winter quarters, Verkhnii Solianii, Nizhnii Solianii, Alexandrovsky, Nikolaevsky, and east of Zarebkov. But the enemy continued to stubbornly hold on to Stanitsa Manikskaya, and all the attempts by the 21st Rifle Division to once again capture it ended in failure. The 10th Army continued to win space. On January 26, it reached the line of the Manik River from Balabin's winter quarters through Velikoknyazeskaya as far as the Salt Lakes. Guy's cavalry division was headed for Vorontsovka. The cavalry army's failure on January 29 brought about new disagreements between the front command and the cavalry army's Revolutionary Military Council. Comrade Shorin saw the main reason behind the failure in the fact that the cavalry army, following the unsuccessful fighting of January 28, lost half a day without pursuing the enemy. Comrade Voroshilov, a member of the 1st Cavalry Army's Revolutionary Military Council, pointed out the absence of unified leadership of the 2 cavalry groups, Domenko's and Budyaniai's. Domenko had plunged ahead while the cavalry army was still just preparing to cross the Manik. Thus, the enemy managed to cope in detail with Domenko's corps and the cavalry army. The 10th Army's arrival at the line of the Manik River was the prerequisite for a completely new qualitative situation along the Manik-Don front. Its first indication was the extreme ferocity of the struggle along the Manik River. Before we take up the examination of the Caucasus Front's Manik operation, which grew out of the attempt to knock out the enemy's Bataysk Kork, we will examine the disposition of the sides before this decisive operation to capture the North Caucasus. By February 1, 1920, the enemy's forces along the Bataysk axis, the Front Azov, Bataysk, consisted of the entire Volunteer Corps, the Drozdovsky, Kornilov, Alexeyev, and Markov divisions, numbering 4,800 infantry, 2,100 cavalry, 32 guns, and 132 machine guns, and the 1st Don Cavalry Division, numbering 595 infantry, 400 cavalry, 14 guns, and 21 machine guns, for a total of 5,395 infantry, 2,500 cavalry, 46 guns, and 153 machine guns along an approximately 50-kilometer front, which is equivalent to 108 infantry, 50 cavalry, about 1 gun, and 3 machine guns per kilometer of front. Besides this, 6 armored trains, the strength of whose landing parties reached 500 infantry, had been concentrated in the Bataysk area. Stavropol military classes, numbering 500 infantry, were in Kaisug, while a battalion of Junkers of unknown strength was located in Kogolnitskaya as a deep reserve. The 4 Don Cavalry Corps and the 10th Cavalry Division, with an overall strength of 2,800 cavalry, 12 horse guns, and 54 machine guns, occupied Stanitsa Komutovskaya. This cavalry mass was a mobile, maneuver reserve for the enemy. The enemy was stationed along the line of the Manik River against the Red Ninth Army in the following manner. The 3 Don Cavalry Corps, numbering 2,525 infantry, 555 cavalry, 15 guns, and 48 machine guns, occupied the front Manikskaya, Manichsko, Balandinskaya. The 2 Don Corps, numbering 3,133 infantry, 4,745 cavalry, 147 machine guns, 53 guns, and 8 aircraft, occupied the front Verkhnii Solianii, excluding Nizhnii Solianii, Zarebkov, Dalanii. The I Don Corps, numbering 4,740 infantry, 1,625 cavalry, 117 machine guns, 13 guns, and 9 aircraft, occupied the front excluding Dalanii, excluding Platovskaya. There were also small detachments, with an overall strength of 930 infantry, 910 cavalry, 4 guns, and 18 machine guns, which meant that the enemy disposed of 11,308 infantry, 7,835 cavalry, 85 guns, 330 machine guns, and 17 aircraft along a 100-kilometer front from Manikskaya to Platovskaya, which is equivalent to 113 infantry, 78 cavalry, about 1 gun, and more than 3 machine guns. All figures are rounded off per kilometer of front. Operating against the Red 10th Army was the Caucasus Army, which consisted almost exclusively of Kuban units, with the major part of its forces covering the axis from Velikochniazeskaya to Tikhoretskaya. Here the enemy's Composite Infantry Corps, the 4 Composite Mountain Corps, the V Caucasus Cavalry Corps, and the 1st Kuban Division were operating, with an overall strength of 5,981 infantry, 5,135 cavalry, 96 light and heavy guns, 4 armored cars, 4 tanks, and 12 armored trains. The Caucasus Rifle Corps, consisting of 1,200 infantry, 20 cavalry, 6 light and heavy guns, and 22 machine guns, was operating to the west of Velikochniazeskaya as far as the heights around Stanitsa Platovskaya. The 3rd Kuban Cavalry Division, consisting of 320 cavalry, 16 light and heavy guns, and 34 machine guns, occupied a front from the east of Velikochniazeskaya approximately to the Salt Lakes. Moreover, independent detachments with an overall strength of 2,500 infantry, 635 cavalry, 4 guns, and 7 machine guns were sprinkled along the entire front. In all, the enemy disposed of 9,681 infantry, 6,110 cavalry, 122 light and heavy guns, 336 machine guns, 12 armored trains, 4 armored cars, and 4 tanks along the 150-kilometer front excluding Platovskaya, excluding the Salt Lakes, which is equivalent to 64 infantry, 41 cavalry, about 1 gun, and 3 machine guns. All figures are rounded off per kilometer of front. See Map 12 of the plate section. The enemy could also rely on such deep reserves as the 3 Kuban Corps, which was undergoing formation in the Yekaterinodar area, and Kuban reserve units in Yekaterinodar, Armavir, and Stavropol, with an overall strength of 8,000 infantry and cavalry, as well as military training institutions and courses in Stavropol, Yeisk, and Armavir, with an overall strength of 700 infantry and 400 cavalry. The situation of the armed forces of South Russia, examined without reference to their political moral condition, was incomparably more profitable from the military point of view than that of their enemy. The enemy's rear had grown closer to its military bases and human reinforcement bases, while depending on such powerful local lines as the Don and Manik rivers. By taking advantage of the local peculiarities of these lines, the swampy and broad valley of the Don, which ran along certain axes and powerfully occupying the Bataysk and Velikochniazeskaya axes, they were able to operate with their mobile, maneuver reserves along internal operational axes. This gave them the opportunity to throw back, in turn, to the opposite bank those red units which, one after the other, crossed over to their side. Finally, perhaps for the first time in the entire history of the Civil War, the Whites were able to experience the advantages of a radically altered political base so familiar to the Reds. Such was the Don region for the Whites. The Don Army, which had been driven from there, and which was now separated from it by only the Don and Manik rivers, was striving to return to its native territory with weapons in hand. This striving was reflected in the increase in the Don unit's combat capability. We have seen how Mamontov's cavalry, which had been repeatedly and cruelly defeated, once again recovered its combat capability and began, and sometimes not unsuccessfully, to compete against the cavalry army. A number of their local successes undoubtedly influenced the increase in the Whites' combat capability. The latter were a consequence of the commitment of the Red forces into the fighting in detail, first the 8th and Cavalry armies, and then the 9th Army in detail, and finally the 10th Army. The absence of unity and firmness of control. The commanders of the 8th and Cavalry armies were always coordinating their actions, as well as a certain lack of coordination among the higher Red command in difficult terrain and weather conditions. All of these objective, the consecutive commitment of the 9th and 10th armies into the fighting, and subjective reasons, disagreements among the higher command, were of transient importance, which is why the entire success of the Whites' subsequent defense depended on whether or not the Kuban would prove to be just such a vital area for them as at the birth of the volunteer army. From this point of view, the condition of the political front was so unfavorable for the Whites that it reduced to nothing all of the advantages offered by the proximity of their main bases. The enemy's rear was showing obvious signs of dissolution. This was testified to by such facts as the rapid growth of uprisings against the Whites in Chechnya and Dagestan, and the spread of the Green movement throughout the entire space between Novorossiysk and Yekaterinodar, where the Greens numbered up to 7,000 troops. Finally, there were other symptomatic features of the approaching general catastrophe, despite the improved military situation. The port of Novorossiysk was full of fleeing bourgeoisie and clergy. The Kuban and Cossack rank and file declared definitively that it did not wish to let the bourgeoisie and officer class into the Kuban region. These declarations were an echo of the fierce internal political struggle in the enemy camp between the Kuban and Cossacks, in the form of its Rada and the Volunteer Army Command. The Kuban Rada was seeking to distance itself from the Army Command and to carry out its own policy. One of the chief tenets of this policy was now the immediate conclusion of peace with the Bolsheviks on the basis of the latter's recognition of the Cossack state. In the purely military sphere, this struggle found its expression in the threatening decline of the Kuban army's combat capability, which was soon transformed into its complete collapse. All of these circumstances were creating favorable prerequisites for the Reds' broad offensive operations, in which they counted on finding this time a new and broad base, so necessary for the Red armies, in the Kuban area behind the enemy's front line, taking into account their extremely extended communications lines and the disruption of transport. Let us now turn to the disposition and strength of the Red forces along the lower Don and Manik by February 1, 1920. Now only the 8th Army was located along the Bataysk axis, along a 50-kilometer front from the mouths of the Don to Stanitsa Oksai, numbering 15,260 infantry, 4,120 cavalry, 159 heavy and light guns, and 779 machine guns, which yielded 905 infantry, 83 cavalry, 3 heavy and light guns, and 16 machine guns. All figures are rounded off per kilometer of front. Thus, along the Bataysk axis, Don front, the Reds outnumbered the Whites nearly 2 to 1 in men and from 3 to 5 to 1 in material. The 9th Army, consisting of 9,670 infantry, 5,730 cavalry, 183 guns, and 600 machine guns. The 10th Army, consisting of 15,630 infantry, 3,300 cavalry, 158 guns, and 585 machine guns, and the Cavalry Army, consisting of 10,250 cavalry, 26 guns, and 259 machine guns were deployed along the Manik front from Stanitsa Manikskaya to the area excluding the Salt Lakes, for a total strength of 25,300 infantry, 19,280 cavalry, 367 guns, and 1,444 machine guns, which given an overall length of front of 250 kilometers, Manikskaya, the Salt Lakes, yields a density of 101 infantry, 77 cavalry, 1.5 guns, and 6 machine guns, rounded off, per kilometer of front. Thus, the Reds significantly outnumbered the enemy along the Manik sector in the number of infantry, cavalry, guns, and machine guns. Given such a correlation in the number of cavalry along the Manik sector, it would have been quite expedient to unite the operations of the entire cavalry in one hand. which is what the 1st Cavalry Army's Military Revolutionary Council repeatedly and vainly insisted upon. It was also clear that the strength of the enemy's defense lay in the active maneuver of his cavalry units, which were being brought in from various sectors of the front and from the reserve. By placing the entire success of the operation on an attack by a cavalry mass against one equal in strength, it was important to ease this cavalry mass's prospects for success by dispersing the enemy's cavalry masses along various axes, which could only be achieved through by activating the entire front. This is what comrades Voroshilov and Budyonny were trying to achieve, but their wishes did not achieve their goal. In such conditions, on the 1st and the 2nd of February, the cavalry army once again attempted to advance toward Kamenev, but both times unsuccessfully, because the successes of the cavalry army operating in isolation were easily eliminated by the enemy. These latter attempts finally undermined the relations between the Cavalry Army Command and the Front Command, Shorin. The Cavalry Army Command now appealed by wire directly to the Commander-in-Chief. The result of this conversation was evidently the Commander-in-Chief's Directive No. 627/OP, addressed to the Front Command, that the front's armies be ready to develop Budyonny's success with an energetic offensive. On February 7th, the cavalry army's attacks on Kamenev were halted by the new front command, Comrade Tukhachevskii, which before long set about regrouping the armies for inflicting a decisive defeat on the enemy. In view of the extreme exhaustion of the rifle divisions, the front command opted for an extreme solution by disbanding a number of divisions and pouring their people into the 10th and 11th Army's remaining divisions as reinforcements. On February 9th, the front command, in its Directive No. 19/P, laid out the regrouping which had the goal of creating a shock fist along the Manik and the cavalry army's arrival at its jumping-off area for a decisive attack. According to this directive, the 8th Army was to extend its front by February 11th as far as Manikskaya, thus freeing up part of the 9th Army's forces, while the cavalry army would be shifted to the Platovskaya area. The 10th Army, which also included 2 arriving divisions, 34th and 50th, was to concentrate no less than 6 divisions in the area of Stanitsa Velikoknyazeskaya. Thus it was planned to have a powerful group of forces along the Platovskaya, Velikoknyazeskaya sector against the enemy army. Worthy of attention here is the successful and harmoniously coordinated axis of the main attack in the operational and political senses. An attack on Tukhachevskii, on the one hand, would place the Reds in the rear of the White forces along the Lower Don and Manik and, on the other hand, having in mind the Kuban army, ran along the line of the least political resistance. This directive also noted the date for the general offensive as February 14th. Finally, on February 12th there arrived Directive No. 42/P regarding the overall assumption of the offensive. This directive revealed even more sharply the front command's intention of carrying to the end the principle of operating along the lines of the least operational and political resistance. The front commander pointed out that the boundary line between the enemy's Don and Kuban armies ran through Belaya Glina, Srednyaya Yegerlikskaya, Korolkov's winter quarters, and Kaziani Bridge. The front's armies were given the mission of defeating the enemy and throwing him against the Sea of Azov. For this, the 8th Army was to launch its main attack in the direction of Kagolnitskaya, for the purpose of reaching the Kagolnik River in the next few days. The 9th Army was to develop its attack in the general direction of the village of Novorogovsky, and by February 19th, it was to reach the front Novoprotopopovskaya, Novorogovsky village. The cavalry army was to play in the front commander's assignment the role of a surgical knife, which was to forever separate from each other the Kuban and Don counter-revolution. It was given the task, by cutting and dislodging the flanks of the enemy's Don and Caucasus, Kuban armies, to break through to the area of Stanitsa Tukhachevskii by February 21st. The 10th Army received orders to cut off the enemy's Caucasus army from possible routes of withdrawal on Armavir and was to reach the line Belayev, Belaya Glina, Uspenskaya by February 19th. The front command, in order to achieve a decisive victory, did not miss the slightest opportunity to bring in to the focal point of the decisive struggle all those forces that could take any kind of part in it. For example, the front's extreme left flank army, the 11th, which was operating within the confines of Stavropol province and the Terek region, also received orders to seize Stavropol and Armavir within the next few days. Thus, it was planned to envelop the enemy's right flank along with a simultaneous breakthrough of his center and pinning actions against his left flank. The first successes were achieved along the 10th Army's front. As early as February 17th, the front commander, Comrade Tukhachevskii, had the opportunity to note that the enemy had been dislodged from the 10th Army's sector. But the enemy's resistance continued to be very stubborn opposite the 9th Army's front. The results of the cavalry army's maneuver had not yet told, because while winning space for its attack, it deviated sharply toward Torgovaya. Wishing to nudge the 9th Army forward, the front commander ordered the 8th and 10th Armies to concentrate shock groups along their flanks adjacent to the 9th Army and to assist it. The cavalry army was ordered to continue its offensive on Krukianaya Baka, Lopenka, and Tukhachevskii. The White Command transferred all of the Don cavalry, under the command of General Pavlov, from the area of Stanitsa Olginskaya to Stanitsa Torgovaya to oppose the powerful Red attack from the area of Velikoknyazeskaya. But while the crisis of the entire campaign was ripening in the collisions of the Red and White cavalry, the situation continued to remain tense along the front of the Red 8th and 9th Armies. The enemy, while actively defending, even managed to achieve local successes along the 9th Army's front. Here he managed to dislodge its right flank and center. The front command saw the reason for the failure exclusively in the unskilled actions of the 9th Army Command, which placed its force in a position to be attacked in detail. At this time, the 8th Army was standing in place. Meanwhile, an attack by Pavlov's cavalry fell, primarily on Bubnov's and Guy's cavalry divisions, 10th Army. They were attacked and dislodged by Pavlov's cavalry on February 17th in the area of Korolkov's winter quarters, while one of Bubnov's brigades fell back to Platovskaya and Guy's division fell back to the Maslikovtsev's winter quarters. The 28th Rifle Division, whose commander, Comrade Azin, was taken prisoner, suffered heavily. But this was a temporary success by Pavlov due to the cavalry army's deviation from its given axis of movement. The cavalry army, along with the 10th Army's divisions, had prepared to attack Pavlov's cavalry, but was itself attacked by Pavlov around Stanitsa Shablivskaya. This attack was repulsed. On February 18th, Pavlov began to fall back on Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya, but got caught by a snowstorm and lost half of his horses, which froze in the steppe. On February 19th, the cavalry army was getting ready to begin the pursuit of the enemy. At that same time, we managed to eliminate along the 9th Army's sector a breakthrough by the enemy cavalry, which penetrated as far as the Yanchenkov-Sasatsky area. Domenko's cavalry corps attacked it from the Manichsko-Balandinskaya area, defeated it, and threw it back. The 8th Army's left flank managed to advance, and it was engaged in stubborn fighting with the enemy in the area of Stanitsa Olginskaya. Meantime, the White High Command was preparing for a decisive counterblow. The operational plan consisted of an attack on Rostov and Novocherkassk, along the axis that had been most weakened by the Caucasus Front, to pull the Reds' attention there, while meanwhile gathering all available forces and attacking the Reds' flanking ram with them, that is, against the 10th and 1st Cavalry Armies. A powerful cavalry group was created under General Pavlov. The Whites' counterblow was guessed in time by the Caucasus Front Command. In a new directive, it set out the task of defeating, first of all, General Pavlov's group. The winning of the entire campaign would be predetermined by this defeat. Such was the overall situation on the front, when the enemy made a desperate attempt to capture Rostov. On February 20th, the Volunteer Army went over to a general offensive and captured Stanitsa Kopry, Stanitsa Nilovskaya, Tamernik, and Stanitsa Oksai. The 8th Army drove the enemy out of Stanitsa Oksai with a counterattack by its left flank and was able to seize the northern outskirts of Rostov and Nakhichevan, where stubborn street fighting had blazed up. However, on the morning of February 21st, the 8th Army was forced to abandon both Rostov and Nakhichevan and go over to the defensive, which greatly worried the High Command but did not change the Front Command's plan. The enemy did not have the opportunity to further develop the success. He had now concentrated his efforts against the 9th Army's right flank, while seeking to capture Stanitsa Bagirevskaya. Here, stubborn cavalry fighting broke out on February 21st between Domenko's cavalry corps and Guzelshikov's Terekdan cavalry. But Guzelshikov's cavalry was heavily attacked in the area of Stanitsa Manikskaya, lost up to 1,000 men and prisoners alone, and was forced to abandon Stanitsa Bagayevskaya. This is how February 21st ended for both sides. But as early as February 22nd, under the influence of events in the Yegorlikskaya area, the Volunteer Army Command was forced to begin withdrawing behind the Don in order to reinforce General Pavlov's cavalry with its last cavalry reserves. Meanwhile, Pavlov's cavalry, which had been reinforced by units which had arrived from the Rostov axis, once again attempted to go over to the offensive on Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya and to throw out of the screen of the 1st Cavalry Army, the main forces of which were in the village of Gorkaya Baka. Pavlov set out on February 25th from Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya toward the village of Belaya Glina for the purpose of getting into the rear of the 1st Cavalry Army. The latter, in its turn, had set out for Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya for the purpose of enveloping the right flank of Pavlov's cavalry. Pavlov's cavalry ran into the 10th Army's rifle divisions, 20th and 50th, in its movement on Belaya Glina. At the same time, it was attacked by all of the 1st Cavalry Army's forces from the right flank, 10 kilometers south of Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya, and with enormous losses of 29 guns, 100 machine guns, and more than 1,000 prisoners, was thrown back to the Yegorlikskaya, Ilovaiski village area. The February 25th fighting near Srednyaya Yegorlikskaya is a brilliant example of a combined cavalry-infantry battle. However, the 1st Cavalry Army's February 25th attempts to capture Yegorlikskaya without infantry assistance ended in failure. The advance by the 10th Army's left flank during this fighting took place almost unimpeded. The 32nd Rifle Division occupied the Novopokrovskaya, Sosnovka area, while on February 27th, the 39th Rifle Division occupied Stanitsa Kavkazskaya following a small battle. Thus the 10th Army, having encountered stubborn enemy resistance in the Yegorlikskaya area and having in front of it the 1st Cavalry Army, which was tied down in stubborn fighting with Pavlov's cavalry, carried out a turning movement with its left shoulder forward around its right flank and by February 28th had lined up its front directly facing west from Stanitsa Tsalina to Belaya Glina, Novopokrovskoye, Sosnovka, Kavkazskaya. The Stanitsa-Tikhoretskia axis was being covered only by the remnants of the White's 2 Kuban Corps, but the 10th Army Command held up, beginning February 25th, the 32nd Rifle Division along the general line of the front. This meant that the closing of the ring around the Whites' main group of forces north of the Kuban would be postponed in time, and that they still had the wide gates between the Sea of Azov and the 10th Army for a withdrawal behind the Kuban River. The enemy hurried to take advantage of this circumstance, while no longer thinking of further resistance. On February 26th, the enemy began to gradually abandon the left bank of the Don. On February 27th, units of the 8th Army were already on the left bank of the Don, and on February 29th, a general offensive by the Red 8th and 9th Armies began. On March 1st, Yegorlikskaya finally fell under the coordinated attacks of the Red Cavalry. But now a ramming group on the Caucasus Front's left flank no longer made any sense. Thus, the front command hurried to create in a timely fashion a new ramming group along the shortest, Novorossiysk, axis, which would lead into the rear of the enemy's Rostov, Manik group. Thus, on March 3rd, it dispatched the 9th Army's main forces to the Stanitsa-Lushkovskaya, Medvedovskaya area, while the 1st Cavalry Army was to cut off the enemy's path of retreat in the area of Tukhachevskii station by an attack on Stanitsa-Lushkovskaya. The 10th Army was to support the Red Stavropol Group in capturing Armavir by an attack of no less than 4 divisions on Tikhoretskia and Yekaterinodar. The Don, Manik operation by the Caucasus Front Command is worthy of the historian's especial attention. We see in it the unity and integrity of the operational design. It is not territory or geographical locales here that attracted the attention of the Red Command, but the enemy's forces. Its defeat in a battle of destruction was the guiding idea of the operation. For the sake of achieving the main goal, the front command boldly separated the main mass of its forces from geographical objects such as Rostov and Novocherkassk and threw it into the depths of the Manik steppes. The subsequent course of operations fully justified this bold decision. The temporary seizure of the city of Rostov yielded General Denikin nothing, insofar as the collision of both sides' cavalry masses and the Red 10th Army in the Yegorlikskaya area decided the fate of the operation. It subsequently remained only to pursue and finish off the materially and morally broken enemy, who, having left weak screens against the 8th and 9th Armies, had now concentrated all of his efforts on attempts to delay the cavalry army's threatening advance. The latter, together with the 10th Army, once again launched a powerful attack on February 25, 1920 around Yegorlikskiya, capturing their 29 guns, more than 100 machine guns, and many prisoners. The front commander subsequently directed the cavalry army to Mechetinskaya and the 10th Army to Tukhachevskii. At the end of February, the 8th and 9th Armies dislodged the enemy screens opposite them and went over to the offensive. On March 1st, a clot of enemy forces had formed in the area Mechetinskaya, excluding Yegorlikskiya, and the front command was preparing to destroy it by a concentric movement of its armies. On this day, Stavropol fell under the blows of the Reds. However, foreseeing this maneuver, the enemy had sped up his general withdrawal behind the Kuban River. On March 2nd, the Red Forces Rostov Group occupied Bataysk, and on March 9th was already entering Yeisk. On this day, Budyannai's cavalry occupied Stanitsa Tukhachevskii. The armed forces of South Russia, which had broken up into 3 groups, were falling back as follows. One group, part of the Kuban forces and the Don Army, on Yekaterinodar and Novorossiysk, the Kuban Army's main forces on Maykop and Twops, and the volunteer corps to the lower course of the Kuban River through Tukhachevskii station. The last remnants of the enemy's forces in the Terek, Dagestan region were trying to break through to Georgia. The enemy command planned to delay along the powerful water barrier of the Kuban River to put itself in order and await a possible change in the situation in its favor. A withdrawal beyond the Kuban would put the armed forces of South Russia in a very dangerous situation in the event of the fall of the defensive line of the Kuban River. Then it would end up pressed against the sea, with the necessity of either boarding ships in the only possible locale for this, Novorossiysk, or to fall back to the south along the shore of the Black Sea under the Soviet forces' flank attacks. Their situation was made all the more serious by the absence of a preliminary evacuation plan, the small number of transport vessels, and the numerous refugees following behind the troops. The Soviet forces' energetic pursuit and the decline in the combat capability of the remaining armies of the armed forces of South Russia rendered the enemy command's hopes for the possibility of holding on behind the Kuban River extremely doubtful. On March 17th, following a short fight, the Red forces captured Yekaterinodar and the enemy's main forces fell back behind the Kuban, with the Don Army along the Novorossiysk axis from Stanitsa Olginskaya through Yekaterinodar as far as Uethlabanskaya, and to the west of it the Volunteer Corps, along the lower Kuban from Stanitsa Olginskaya to the mouth of the Kuban. Uncoordinated units of the Kuban Army, which no longer had communications with either the Don Army or with its high command, were located along the Don Army's right flank in the area of Uethlabanskaya. However, as early as March 19th, the Red forces crossed the Kuban near Ust, Labanskaya, and opposite Yekaterinodar. The Don Army's weak counterattacks proved unsuccessful, and the general withdrawal of the Don Army and the Volunteer Corps to the single general point of Novorossiysk began. At the same time, the Kuban Army, with a part of those Don Army troops that had become separated and joined up with it, was streaming toward Twops. The Volunteer Corps, while striving under the cover of the Don Army to get aboard the ships, had abandoned the lower Kuban before the Don Army and got to Novorossiysk before it, and began to board ships at the same time that the half-encircled Don Army was still fighting through to Novorossiysk. The evacuation of the remnants of the armed forces of South Russia was extremely hurried and disorderly, which was a consequence of carrying it out from a single locale and a great shortage of transportation equipment. The pressure by the Red forces prevented them from completing the evacuation, and thus, when the Red forces occupied Novorossiysk on the night of 26 to 27 March, about 22,000 prisoners fell into their hands. The occupation of the remaining territory of the North Caucasus by Red forces took place just as rapidly. The Soviet coup in Azerbaijan in April 1920, which was supported by an operation by the 11th Army and which included this country, along with its oil riches among the equal members of the Soviet Union, and the conclusion of peace with Georgia that same month, were the political results of the final rout of the armed forces of South Russia. Finally, on May 2, 1920, the remnants of the Kuban Army, which had been pressed to the border with Georgia, surrendered to the Red Ninth Army in the Sochi area. This signified the final elimination of the armed forces of South Russia in their previous form, while their remnants had streamed into the Crimea. At this time, the Southern Front's operations to pursue the enemy were developing no less successfully. Having thrown the enemy back from Kiev and Yekaterinoslav at the end of January, the Southern Front's forces, 41st Division, had pressed the enemy group along the Ukrainian right bank to the city of Odessa, into the angle between the Dniester River and the Black Sea. On February 7, 1920, Odessa was taken. Part of the enemy's forces on the Ukrainian right bank surrendered and part of them scattered. Genichetsk and Perekop along the Crimean axis were occupied on January 23, 1920, but as the result of the stubborn fighting that broke out, Slashiov's group managed to hold the Crimean Peninsula's isthmuses in its hands. The Entente powers' attitude toward the continuation of the civil war in Russia after the defeat of the armed forces of South Russia. Great Britain's point of view, France's point of view. Poland's external and internal situation before the start of the 1920 campaign. The final diplomatic dealings of both governments before the start of the Polish-Soviet campaign of 1920. Negotiations between the Soviet and British governments about the fate of the remnants of the Southern counter-revolutionary armies. A brief review of the Belarusian and Ukrainian theaters. A description of the Polish army. The concentration and deployment of both sides' forces on the Polish front during the winter of 1919–1920. The sides' plans. The disposition and strength of both sides before the start of the decisive events of the spring and summer of 1920. The RSFSR's internal economic and political situation. The collapse of the counter-revolutionary forces led by General Denikin facilitated the exposure of those currents of British policy, the exponent of which was Lloyd George, which arose as early as the autumn of 1919. Under their influence, British policy sought to establish business relations with the Soviet regime in the hopes of its subsequent degeneration by peaceful means under the influence of establishing trading ties with the capitalist West. Given the dominance of such a point of view, the continuation of the civil war in Russia and its support no longer corresponded to the views of the British government. Thus it hurried to propose to General Denikin its mediation in his capitulation to the Soviet regime. As regards France, the fall of the Denikin regime did not bring in its wake any kind of changes in the main lines of French policy regarding the Russian question. As we have already pointed out, France had been forced as early as the spring of Chapter 13 the external and internal political situation at the beginning of 1920. Mutual relations between Soviet Russia and Poland. Both sides' preparation for continuing the war 1919 to forswear direct armed interference in the Russian Civil War. But this in no way hindered it from strengthening the armed might of the small states, Poland and Romania first of all, as well as to continue to supply the remnants of the White armies with money and material. While retaining its prior uncompromising and hostile attitude toward the Soviet regime and its state system, France was thinking of using the small states, on the one hand, to secure Europe from the infection of Bolshevism, and on the other, with the aid of their armed forces, to restore its economic interests in South Ukraine and in the Donbass. Its main concern, as before, was supporting that wedge in the form of White Poland, which the Entente, as the result of the Treaty of Versailles, had inserted between Soviet Russia and vanquished Germany. It would seem that those remnants of the armed forces of South Russia, which had found a refuge in the Crimea, were acquiring a special interest and significance for France. But the latter's fate was considered to have already been decided, and to bet on them was more than doubtful. Thus Poland was attracting to itself all of the attention of French political thought as an eastern bastion of French military might. Poland, with French economic and military assistance, had become considerably stronger throughout 1919. By the start of 1920, the external and internal political situation was developing favorably for it. Poland, with the assistance of the Entente powers, had resolved all of its misunderstandings with Czechoslovakia in a way favorable to itself. Under the yoke of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was forced to submit to the Entente's decisions regarding its border disputes with Poland, and the latter could rest easy regarding its German border. Thanks to French economic and military assistance, Poland managed to establish itself in eastern Galicia, the population of which waged a stubborn struggle for its independence in 1919. The cruel occupation regime crushed all signs of resistance in Galicia. Thus, in the foreign policy sense, Poland did not have to worry about its rear and could concentrate all of its forces and attention on resolving those missions which it considered necessary to achieve in the East. To be sure, a small, dark spot in the form of relations with Lithuania could be observed on this nearly cloudless horizon. But the latter's political and military weakness excluded the possibility of independent active operations against Poland. The Polish internal political situation was characterized by the assumption of power by the petite bourgeoisie. In the war against the Soviets, the petite bourgeoisie noisy patriotic government was able to count on the support not only of the bourgeoisie and the kulak elements in the countryside, but of the landowners as well. The World War and the prolonged Austro-German occupation, which lay most heavily on the working class of Poland and the land-poor peasantry, dissipated and weakened the latter's strength. The situation that was arising for Poland made the leaders of its state policy particularly intractable and demanding. They thought that a convenient time had arrived for completing the unification of Poland within the boundaries of 1772, which meant the forcible incorporation of Belorussia, the Ukrainian right bank, and a significant portion of Lithuania. In the beginning of 1920, as in the course of the entire preceding year, the Soviet government conducted a firm peace policy regarding the Polish people. Even at that time, when the concentration of Polish men and material to our border was proceeding at full pace, the Russian and Ukrainian Soviet governments repeatedly attempted to extend the hand of friendship across the front line to the Polish people. In a note of January 28, 1920, the Council of People's Commissars solemnly declared to the Polish government and people that there exists not a single question, territorial, economic, or other, which cannot be resolved by peaceful means, by means of negotiations, mutual concessions, and agreements. On February 2, the Central Executive Committee made an appeal to the Polish people in which it was noted that the desire for peace with Poland is the sincere and deepest wish of the workers and peasants, and called upon the Polish people to end the bloody war, so that both peoples may begin a war with the calamities oppressing them: cold, hunger, typhus, and unemployment. These appeals remained unanswered on the part of the Polish government. On March 6, 1920, the Soviet government repeated them, stressing to what degree the condition of war is harmful to the interests of both peoples. Only on March 27 did we receive an answer from the Polish government, which proposed choosing the town of Borisov as the site for peace negotiations, while it was proposed to halt combat operations not along the entire front, but only in the area of Borisov. In order to understand the entire internal meaning of this proposal, it is necessary to keep in mind that the Polish command at this very time assumed the concentration of significant numbers of our forces along the Borisov axis and was preparing in its turn the concentration of a major attack fist in Ukraine. Thus it was profitable for the Polish command to tie our armed forces diplomatically along the Borisov axis and to preserve its operational freedom along all the other sectors of the front, chiefly in Ukraine. The Soviet government could not agree to this. It proposed selecting some neutral territory or other as the site for negotiations, but the Polish government rejected this proposal. In a note of April 2, 1920, the Soviet government was forced to place upon the Polish government the responsibility for all the calamities which would arise as a consequence of continuing the war, and in a note of April 8, it was forced to admit that it had been placed before the sad necessity of admitting the collapse of the negotiations with Poland because of the question of the negotiation site. However, it is impossible to say that the Soviet government's work in favor of peace was completely lacking in result. The sincerity and forthrightness of the Soviet proposals could not but act in a sobering fashion upon certain Polish political circles, which caused a certain schism in the Polish bourgeoisie's united front. According to General Sikorski's testimony, arguments broke out between the Polish bourgeois political parties as to the war's goals. But what was most important was that the voice of the Soviet government, aimed directly at the broad masses of the Polish people, found a response among them. General Sikorski confirms that the Soviet government's peace proposals made a powerful impression not only on the people, but also upon the mass of soldiers in the army. Without a doubt, these proposals did not pass the notice of mass public opinion in those states which surrounded Poland. The Polish government's lack of desire to meet these proposals halfway later created for Poland a situation of isolation and brought about increased activity by the international proletariat in favor of the Soviet Union. The inevitability of a campaign on the Polish front was a complete given for the Soviet command in the overall strategic situation. The Polish armies, according to their strength, supply, and training, had to be the Red Army's main opponent during the course of 1920. As regards the other enemy in question, in the form of the remnants of the armed forces of South Russia, for a certain time the possibility of its elimination through capitulation was not excluded. The British government, at least, was hard at work along these lines. Panicky attitudes among the remnants of the White Army, which had not yet passed away following the fall of Novorossiysk, were creating favorable prerequisites for just such a solution of the problem. The remnants of the armed forces of South Russia were, for the time being, thinking of nothing more than recovering and sitting things out in the Crimea. The Soviet government did not recognize any other alternative for these forces but their complete and unconditional capitulation. The British government was trying to stipulate for them conditions for an honorable surrender on conditions of the equality of the negotiating sides. The negotiations were drawn out. Thus, in 1920, Soviet strategy had to deal with two active opponents, which were operating in an uncoordinated way in both the political and military spheres. The location of these enemies in theaters, far from each other, brought about a division in space of Soviet forces operating against them. The latter circumstance required the formation of two completely independent theaters of military activities. These were, first of all, the Polish theater, which was the main one in the 1920 campaign, for the reasons cited by us above. This theater occupied a very broad space. Its boundaries may be very precisely established along river lines, the western Dwina, Dnieper, Dniester, and Vistula rivers. The most significant events of the Polish-Soviet campaign of 1920 played out within the bounds formed by these river arteries. The quite significant size of this space conditioned, in turn, the presence there of two theaters, which were Belorussia and Ukraine. The significance of the Belarusian theater lay in the fact that the shortest and most convenient operational axis lay through it, leading to the most important political and industrial centers of both belligerent sides, Warsaw and Moscow. Smaller in size than the Ukrainian theater, this theater had a sufficiently developed road network, but was poorer in local resources than its Ukrainian counterpart. It was distinguished by a great homogeneity of population in the national and class senses, while in both these senses the conditions here were developing favorably for the Red Army, which guaranteed the tranquility of its rear throughout the entire campaign. The terrain features and the development of the road network allowed for the movement and combat activities of large troop masses. The most significant water lines lay along the theater's boundaries, while the line of the Dnieper River, due to the direction of its upper course, could be bypassed through the gap between it and the western Dwina River. This gap was given the characteristic name of the Smolensk Gates. During our troops' operations in the direction of Warsaw, their right flank would rest on the territory of neutral states and be secured by them. The second theater was the Ukrainian, which, due to its significant size and the presence along its boundaries of states, of which one, Poland, was already openly at war with the Soviet Union, while the other, Romania, maintained a hostile neutrality and could acquire an independent significance in the event of Romania's active entry into the war. This did not happen, but in fighting against Poland alone, one could pursue independent goals in the form of an invasion into eastern Galicia. In such an event, the objects of operations could be the chief political and administrative center of eastern Galicia and a major transportation junction in the form of the city of Lvov and the oil-producing Stry, Drogobyk area. The political situation that had arisen in Ukraine aroused particular interest in this theater on the part of Poland. However, the Soviet High Command did not attach independent significance to the Ukrainian theater, viewing it as a supporting theater for the Belarusian one. The railroad network in this theater was also quite satisfactorily developed, and it was rich in local resources. From the national and class points of view, the population of the Ukrainian theater represented a more colorful picture than the population of the Belarusian theater. The hostility of certain layers of the population in the Ukrainian theater toward the Soviet regime found its reflection in the high development of banditry, the social roots of which ran deep in the thick of the anarchist kulak element. Thus, as regards the condition of the rear, the situation of the Soviet forces operating in Ukraine had to be less favorable than in Belorussia. And just as in Belorussia, the movement and operations of large troop masses would not encounter barriers in the terrain features. The presence of a secretly hostile Romania to the south did not allow us to consider the left flank of those forces operating along the Lublin and Lvov axes to be as securely guaranteed as the right flank of our forces in the Belarusian theater. The sizable wooded and swampy area of the basin of the Pripyat River, known by the name of Polzhi, divided both theaters. It differed from both according to its features. On the whole, it was characterized by the closed nature of the terrain, a profusion of swamps and east-west water lines in the form of the northern and southern branches of the Pripyat River, the comparatively weak development of roads, the small number and dispersion of the population, and the poverty of local resources. Although it had to a significant degree lost its imperviousness under the influence of culture, nevertheless the operations of large bodies of troops in it would encounter more significant difficulties in the terrain conditions than in Belorussia and Ukraine. The uniqueness of the Polzhi, due to its large size, gave it the significance of an independent but secondary theater linking the Ukrainian and Belarusian theaters. The northern and southern areas of Polzhi were correspondingly included by the Soviet command in the Belarusian and Ukrainian theaters. Such is the general description of the three theaters in which the main events of the Polish-Soviet War of 1920 played out. From this, the reader may discern that a common feature of all three theaters was their open plain. Thus, it was particularly important for both sides to acquire as strong points in the terrain the water and lake swamp lines within the theater's overall boundaries. In viewing these from the point of view of attacking into the depth of Poland from the line of the Berezina River, we must first of all fix our attention on the Neman and Western Bug river systems. These river systems, with their tributaries and the dense forests lying between them in the form of the Białystok, and Beloweskia forests, are, on the one hand, a natural rear boundary between Poland's eastern forward theaters of military activities and the country's internal regions, and, on the other hand, they serve as a natural defensive line for these regions. This natural eastern defensive line of Poland is reinforced by the fortresses of Grodno, lying along the Neman River, and Brest, located on the western Bug River. The Neman River is powerful not so much due to its width and depth as to the features of its valley and boundaries. This valley is swampy in the river's upper course and covered with forests, which is why it is not easily accessible to troops. Further on, the river cuts through elevated and hilly terrain, while its banks, which correspond to the edges of the valley, often form cliffs from 20 to 30 meters high. Only when approaching the confines of Lithuania and extending beyond the boundaries of the theaters described by us does the river once again flow along a broad valley with sloping edges and takes on the form of a full plains-type river. The Neman River, while reaching up to 200 meters in its middle course, beginning from Luno, to the southeast of the fortress of Grodno, already presents a sufficiently serious barrier for forcing by troops attacking into the depths of Poland from the Smolensk gates. The Beloweskia forest, which occupies an area of 1,500 square kilometers, covers the gap in the terrain between the middle courses of the Neman and Western Bug rivers. This powerful wooded expanse, which is difficult to traverse off the few roads, is a delaying obstacle for sizable numbers of troops attempting to pass through it. However, one should note that due to widespread logging, this area has become significantly easier to traverse following the imperialist war. The Western Bug River flows slowly along a broad and swampy valley along its middle course. In the Drohixin area, the Western Bug changes the direction of its flow from the north to the northwest and, in describing a broad arc, upon meeting the tributary of the Nurek, turns due west and maintains the direction of its flow all the way to its confluence with the Vistula River. In passing this line, we enter Poland proper. The terrain retains its overall flat character. Only in the south, in the Lublin area, does it become more elevated, hilly, and broken, which is particularly noticeable in the area between the Upper Bug and the sector of the Vistula River from Zaochost as far as Dublin. This terrain is called the Lublin Uplands. The height is 200 meters above sea level. On the northern edge of the valley and partially outside the borders of the theater under consideration, the terrain is also elevated, which become more evident as one moves to the area of the East Prussian lakes. The height of certain hill ranges along the East Prussian border reaches 313 meters above sea level. Thus, from the military point of view, within the confines of the Polish theater, the system of water lines must attract the predominant amount of attention. The main water artery in the Polish theater is the Vistula River, with a highly developed system of right tributaries, the chief of which are the Western Bug, Neru, and Weepers rivers. All of these rivers are typical plain rivers. They are all distinguished by a small drop, low and swampy banks, and broad and wet valleys that easily fill with water during the spring thaw and rains. The sandy bottom of the majority of these rivers often changes, upon which the frequent change of their channel depends. In general, this is true of the country's main water artery, the Vistula River. It should attract our attention within the borders described by us, beginning from Dublin. From this point, it flows along a broad valley, with poorly designated borders, and is quite a serious water barrier. Around Warsaw, the river's width is already 1,000 meters, but below Warsaw, the river's width once again narrows, while along the Plock, Neso sector its width does not exceed 400 to 600 meters and lower where the river is already regulated, while its width along its entire subsequent course does not exceed 700 meters. The bottom of the Vistula River is sandy and often changes a lot. The river's channel is winding, capricious, and subject to frequent changes. The average depth of the river around Warsaw does not exceed 1 meters, but there are no permanent fords over the river. The current is swift. The width of the river valley at Warsaw reaches 12 kilometers, but at the mouth of the western Bug River it narrows to 3 kilometers. Around Warsaw, the left edge of the valley commands, but below the mouth of the western Bug, the right edge of the valley predominantly commands. The Vistula River flows almost due north from Zaochas to Modlin. The fortress of Dublin, located at the mouth of the Weepers, where it flows into the Vistula, blocks here the Lublin operational axis, which leads around Warsaw from the south. Around Modlin, the Vistula takes on the large western Bug and narrow tributaries, and from here it begins to describe a large bulge, sticking out to the west as far as the Forden area, where it moves beyond the confines of the theater under description. This sector of the river is of interest to us not so much for the qualities of its flow as for the number, location, and qualities of its permanent crossings. These consisted of 3 bridges in 1920. One was in Wyszegród, another in Plock, and a third in Włocławek. The presence of 3 permanent crossings, the comparative narrowness of the valley and the river itself, and, finally, the predominantly commanding right edge of the valley over the left are all circumstances that make the Vistula most accessible for crossing precisely along the sector below Warsaw and Modlin. In order to arrive at the line of the middle Vistula from Dublin to Modlin, which has the greatest significance due to the location of the state capital of Warsaw along this sector, one may employ 2 operational axes. The northern one starts from Grodno and is a junction of all roads leading to this sector of the Vistula River from the northeast. The eastern axis runs through the fortress of Brest and leads directly to Warsaw. This shorter axis, however, is under a flank threat from the Lublin uplands, which acquire the significance of a small, independent operational theater. Covered from the north and northeast by the course of the Weepers River, these uplands are characterized by an entire network of roads running from it to the north, that is, which leads directly into the flank of the Warsaw-Brest operational axis. Such are the roads running from the Lublin uplands through Lodowa to Brest, through Parksu to Biała and Miedzierzec, through Lysoboki to Lukau, and from Dublin to Siedlce and Nowominsk, Minsk Mazowiecki. Warsaw is the political, administrative, and commercial center of Poland. In 1920, it was not only a road junction, but a junction politically linking into one of the 3 main parts of the Polish state that had before this been a part of 3 empires, Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Germany, for a long time. Let us now turn to a review and description of both sides' armed forces, which played the main role in the combat events of 1920. The Polish armed forces grew and developed in conditions of war and consisted of the most varied formations. 1. Detachments of legionnaires, which had been created during the World War by the Austrians, Pilsudski, and Polish formations from the regular Austro-Hungarian army. Some German sources define these formations as being equivalent to a division. 2. A mixed brigade of legionnaires, formed by the Germans on the territory of occupied Poland. 3. Polish formations from the Old Russian Army, which had been created in 1917. This includes Dąbromyślnicki's Corps. 4. Haller's Army, which was formed in France in the winter of 1918-1919 from Polish prisoners of war from the Central Powers and American Poles, 5 divisions and 1 reserve division. As we already noted above, in the spring of 1919 Haller's army was transferred from France to Poland to fight the Soviets. 5. Poznan self-defense detachments, organized in Poznan at the end of 1918 by the Polish population during the German Revolution. The presence of three military schools, Austrian, German, and Russian, could naturally not help but tell negatively on the young army's unity. Thanks to material assistance from the Entente powers, the Poles had the opportunity to deploy their armed forces relatively much later than the Soviet Union. By the spring of 1920, the overall strength of all the Polish armed forces was approaching 738,000 men. At the moment of the greatest intensity of the country's armed forces, which took place in August 1920, when the sides' combat activities were unfolding along the very banks of the Vistula, Poland called up 16 age cohorts into the army and raised the overall strength of its armed forces to 1,200,000 men, including 164,615 volunteers. Being satisfactorily supplied with equipment, the Polish army suffered from the varied types of its armaments, which was a consequence of the circumstance that the Polish armed forces arose from the ruins of the armies of the imperialist powers, Austria-Hungary, Germany, and Russia, while simultaneously the varied types of arms told in French help in supplying the Polish army with equipment. During 1920 alone, France sent to Poland 1,494 guns of various calibers, 291 aircraft, 2,600 machine guns, and 327,000 rifles, etc., not counting supplies of equipment and clothing that the Polish army periodically felt a need for. The Polish army's tactical preparation was not homogeneous, once again chiefly due to the reason that influenced the very types of its weapons, the Russian, Austrian, and German schools. The combat training of the older soldiers, the great majority of which had experience in the World War, was quite satisfactory. The training of the young soldiers, who had undergone a short course of instruction in reserve battalions, left much to be desired. The habits of the World War's positional period told negatively on the control and methods of operation of large tactical units. In view of the higher command's insufficient experience, the intelligence service in the Polish army and communications between the infantry and artillery were not at the appropriate level. The defense was passive, and the significance of maneuver in defense was little valued. In terms of combat, in the sense of resilience and combat capability, the divisions formed in Poznan showed themselves to best advantage, followed by the divisions from General Haller's former army, which had been formed at the end of the World War under the care of France on the World War's French front from Polish émigrés and prisoners of war, and, finally, the Legionnaire divisions formed from natives and soldiers of former Austrian and Russian Poland. The weakest in terms of combat worth proved to be the so-called Lithuanian, Belarusian divisions, of which there were two, 1st and 2nd. These units yielded the highest percentage of defectors and deserters. The situation of the Polish forces that had penetrated deeply into the confines of Belorussia by the end of 1919 was poorly supported by the rear. Their lines of communications were extremely elongated. Railroad transport took place with major interruptions. The consolidation of the rear encountered difficulties both due to these reasons as well as, and mainly, due to the hostile attitude of the main mass of the population to the Polish army. In spite of all the shortcomings noted, by the spring of 1920 the Polish army represented a serious combat force. In this regard, it is extremely interesting to cite that description of the Polish army by the commander of the Red Western Front, Comrade Tukhachevskii, after the first combat collisions with it. The enemy's troop control is excellent, wrote Comrade Tukhachevskii, and both the staffing of the headquarters and the means of waging war is worthy of note in the sense of training and waging war on a scale of regular maneuver warfare. Their tactical training is also good. Individual units, divisions, regiments, and battalions maneuver excellently. All of this indicates a tactical smoothness by units and a high level of the command element. In conclusion, the commander of the Western Front emphasized that the Polish army reeks of Europe. The consistent growth of the Polish forces on their Eastern Front began as early as the winter of 1919. By January 1, 1920, the strength of the Polish Eastern Front numbered 121,200 infantry and cavalry, with 594 guns, 2,910 machine guns, and 95 aircraft, with 59,800 infantry and cavalry of this number in the Belarusian theater. Throughout February and March, the Polish Eastern Front was reinforced by 3 infantry divisions and 4 cavalry regiments, which had been freed from the occupation of areas disputed between Germany and Poland, while 53,438 reinforcements were added. In April, another 60,000 reinforcements were expected. By the end of April, the overall strength of the Polish armed forces on the Eastern Front reached 369,887 men. Our intelligence data estimated the overall number of enemy forces on his Eastern Front between the 1st and the 15th of May 1920 at only 115,700 infantry and cavalry, while these forces, according to our intelligence data, were grouped primarily in the Belarusian theater, namely, of this number, 65,500 infantry and cavalry were on the Belarusian front and 50,200 infantry and cavalry on the Ukrainian front. Proceeding from these considerations that on January 1, 1920, the ration strength on the Polish Eastern Front was 213,320 men, while of these 121,200 were infantry and cavalry, one may approximately calculate that with the growth in ration strength to 369,887 men by April 1, 1920, then the number of infantry and cavalry must have also increased at least somewhat, and thus our intelligence organs' estimates proved to be significantly undercounted. Subsequent events also showed that by the middle of April 1920, the center of gravity of these forces' concentration had been shifted to Ukraine, and not to Belarusia. On the whole, in the middle of April 1920, the Polish High Command had completed the concentration on its eastern front of all of those forces that were designated by it for conducting the campaign. The Soviet High Command set about systematically reinforcing the Red Armies of the Western and Southwestern fronts only when the inevitability of the continuation of the war with Poland became obvious. This circumstance, in connection with the overall disruption of transport, conditioned the lateness in time of the concentration of the main mass of our forces on the Polish front. For example, in 3 months, from March through May inclusively, it was reinforced with 5.5 rifle and 1 cavalry divisions, and in June 1920 the reinforcement of the Red Armies in the Ukrainian and Belarusian theaters was expressed as 13 rifle and 6 cavalry divisions. From the very start of the concentration of our forces against Poland, the High Command carried out precisely a policy of primarily reinforcing the Belarusian theater, attaching the main significance to it. By the middle of April 1920, the overall strength of our forces on the Polish front did not exceed 86,338 infantry and cavalry. Of these, 70,684 infantry and cavalry were in the Belarusian theater and 15,654 infantry and cavalry in the Ukrainian theater. Thus, it is not hard to see that by the beginning of decisive operations on the Polish front, the enemy, due to the above-named reasons, disposed of a significant numerical superiority in comparison with the Red Armies. In setting the latest goal of its foreign policy, the spread of the Polish state in the east to the borders of 1772, the Polish government, while taking into account the public opinion of the popular masses of Europe and its own country, could not openly declare these goals to be the sole reasons for the further continuation of the war. Thus, in the Polish literature on the essence of the Polish war plan, we find no mention of these goals, but instead an entire series of pretexts justifying the Polish army's assumption of the offensive. Overall, then, the Polish war plan came down to the following. Wishing to preempt the Soviet forces' attack with his own offensive, Pilsudski decided to launch his attack in Ukraine, reinforcing his decision with the following considerations. In his opinion, the main mass of Soviet forces was in Ukraine. It seemed easier to resolve all troop supply problems in Ukraine. In operations in Ukraine, the Polish army's right flank would be secured by the territory of friendly neutral Romania, which bordered on it. Moreover, it was thought that by launching an attack in Ukraine, they could create food difficulties for the Soviet Union, depriving it of Ukrainian grain and attracting the sympathies of the Ukrainian population by declaring the independence of Ukraine. Pilsudski passed up launching the main attack in the Belarusian theater because in such a case his left flank would be greatly extended, while the possibility of the Lithuanian army launching an attack against it from the rear was not excluded. The Polish armies would be drawn into an impoverished region, deprived of food stores, with a hostile population. Proceeding from these prerequisites, Pilsudski gave preference to the secondary Ukrainian theater at the expense of the main one. In one of the following chapters, we will halt in greater detail on those consequences which this decision, which was dictated chiefly by political considerations, brought in its wake, and we will put forward the opinion of Polish military literature on this question. Here we will turn the reader's attention to the artificiality of the motives put forward by Pilsudski to support his decision. As we have shown through figures, there was no kind of concentration of the main mass of Soviet forces in Ukraine. The deprivation of Ukrainian grain in 1920 could not have been so hurtful to the Soviet Union because the grain-rich regions of the North Caucasus and Siberia were already at its disposal. At the heart of the Soviet High Command's war plan against Poland were considerations that flowed from an overall evaluation by the Soviet government of the external political situation in 1920. This evaluation took into account among the number of our active enemies, besides Poland, also Lithuania and Latvia, insofar as peace had not yet been concluded with the latter two states. Belorussia had to be the main theater of military activities. The Western Front's Red Armies would have to launch their main attack in the direction of Eideman and Minsk, demonstrating and distracting the enemy's forces along the Polotsk and Moser axes. The Southwestern Front's armies, reinforced by the 1st Cavalry Army, would receive the initial task of actively tying down the enemy. They also had the mission of destroying Vrangel's army. It was believed that the accomplishment of the latter task would not present any particular difficulties. The campaign's subsequent events showed that our High Command quite correctly evaluated the significance of the Belarusian theater. In its evaluation of the situation, it proceeded from the very cautious political prerequisites of the possibility of Latvia and Lithuania entering the war on the side of our enemies, but at the same time underestimated the significance of the weight of Vrangel's army, which created a number of difficulties for our High Command throughout the summer and early autumn of 1920. According to the calculations by the RKKA field staff, for the successful resolution of the task on the Polish front, it was necessary to concentrate their 225,000 infantry and 16,000 to 18,000 cavalry, while it was planned to deploy 122,000 infantry and cavalry from this number along the Dnieper north of the line Baranovichi-Mogiliev. These calculations did not fully justify themselves, chiefly due to the reasons put forward by us earlier. It will be clear from subsequent chapters that only in July 1920 were we able to raise the overall number of forces along the entire Western Front to 108,000 infantry and cavalry. Our High Command's plan finally took shape in the final 10 days of March 1920. Then the commanders of both our fronts set about working out in detail their plans. Comrade Tukhachevskii, who entered into the command of the Western Front on April 30th, changed his initial intentions as to the direction of the main attack of the front's armies. He shifted the center of gravity of active operations to his right flank, with which he decided to develop the main attack in the general direction of Vilna, in order to then throw back the opposing Polish forces into the Polsy swamps. In order to carry out the plans of their high commands, both sides had deployed in the following manner by the latter 3rd of April 1920. The Polish 1st and 4th Armies, the boundary of both armies was in the Lepel area, were operating in the Belarusian theater, including the Polsy, and occupied the front excluding Drissa, Disna, Lepel, Borisov, Bobruisk, while moving up their forward units to the left bank of the Berezina near Borisov and Bobruisk and occupying the gaps between these locales along the right bank of the Berezina River. Further on, their front ran along the right bank of the Berezina River as far as the line of the settlement of Yakimovskia, inclusively. From here, the line of the Polish front turned due south and ran in the general direction of the village of Koiniki, while running to the west of the latter and then to the mouth of the Slovechna River. A special Polsy group, which occupied the front from the Slovechna River, linked the Belarusian theater's armies with the armies of the Ukrainian theater, of which the Polish Third Army was stationed in Volhynia along the line of the Ubort and Sluch rivers, and the Polish Second Army along the front including Novi Maropol, excluding Ledichev. In Podolia, the Polish Sixth Army was stationed along the front excluding Ledichev, the Kalushik River as far as its mouth. The 7th Observation Army, which was in embryonic form, was stationed along the demarcation line with Lithuania. The 5th Army had temporarily not been formed. As we have noted, the center of gravity of these forces had been shifted to Ukraine. The following were stationed as reserves in the northern Polish theater, the Belarusian theater, and the Polsy, the 6th Infantry Division in the village of Osipovichi in the Polish 4th Army's reserve. The 16th Infantry Division was being dispatched from the country's internal regions into its reserve to the Polsy. The 17th Infantry Division was stationed in Lida in the High Command's reserve. The 11th Infantry Division was located in the deep rear as part of the overall strategic reserve, as well as the 7th Reserve Infantry Brigade, which was completing its formation. Our Western Front's 15th and 16th armies were deployed against these forces in Belorussia and the Polsy along the line Drissa, Disna, Lepel, then to Borisov. All of these locales are excluded. And then along the left bank of the Berezina River, the enemy held a bridgehead near Borisov and the fortress of Bobruisk, as far as the settlement of Yakimovskaya, inclusively, and from the latter their front line shifted directly south, as far as the village of Koiniki. The Southwestern Front's 12th and 14th armies were deployed in Ukraine along the line of the Slovechna, Obort, Sluch, and Kalushik rivers, while maintaining combat contact with the above-named line of the Polish front in Ukraine. The High Command's reserves, which were being transferred to the Western Front Command, were concentrating behind the Western Front's right flank in the Polotsk, Vitebsk, Talakin Triangle. By April 24th, they consisted of 5 rifle and 1 cavalry divisions, 4th, 6th, 11th, 29th, and 56th Rifle and 15th Cavalry divisions. Thus, both sides were deploying on the Polish front, with their shock fists concentrated along opposing flanks. Upon entering the 3rd year of the Civil War, Soviet policy and strategy could inscribe into their history the elimination of the Civil War's main fronts. The internal counter-revolutionary coalition had been broken. It remained to finish off its remnants in the form of Wrangel's army. The results of the Red Army's victories along the internal fronts indirectly exerted an influence on the external encirclement of the USSR. Opportunities for diplomatic and trade relations between the Soviet state and certain capitalist countries began to appear. The path of the direct military destruction of the proletarian revolution had proven to be unrealizable for the capitalist powers. The struggle between the Soviet system and imperialism, after 2 years of armed clashes that had led to the establishment of Soviet power in 1/6 of the world, began to shift to purely economic areas. In April 1920, Lenin noted in one of his speeches that international capital will attempt to penetrate into the confines of the Soviet country in the guise of a trade guest. He foresaw that that guest would try to unite his efforts with like-minded groups within the country and create new difficulties for us and to prepare a new series of traps and snares. We began 1920 on a restricted economic basis. To be sure, the re-establishment of the Soviet territory's economic integrity, the unification of the producing and consuming areas of the country, opened an entire series of favorable prospects for the future. But the present was quite depressing. The following figures speak eloquently to the condition of the national economy. Coal extraction in 1920 was 27% of the amount mined before the war, 29% in 1919. The production of cast iron was represented by the paltry figure of 2.4%, 2.7% in 1919. The production of flax yarn was 38%, 45% in 1919. The area under cultivation had decreased to 68% of the pre-war norm, and the yield of rye had fallen to 36.1% of a pud per deciatina, 38.6% in 1919. Rail transport continued to fall apart catastrophically. In 1920, 61% of the steam engines were in need of repair. At the same time, the process of the proletariat's dispersal continued. The number of workers had declined by more than 2 times, falling from 3 million to 1,340,000. Added to this were also special circumstances. The drought summer of 1920 proved to be very unfavorable for several provinces, Oryol, Tula, Ryazan, etc., in the RSFSR's central zone. The figures cited are sufficient for reaching a judgment that in the area of heavy industry our existence was based exclusively on old reserves. Naturally, given the presence of these conditions, military industry was unable to produce sufficient means for making up for the expenditure and wearing out of military equipment. Thus, in devising our strategy, we also proceeded from the presence of old reserves. The wails of commanders at all levels over the shortage of ammunition were particularly heard throughout the entire war of 1920. Lacking figures on this very important means of war at the overall republic level, we may cite several typical examples to illustrate our poverty in this area. In the summer of 1920, one of the Red 13th Army's groups on the Crimean front, which in strength was equivalent to an entire army, the Right Bank Group, consisting of 4 rifle and 1 cavalry divisions, and which disposed of up to 100 heavy and light guns, received only 5,000 shells, which amounted to only 50 fires per gun for the entire operation. and 800,000 rifle rounds for the beginning of a very important operation calculated to last several days. The group commander vainly asked to raise this figure to 3 million rifle rounds and 25,000 shells. Given this poverty of ammunition, the maximum norm of rifle rounds a rifleman could count on was 90 rounds. Thus, the poverty of ammunition deprived the Red Army of one of the chief advantages of modern weaponry, its rapid rate of fire. Given such an impoverished internal military material base, the calculation on captured bases, on finding everything necessary for us behind the enemy front, was to acquire great significance in our strategic plans. Such calculation could be supported by past experience, for the war on the main fronts in the preceding years yielded many examples of such captured bases. Let's recall, for example, that the rout of Kolchak and the invasion of Siberia immediately increased the strength of the Red Armies by the inflow of partisans and opened up great opportunities for supplying the country and army with grain, and improved the army's equipment with supplies of weaponry and equipment captured from the enemy, etc. Approximately the same picture could be observed on the southern and northern fronts at the time of their elimination. This means that the theory of captured bases completely justified itself during the Civil War. 1920 introduced certain new shades in the mutual relations between the two main forces of the revolution, the proletariat and peasantry. With the defeat of Kolchak's and Denikin's armies, the threat of the landowners' return, which had been hanging directly over the peasantry, seemed to have been eliminated. The danger from Vrangel, which had not become sufficiently clear by that time, did not yet have great significance for the peasantry. At the same time, the economic policy established during the Civil War years, the food requisition and the entire system of measures tied to it, perceptibly told on the economy of the countryside, particularly the well-to-do part. When the danger of the landowners returning threatened, the main mass of the peasantry, in any event, reconciled itself to food requisitioning, understanding that having received land, the peasant must make sacrifices for the war. When the immediate danger of the landowner passed, the countryside began to protest. Thus, the active and well-to-do upper crust of the village was able to find favorable soil for its anti-Soviet activity. Such was the internal content and significance of those counter-revolutionary peasant movements in which the Kulak tried to take on the leading role and, which having arisen as early as 1919 in Ukraine, the Grigoriev and Makhno movements, arose in the first half of 1920 in the Black Earth region of the RSFSR, the Antonov movement in Tambov province, and later developed in Siberia. The detailed analysis and research of these movements is not part of our work. We mention them insofar as they were one of the givens of the political situation of the war in 1920. The remnants of the Socialist Revolutionary Party attempted to put themselves at the head of the Kulaks movement and to politically shape it under new slogans. The idea of the Constituent Assembly had already been buried for good, even in the consciousness of the Socialist Revolutionaries, and in its place, they put forth the slogan of a peasant union and free Soviets. However, neither a change in slogans nor an alliance with the Kulaks was able to save this party from final collapse. Before the shift to a food tax and the cancellation of the food requisition, quite difficult political situations were created within the country which made military work at the fronts more difficult. We will now describe in a few words the party's military exertions in the beginning and during the course of the Polish-Soviet campaign. Having defeated Kolchak and Denikin and having chased Vrangel into the Crimea, Soviet Russia threw itself headlong into economic construction. It would not be an exaggeration to say, and the press at the time confirms this, that questions of war had been pushed to the side. Later, on July 10, 1920, when Vrangel's offensive had already begun, the Central Committee of the RKP, in its appeal to the party's organizations, wrote that, "We are now paying the price on the Crimean front for the fact that in the winter we failed to finish off the remnants of Denikin's White Guard forces. Hunger, the breakdown of transportation, and the shortage of fuel will last longer because sufficient energy, insistence, and decisiveness were not manifested in a timely fashion in bringing to an end the destruction of the Southern counter-revolution." With the start of the Polish offensive, the party very quickly shifted from peaceful construction to a war footing. As early as April 24, 1920, the party and Soviet newspapers came out with the slogan, "To the Western Front." But the means of pouring the active members or shock corps into the army differed from the time of the Kolchak and Denikin campaigns. Alongside the party mobilizations, which now began to take place, volunteerism had special significance. The mobilizations were carried out successfully. As early as May 4th, Petrograd had sent to the Polish front the first party of communists, 300 men, and the party's Moscow committee carried out the Central Committee's mobilization orders by 82%. 5% of the party members were mobilized in Orenburg. The city Soviet mobilized 10% of its members in Nizhny Novgorod. The volunteer movement became widely developed. In Moscow, the registration of volunteers took place through the Moscow Council's Bureau, through the Central Committee and Moscow Committee of the RKP, through district committees, and through the Central Committee of the Youth Union. The number of volunteers rose with each day. Up to 20% of the volunteers in Moscow were not party members, while workers predominated. The campaign to help the Polish front unfolded out throughout the entire country. 200 volunteers signed up immediately in Kaluga. In Chelyabinsk, an entire Sentinel regiment expressed the desire to leave for the Western Front. In Tashkent, several hundred people, half of them non-party members, signed up for the front in 2 sessions. They reported from Pyatigorsk, Simbirsk, Omsk, and other places that the workers were ready to answer the first call to leave for the Western Front in order to defend the revolution. A second peculiar feature of the Polish campaign was a certain change in the mutual relations between the RKP, to a number of other parties, as well as a turning point in the ranks of the intelligentsia in relation to the Soviet regime. In the beginning of May, at a solemn session of the Moscow Soviet, Martov spoke in the name of the Moscow Mensheviks, who in general considered Soviet policy in the Polish question correct, and the struggle on the Western Front the vital cause of the Russian proletariat. Of course, this address did not by any means signify the movement of the Martovs and Abramoviches to the side of the revolutionary proletariat of Russia, but at the same time it showed that Menshevism had lost any kind of support among the masses. Various socialist groups, including those in Ukraine, had completely fallen apart, and their best parts had moved toward the RKP. These circumstances, just as in the turn in the intelligentsia's front, enabled the party to far more widely, and completely differently than before, carry out a series of measures to strengthen Soviet Russia's combat capability. For example, a special conference of well-known representatives of the old army, under the chairmanship of A. Brusilov, was organized within the High Command. Then there appeared the opportunity of employing more broadly than before former officers, or those who had hidden their rank or who had fought in the White Armies and were located in concentration camps. Aside from the May 30th appeal by the Commander-in-Chief's Special Conference, signed by A. Brusilov and others and entitled, "To all former officers, wherever they are," on June 2nd there appeared on a similar matter an appeal by the Council of People's Commissars and signed by Comrade Lenin. In Moscow, up to 1,500 former officers were equipped and received accelerate political training for their subsequent dispatch to the front. During the Polish campaign, aid to Soviet Russia from the international proletariat proved to be much more powerfully expressed than before. The initiative of the party and unions of Soviet Russia in this regard was very great. The Central Committee of the Railway and Water Transportation Workers appealed to the transport workers' unions of Great Britain, Italy, Germany, Austria, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands at the beginning of June. The appeal demanded the cessation of the loading and transport of weapons and military equipment for the Polish White Guard legions. An international congress of metal workers met in Copenhagen at the end of June. The Central Committee of the All-Russian Union of Metal Workers sent a radio message of greetings to the Congress in which it also demanded an energetic and strong rebuff to the attempts to suffocate the workers of Russia. "Produce weapons," the radio said, "but only against your enemies, against capital in all countries." An entire wave of foreign workers' delegations rolled across Soviet Russia, and even a delegation of British trade unions arrived, the representatives of which spoke out against the Polish attack on Soviet Russia on the Western Front, in Petrograd, Moscow, and in a number of other cities. The arrival of an Italian delegation and its appeal to the international proletariat had enormous significance. And, finally, the matter was completed by the Second Congress of the Comintern, which opened its sessions right at the height of the Polish campaign. Also known was an entire series of actions by the working class in Great Britain, Italy, and Norway, etc., when the workers interfered with the shipment of weapons to the Poles, and the creation of the Hands Off Russia Committee and others. If a mighty and simultaneous action by the proletariat of a number of countries for Soviet Russia did not take place, then individual movements and actions played an enormous role. One of the forms of assistance, which has only now found widespread employment, were those Western Front weeks, which party committees began to conduct. The essence of these weeks was not only in broad agitation, but in actual assistance to the front in the form of voluntary deductions, subbotniks and duties, etc. Sevabush and Red Commander Days had the same sort of practical significance, particularly when the army was experiencing a greater and greater shortage of Red commanders. Petliura's and Pilsudski's agreement as a political prerequisite of the Polish offensive on Ukraine. Both sides' situation in Ukraine before the beginning of the Poles' decisive operations. The essence of Pilsudski's offensive plan. The revolt of the Galician brigades and the condition of the rear of the armies of the Red Southwestern Front. The battle along the Red 12th Army's sector. The struggle for Kiev. Combat operations along the Red 14th Army's sector. A pause in the Poles' operations in Ukraine. Its reasons. The plan for a counter-maneuver by the Red armies of the Southwestern Front in the Ukrainian theater. The assumption of the offensive by the Western Front's armies. The Battle of the Berezina and its results. The counter-maneuver of the Southwestern Front's armies in Ukraine and its results. The pursuit of the retreating Polish armies in Ukraine and the beginning of the cooperation of both our fronts' internal flanks. The Rovna operation. The Proskorov raid. The Western Front's preparation for a general engagement in Belorussia. Both sides' situation before the beginning of this engagement on April 22, 1920, the head of the Polish state, Pilsudski, and the leader of the Ukrainian petite bourgeois chauvinists, Semyon Petliura, who titled himself the head Eideman of Ukraine, signed an agreement to free Ukraine from the Soviet regime. This agreement, which would actually have made Ukraine a colony of bourgeois aristocratic Poland, was necessary for Pilsudski as a political pretext for justifying the invasion of Ukraine by Polish legions. Through this agreement, Pilsudski wanted to mislead the public opinion of the popular masses of Poland and Europe because offensive operations in Ukraine, in any event, would have been at odds with all previous declarations by Polish political figures and the press to the effect that Poland was in the side defending itself against the Bolsheviks' Red imperialism. Chapter 14: The White Poles' Ukrainian Operation. The Battle on the Berezina. The Red Army's counter-maneuver in Ukraine. At the same time, Pilsudski was not embarrassed by the fact that one of the sides signing the agreement was politically lacking in authority. The agreement was signed and came into force when the Polish forces in Ukraine were completing their concentration and deployment. By April 25, 1920, the enemy's forces in Ukraine had deployed in the following manner. Colonel Rybak's Pole Z Group, numbering 1,500 cavalry and an unknown number of infantry, 3 infantry and 3 cavalry regiments, which was operationally subordinated to the neighboring Polish Third Army to the right, was stationed along a 120-kilometer front along the Slavekna River, from its mouth, and then as far as the village of Milisheviki. The Third Army occupied a front along the Ubort and Sluch rivers, from Milisheviki, inclusively, as far as the Rovna, Berdichev Railroad on a 140-kilometer front, and numbered up to 14,000 infantry and more than 2,000 cavalry, 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division, the 4th and 7th Infantry Divisions, the 3rd Cavalry Brigade, and General Romer's Composite Cavalry Division. It was bordered on the south by the Polish Second Army along an 80-kilometer sector from the line including the Rovna, Berdichev Railroad to the town of Ledichev. On this sector, the enemy disposed of 10,486 infantry and 500 cavalry, the 15th Infantry, the Ukrainian and 13th Infantry Divisions. Finally, the Polish Sixth Army, numbering 16,700 infantry and 1,600 cavalry, 5th, 12th and 18th Infantry Divisions and Ukrainian detachments, formed the extreme right flank of the Polish-Ukrainian front, occupying a 90-kilometer front along a line excluding Ledichev, through Duraznia and further along the Kalushik River to its mouth. In all, more than 40,000 enemy infantry and cavalry were deployed along a 450-kilometer front in Ukraine. Taking into account the number of infantry in the 3 infantry regiments of Colonel Rybak's group, which were not included by us, as well as the Polish 5th Cavalry Brigade, one may confidently round out these figures to 45,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. The disposition of these forces was not equal along the entire front. Its density decreased from the right to the left flank. It was the smallest along the sector of the Polish Third Army, which was to have offensive significance in Pilsudski's plan. Along this army's sector, in their turn, 2 infantry divisions and a cavalry brigade, the 1st Legionnaire Infantry and 7th Infantry Divisions, and the 3rd Cavalry Brigade, formed General Rid Smigly's shock group. The Southwestern Front Command could oppose these enemy forces with the Red 12th Army, Mizininov, which occupied a front from the mouth of the Slavekna River through the village of Slavekno, Yemelchin, Novograd-Volinsk, the village of Baranovka-Ostropol, Senyava Station, all locales excluded, with an overall length of 340 to 360 kilometers, with forces numbering 6,849 infantry and 1,372 cavalry, 47th and 7th Rifle, 17th Cavalry, and 44th Rifle Divisions, having in the Army Reserve in the Zhytomyr area the 58th Rifle Division, which numbered 855 infantry, for a total of 7,904 infantry and 1,372 cavalry, and the Red 14th Army, Uberevich, which numbered 4,866 infantry and which was occupying the front from the line excluding the town of Ledichev, through and excluding Duraznia along the Kalushik River, and then along the Dniester to its mouth against Romania, while the 90-kilometer anti-Polish sector of the 14th Army's front was held by 2 rifle divisions, 45th and 60th Rifle Divisions, with an overall strength of 2,768 infantry. In all, we disposed of 15,338 infantry and 1,372 cavalry against 50,000 enemy infantry and cavalry. That is, he disposed of a nearly 5-fold superiority in forces. Our forces were stretched out in an even cordon along a front from the Pripyat River to the Dniester River, while as a typical feature of their position we should note the circumstance that the axis along the Novograd-Volinsk, Zhytomyr Railroad, which was most powerfully occupied by the enemy, was on our side covered by only the 17th Cavalry Division, which was both quantitatively and qualitatively weak along an extended front in a thickly wooded area. This disposition of our forces was precisely known to the enemy. In preparing to launch an attack in Ukraine, Pilsudski decided to take charge of it himself. Without giving up the overall command of all the Polish armies, he took command of the Polish Third Army, which, according to his plan, had the main role. Pilsudski's plan pursued the goal of completely defeating the Red 12th Army as the right flank of the main mass of the Soviet forces concentrated, in his opinion, in Ukraine. Upon breaking through this army's front along the Zhytomyr axis, with a simultaneous attack against its right flank from the Pole Z group, Pilsudski calculated on completely destroying with this double attack the entire northern flank of the Red Southwestern Front, which would open for him the path to Kiev, which was the political goal of the campaign. The plan pursued the seizure by cavalry of Malin and Katyn stations as immediate goals and rear junctions which the Reds, in Pilsudski's opinion, could not go around in their retreat. While carrying out this operation, it was planned to tie down the Red 14th Army with powerful frontal attacks so that it could not aid the 12th Army. Upon reaching the line of the Teterev River, Pilsudski planned to concentrate the main mass of his forces in the Zhytomyr, Berdichev, Kazadin triangle in order to, depending on circumstance, from there operate either against Kiev or against the Red 14th Army. In turning to an evaluation of Pilsudski's plan, we must first of all note that it proceeded from false political and strategic prerequisites, which determined its ultimate failure despite its temporary initial success. The falsity of the political prerequisite was that Pilsudski, in overestimating the significance of his alliance with Petliura, completely mistakenly evaluated the mood and sympathies of the broad masses of the Ukrainian population, which viewed the invasion of Ukraine by the Polish legionnaires as another intervention. Thus it was necessary for Pilsudski, in order to securely establish himself in Ukraine, to foresee its occupation, for which Poland's forces were insufficient. The experience of 1918 showed that the Austro-Germans needed to designate a 250,000-man strong army to occupy Ukraine, although their dominance reached only into the largest administrative centers and railroad lines, while waves of popular uprisings convulsively broke out along the remaining territory. In the strategic sense, Pilsudski's situation in Ukraine could also not be considered secure while the armies of the Red Western Front remained. maintaining their operational freedom and increasing in numbers, along the immediate operational axis to the main political center of the Polish state, Warsaw. Thus, the Polish offensive could count on the successful resolution in Ukraine of only one, purely local task, the defeat of one or two Soviet armies, and this could have been achieved without a five-fold superiority in forces, which was achieved at the expense of weakening Polish forces in the main theater. Many Polish authors adhere to this same opinion. One of these, Colonel Malisko, writes, "To ignore the situation in the north before the Kiev operation was a political and strategic mistake." Another Polish author, Falewicz, in evaluating that influence which Pilsudski's Ukrainian operation had upon the entire subsequent course of the war, said, "Although this campaign ended in success, it was, however, a defeat and tied to the impoverishment of half of the country, and we are still experiencing its material and moral consequences." Finally, we find an indirect half-admission in the memoirs of Pilsudski himself. In his book, 1920, he maintains that it was decided to launch the main attack in Ukraine because the main mass of Soviet forces was concentrated there, and that information about this came from his then Chief of Staff, General Haller. The Southwestern Front's armies in Ukraine had defensive tasks from the end of March 1920. They expected reinforcements and the concentration of those forces which were moving to the Southwestern Front according to the overall intentions for the deployment of our forces against Poland, after which the Southwestern Front Command intended to go over to the offensive. Aside from the significant numerical superiority, which, as we saw above, Pilsudski managed to secure, attendant circumstances significantly favored him in carrying out his mission. These circumstances consisted of the following. In one of the 12th Army's divisions, 44th Rifle, and two of the 14th Army's divisions, 45th and 41st Rifle, there existed a brigade each of Galician riflemen, formed from the former Galician Army following its joining the Soviet side in the early spring of 1920. Two of these brigades that were a part of the 14th Army, having fallen under the influence of anti-Soviet agitation, rose up just 2 days before the start of the general Polish offensive. The struggle against this mutiny swallowed up all the Red 14th Army's free reserves, and moreover was reflected in the situation of the neighboring 12th Army to the right. Although the 1st Galician Brigade, which was located on the Army's left flank, proved to be entirely loyal to the Soviet regime and in subsequent fighting demonstrated its fidelity to it, just in case, part of the 12th Army's free reserves was moved up to its left flank in the Galicians' rear, which bared the dangerous Zhytomyr axis even more so. Aside from the mutiny of the Galician brigades, which swallowed up the remnants of both our army's meager reserves, another reason of a more prolonged character was undermining their strength. A mutinous Kulak movement, which was led by national chauvinist parties, had built itself a firm nest on the Ukrainian right bank in the immediate rear of our armies. An enormous swath of territory to the east of the Vinnytsia, Slobodka Railroad, all the way to the banks of the Dnieper River, ended up engulfed in banditry. See Map 13 of the plate section. The majority of the bands operating on the right bank had a sharply expressed Petliurite coloration. Only in the southeastern corner of the right bank, the Kherson, Nikolaev, and Krivoy Rog area, did Makhno's forces dispute the rights for hegemony with Petliura. Petliura's bands were organized according to the same principles as Petliura's regular army. They were headed, in the majority of cases, by officers of Petliura's army who remained in the Red Army's rear during its victorious advance following Denikin's defeat. Having settled in its rear, the cadres of Petliura's units served as that adhesive material which secured for the yellow and blue banditry in Ukraine a certain resilience and viability. The unorganized and amorphous Kulak class received in the form of these cadres a necessary organizational force. According to an entire series of documents, we arrive at the conclusion that the settling of Petliura's cadres and agents during the withdrawals of his regular army was carried out according to a well-known, previously thought-out and compiled plan. These cadres settled most thickly in the areas of the main railroad junctions. In organizing a ring of bands around these junctions, Petliura held the Red Army's communications under constant threat and periodically disrupted their work. As early as 2 to 3 weeks before the start of the Polish offensive, the unification of the bands operating in the Balta, Ananyev area was taking place under the leadership of Tukhachevskii. Almost simultaneously, the very important railroad junction of Znamenka was being surrounded by a dense ring. The entire rear of the 12th and 14th Armies was crawling with large and small bands, which carried out raids on transport and railroad stations, while disorganizing the supply and feeding of these armies. The bandit Eidemans were guided by instructions from the Polish command, which they received through Petli Ura. As the Poles advanced, individual bands, for example, that of Tukhachevskii, became part of Petli Ura's regular army. On the basis of a thorough study of an entire series of materials, we consider it necessary to brush aside the assertions by certain sources that the Polish army's offensive was supposedly accompanied by widespread uprisings of the peasant masses in the rear of the Red Armies. The noisy Eidemans really did sometimes create incorrect impressions regarding the scope of their influence through their actions and operetta uprisings. In the majority of cases, the Petli Ura bands arose not as the result of peasant uprisings, but as the result of painstaking organizational work to create underground centers beforehand. Given the weakness, or more likely the complete absence of a Soviet apparatus in the countryside, the bands, organized along military lines and, while operating as partisans and relying on the sympathies of the kulaks and the temporary wavering of the middle peasants, had the opportunity of ruling unchallenged in entire areas, even given their comparatively small strength. The process of Sovietization, which demanded great resources and forces, could not keep up with the pace of the Red Army's advance, which were pursuing the remnants of Denikin's forces, at the end of 1919 and beginning of 1920. A gap was created into which Petli Ura's and Makhno's rushed. In opposition to the banditry on the Ukrainian right bank, Makhno's movement, which embraced an enormous area on the Ukrainian left bank, was not formally linked to either Vrangel or the Polish Petli Ura bloc. Objectively speaking, in destroying the Red Army's rear and distracting its forces from the front, Makhno's movement could be viewed by us as an ally of one or the other. His proclamation screamed about a struggle on two fronts, while in reality this was a one-sided struggle against the Soviet regime. His proclamations contained high-flown left revolutionary phrases about a third, super-socialist revolution, while in practice it was a kulak counter-revolution and a kulak spearhead that was clearing the way for Vrangel. Such was the essence of Makhno's movement in 1920. By the spring of 1920, Makhno had put right the organization of his bands that were collectively known as the Ukrainian Army of Rebellion. He divided his army into 3 corps. Each corps consisted of an indefinite number of regiments of a quite diverse makeup. The regiments were gathered from wandering freebooters. A bandit who gathered such a regiment became its permanent commander. The regiments were usually cavalry. If a band managed to get hold of a large amount of machine guns, then it formed a machine gun regiment. Having hidden out in his area in the winter of 1919-1920, with the arrival of spring in 1920, Makhno once again came out and began a partisan war in the rear of the Red 13th Army. Makhno's forces blew up bridges along the rail lines, attacked railroad stations and transport and individual units of the Red Army. The 42nd Rifle Division and a brigade from the Estonian Division fought against them. These units occupied Makhno's main bases, the town of Gulyai-Pali, and seized almost all of his artillery, but Makhno and his detachments remained uncatchable, and the struggle against him did not cease for nearly the entire summer of 1920, until the political situation forced him to once again adopt an accommodating position regarding the Soviet regime. On the Ukrainian right bank, the struggle against banditry also demanded men and material from the military command. The shortage of forces had to be made up from the field troops, once again weakening them numerically. For example, the 12th Army alone detached from its units 8 expeditionary detachments, each numbering from 150 to 200 soldiers. Alongside the field forces, reserve units, the inflated commands of the military commissariats and battalions of internal security forces waged the struggle against banditry. The internal front demanded the command's close attention. In April and May, some bands were already operating in close proximity to Kharkov, front headquarters, and the capital of the Ukrainian government. In the last days of April, rail communications between Poltava and Kharkov, the Kovyaga rebellion, were cut. The bands threatened the main communications of the 12th and 14th Armies, which were operating against the attacking Poles. As we have already noted, the Polish offensive was accompanied by a sharp reinforcement and liveliness in the activities of all the bands of the Petli Ura stripe. The internal and external fronts were cooperating with each other. The intensity of the situation in the rear of the field armies demanded from the command and government a number of organizational measures for securing the normal and unhindered struggle against the bandit groups. The diffuse and unorganized efforts of individual armies and military commissariats to eliminate the internal front failed to yield the necessary results. By May, an apparatus for controlling the struggle with banditry in Ukraine had taken final shape. The position of Rear Chief was created within the front's Military Revolutionary Council. The same sorts of positions of Rear Chief were created in all the armies and provinces. The political control of the struggle was concentrated in special organs, the so-called permanent conferences for fighting banditry, which consisted of representatives from the command, the revolutionary military committees, executive committees, party organizations, and land and food organs. Comrade Dzerzhinsky, who had been commandeered by the government of the RSFSR to Ukraine, took up his duties as chief of the rear in May. The struggle against banditry demanded a great deal of combat exertion from the troops. An enemy who operates in a partisan fashion, who is resourceful, tireless, and mobile, and who has an excellent knowledge of the terrain, demanded the very same qualities from the Red Army's detachments. The troops and the command element retrained themselves on the go, while acquiring in the practical struggle the necessary skills of partisan activity. The rear swallowed up significant forces. By the autumn of 1920, all the units designated for the struggle against banditry in Ukraine were already grouped into 5 internal service divisions, each consisting of 3 brigades, internal service troops. As we have already noted, alongside them were other units, reserve and other, waging the struggle against banditry. Internal service units gradually acquired in their struggle with banditry a new ally in the form of detachments of the rural poor undergoing formation, detachments of poor villagers. We halted quite consciously on the description of the Red Army's rear in Ukraine. The problem of front and rear in a revolutionary class war appears in a completely different light than in the wars of previous ages. The belligerent sides in a revolutionary class war, more than in any other war, have the opportunity of relying on the armed assistance of sympathetic groups in their enemy's rear. There is hardly any reason to prove that great opportunities are opening up along these lines for the army of the proletarian revolution. Any war, which the Soviet Union will be forced to wage, will at some point be a revolutionary class war. We consider it our task in our study to reveal at the same time the features and signs which, in our opinion, distinguish a revolutionary class war from a number of other wars. According to the experience of the War of 1918-1921, a future revolutionary class war is conceived by us as a combination of a modern, major war and a so-called small war. The Red Army's command element must be prepared even in peacetime not only for operations in a major war, this is the most important thing, but for decisive partisan operations, which is to say, for a small war. Such was the overall situation at the front and in the rear of both our armies, when at dawn on April 25, 1920, the enemy went over to a general offensive along the sector from the Pripyat to the Dniester rivers. The enemy's shock groups managed to break through the Red 12th Army's porous front without difficulty. On that same day, that is, April 25th, Rybak's group occupied Ovruch, while General Ryd's, Smigly's group was developing an energetic offensive, and its infantry, the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division, which was moving partially on trucks, covered 80 kilometers in one day and at dawn on April 26th, captured the city of Zhytomyr following a fight with the 58th Rifle Division along the near approaches to it. On that same day, the enemy occupied Karasin and Radomysl, thus establishing himself along the lateral rail line running behind the Red 12th Army's front, Karasin, Zhytomyr. As a result of the enemy's operations, as early as the second day following the start of his offensive, the 12th Army had ceased to exist as a controlled entity. 4 of its divisions, 47th, 7th and 58th Rifle and 17th Cavalry, having lost communications with Army headquarters and between each other, were already falling back to the east, striving to reach their rear military roads. Only the Army's left flank 44th Rifle Division continued to fight the enemy along the front. However, under enemy pressure it also had to yield 30 kilometers to him, falling back from the village of Chudnov to the front Kiki, by Zamovka. The 14th Army was more successful in beating off the enemy's demonstration attacks along its sector. Thus Pilsudski's plan had yielded fruits as early as April 26. Subsequent days along the 12th Army's sector were characterized by the enemy's new achievements and vain attempts by the 12th Army Command put the retreat of its divisions in order and to organize resistance along intermediate lines. It was unable to achieve either of these objectives, the first because of the loss of communications with its divisions, and the second due to the absence of free and fresh reserves at its disposal. On the night of 26 to 27 April, Rybak's cavalry seized Malin Station, while Roemer's composite cavalry division attacked the Kazadin Junction Station and captured it, destroying units of the 44th Rifle Division in this area. For this reason, the latter was forced to sharply shift its withdrawal to the south, in the direction of Makhnovka and Samgorodok, and for this reason fell out of the army for a long time. However, the seizure of Malin and Kazadin did not create the insuperable congestion in the rear of the 12th Army's retreating units for which Pilsudski was striving. The 44th Rifle Division, as we have already seen, bypassed this congestion, while the 7th Rifle Division, which was falling back in a compact formation, knocked out the Polish Corps at Malin Station on the night of 27 to 28 April and threw the Polish cavalry occupying it to the north and opened a path to Kiev for itself and the remnants of the 47th Rifle Division. However, these tactical successes did not change the overall difficult strategic situation. A significant gap had opened up between the 12th and 14th Armies, into which the enemy streamed. The 14th Army, in shifting the front of its right flank, the 45th Rifle Division, sharply to the north, was also supposed to begin a withdrawal in the general direction of Zmarinka, in order to then cover the Odessa axis. Up until now, the Polish Third Army's operations had developed with extreme speed and energy. The following figures paint a picture of this. The 6th Cavalry Brigade from Rybak's group covered 180 kilometers in 2 days. The 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division covered 80 kilometers in 1 day. But subsequently, when the first part of the operation had been realized and the remnants of the 12th Army remained to be pursued, the pace of the pursuit fell considerably and the pursuit itself took on a spasmodic character. There were reasons for this, which had their explanation in the waverings of the Polish High Command. Despite its comparatively close proximity to the troops, Pilsudski's headquarters was in Rovna. Due to the rapid increase in events and the contradictory nature of the information it was receiving, lacked a clear understanding of the developing situation, which by this time it was seeing in a distorted manner. For example, on April 28th, it still did not have any kind of information about events in the Malin area and, on the basis of false rumors, believed that Roemer's cavalry division had been routed around Kazatan. The sole bit of data positively known to it was that the 14th Army's resistance had proved to be unexpectedly stubborn, and that forward units of Rydz-Smigly's group had reached the line of the Teterev River. Concerned by this circumstance, on the following day Pilsudski halted his left flank in place and pushed his center forward an insignificant distance, and gathered the 15th Infantry Division into his reserve in the event of the necessity of more decisive operations against the 14th Army. Taking advantage of this situation, the 12th Army's units broke contact with the enemy and carried out their withdrawal in quieter conditions. Due to the overall situation, the Red Southwestern Front Command made the decision to limit itself to the defensive along the Kiev and Odessa axes until the arrival of the 1st Cavalry Army at the Southwestern Front. The following day, in turn, passed for Pilsudski in wavering. He stood before a choice of two decisions: to either cut the 14th Army off from crossings over the Dnieper by dispatching all of his cavalry on Cherkasy and Znamenka, or by shifting his group's center of gravity to the Kiev axis to pursue his ultimate goal, the seizure of the city of Kiev. The occupation of the town of Belyat-Surkov by Polish cavalry finally convinced Pilsudski that a significant and unfilled gap existed between the Red 12th and 14th Armies, which put an end to his wavering. On May 3rd, he decided to choose as the chief object of his operations the city of Kiev. Its capture was entrusted to General Rydz-Smigly's group, which, upon receiving the 15th Infantry Division and the Composite Cavalry Division, was to be renamed the Third Army. According to the plan of the Kiev operation, the Third Army was supposed to reach the line of the Dnieper River from the mouth of the Pripyat River to the mouth of the Krasnaya River. The Polish Second Army was supposed to support it from the south, while the Polish Sixth Army was given the task of securing the Mogiliev-Kazadin-Kiev Railroad from the south. While supporting the Polish Third Army in the Polzey, the Polish Fourth Army was to begin an offensive on May 7th toward the sector of the Dnieper River between the mouths of the Pripyat and Berezina rivers. Meanwhile, by the end of the day on May 5th, the remnants of the 12th Army, which numbered only 2,511 infantry and 893 cavalry, were located along the immediate approaches to Kiev, behind the Irpin River, while bending their left flank through the village of Vida to the very Dnieper. The 44th Rifle Division was found significantly to the south of them, along the front Vintsitovka, Terashka. Comrade Degtyaryov's small composite detachment was located in the space between these two groups along the left bank of the Dnieper River, in the Guzinsy area. Finally, the 14th Army was forming in the area of Vapnyarka Station, along the Odessa axis, with the 60th Rifle Division along the front Sherepanovka, Myaskovka, while at the same time the 45th Rifle Division was falling back from the town of Tulchin to Trostianets. A brigade, the 63rd Rifle Brigade, which had been transferred to the southwestern front by order of the commander-in-chief from the 21st Rifle Division, was in the town of Zvenigorodka. In preparing to capture Kiev, General Ryd Smigly, in expectation of a stubborn struggle for this major political center of Ukraine, had concentrated 3 of his infantry divisions along a narrow front to attack the city of Kiev from the west, while at the same time Rybak's group was to launch an attack on Kiev from the north. In order to secure this operation, the Polish Second Army was to extend itself far to the east, while changing its front almost due south. However, the attack launched by Ryd Smigly merely hit air. The 12th Army's thoroughly weakened and bled-white units could not withstand the pressure of the enemy's forward units and, under their onslaught, abandoned the line of the Irpin River. On May 6, 1920, the commander of the 12th Army was forced to issue orders to abandon the city of Kiev and to withdraw Soviet forces to the left bank of the Dnieper River. On May 9, the enemy crossed part of his forces to the left bank of the Dnieper River opposite Kiev and occupied a bridgehead along the river's left bank. The 12th Army's attempts to throw the enemy back were the beginning of a series of local battles in this area, which continued throughout May with partial shifts of the front line in this or that direction. The situation along the 14th Army's sector developed the same way. The enemy's actions after the fall of Kiev, despite his partial successes, essentially took on the character of an active defense. Here the influence of the law of space told, which eventually swallowed up the energy of the Polish offensive, as well as the absence of free forces which could be distracted to the Belarusian theater from Ukraine through the active operations of the Soviet Western Front. This activity led both sides to the first major battle of this campaign in Belorussia, along the Berezina River. The small combat episodes around Kiev wrapped up the enemy's Ukrainian operation, which was characterized by his complete domination of the initiative. New events were ripening against the background of these episodes and were linked to the approach of the 1st Cavalry Army to the Ukrainian front, and which were the beginning of a new operation along this front, which took place in a situation in which our initiative dominated. But before taking up the examination of this operation, we will attempt, in a few words, to sum up the results of the recently completed period of the campaign in Ukraine. As we have already noted, in undertaking an offensive against Ukraine, Pilsudski was pursuing political and strategic goals. The operational task of defeating the 12th Army was not an end in itself, but was merely an intermediate task in the process of achieving both final goals. Neither one nor the other of these goals was achieved. The declaration of Ukrainian independence did not secure Pilsudski a political base in Ukraine. The strategic goal, which in the overall war plan was seen as the defeat of the main mass of Soviet forces concentrated in Ukraine, was also not achieved for the reason that these forces were not there. They were concentrating and deploying at this time in the Belarusian theater. Thus, Pilsudski's strategic attack proved to have been launched away from these forces, and when the energy of his attack dissipated in the Ukrainian expanses, his strategic situation turned out to be less favorable than at the beginning of the operation. The battle on the Berezina before long ignited the first sparks of concern in the hearts and minds of Polish politicians and strategists. Let us now look to see to what degree Pilsudski managed to realize the operational tasks along the path to the achievement of his ultimate goals. And they, in our opinion, were not resolved to that degree to which they might have been achieved, given such a significant numerical superiority of the Polish forces. To be sure, the Red 12th Army had been thoroughly worn out, and throughout the entire subsequent campaign it experienced the moral consequences of the hit it had taken, but its defeat was not completed by an energetic pursuit. The Red 14th Army was ignored. The enemy missed an opportunity to inflict a separate defeat on it, which it had every opportunity of doing, beginning on April 28. The 14th Army, which retained its combat capability, continued to tie down significant enemy forces. The Army's activity, in connection with the enemy's need to secure two operational axes, which diverged from each other and lay along opposite flanks, the Kiev and Odessa axes, created that cordon location of his forces in Ukraine that subsequently enabled the Red Command to carry out its countermaneuver. These mistakes did not flow from Pilsudski's operational plan, the merits of which we have noted. They were a consequence, on the one hand, of the incorrect political and strategic prerequisites of the entire plan of operations, and, on the other hand, of those waverings and indecisiveness which set in the actions of the Polish High Command after which it had achieved its initial goals in the form of the defeat of the Red 12th Army. These waverings were reflected in the weakening of the pace of the pursuit and the ignoring along its right flank of those undisrupted Soviet forces represented by the 14th Army. In the situation that had arisen for the Soviet armies in Ukraine in the spring of 1920, the chief reason for the failure of the 12th and the withdrawal of the 14th Red Armies was the extremely unfavorable correlation of forces. No kind of flexible countermaneuver was thinkable given such a correlation. The single correct decision would have been the timely withdrawal of the 12th Army, under the cover of rearguards, out from under the attack launched against it. This decision also brought about the withdrawal of the 14th Army and the temporary and voluntary cession of a significant portion of territory. If the High Command and the Southwestern Front Command were unable to decide upon this energetic measure due to political considerations, then there remained to do only what they did: to attempt to hold out along intermediate lines for the purpose of winning time until the arrival of fresh forces. The shortcoming of this method of operations was the great exhaustion of the combat organisms, of which the 12th Army is an example. The Red High Command, proceeding from a correct appraisal of the scale of the Polish offensive in Ukraine, saw the sole possibility for a decisive change in the situation in its favor in the commitment into the fighting of a major shock fist along the decisive axis. Before the concentration of this fist in the form of the 1st Cavalry Army, the High Command's measures came down to, first of all, the preservation of this fist in its entirety without dispersing it beforehand, and, secondly, in the creation of favorable conditions for this fist's operations. Thus, as early as May 8, Commander-in-Chief S. Kamenev demanded the greatest possible activity from the 12th Army in order to tie down significant enemy forces at the front. The Red 14th Army, in turn, was supposed to maneuver in such a way as to draw significant enemy forces to the Odessa axis. Thus, having stretched the enemy's front, they planned to make it easier for the 1st Cavalry Army to launch an attack along the internal flank of one of the Polish armies. It was then planned to direct its attack approximately to the railroad junction of Kazatin. The final formulation and realization of this plan was the content of the subsequent period of the campaign in Ukraine, which was marked by a series of brilliant successes by Red Arms and nearly coinciding in time with the revival of activity along the Crimean axis, which was also characterized by the enemy's initial dominance of the initiative and his spatial successes. The halting at a standstill of the scope of the Polish offensive in Ukraine nearly coincided with the renewed active operations by the Western Front's Red Armies. However, in undertaking these operations, the Western Front Command had in mind not so much helping the Southwestern Front as striving to preempt the enemy's general offensive in Belorussia. The activity of the Polish Fourth Army, in the opinion of the Western Front commander, offered a basis for such assumptions. The Polish Fourth Army, in assisting the Polish Third Army's operations along the Kiev axis, developed an energetic offensive along its right flank and throughout 8 to 9 May advanced as far as the Dnieper River and captured the town of Rakitsa. Wishing to preserve its situation and to deprive the Poles of the opportunity to draw our main group of forces into actions thrust upon it, the Western Front commander decided to move from the defensive to the offensive. On May 12, 1920, he issued orders to go over to an energetic offensive without waiting to concentrate all of his forces for the purpose of defeating and throwing the Polish army into the Pinsk marshes. Special reasons favored the realization of the Western Front commander's plan. They consisted not in the numerical correlation of forces, but in their relative location. The absolute correlation of the enemy's forces was thus: the Western Front's 61,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry opposed the Poles' 50,800 infantry and 4,500 cavalry. But the Polish forces were extended along a nearly even cordon over a length of 500 kilometers, from the western Dwina River to the village of Loyev on the Dnieper, while the Western Front Command disposed of a massive group of forces in its immediate rear behind its right flank, which consisted of 5 rifle and 1 cavalry divisions with an overall strength of 35,736 infantry and 2,416 cavalry, which the Western Front commander had decided to deploy along the 60-kilometer Yanopolyi, Kamenev, Tukhachevskii, Tukhachevskii sector. Thus, the Western Front commander had secured a decisive superiority of force along the attack sector chosen by him. According to the Western Front commander's plan, the decisive role in launching this attack would fall upon Comrade Kork's 15th Army, which included all of the above-named divisions. It was to launch its main attack in the direction of Ushak and Zyabki. Comrade Sergeyev's Northern Group, which had been formed as early as May 5th, was to support the 15th Army's operations by turning the enemy's flank from the north. But it was unable to concentrate in time, and thus for its active operations its commander could only detach a small shock group, 2 regiments from the 164th Rifle Brigade, numbering only 700 infantry and 8 guns. At the same time, Comrade Sologub's 16th Army, upon going over to the offensive along the Eideman axis and crossing the Berezina River, was to tie down the enemy from the front and interfere with his possible countermaneuver against the 15th Army. Thus, according to the Western Front Command's plan, the 16th Army would launch a supporting attack in the forthcoming operation. It should be noted that the fulfillment of this task required this army's preliminary regrouping. The main mass of its forces had been concentrated on its left flank, along the Moser axis, 10th, 17th, and 57th Rifle Divisions. The single 8th Rifle Division was securing the Borisov and Bobruisk axes and was stretched along a 200-kilometer front. In calculating the time and space, the 16th Army commander, Comrade Sologub, believed that the shifting of the center of gravity of the concentration of his forces to the Eideman axis might be accomplished no earlier than 19 to 20 May. The Western Front commander ordered the 16th Army to force the Berezina no later than May 17th. In wishing to avoid the wooded and swampy upper reaches of the Berezina River, the commander of the 15th Army decided to initially launch his attack in the general direction of Ushak and Zyabki, with a subsequent change in the direction of this attack toward Molodechno. The deployment of the 15th Army in a single line of divisions along the indicated front was concluded by the morning of May 12th. By this time, the overall disposition of the forces of both sides in the Belarusian theater was as follows. The Polish First Army, General Zygodlowicz, numbering 34,000 infantry and 1,300 cavalry, 1st and 2nd Cavalry Brigades, the Lithuanian Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division, and the 8th and 10th Infantry Divisions, was deployed along the front Lake Pelik, Ushak, Varianovo Station, Disna along a 150-kilometer front, rounded off. The Polish Fourth Army, General Septycki, numbering 17,200 infantry and 3,200 cavalry, 9th Infantry Division, a cavalry brigade, the 14th Infantry Division, a brigade from the 6th Infantry Division, and the 2nd Legionnaire Infantry Division, was deployed along the front Loyev, Rakitsa, Gorval, Bobruisk, Borisov, excluding Lake Pelik, with an overall length of 350 kilometers, rounded off. The High Command's reserve, the 17th Infantry Division, 4,800 infantry, was located in the area of the town of Lida. The 16th Infantry Division, 4,800 infantry, which was arriving at the 4th Army's reserve, was heading along the Borisov and Zlobin axes with a brigade each. Against these enemy forces, the Red Armies of the Western Front were deployed in the following manner. Sergeyev's Northern Group had its shock group, 700 infantry, opposite the town of Disna. Kork's 15th Army, 6th, 53rd, 4th, 11th, 56th, and 29th Rifle and 15th Cavalry Divisions, numbering 35,736 infantry and 2,416 cavalry, was along the sector Yanopolyi, Kamenev, Tukhachevskii, Tukhachevskii along a 60-kilometer front, rounded off. Sologub's 16th Army, 8th, 10th, 17th, and 57th Rifle Divisions, numbering 28,449 infantry, began its regrouping on May 6 and continued it without overly exerting itself. The 17th Rifle Division was moving up to the Teterin, Shepeleviki, Golovchin area, 50 kilometers northeast of the village of Berezino. To the south was the 8th Rifle Division, which had set about turning over its sectors by brigade. The 24th Rifle Brigade was turning over the sector Ozdiatiki, Batsevichi, Yakimovskaya settlement to a brigade from the 10th Rifle Division. The 23rd Rifle Brigade was occupying the front opposite Borisov in expectation of being relieved by the slated arrival of the 21st Rifle Division's lead brigade. The general assumption of the offensive was set for May 14th. As should have been expected, the actions of Sergeyev's shock group, although it crossed the western Dwina River successfully, did not have any particular influence on the development of the 15th Army's activities, which developed successfully without its assistance, while the Army's left flank, along which the so-called Southern Group was operating, which had been formed from the 29th Rifle Division and its other units, was unable to avoid the wooded and swampy upper reaches of the Berezina River. As the 15th Army advanced, its front increased. On May 18th, the front ran along the line Lusky, Glubokoi, Lake Mazhuzhal, Malaya Berezina, Lake Domsheretskoy, while the Army's flanks ended up being pinned back relative to the center, and the overall length of the front reached 110 kilometers. Up until now, the 15th Army had been left entirely to its own devices. It was only at dawn on May 19th that the 16th Army crossed two of its incomplete divisions, 17th and 8th Rifle, to the right bank of the Berezina River, south of the town of Borisov, and began to develop its attack on the town of Eideman. Combat activities here from 19 through May 23 were of purely local significance. Despite the fact that our units managed to advance as far as the town of Eideman and capture it, the 16th Army's forces were insufficient for widening the wedge of its attack, and its base immediately began to experience attacks by the enemy's reserves, which threatened to cut off our units from the crossings over the Berezina River. The significant distance between the internal flanks of the 15th and 16th Armies, which reached 120 kilometers, excluded the mutual coordination of their actions and would make the enemy's counter-maneuver against the 16th Army easier. Only on May 22nd, having been reinforced by the lead units of the 18th Rifle Division, which was arriving from Polotsk, did Sergeyev's Northern Group began to pull even with the 15th Army's right flank. The latter was getting ready at this time to change the direction of its advance on Molodechno. This maneuver boiled down to the nearly equal distribution of all the 15th Army's forces along three diverging axes: the Postavy axis, 53rd Rifle Division, 15th Cavalry Division, and the Army's reserve, the 6th Rifle Division in the village of Glubokoi. The Molodechno axis, 4th, 11th, and 56th Rifle Divisions, and the Zemban axis, the Southern Group, with about 2 divisions, with active tasks for each of these groups, and which pursued the goal of reaching the front Postavy, Voistum, Radishkovichi. Sergeyev's Northern Group, which as yet consisted of only one rifle brigade, was at the same time directed to the northwest, in the general direction of Bratslav. Thus 4 diverging axes were planned at distances of 55, 75, and 55 kilometers from each other, along which from May 23 the Northern Group and the 15th Army, which was launching the main attack, were to begin to operate, which led to the latter's being swallowed up in space, although up until May 27 the 15th Army's offensive continued to develop due to the initial inertia. It was only on May 27 that it began to encounter the enemy's more stubborn resistance, and the front line began to waver in places under the influence of the enemy's pressure, which was beginning to make itself felt along the Zemban axis, with the gradual spread of this pressure to the Molodechno axis. The Northern Group encountered stubborn enemy resistance along the Bratslav axis, and the fighting here was indecisive and back and forth. All of these data speaks to the maturation of an overall shift in the situation not in our favor, and were the result of the beginning of the Polish counter-maneuver. Having initially taken the 15th Army's offensive for a demonstration, Pilsudski then rapidly got a handle on the situation. Having united the control of both of his armies in Belorussia in the hands of the commander of the Polish 4th Army, General Septycki, he ordered the transfer to the Minsk axis from Ukraine 2 infantry divisions and 1 infantry brigade, which had been pulled back into the reserve there beforehand, and moved from within the country to Svinchenys the 7th Reserve Infantry Brigade and some other units, forming in the Svinchenys area a fist in the form of General Sosnkowski's Reserve Army, which had a strength of 4 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry brigade, 8th, 10th, 11th Infantry Divisions, a brigade from the 5th Infantry Division, the 7th Reserve Brigade, and the 1st Cavalry Brigade, and the same sort of fist along the Minsk axis in the Zembin area in the form of Skirskiy's group, 1.5 infantry divisions, 15th Infantry Division, and a brigade from the 4th Infantry Division. He conceived of an attack against both of the 15th Army's flanks in the directions of Postavy and Shklyantsy, and to squeeze it in a pincer movement and destroy it. But to secure the operation's success, they first had to eliminate the 16th Army's Eideman wedge, and the first attacks fell upon it by the reinforcements arriving at the Minsk axis. Throughout 22 to 23 May they forced the wedge's head to pull back from Eideman to the Berezina, May 26, through attacks from the south and north against its base. During the subsequent days, the 16th Army fell back to the river's left bank. The attack against the 16th Army's wedge was the prologue to a broader counter-maneuver against the 15th Army, and this counter-maneuver began to develop, as we have seen, from the Zembin axis by General Skirskiy's shock group from the Polish 4th Army. Correctly assessing the change in the situation along the 15th Army sector, the commander of the Western Front himself adopted measures to establish the coordination of the internal flanks of both our armies. On May 29, he ordered the 16th Army to once again cross the Berezina River, this time north of Borisov, but the regrouping necessary to carry out this order required several days. Despite the elongation of its rear and the detected increase in enemy strength, the 15th Army was ordered to energetically continue the offensive. Thus, the commander of the 15th Army gathered all of his free reserves to the Molodechno axis, to Shklyantsy, bearing the Postavy axis. He also planned to stretch the 53rd Rifle Division's front to the south along the latter axis. Thus, the conditions for maneuver were eased for the enemy along this axis. On May 31st, the enemy's counter-maneuver against the 15th Army unfolded in full. On this day, General Sosnkowski's Reserve Army went over to an energetic offensive along the Postavy axis and tore open the boundary between the 15th Army and the Northern Group. The enemy's operations developed less successfully along the Molodechno and Zembin axes, where the already worn-out Polish 1st Army, which consisted of 3.5 infantry divisions, 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division, the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, the 17th Infantry Division, and a brigade from the 6th Infantry Division, which the Western Front commander decided to take advantage of and launch a powerful attack against the enemy along the Zembin axis. For this purpose, the Front Reserve, the 12th Rifle Division, which had just arrived at the village of Glubokowai, was transferred to the 15th Army commander on the night of 1 to 2 June. Upon reinforcing his southern group with this division, the 15th Army commander was supposed to develop his attack on Smoleviki. The 16th Army, which was ordered to cross the Berezina at dawn on June 3 north of Borisov and attack towards Zodin and Smoleviki, was to support the attack. Thus, each of the sides was seeking to achieve a decision along its opposite flank. But the Western Front Command, in order to realize its idea, had to lay bare even more the Postavy axis, along which the enemy was strongly pressing. This axis was very important for both sides, because it led the enemy into the 15th Army's rear. The 15th Army commander made this task even easier for the enemy through his orders. He dispatched the entire 12th Rifle Division to the village of Shklyantsy, and after it a brigade from the 54th Rifle Division, which had just arrived at the 15th Army sector, and the 15th Cavalry Division. None of these units arrived at their designated location. While they were moving on Shklyantsy on June 2nd, the enemy completely broke through the 53rd Rifle Division's front. The 15th Army's reserves were turned on the march once again to the Postavy axis and were committed into the fighting in packets, but they were unable to restore the situation. Thus, June 2nd was the crisis of the entire operation. The following days were marked by the general withdrawal of the 15th Army and the Northern Group. Not being in a condition to hold out along the Nuda River, both units fell back on June 8th to a shorter front resting on water lines, which ran along the line Lake Bolshaya Yelna, Lake Zato, Auda River, with the left flank resting on the Berezina River. As a result of its counter-maneuver, which began on June 1st and concluded on June 8th, the enemy managed to completely restore his position along the Berezina River. Neither side was able to achieve the complete realization of its goals during the Battle of the Berezina. We were unable to throw the enemy into the Pinsk marshes, and he was unable to destroy the 15th Army. All of the difficulty of the fighting in this battle lay upon the 15th Army. Before May 22, the Northern Group was too weak to substantially assist it, and the 16th Army's activities were not coordinated either in time or in space. These were the objective reasons that made the 15th Army's situation more difficult. The subjective reasons that made it easier for the enemy to carry out his tasks were expressed in the maneuvering of the 15th Army during the shift of its axis toward Molodechno along 3 diverging axes, and in the weakening of the Postavy axis at the moment when the attack by the enemy's reserve army had been detected. The 15th Army's escape from the enemy pincers was eased because the latter's army along the Molodechno axis itself surged forward, without waiting for the maneuver by the flanking groups to manifest itself, and made a dent at the head of the 15th Army's wedge. The Battle of the Berezina, which arose from a preventive offensive by the Red Western Front's armies, despite a number of frictions in the area of organization and control, which have been noted by us and which to a certain extent are inevitable in war, nevertheless achieved those limited aims for the sake of which it was undertaken by the Western Front Command. We pointed out earlier that the Western Front commander had as his main goal the thwarting of the planned Polish offensive. As is now known, Pilsudski really did have a plan. Immediately upon the completion of the White Poles Kiev operation, to develop operations against the left flank of the Western Front's armies in the general direction of Zlobin. For this purpose, the enemy had already grouped his maneuver reserves along the Berdichev, Zhytomyr, Karasin, Kalinkovichi, Zlobin lateral rail line, which linked the Ukrainian and Belarusian theaters. But these reserves had to be transferred to the Polotsk and Minsk axes and were used to parry our attacks. Moreover, our preventive offensive influenced the entire subsequent course of the war. The Poles had to limit their campaign in Ukraine to the merely defensive aims of holding the space already seized, because the free operational reserves had to be rapidly transferred to Belorussia. The Polish fronts wavering along the shortest operational axes to Warsaw made the enemy nervous and forced him to adjust his plan. Even the deep reserves that were still just completing their formation, the 7th Reserve Brigade, felt the influence of our attack on themselves. No less important were the moral results of our offensive. They testify to the offensive elan and combat capability of our units. These results could have been more significant had some of our purely technical mistakes not occurred. The technique of organizing and carrying out an operation is acquired by means of long experience. We did not acquire this experience immediately. Beginning with the Battle of the Berezina, our will to victory began to masterfully hang over the suppressed psyche of the Polish commanders for quite a long time. The daring of the revolutionary strategy fully justified itself and once again underlined the significance of the moral element in war, which is an element people often lose sight of. If, on the whole, the Battle of the Berezina facilitated the enemy's moral depression, then on the other hand, it could not but call forth an improved morale in the ranks of the Red Army. This was particularly important for the Western Front's main divisions, which had spent the previous year's campaign on the defensive. These divisions saw that they, just like the divisions from the other fronts, which were accustomed to bold offensive operations, could and should attack. Finally, the Battle of the Berezina was also valuable for us from the point of view of its organizational experience. It revealed some of our operational shortcomings, poorly developed army control apparatuses, the small amount of communications equipment, etc., and the ensuing period of quiet enabled us to fix them somewhat. At the same time that the Battle of the Berezina entered into a period of stubborn struggle for the initiative on both sides, with the enemy getting the upper hand, then a completely opposite picture had come about in Ukraine. Here there finally appeared the long-awaited 1st Cavalry Army, which had been marching from the Caucasus. On May 18th, its main forces, numbering 16,700 cavalry, 48 guns, 5 armored trains, 8 armored cars, and 12 aircraft, were detected within the environs of Yelisavetgrad. On that day, the commander of the Southwestern Front, Yegorov, planned to create 3 operational groups on the Ukrainian right bank. Yakar's Fastov Group, consisting of 2 rifle divisions, 44th and 45th and Kotovsky's Cavalry Brigade, Budyaniai's Kazadin Group, which included the entire 1st Cavalry Army, and the Zmarinka Group near Borovichi, consisting of the entire 14th Army, that is, 2 2/3 Rifle and 1 Cavalry Divisions, 41st and 60th Rifle and 8th Cavalry Divisions that had just been transferred from the Crimean Front, and the 21st and 63rd Rifle Brigades. The Kazatyn Cavalry Group was the shock group, which would operate between the two infantry groups, securing its flanks. By the time the 1st Cavalry Army entered the fighting, the enemy's front in Ukraine had finally become established, and the enemy had gone over to the defensive along its length. The Poles' 3rd Army, consisting of 3 incomplete divisions, Colonel Rybak's group, the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division and the Ukrainian 6th Division, and the 1st Cavalry Brigade, 7th Cavalry Division, while occupying the affront from the mouth of the Pripyat River as far as the town of Belyat-Surkov, inclusively, with a bridgehead on the left bank of the Dnieper opposite Kiev, had the task of securing the Kiev area from the east and south. The Polish 2nd Army, including 2 infantry and 1 cavalry divisions, 7th and 13th Infantry Divisions and Romer's former Cavalry Division, which were stationed along the front excluding Belyat-Surkov to the town of Lipovets, inclusively, was to secure the Kazatyn Railroad junction. The Polish 6th Army, consisting of 4 incomplete divisions, 12th and 18th Infantry, a Ukrainian division and a brigade from the 5th Infantry Division, was covering the axis on Zmarinka along the front excluding Lipovets, Gazin, Yampol. The overall strength of all the Polish forces in Ukraine was 60,000 infantry and cavalry. They were stationed almost in an even cordon from the mouth of the Pripyat River to the Dniester River along a front exceeding 400 kilometers. The commander of the southwestern front could oppose to the enemy's forces, even after the arrival of the 1st Cavalry Army, only 36,985 infantry and cavalry, but there were 16,000 and more infantry and cavalry in the group of forces which was securing the concentration of the main attack on Kazatyn. Determining the overall enemy strength at 58,000 infantry and cavalry, and believing that the center of gravity of his group of forces had been shifted to the Kiev axis, the Southwestern Front commander decided to select as the main goal of his actions the enemy's Kiev group of forces. The 12th Army was supposed to cross the Dnieper north of Kiev and attack in the general direction of Karasin, cutting the railroad between Karasin Station and Kiev near Borodyanka Station. Yaker's group, while attacking toward Belyat-Surkov, had the task of attracting as many enemy forces upon itself as possible, thus making the 1st Cavalry Army's task easier. The latter, while energetically attacking toward Kazatyn, was supposed to seize it no later than June 1st and, while securing itself with a screen to the west, to operate against the rear of the enemy's Kiev group. The 14th Army was supposed to capture the Vinnytsia, Zmarinka area for demonstration purposes no later than June 1st. The start of the operation was set for May 26th. It unfolded in the following manner. Initially, the fighting seesawed back and forth along the 12th Army's sector and that of Yaker's group, with local waverings of the front line in this and that direction. The 12th Army, while fighting along the front, was awaiting the complete concentration near the town of Oster of the 12th Rifle Division, sent to reinforce it in order to set about crossing the Dnieper River. On May 29th, the 1st Cavalry Army ran into the Polish 13th Infantry Division's fortified position, which was covering the Kazatyn Railroad junction, committing its divisions into the fighting in detail, and in a series of frontal attacks sought to break through it. The 14th Army was involved in local fighting. Only on June 5th, having concentrated all of its forces to its right flank, did the commander of the 1st Cavalry Army manage to break into the enemy's rear along the boundary between the Polish 6th and 3rd Armies. This breakthrough coincided in time with the crossing to the right bank of the Dnieper River, north of Kiev, of the lead units of Golikov's shock group from the 12th Army, 7th and 25th Rifle Divisions, and the Bashkir Cavalry Brigade. Throughout 7 to 8 June, Golikov's shock group deployed slowly along the Dnieper's right bank, directing the axis of its movement on Borodyanka. At the same time, the 1st Cavalry Army did not surge into the Polish 3rd Army's rear, but toward Berdychev and Zhytomyr, also bypassing the powerful Kazatyn junction. On June 7, Zhytomyr and Berdychev were seized by the 1st Cavalry Army, along with their stores, but at the same time the Polish 3rd Army got 2 valuable days, and the Polish 6th Army was able to secure the Kazatyn junction with 2 infantry and 1 cavalry divisions. Thus the results of the 1st Cavalry Army's breakthrough had more of a moral than a strategic effect. In the following days, the 1st Cavalry Army was tied down and fighting the enemy's cavalry division. On June 8th, judging from his directive, the Southwestern Front commander evidently planned to seize the Polish Third Army in pincers with only Yaker's and Golikov's groups. The 1st was given the task of cutting the Kiev-Zhytomyr highway no later than June 10th, and the 12th Army was to cut the Kiev-Karasin railroad line along the Borodyanka-Ursha sector no later than June 12th. The commander-in-chief, in turn, taking into account the success of Golikov's group, was taking measures to move the 24th Rifle Division, which had initially been designated for the Western Front, by water to the crossing area. Upon receiving the first reports of the 1st Cavalry Army's breakthrough, Pilsudski decided to abandon the Kiev bridgehead on the left bank of the Dnieper River and to take up a shorter front in Ukraine, while the Polish Third Army was to attack into the rear of the 1st Cavalry Army upon moving it along the Zhytomyr highway. However, the latter order did not reach the commander of the Polish Third Army in time. Believing that the Polish Fist, which was being gathered in Kazatin, must deal with the 1st Cavalry Army, Smigly decided to pull his army back on Karasin, with its axis of advance the Kiev-Karasin Railroad. Pilsudski took measures to establish a new front line along the front Karasin, Shepatovka, by means of transferring forces from the Belarusian theater and from the rear. On the night of 8 to 9 June, the Polish Third Army, while preparing to retreat, began to concentrate in the triangle of the Dnieper, Irpin, and Stugna rivers, with its front facing three sides. On June 10th, the forward units of Golikov's group reached the front Ivankov, Dymer, while its cavalry brigade headed for Teterev Station. Yaker's group was widely scattered. Its 45th Rifle Division was approaching Fastov at the same time Kotovsky's cavalry brigade occupied Romanovka. Thus, the Polish Third Army still had a free 75-kilometer wide space for its withdrawal. This space could have been filled by the 1st Cavalry Army, which had left the Zhytomyr, Berdichev, Fastov area and headed east. On June 9th, it had concentrated in the Kornin, Khodorkov, Voitovsy area, and on June 10th, 2 of its divisions set out for Fastov, where it established contact with units of Yaker's group. However, this time the mousetrap, which had been prepared for the Polish Third Army, was not fated to snap shut. On June 10th, the Southwestern Front commander again directed the 1st Cavalry Army to the Berdichev, Zhytomyr area, evidently believing that Golikov's group alone, having reached the front Radomysl, Makarov, would be in a condition to encircle the Polish Third Army. But the latter, falling back compactly in 3 powerful columns, during 11 to 12 June knocked out those weak corks with which Golikov sought to block its path of retreat along the Kiev-Karasin Railroad and opened a path to Karasin. Having once again occupied Zhytomyr on June 12th and having quietly remained there on June 13th, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Army received the Southwestern Front commander's June 11th directive on June 14th to hurriedly dispatch 2 of his divisions to the Chepovichi, Malin area, in light of the uncovering of the retreat of the main mass of the Polish Third Army on Karasin, and set about carrying it out. Once again, the attempt to delay the Polish Third Army's withdrawal was not successful. Both divisions, operating separately because one was moving on Karasin, while the other was moving on Radomysl, were unable to cope with the Polish 7th Infantry Division's powerful flank vanguards and were thrown back by them. The Polish Third Army's further withdrawal was completed without hindrance because it established contact with those Polish units which had begun to mark the new line of the Polish front along the Uz and Sluch rivers. And it was along this front, that is, the same one which the Polish armies in Ukraine had occupied before April 20th, that Pilsudski decided on June 12th to pull back his Ukrainian armies. This decision signified the beginning of a new period of the campaign in Ukraine, which may be described as the strategic pursuit of the enemy. Thus, the strategic results of the Southwestern Front's counter-maneuver boiled down to a major success in the form of the elimination of all of the enemy's preceding territorial achievements. However, the success was incomplete. We had not managed to sufficiently disrupt the enemy's personnel and, in particular, to destroy the Polish Third Army. The main cause of the failure was, on the one hand, a series of wandering movements by the 1st Cavalry Army from 5 through June 12th in the Berdichev, Zhytomyr, Fastov triangle, the exaggerated appraisal of the opportunities to encircle the enemy with Golikov's group alone, the slowness of movement and the extension of Golikov's group due to unfavorable terrain conditions, the wooded and sandy area, and, on the other hand, the skillful organization of the withdrawal by the commander of the Polish Third Army, Smigli. The operations by the Southwestern Front's armies had not only strategic, but moral consequences as well. The 1st Cavalry Army's breakthrough, in the words of Pilsudski, made an enormous impression not only on the army, but on the entire country. Commander-in-Chief S. Kamenev believed that during the pursuit the Southwestern Front's main attention should be paid to the enemy's Kiev group of forces, as its reinforcement with 3 divisions being transferred from Belorussia was expected. Thus he proposed directing the cavalry army on Rovna, the 12th Army's shock group, to move directly to the front Ovruch, Karasin, and to dispatch a special detachment on Moser. The Southwestern Front commander, in his directive of June 15th, made some changes to these instructions. He directed the 12th Army's main forces on Ovruch, 2 of the Cavalry Army's divisions on Karasin, and 2 of its other divisions on Novograd-Volynsky, together with the subordinated 45th Rifle Division. Such a dispersal of the Cavalry Army's forces led to its extended fighting along the line of the Sluch River around Novograd-Volynsky with the enemy's infantry that had arrived from Belorussia, a brigade of the 6th Infantry Division and the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division. Because only on June 20th had all the 1st Cavalry Army's divisions once again concentrated along the Novograd-Volynsky axis. It was only on June 27th that the 1st Cavalry Army managed to overcome the enemy's resistance around Novograd-Volynsky, perhaps mainly due to the fact that at this time 2 of the 12th Army's rifle divisions, 25th and 7th Rifle, were already hanging over the enemy's left flank, having advanced as far as the village of Olovsk and having gotten into stubborn fighting there. The movement of the 12th Army's 4 rifle divisions along the southern poles freed up the Western Front's left flank as soon as the threat to the right flank and rear of the Polish units operating along the Gomel axis had begun to manifest itself. On June 18th, the Western Front's Moser Group, which had been formed as early as May 19th from the 16th Army's left flank units, moved after the enemy, who was falling back along its front, occupied Rakitsa and headed for the town of Moser. However, the latter locale was occupied as early as June 29th by the 12th Army's right flank division. On June 27th, Southwestern Front commander Yegorov decided to finally break the Polish front in Ukraine by throwing its northern part into the Polzyi swamps and the southern part onto neutral Romanian territory. For this, the 12th Army was to capture Moser and Olovsk no later than June 28th, and then, no later than July 3rd, with a shock group, capture the Kostopol, Rovna area together with the 1st Cavalry Army, after which it was to energetically develop the attack to bypass Sarny in the general direction of Stepan and Chartorisk. The 1st Cavalry Army, while pursuing the enemy, was to capture the Staro-Konstantinov, Proskorov area no later than June 29th, while at the same time attempting to inflict a destructive blow against the enemy's Dniester group, cutting it off from the Galician border and pressing it against the Dniester River. An appraisal of this plan requires the preliminary explication of both sides' situation by July 1st and their relative strength. By July 1st, the Polish Third Army, 3 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry brigade, numbering 16,000 infantry and cavalry, occupied a front along the line of the Ubort River, with the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division in the Galicia area. The newly created Polish Second Army, 3 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division, numbering 14,000 infantry and cavalry, was stationed along the Gorin River between the village of Tuchin and the town of Ostrog, with the 6th Infantry Division, which had been thrust forward to the Lyadvopol area, on its left flank, and 2 infantry brigades, 10th and 1st Reserve, on its right flank in the Izyaslaval-Ostrog area. In the center, along both sides of the Rovna Highway, was the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division, with the 1st Cavalry Division between its right flank and the town of Ostrog. The Polish 6th Army, 3 infantry divisions, and the Ukrainian Army, which was equivalent in strength to a single Polish division, numbering 27,000 infantry and cavalry, occupied a front from the village of Gritsev and through the towns of Ledichev and Bar as far as the Dniester. Noteworthy in the disposition of the enemy's forces is the gap between the internal flanks of the Polish 1st and 2nd Armies, which reached 80 kilometers, and the situation of the Polish Second Army, which was echeloned back in relation to the Polish 6th Army, which was the strongest in comparison with the other 2 armies. By July 1st, the front of the 12th Army's units, which were in constant movement, may be approximately designated along the line Yelsk, Perga, Zubkovichi. The 12th Army's 5 rifle divisions and 1 cavalry brigade, 7th, 24th, 25th, 44th, and 58th Rifle Divisions, and 1st Cavalry Brigade, or more than 12,000 infantry and cavalry, were operating here. The 1st Cavalry Armies, rounded out to 16,000 cavalry, forward units had advanced to the front excluding Lyadvopol, Mezereki, Anapol. The attached 45th Rifle Division, along with Kotovsky's Cavalry Brigade, 1,215 infantry and 210 cavalry, reached with its 2 brigades the front Korchak, Shepetovka, with its 3rd Brigade occupying the village of Gritsev. The 14th Army, 41st and 60th Composite Rifle Divisions, and the 8th Cavalry Division, with a rounded-off strength of 7,400 infantry and 2,195 cavalry, with the 8th Cavalry Division along its right flank in the area east of Senyava Station, was engaged in stubborn fighting with the enemy along the front Novokonstantinov, Ledichev, excluding both locales, Mordin, Stadoltsei, Kopegorod, Mogilyev-Podolsky, excluding both locales. Thus each of our armies was faced approximately by 1 enemy army, while the correlation of forces along the 3 axes, which one may consider these armies' axes of operations, namely the Sarny, Rovna, and Proskurov axes, arose in the following manner. More than 12,000 infantry and cavalry against the enemy's 16,000 infantry and cavalry along the Sarny axis. That is, the enemy's forces outnumbered ours. We had 16,210 cavalry and 1,215 infantry, in all, 17,425 infantry and cavalry, against the enemy's 14,000 infantry and cavalry along the Rovna axis. That is, we had a small numerical superiority. We had 9,595 infantry and cavalry against the enemy's 27,000 infantry and cavalry along the Proskurov axis. That is, here the enemy had a nearly 3-fold numerical superiority. It's clear that given such a correlation of forces, the Southwestern Front Command was unable to count on achieving those decisive results for which it was striving, particularly in regard to the mission assigned the 14th Army, unless the enemy was completely demoralized and was preparing to commit major mistakes. In the Southwestern Front Commander's plan, the Rovna axis was to be the decisive one, but this was insufficiently denoted by the disposition of forces there. To be sure, it was proposed that the 12th Army strengthen its left flank, with a shock group of no less than 3 divisions along the Rovna axis, but it was doubtful that it could do this due to time. In any event, we should not have assigned equally decisive goals along both the Rovna and Proskurov axes. And if we shall nevertheless later see the achievement of quite major results by our 1st Cavalry and 14th Armies, then this only serves to emphasize the significance of energy and daring in war and the significance of the troops' high degree of valor. In the ongoing new operation, in which the Southwestern Front Command was seeking to achieve the above-listed goals, and the Polish-Ukrainian Front Command to maintain its position through an active defense, a central place belongs to the struggle for Rovna. In a causal link with it are the both sides' operations in the Izyaslaval area as the results of the strivings of the commander of the Polish 6th Army, General Romer, to help his neighbor to the left, upon dispatching one of his divisions, 18th Infantry, for operations against the 1st Cavalry Army's flank and rear. The prologue to the Battle of Rovna was the Polish 2nd Army's uncoordinated offensive attempts. They were the consequence of the Polish command's desire to test new methods of active defense along extended fronts. Thus, on July 1st, the Polish-Ukrainian Front Command ordered the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division to go over to a frontal attack against the 1st Cavalry Army along the Rovna Road. The 3rd Army's 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division was supposed to support this offensive with a flank attack from the Galashi area. However, the order for this attack was not received by the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division in time. The 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division went over to the offensive by itself and encountered first the Reds' 4th Cavalry Division, followed by a brigade from the 6th Cavalry Division, which arrived to assist it. As the result of an entire day of fighting, these units threw the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division beyond the Gorn River to the front Tuchin, Gashya, taking 1,000 prisoners, 40 machine guns, and 4 guns. Not knowing the results of the July 1st fighting, the commander of the Polish-Ukrainian Front, General Ryd Smigly, on July 2nd ordered the entire Polish 2nd Army to go over to the offensive. The offensive by the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division was supposed to have continued along the previous axis, while the 1st Cavalry Division was to have attacked through Anipol to turn the left flank of the 1st Cavalry Army's main forces. In his turn, Comrade Budyanii, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Army, decided on July 2nd to leave only the 4th Cavalry Division along the Rovna axis in the form of a screen. He would dispatch his army's main forces, 3 cavalry divisions, to the town of Ostrog for the purpose of turning the right flank of the Polish Second Army's forces. The 45th Rifle Division was to be directed for the parallel pursuit of the enemy. It was instructed to reach the front Barkovichi, Obov. Finally, Kotovsky's Cavalry Brigade, which formed part of the 45th Rifle Division, was directed to Staro-Konstantina. According to the command's plan, the Rifle Division was supposed to assist the development of the Red 14th Army's offensive by an attack against the Polish 6th Army. As a result of these decisions and orders by both sides, on July 2nd there occurred a meeting engagement along the Gorin River between the entire 1st Cavalry Army against the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division and the enemy's 1st Cavalry Division. The Polish 6th Infantry Division, which was supposed to assist them, did not take part in the fighting. The same thing happened the evening before as with the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division. It did not receive orders in time. The meeting engagement of July 2nd began with the successful actions of our Rovna screen against the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division. Having crushed its vanguard with a sudden fire attack, our 4th Cavalry Division itself went over to the offensive and through the 3rd Infantry Division beyond the Gorin. The Polish 1st Cavalry Division, under pressure from 3 of our cavalry divisions, was also forced to fall back behind the Gorin River. On this day, along the Izyaslaval axis, the Polish 18th Infantry Division threw Kotovsky's cavalry brigade out of the village of Gritsev. On July 3rd, the Polish Second Army was already only defending behind the Gorin River. However, late in the evening our cavalry crossed the Gorin north of Ostrog. This success was already reflected along the sector of the neighboring Polish First Army to the north, because the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division was hurriedly removed from it and dispatched to reinforce the Polish Second Army, but it arrived late to the battle for the town of Rovna itself. In turn, the 1st Cavalry Army commander, concerned by the state of affairs along the sector of the 45th Rifle Division, which, having been thrown back by the Polish 18th Infantry Division toward Shepetovka, reported that 3 enemy divisions were operating against it, dispatched its reserve, an independent cavalry brigade, there, which weakened it on the following day during the decisive fighting for the town of Rovna. On July 4th, the Polish Second Army continued its stubborn resistance along a shortened front around the town of Rovna. However, late in the evening this resistance was crushed by the bypassing of Rovna from the west by units of the 14th Cavalry Division and its capture. The Polish Second Army lost its direct communications line to Brest and ended up being thrown back to the north of Rovna, while resting its rear on the Rovna-Sarny Railroad, thus preserving its communications with Brest. It was only for this reason that its failure did not become a strategic disaster. But the immediate strategic results of Rovna's fall consisted of the fact that the cavalry army had managed to break through the enemy's front to a depth of 80 kilometers, which forced the Polish command in Ukraine to make the decision to pull its armies back by 100 kilometers. In connection with this decision, all of the preceding actions of the Polish 18th Infantry Division, which on that very day, that is, July 4th, occupied the town of Izyaslaval, were pointless, and now, as a result of the Polish command's new decision, it was preparing to fall back on Brody. The sole result of its appearance in Izyaslaval was the detachment of 2 of the 1st Cavalry Army's divisions against it, which brought about a dispersion of its forces in space, and during the following days helped the Polish Second Army to reach the Polish front's new line, which once again ran through Rovna. The actions of the 14th Army were not without influence on the decision for a general withdrawal by the Polish command. The 14th Army successfully resolved the mission assigned to it, having broken through with its infantry the enemy's front along the sector adjacent to the Proskorov Railroad, and having committed its cavalry, 8th Cavalry Division, into the breach. The latter, having gotten into the rear of the Polish 6th Army on the night of 3 to 4 July, completely disrupted it and even seized the town of Proskorov, the army's headquarters, which, however, managed to escape. But the 8th Cavalry Division's forces were too few to interfere with the systematic withdrawal of the Polish 6th Army's powerful columns, and, having gotten mixed up among them, the 8th Cavalry Division had to hurriedly look for a way out to link up with its main forces. The Southwestern Front commanders ordered to occupy the crossings over the Ikva and Styr rivers along the Dubno. Targovitsa sector led to a further dispersion in space of the 1st Cavalry Army, which once again began to make itself felt following its capture of Rovna. The commander of the Polish 2nd Army even got the impression that the entire 1st Cavalry Army was moving on Dubno, and he decided to operate against its rear, occupying Rovno once again. Attacking from the north, by the end of the day of July 8th, the Polish 2nd Army occupied the town of Rovna following a stubborn fight with 2 of the 1st Cavalry Army's cavalry divisions. On the following day, that is, July 9th, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Army brought up another division to Rovna and was preparing to once again attack the town. But this proved to be excessive. On July 9th, the entire Polish 2nd Army abandoned Rovna, falling back to a new front line, and the 1st Cavalry Army had to deal only with its rearguards. The new breaking of the Polish front in Ukraine had been carried out almost exclusively by the units of the Red Cavalry in fighting against the enemy's infantry. This characteristic feature, which had not been observed in the history of previous campaigns, speaks to the extreme wear and tear on the morale of both sides' infantry, which was evidently a consequence of the weakness or losses in battle of its main cadres. While the Polish front in Ukraine at first wavered and then rolled back under the powerful blows of the Red Cavalry, the Western Front's armies were urgently preparing to repeat their offensive operation on a broader and more decisive scale. Here the Western Front Command considered most important the strict calculation and scrupulous preparation of the operation on the basis of all data from the recently acquired combat experience. Such a method of operation was dictated by all the conditions of the developing situation. It was necessary to put in order and reinforce the divisions that had taken part in the battle along the Berezina River. The Western Front Command was counting its opportunities for beginning a new and this time decisive operation, depending on the speed with which this problem could be resolved. The High Command was urgently prompting the Western Front Command to go over to the offensive as soon as possible. On July 8th, the Commander-in-Chief demanded from the Western Front Commander the extreme exertion of his armies in order to interfere with the enemy transferring his units to the Southwestern Front. On July 9th, the Commander-in-Chief demanded a brief attack against the enemy by the Western Front's armies. Insofar as it was possible, the Western Front Command met these demands halfway, organizing a number of brief attacks along the entire enemy front. See Map 14 of the Plate section. During this period of time, the Western Front Command's attention was chiefly swallowed up by organizational questions. Having set itself the task of doubling the number of riflemen in its rifle divisions, the Western Front Command found a bountiful source of reinforcements in the form of the inhabitants of the Army rear areas, who had been hiding from mobilization or who had deserted from their units. According to Man Tukhachevskii's testimony, an energetically conducted campaign in this regard netted up to 100,000 reinforcements, the greater part of which was dispatched to the front's reserve army, which had been created on June 26. We managed to carry out a campaign against desertion and avoidance of mobilization thanks to the organization of an entire network of broadly branched organs to struggle against this evil at the Republic level. Commissions for fighting desertion were formed: Central, Front, Army, and Division commissions. The Deep Rear also had its corresponding network of these organs. But the strengthening of the Western Front was expressed not only in reinforcements. During the time from June 5th through July 5th, its forces were increased by another 5 rifle and 1 cavalry divisions, 2nd, 16th, 27th, 33rd, and 5th Rifle Divisions, and the 10th Cavalry Division. The number of Army headquarters and the increase in the number of operational units made the problems of organization, control, and communications especially urgent. The practice of the Battle of the Berezina showed that the existing organization of the Field Command did not correspond to the conditions of maneuver warfare. Thus, one of the Western Front Command's chief measures was the increase in the number of Army headquarters. Sergeyev's Northern Group was transformed into the 4th Army. The 15th Army's Southern Group was detached from the Army and formed the 3rd Army, along the front excluding Lake Show, excluding Lake Pelik. But the increase in the number of Army headquarters brought about the exacerbation of the problem of organizing communications and rear area control. The unfolding of the scale of combat events showed that the existing number of railroad and technical troop units did not correspond to the need for them. The formations from the center could not keep up with the needs at the front. Thus these units, in this case the front, particularly the Western Front, sought to fill this shortcoming through its own intensive work. Despite the paucity of material and technical communications equipment, the Western Front managed to significantly advance the organization of its communications and railroad troops during the time of its preparation for the Second Offensive. The Western Front Command took another path to the resolution of the communications problem. The idea of operational sites, which has found its final expression in the form of lead communication sites, arose for the first time and was realized on the Western Front. The operational site moved in the vanguard of the restored heavy wire and then unrolled field communications to Army headquarters. Of course, a correctly understood idea of operational sites would have resolved the problem of the organization of communications to a significant degree. But the broadening of the confines of the operational sites activity by way of transforming them into small operational headquarters, 16th Army, which to a certain degree undermined the command's headquarters and which was encountered in individual cases, could not, of course, have useful results. The Western Front disposed of food supplies for 30 to 60 days and supplies of fodder for 1 to 20 days to support its second offensive. Clothing was secured for the front at 100%, but there were only rifles for 49% of all the front's troops. However, the number of heavy machine guns somewhat exceeded authorized strength, namely 106%. The front was short of shells for the field artillery, while it was better supplied with shells for medium-caliber guns and well supplied with shells for heavy artillery. We managed to supply ourselves with only 61% of the requirements for communications equipment, and its distribution was uneven. There were only enough transports to meet 1/3 of the front's demands. Thus, measures were adopted to create transports from requisition carts. 8,000 of these were required for the 4th Army, 15,000 for the 15th and 3rd Armies, and 10,000 for the 16th Army. The 4th Army's communications line ran along the railroad from Polotsk to Veliky Luki. Besides this, the Army disposed of a water communications sector from the city of Polotsk to the town of Disna. The 15th Army employed the Polotsk, Vitebsk, Smolensk railroad line and the water sector from Polotsk to Vitebsk. The 3rd Army was based on the Kakanovo, Orsha, Smolensk railroad line. The 16th Army disposed of 2 railroad lines, Mogilyev, Orsha, Smolensk and Mogilyev, Gomel, Bryansk. Finally, the Kalinkovichy, Gomel, Bryansk railroad line was placed at the disposal of the Moser Group. This is a much abbreviated review of the Western Front Command's measures to prepare for the second offensive operation. If subsequently such shortcomings as the poor supply of transport, shortages in artillery, ammunition, and communications means revealed themselves, then the fault for this lay primarily in the overall objective conditions and that condition of desperate ruin, in V.I. Lenin's words, in which the country was forced to wage war. We note this circumstance also because nowadays some historians, in appraising the Western Front Command's measures for the material preparation of the operation, are inclined to underestimate the overall situation of that time. At the same time, we stress that even in that difficult situation in which the Red Army's preparation for the Polish-Soviet campaign of 1920 unfolded, the resources of the country and army allowed for the greater material supply of the planned operation. Despite a number of new measures by the Red Command in this regard, which manifested themselves most clearly in the Western Front Commander's activities, the thoughtful and objective historian cannot but ascertain the conservative force of the mechanical transfer of experience accumulated in other conditions to a new situation, with another enemy, and in other conditions of the correlation of class forces, in the experience of the Polish campaign. The methods of operational control. Here we have in mind measures for the material preparation of the operation, which justified themselves in the struggle against Kolchak and Denikin demanded amendments and additions to the new and more complex situation of the Polish-Soviet War. The Western Front Command calculated the forces of the enemy opposite it at 95,000 infantry and cavalry, counting the 28,200 infantry and cavalry in the Army's reserve and staging units. According to enemy data, this figure should have been 87,600 infantry and cavalry, with staging units, but not counting reserve units. with 265 light and heavy guns. By means of the preceding measures, the strength of the Western Front's armies, not counting the reserve army, was raised to 96,801 infantry and cavalry, with 395 guns. Thus, while yielding to the enemy in the amount of artillery, we significantly outnumbered him in the amount of infantry and cavalry. The correlation of forces which flowed from its disposition in space was once again not in the enemy's favor. He had re-established his cordon position between the Western Dvina and Pripyat rivers with insignificant changes, while the Western Front Command, in preparing to repeat its offensive, had, as before, grouped the main mass of its forces, 4th, 15th, and 3rd Armies, along the 135-kilometer sector Drissa, Lake Pelik. Here, by the beginning of July, it disposed of 60,000 infantry and cavalry against the Polish First Army's 33,000 infantry and cavalry. That is, we had a nearly twofold superiority in force along the sector of the future decisive attack. The general engagement in Belorussia, its political results, Curzon's note, and its strategic consequences. Operations on the Niemen and Shera rivers. The Red High Commands returned to its previous point of view on the role and significance of both of our fronts. The policy of the Entente powers and their assistance to Poland. International proletarian solidarity. The beginning of peace negotiations and setting the start of his offensive for July 4th, the commander of the Western Front left and placed the main idea of his May offensive, namely while consistently resting his right flank on Lithuania and East Prussia, he calculated on throwing back the Polish forces to the swampy Poles. He planned to carry out this idea through a turning movement by the Red Fourth Army north of Lake Bolshaya Yelnaya, while the army's infantry would be directed on Germanovici, while the cavalry, the 3rd Cavalry Corps, would be aimed for a deep turning movement along the bank of the Western Dvina River on Svinchenys. The most powerful 15th Army was to launch a flanking attack on Glubokoi, in connection with the 3rd Army's supporting flank attack on Parafianovo. At the same time, the 16th Army, while attacking along the Igumen-Minsk axis, was supposed to tie down the enemy's forces along his central sector, while the Moser Group, which by this time had already occupied Moser, was supposed to support the 16th Army, while developing an attack on Glusk. By this time, the disposition of both sides' forces and their correlation was as follows. The Reds. Sergeyev's Red 4th Army, 12th, 18th, and 53rd Rifle Divisions, a brigade, 164th, from the 55th Rifle Division, and the 3rd Cavalry Corps, numbering 13,831 infantry and cavalry, was deployed along a front from the town of Apachka to Lake Zato inclusively, with the main mass of its forces concentrated along the Chapter 15, the general engagement in Belorussia. The pursuit of the Polish armies in Belorussia and Ukraine front Drissa, Lake Bolshaya Yelnaya, excluding Lake Zato. The overall length of the front was 160 kilometers. Cork's Red 15th Army, 4th, 11th, 16th, 33rd, and 54th Rifle Divisions, in various units, numbering 25,918 infantry and cavalry, was deployed along the front Lake Zato, Lake Show. The overall length of its front was 35 kilometers. There were about 741 infantry and cavalry, rounded off, per kilometer of front. Lazarevich's Red 3rd Army, 5th, 6th, 21st, and 56th Rifle Divisions, in various units, numbering 20,128 infantry and cavalry, occupied the 80-kilometer front Lake Show, Lake Muzhuzhal, Lake Pelik. There were 252 infantry and cavalry, rounded off, per kilometer of front. Sologub's Red 16th Army, 2nd, 8th, 10th, 17th, and 27th Rifle Divisions, in various units, numbering 24,998 infantry and cavalry, was stationed along the 200-kilometer front Lake Pelik, Parichi. There were 125 infantry and cavalry per kilometer of front, rounded off. Kvizin's Moser Group, the 57th Rifle Division, a composite detachment in various units, numbering 6,588 infantry and cavalry, had moved up to the 80-100-kilometer sector excluding Parichi, including Moser, due to the advance by the southwestern front's right flank. There were from 66 infantry and cavalry to 83 infantry and cavalry, rounded off, per kilometer of front. In all, the Western Front Command disposed of 91, 4634 infantry and cavalry. Opposite these forces the enemy deployed, counting only combat units, the following units in immediate combat contact with them: General Zygidlowicz's Polish 1st Army, General Zeligowski's Group, 8th and 10th Infantry Divisions, and other units. Along the Svinchenys axis, General Jedziewski's Group, 7th Infantry Division, 7th Reserve Brigade, a brigade from the 5th Infantry Division. Along the Glubokoi, Dunilovichi axis, and General Radzkowski's Group, Lithuanian Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, 11th Infantry Division. In all, the Polish 1st Army numbered 35,100 infantry and cavalry deployed along a front from the town of Drissa to Lake Muzhuzhal. The army's overall length of front was 190 kilometers. There were 390 infantry and cavalry, rounded off, per kilometer of front. General Septycki's Polish 4th Army, 2nd Legionnaire Infantry Division, 4th and 15th Infantry Divisions, and a brigade from the 6th Infantry Division, numbered 29,500 infantry and cavalry. The Polish 4th Army was deployed along a front from Lake Muzhuzhal to the Zlobin-Kalinkowice railroad line. The overall length of its front was 300 kilometers. There were only 99 infantry and cavalry per kilometer of front. General Sikorski's Polzhi Group, 9th, 14th and 16th Infantry Divisions, numbering only 8,000 infantry and cavalry, covered the front from the Kalinkowice-Zlobin railroad line to the mouth of the Ubort River and further along the Ubort River until the boundary line with the Polish Third Army's left flank in the southern Polzhi. The front of Sikorski's group had quite a broken shape. Its line ran from the Kalinkowice-Zlobin railroad line along the Tik River to its mouth. From here, it ran along the Pripyat River to the mouth of the Ubort River, and from there it leaped to the Ubort River. The overall length of the front was 200 kilometers. There were only 40 infantry and cavalry per kilometer of front. In all, General Septycki, to whom the Polish First Army and the Polzhi Group were subordinated, disposed of 72,600 infantry and cavalry. He could count on the Polish First and Fourth Army's staging and rear units, numbering 15,000 infantry and cavalry, and on the Lithuanian Belarusian 2nd Infantry Division, 2,700 infantry and cavalry, for immediate support. From the figures cited here, it is clear that the Reds' forces outnumbered the Polish forces by approximately 25,000. Besides this, the Polish front was, as before, stretched along an even cordon, while the stationing of the Red units along their shock flank was in the form of two powerful fists, 4th and 15th Armies. The Reds' initial absolute numerical superiority was increased relatively as well by this disposition. Actually, the Western Front commander disposed of 59,977 infantry and cavalry, 4th, 15th, and 3rd Armies, against the Polish First Army's 35,100 infantry and cavalry. That is, we had a nearly twofold numerical superiority. However, the Western Front commander's disposition of forces in space did not quite correspond to the main idea of his maneuver, the 15th Army's powerful center and the weakened wings of the 4th and 3rd Armies. Some domestic and foreign researchers espy in this disposition a lack of correspondence to the operation's main idea. In the event of the 15th Army's successful offensive, it would have pushed back the opposing sector of the enemy's front before the results of the 4th and 3rd Armies' enveloping operations told. But the Western Front commander's disposition finds its explanation in reasons of an organizational character, which did not consider it possible to overload the weak and newborn army headquarters of the Red 4th and 3rd Armies, which possessed very weak rear areas and communications equipment, with an excessive number of organizational units. This was an objective reason, which did not depend on the will of the front commander and testified to the organizational shortcomings, for the elimination of which the front command had undertaken all the measures in its power. In developing the Western Front commander's plan, the 4th Army was to direct its main attack along the bank of the western Dwina River, while planning to later move its cavalry, 3rd Cavalry Corps, due west, while the infantry was to turn sharply to the south to help the 15th Army. The commander of the 15th Army chose the direction of his main attack toward Parafianovo Station, while the 3rd Army was preparing to launch just such an attack toward the village of Dokshitsa, and the 16th Army was ready for an offensive by its main forces on Smoleviki and Minsk, while moving its left flank units in the direction of Osipovichi for the purpose of cutting the Bobruisk, Minsk Railroad. At the end of June 1920, Pilsudski, while taking into account the difficult situation in Ukraine and the absence of ready strategic reserves within the country, was ready to undertake a significant shortening of his Belarusian front for the purpose of creating the necessary reserves for restoring the situation in Ukraine. Pilsudski now saw the main defensive line in Belorussia as running along the line Baranovichi, Lida, Orany, and, if possible, Vilna. While stationed along this line, the northern Polish armies had to close the free space between the Niemen River and the Polsy swamps. These intentions were communicated to General Septiki in a letter from the Chief of the General Staff, General Haller, on June 28, 1920. At the same time, Haller pointed out to Septiki that it was necessary, in Pilsudski's opinion, to use all possible means to hinder the establishment of communications between the Red and Lithuanian armies. Thus, the left wing of Septiki's front, in the event of the withdrawal of his armies to the indicated line, must nevertheless be extended as far as Dvinsk, Daugavpils. Instructions were issued in this letter in the event the northern Polish armies were unable to preserve their situation under pressure from the Reds. Then they would have to begin a withdrawal from the front's left flank, firmly holding in place their right flank, for which the latter must be stronger. The essence of this proposal boiled down to a withdrawal by the northern Polish armies 200 kilometers back, by which they would achieve a shortening of the overall front between the western Dwina and the Pripyat River by 300 kilometers, while at the same time having the opportunity of resting on the line of the old German trenches with part of their forces. From this point of view, Pilsudski's intentions in the developing situation were quite expedient, in our opinion. General Septiki was against this plan. He believed that a withdrawal would have an adverse effect on the troops' morale, that the occupation of the continuous line of the German trenches would require a greater number of troops than the defense of strong points, and, it followed, did not promise great tactical advantages. Thus, Septiki insisted on accepting a general engagement on the line of the Oder and Berezina rivers, and was able to secure Pilsudski's agreement. According to the Western Front commander's plan, the main attack by the Western Front's Red armies was supposed to fall upon the Polish First Army. By July 4th, following partial regroupings, it occupied the following front: General Rzadkowski's group, a brigade from the Lithuanian Belarusian Infantry Division and the 11th Infantry Division, occupied the sector of the front between Lake Dolgoy and the Berezina River. General Yejejevski's group, 7th Reserve Brigade and a brigade from the 5th Infantry Division, was stationed along the Oder River. General Zelagowski's group, 10th Infantry Division, was stationed with the main mass of its forces in the space between Lakes Yelnaya and Zato, as well as to the south and north of these lakes. The Army's reserves were stationed as follows. A brigade from the Lithuanian Belarusian 1st Infantry Division was in Tumilovikai, and the 8th Infantry Division had been shifted to the village of Luski. On the night of 3 to 4 July, the Polish First Army Command, having become convinced of the concentration of significant Red forces in the area of the town of Disna, set about castling its reserves and the front reserve, 17th Infantry Division, toward its left flank. The 8th Infantry Division was dispatched from the village of Luski to the village of Pogost, 20 kilometers, and the 17th Infantry Division was to move from Golyabichi to the village of Plissa, 10 kilometers. Thus, the Army's central sector was to be stripped of reserves. In the process of this regrouping, the Polish First Army was attacked by the main forces of the Red 4th and 15th Armies and part of the Red 3rd Army's forces. Several hotspots of fighting arose along the 90-kilometer front. The Red 4th Army's main forces, which attacked in the space between Lake Bolshaya Yelnaya and the western Dwina River, fell upon Colonel Sawicki's detachment, 4 battalions, 2 squadrons and 5 batteries, and, following several hours of stubborn fighting, crushed it. The Reds' 3rd Cavalry Corps moved into the breach and began to rapidly advance along the Svinchenys axis. The main forces of the Polish 10th Infantry Division, which had been attacked by only a single Red division, 18th Rifle, were holding their position. General Yejejevski's group was attacked at dawn on July 4th by the entire 15th Army and was quickly crushed, losing communications with General Rzadkowski's group to the right, and began to roll back to the west. Its retreat was so rapid that by 0700 the Reds had begun to threaten the village of Plissa, which lay 15 kilometers behind the front line. At the same time, while developing its breakthrough to the Oder River toward General Rzadkowski's group, units of the 15th Army forced its left flank, 11th Infantry Division, to fall back. By midday on July 4th, the remnants of Tukhachevskii's group were still attempting to hold on to the line of the Nuda River. At the same time, Rzadkowski's group, threatened with having its left flank and being heavily attacked along its right flank by the Red 15th and 3rd Armies, was thrown back to the west. Thus, as early as 0900 on July 4th, the Polish First Army's first defensive line had been pierced in the center along both sides of the Polotsk-Molodechno Railroad and had its left flank turned in the space between Lake Bolshaya Yelnaya and the Berezina River. In the beginning, General Zygidlowicz did not ascertain the scope of his first line's defeat, which is why he did not commit his army reserves into the fighting. More likely, he was unable to immediately establish communications with his two divisions, 17th and 8th, that were moving north. In any event, only one of them, namely the 17th, received his order, although it was considered part of the front reserve, to go over to a counterattack from Podsvilyi in the direction of Proshkovo, which would have led to launching an attack against the head of the 15th Army's invasion wedge. Due to the necessity of gaining permission beforehand to employ the 17th Infantry Division, this division's counter-maneuver unfolded only at about 1700. At this time, Tukhachevskii's and Rzadkowskii's groups, particularly the former, were already hopelessly falling back, which is why they were unable to form up along the flanks of the attacking 17th Infantry Division. The latter's counterattack, following a small and brief success, ended in complete failure. As regards the 8th Infantry Division, simultaneously with the mission assigned to the 17th Infantry Division, General Zygidlowicz attempted to delay this division once again in the area of the village of Germanovichi, but it was already too late. The division was marching to Pogost, and the Army Command was unable to establish communications with it for the entire day, and thus on July 4th this division played no part in combat operations. A brigade from the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, which was behind the 1st Army's right flank, Rzadkowskii's group, rendered no particular assistance to the right flank of Rzadkowskii's group, and its regiments were committed into the counterattack in packets, in detail. They carried out several uncoordinated counterattacks, but did not have a significant influence in delaying the Red Third Army's offensive. By the close of the day, the depth of the Red unit's penetration along the Polish First Army's sector had already reached 15 to 20 kilometers, so that one may say that as early as the first day of the general engagement in Belorussia, the left flank of the Polish armies had been routed, and that the Red Western Front Command had achieved its immediate objective. By the close of this day, the Polish First Army's uncoordinated individual groups, which had lost communications with each other and partly with the Army Command, had ended up in the following situation. Rzadkowskii's group had been thrown back to the line Tukhachevskii, Glino. To its left, in a separate forward wedge, was the 17th Infantry Division, which had managed to hold out along the front Proshkov, Borovai. The remnants of Tukhachevskii's groups had abandoned the line Nuda River, Plissa, and had fallen back to the west. Zelegoski's group, 10th Infantry Division, had fallen back in comparatively good order to the front Boyarshina, Luzki, but had been isolated in space. The left flank of Tukhachevskii's group, 7th Reserve Brigade, no longer existed as an organized entity, while the remnants of Sawicki's detachment were falling back on Mary. The 8th Rifle Division finally reached Pogost, that is, it was located 30 kilometers behind the remnants of the Polish First Army's combat front. The chief reason for the Polish First Army's defeat on July 4th was the extremely unfavorable correlation of forces. The ram disposition of forces completely justified itself this time. In this failure by the Poles, a considerable part of the blame lies with Septycki, who stubbornly insisted on accepting battle on the line of the Oda and Berezina rivers, as opposed to Pilsudski's more careful and far-sighted plan. The scale of the defeat itself depended chiefly on the orders and actions of General Zygidlowicz. As is known, the entire defensive system of the Polish armies had been built upon the basis of Pilsudski's instructions on defense along extended fronts, March 21, 1920. The essence of these instructions consisted of employing a strong point or group system of defense along the forward edge of the defensive zone, and not a continuous defensive line, as had been practiced during the World War, while the center of gravity of the defense's success was to be shifted to the active maneuver of reserves echelon deeply to the rear. The experience of July 4th showed that the active maneuvering of these reserves is the most difficult operation for the High Command, and that these reserves must be quite large in order for them to manifest themselves usefully. General Zygidlowicz could not cope with maneuvering his reserves. While very late in doing so, he only more or less systematically deployed the 17th Infantry Division for a counterattack. This took place because, while carrying out the complex maneuver of castling the mass of his reserves along the front in the direction of his left flank, General Zygidlowicz and his headquarters, evidently, did little to establish secure communications with them. Thus, throughout July 4th, the 8th Infantry Division wandered in the rear of the battlefield, without taking part in the fighting. Finally, the Army Reserve, in the form of a brigade from the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, evidently was also employed in a systematic manner, but by chance. It is impossible to really blame General Zygidlowicz for being late in correctly appraising the overall situation. The situation, in conditions of maneuver warfare along extended fronts, changes so rapidly that information about the situation in the major headquarters, far from the front line, usually already does not correspond to reality, no matter how well communications are organized. But on the night of 4 to 5 July, Zygidlowicz already had sufficient time in order to comprehend the situation and to be convinced that all of his plans for organizing a major counterattack on July 5th were built upon sand. Nonetheless, his wavering continued the entire night. It was only at dawn on July 5th that he issued orders to organize a defense along the line Tukhachevskii, Pogost, but at that time the remnants of his individual groups had already crossed this line and were in full retreat. It was only about midday on July 5th that General Zygidlowicz reported to Septiki his opinion on the need for a further withdrawal in order to put the First Army in order. On July 5th, Septiki ordered. The Polish First Army was to break contact with the Reds, and the main mass of its forces was to fall back in the general direction of Lida, while covering the Svinchenys axis with Zalogowski's group, 8th and 10th Infantry Divisions, and thus the city of Vilna. In connection with the retreat of the Polish First Army's right flank, the Fourth Army should have begun its withdrawal in view of the threat to its left flank. A general order for the Fourth Army to fall back followed on that same day, according to Pilsudski's order for the general withdrawal of the Polish armies on the Belarusian front to the line of the old German trenches. Simultaneously, the Lithuanian-Belarusian 2nd Infantry Division was subordinated to Septiki, and he received the mission of defending Vilna by bending his front from Svinchenys to the north. At the same time, the Western Front commander ordered his armies to energetically develop the success achieved, while the 16th Army was instructed to cross the Berezina along the Luboniki, Parichi sector, while the Moser Group was to attack to the northwest and on July 7th reach the front Bobruisk, Glusk, Leskovichi, Medukhov. By this directive, the Western Front Command was already outlining the formation of pincers along both flanks of the Polish-Belarusian front. Throughout July 5th, the remnants of the Polish First Army's groups fell back, striving to reach their rear roads and without any communications with their command. The Red Army's vanguards pressed them. The 3rd Cavalry Corps, upon taking Braslav, moved on Svinchenys. By the close of July 5th, only the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division was detected in Nebyshina. It later transpired that Zalogowski and his group, 8th and 10th Infantry Divisions, did not go from Postavy to Svinchenys, but through Kobolnik, directly toward Vilna. The remnants of Rzadkowski's group were streaming back along the Molodechno axis, bearing the 15th Infantry Division's 4th Army left flank. In such a situation, Septiki's order, which was issued on the night of 5 to 6 July, for occupying the line of the old German trenches was too late. According to this order, Septiki was to pull back his Polsy group in coordination with the Polish Third Army in the southern Polsy. The Fourth Army, having the Minsk axis as its axis of movement, was to fall back to the line of the old German trenches and the First Army, while falling back to the same line through Velika and Molodechno, was to secure Vilna by extending its left flank along the western bank of Lake Svir, and then on to Lintepi, Svinchenys, and Malyady. The Lithuanian-Belarusian 2nd Infantry Division was to be rapidly gathered for this purpose to Svinchenys. However, the situation of the Polish First Army's groups by the end of July 5th already excluded the possibility of carrying out this order, as well as regards the Polish First Army's left flank. By the morning of July 6th, all 3 of the Polish First Army's groups had ended up scattered in space, which offered us the opportunity of defeating them in detail. However, instead of this, combat contact between the sides was lost during July 6th, and this gave the enemy the opportunity to put his group of forces in order. The loss of combat contact was due to several reasons. On July 6th, the Red Fourth Army slowed its pace of advance. It only reached the front Mozars, Dunalovichy by the close of July 6th. Meanwhile, Zelegoski had abandoned Dunalovichy as early as dawn on July 6th. On July 6th, the 15th Army slowly advanced, which gave Yezhievsky's group room to safely carry out its flank march on that day from Glubokoi to Molodechno. The Third Army, which the Western Front commander had sharply turned to the southwest, aiming it toward Minsk to help the 16th Army, could not hinder this enemy move, because it was carrying out a regrouping and changing the axis of its movement. Only on July 7th was the Polish First Army able to more or less put its units in order, and on July 8th Zelegoski's group was already falling back on Vilna, Yezhievsky's group on Molodechno, and Rozhadkowski's group on Doljanov and Shipki. The Fourth Army was also falling back along the entire front, in close contact with the forward elements of the Red 16th Army, which on July 7th crossed over the Berezina River. On this day, the Red Western Front's armies only pursued the enemy. The 3rd Cavalry Corps approached Svinchenys while carrying out a parallel pursuit. The 4th Army's maneuver axis was aimed from Charkovshchizny to Gadutsishki. The 15th Army was moving with its main mass of forces on Molodechno. The 3rd Army continued to turn toward Minsk, and the 16th Army was directing its main group of forces on Minsk through Eideman. Thus, beginning on July 7th, the general engagement in Belorussia, for which the Western Front Command had been so scrupulously planning for a month, had turned into a disorderly withdrawal by the enemy, undertaken by him without a stubborn struggle for the initiative due to the thorough defeat of the Polish First Army on the first day of fighting, that is, on July 4th. The engagement did not have time to mature and spill over into finished forms. Only the Polish First Army had suffered heavily, while the Polish Fourth Army and the Polzy Group were falling back voluntarily and in order. On our side, the engagement had taken the form of the inward pushing back of the Polish-Belarusian front's left flank, which had been defeated by the 15th Army's ram. The maneuver to turn the flank with cavalry during 4 to 5 July had not yet had time to tell due to the rapid development of events along the Polish First Army's front. Subsequently, the enemy's defeat could be achieved only under conditions of the extreme energy of the Red Fourth Army's offensive. However, the Fourth Army's divisions were far from manifesting this energy sufficiently, having lost a great deal of useless time along the banks of the Volya River, by which the scope of the right flank of the Red Front had been significantly weakened. Pilsudski's subsequent orders speak to the fact that the failures in Belorussia and Ukraine caught him off guard and forced him to operate from case to case. Although he maintains in his book, 1920, that the re-establishment of the situation in Ukraine and the struggle with Budyonny's cavalry during this period of time were his main goal, while the Belarusian front was of secondary importance to him, and that operations there were to only pursue the goal of winning time, his directives testify to the opposite. On July 9th, he instructed his army commanders that the last line of retreat was the Linesbruch River, Styr River, Lunenets, the line of the old German trenches, Vilna. They were supposed to soon go over to the offensive from this line. At the same time, he began negotiations with the Lithuanians for an agreement, but the latter stubbornly insisted on the cession of the city of Vilna to them. General Faury speaks quite correctly in his review that the most important consequence of this new success by the Western Front's Red armies was not the winning of territory, but the decline in the Polish army's morale. From this point of view, Faury quite correctly evaluates the July general engagement in Belorussia as a Polish defeat, despite the fact that they managed to slip away from a decisive material defeat. At the same time, Faury's point of view on the events in June in Ukraine and in July in Belorussia is interesting. In establishing a mutual connection between both events, Faury places them in the context of a single border engagement. Here we see a certain exaggeration, which does not exclude, however, the possibility of accepting Faury's point of view. Within Poland, the hurried formation of reserves, which were being dispatched to the western Bug River, was being conducted, although they were not yet being drawn into the Polish First and Fourth Armies' battles. Subsequent events showed that they were unable to realize Marshal Pilsudski's recent plans, either in time or in space. They were unable to eliminate Budyonny's cavalry in Ukraine. The strong point of the future maneuver by the Polish armies along the line of the Western Bug, the fortress of Brest, fell into the Soviet forces' hands before they were able to gather significant forces along the Western Bug River. Moreover, there was nowhere to get them from, insofar as the struggle in Ukraine was continuing with its previous ferocity. All of these circumstances shifted the decision of the fate of the entire campaign to the banks of the Vistula River and under the walls of Warsaw itself. But while these circumstances were maturing, the offensive operations by the Western Front's armies continued to develop favorably for us. On July 9th, our units seized the town of Eideman. On July 10th, the enemy abandoned the fortress of Bobruisk, having first blown up its fortifications. On July 11th, Minsk was occupied by the 16th Army's units. On July 13th, the enemy attempted to put up resistance along the line of the old German trenches, but here his resistance was of short duration, and on July 14th, our forces entered the city of Vilna. Following a stubborn battle with units of General Zeligowski's group along the Volya River, while the entrance into the city was marked by the nearly simultaneous movement of the Lithuanian army against the Polish army from the area of Landvarovo Station and Novi Troki. The entry of the Lithuanian army threatened the left flank and rear of the Polish front, which forced General Zeligowski's group to begin a hurried withdrawal not to Grodno, but due south, to the town of Lida, in order to distance itself from the Lithuanian border. The coordination of the Lithuanian and Red armies would have been quite profitable for both sides in the strategic sense if the Lithuanian government had gone all the way along this path. But this did not happen. Following 4 days of negotiations with the Lithuanians, an agreement was reached, according to which the Western Front's right flank was not supposed to cross in large numbers the agreed line Novi Troki, Orany, Grodno, Sidra. A new boundary line was later established, Orany, Marek, Augusto. The Lithuanian army enjoyed complete operational independence to the northwest of this line. On July 15th, following the fall of Vilna, Pilsudski ordered the withdrawal of the armies of his Belarusian front to the line Pinsk, Oginsky, the Sharoneman Canal as far as Grodno. But as early as the evening of July 16th, Pilsudski had a new idea. By pulling the Polish First Army back to the Neman River to launch a brief attack by the Fourth Army on Lida, by grouping its reserves behind its left flank along the line of the Neman. In carrying out these instructions, Septiki delayed the Fourth Army's withdrawal and set about castling it to the left. The 2nd Legionnaire Infantry Division and the 15th Infantry Division were to move to Novogrudok, while the 14th Infantry Division was supposed to be moved to Mosty by railroad. But this decision by the Poles was not fated to be realized. In the meantime, the Western Front's armies continued to pursue the enemy. On July 16th, they once again launched a powerful attack against the Polish First Army. On the night of 16 to 17 July, Red units broke through between the Polish 1st and 4th Army's internal flanks and occupied the village of Nikolaev on the Neman. Thus, Pilsudski's recent plan was thwarted by the Reds' energetic pursuit before they were able to carry it out. The plan's sole result was to delay the pace of the Polish army's retreat, as opposed to the situation which brought in its wake, as we shall now see, its subsequent worsening. The fact that the Polish First Army could not maintain itself along the line of the old German trenches was the result of the Red Fourth Army's turning maneuver from Vilna to aid the Red 15th Army, which had been delayed by stubborn fighting around Smorgon. The turning movement by the Red Fourth Army's 18th Rifle Division and the reinforcement of the 15th Army with one division from the Red Third Army decided the outcome of the fighting around Smorgon in favor of the Reds. All of these circumstances forced Septiki to forego Pilsudski's planned counter-maneuver, and on July 18th, he issued a general order to pull back his armies behind the Neman and Shera rivers. By the close of July 19th, the Western Front's Red armies had reached the line Neman River, Baranovichi Station, Lunanet Station, while the 3rd Cavalry Corps, in moving all the while echeloned ahead of the 4th Army's right flank, seized the fortified city of Grodno in an energetic raid on July 19, 1920. The occupation of Grodno by the 3rd Cavalry Corps was carried out according to the Western Front commander's directive. According to this directive, the Western Front's armies were supposed to force the line of the Shera and Neman rivers during 21 to 22 July. The Red Fourth Army was directed at the sector of the Neman River south of Grodno. The 15th Army was supposed to cross the Neman to the south. The Third Army was instructed to force the Neman in the area of the mouths of the Shera River. the 16th Army was assigned the task of crossing the Shera to the north of Slonim. At this time, the enemy was in full retreat to the line of these rivers. The Polish First Army was moving in two columns from the line Lida, Raden, to the front Vasilishki, Szczecin, with plans to cross the Niemen near Grodno and the village of Mosty. The Polish Fourth Army was falling back in four columns to the Shera River, along its Byton, Velka Volya sector. The withdrawal was being conducted at a forced tempo. Some divisions had covered up to 60 kilometers in a day. The seizure of Grodno by the 3rd Cavalry Corps placed the Polish First Army in an extremely difficult situation between two fires. In turn, the 3rd Cavalry Corps got into just such a situation during 20 to 21 July. Within the confines of the overall situation, an extremely interesting tactical situation arose for the Polish First Army. Upon hearing the first reports of the seizure of Grodno by the Red Cavalry, Szeptycki ordered the Polish Fourth Army to take it back with the assistance of a brigade from the 9th Infantry Division, which had been dispatched to Grodno from Białystok. General Zygidlowicz resolved this problem in the following manner. He dispatched General Zalegoski's group, 8th and 10th Infantry Divisions, to the city of Grodno from the southeast, through the village of Skidel. In order to secure this group from the rear, he ordered Radzkowski's groups, the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division and the 17th Infantry Divisions, to go over to the offensive from the Mosty area in the general direction of the village of Szczecin, along the Red 15th Army sector. Jędrzejewski's very worn-out group, 11th Infantry Division, the remnants of the 7th Reserve Brigade, and a brigade from the 5th Infantry Division, was assigned the mission. While securing the opportunity for both of the first groups to cross the Niemen south of Grodno, to occupy a defensive position along the left bank of the Niemen between the mouths of the Svislok and Shera rivers. In turn, being threatened by the enemy on both sides, the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Corps, Comrade Guy, moved the 15th Cavalry Division up to the village of Kuznitsa against the enemy's Białystok group of forces, and the 10th Cavalry Division to the village of Skidel against Zalegoski's group. At this time, the Red Fourth Army's forward units were approaching the village of Azeri. On July 20th, events unfolded in the following manner. The enemy's Białystok group of forces attacked the Red 15th Cavalry Division and threw it back to the western outskirts of Grodno, but was unable to advance further. Zalegoski began to push the 10th Cavalry Division on Grodno, but was attacked in his turn along his right flank by the Reds from the Azeri area. At the same time, Radzkowski's attack on Szczecin was not only beaten back, but his group began to hurriedly fall back on Mosty under pressure from the 15th Army, thus exposing Zalegoski's rear. It was in this situation that the latter was forced on July 21st to cease fighting around the village of Skidel and to hurriedly get over the Niemen in the area of the village of Luno. Radzkowski crossed this river near the village of Mosty. The Entente's diplomacy began to speak under the influence of the successes of Red Arms. On July 12th, the British government, in the person of Lord Curzon, approached the Soviet government with a proposal to conclude a week-long armistice with Poland. A preliminary condition was the withdrawal of Soviet forces from the natural and ethnic boundaries of Poland. This actually meant that Soviet forces were not to cross the line of the Western Bug River. In the same fashion, the Polish forces were to fall back from the territory of the Soviet Federation, which meant the continuation of the withdrawal behind the line of the Western Bug River. Curzon subsequently proposed to discuss the conditions for peace between the RSFSR and Poland at a conference in London, while projecting the boundary between them in accordance with the Supreme Allied Council's plan, which was adopted in 1919, that is, along the line of the Western Bug River. The refusal of the Soviet government to accept this proposal was to bring in its wake assistance from the Entente powers for Poland by all means at their disposal. Lord Curzon's note did not have any further diplomatic or political consequences. On July 17th, the Soviet government decisively rejected the British government's proposal. However, it had an influence on our High Command's strategic plans. Being in the closing words of the note, the threat to actively enter the fighting on the side of our enemies, Romania, Finland, and possibly Latvia, and particularly fearing the entrance of Romania, the High Command considered it possible to complete the rout of Poland with the Western Front's existing forces, even weakening it by one army, 16th, while holding it in reserve in case of the entry of Latvia. It planned to shift the center of gravity of the Southwestern Front's efforts further to the south, in order to have sufficient forces along the banks of the Dniester in the event of Romania's entrance into the war. Thus, in his July 21st directive, the Commander-in-Chief instructed the Southwestern Front Command to operate along the Koval axis with only a powerful shock group for communications with the Western Front's left flank, while all the remaining forces were to inflict a decisive defeat on the Polish army operating in Ukraine, throwing them to the south, to the Romanian border, while employing the cavalry army for this task. Subsequent events showed that these fears were not justified, which is why this directive was subsequently and actually rescinded by a series of the Commander-in-Chief's follow-on orders. A detailed analysis of the Soviet government's position and the High Command's decisions in planning the final campaign in the struggle against the White Poles will be featured in the next chapter. Meanwhile, the operations by both of our fronts were developing, as before, successfully, and the Red 16th Army captured the town of Slonim. On July 25th, the Western Front's units captured the town of Tukhachevskii and pushed back the Polish Fourth Army beyond the Svislach River. 2 days earlier, the Moser Group captured the town of Pinsk. The turning movement by Guy's 3rd Cavalry Corps along the Western Front's extreme right flank continued to exert its influence, interfering with the enemy's ability to organize a firm resistance on the road to Warsaw. On July 27th, Guy's cavalry captured the fortress of Osowiec and on July 29th occupied Lomza and Novigrad, which facilitated the advance of the Red 4th and 15th Armies, which, in turn, captured Białystok and Bielsk and reached the line of the Neru and Nerzek rivers, also on July 29th. The 16th Army's offensive was somewhat delayed by a stubborn 3-day fight around Pruzhny and Kobrin, the capture of which made the Moser Group's advance easier and, in pursuing the enemy, it was rapidly approaching the line of the Western Bug River. The Moser Group, which had been delayed by the extended fighting for Kobrin, was echeloned behind the 16th Army. It was in such a situation that the Red 16th Army Command did not consider it possible to force the Western Bug River, having along its right flank a powerful enemy center of resistance, although half destroyed, but nevertheless a fortress, Brest-Litovsk, where the enemy was also carrying out the concentration of some kind of forces. Thus, the 16th Army Command decided to display initiative and, while securing its left flank, capture Brest, although the latter was located within the boundaries of the Moser Group. The fulfillment of the task was entrusted to the 16th Army's Left Flank Division, 10th Rifle, and an Army Reserve Division, 2nd Rifle. Under the blows of both divisions and the Moser Group, which had managed to arrive at the city of Brest, and which stormed the fortress's right bank forts, Brest-Litovsk fell on August 1, 1920. In order to understand the entire strategic significance of the taking of Brest, one should keep in mind the fact that Pilsudski viewed Brest-Litovsk as a strong point for his future countermaneuver against the Western Front's armies from the line of the Western Bug River. Pilsudski planned to finally launch this maneuver following the elimination of the successes of Budyonny's Red Cavalry in Ukraine. Thus, as early as July 30th, he inquired of General Sikorski, the commander of the Polsy Group, how long Brest could hold out. The latter guaranteed him a 10-day window. The fall of Brest brought other results in its wake. The further withdrawal of the Polish Third Army in Ukraine beyond the Western Bug River, while not even speaking about the fact that Pilsudski's plan for a counter-maneuver from the line of the Western Bug River had been thwarted. General Faury points out that the operation along the Western Bug, which was conceived by Pilsudski, pursued the sole goal of winning time for a regrouping on the Vistula for the purpose of going over to a decisive offensive. The Southwestern Front's operations during this time unfolded as a stubborn struggle against the enemy for the initiative. While being packed with combat content, due to this circumstance they were distinguished by the rapidity of development in space, but nevertheless were accompanied by constant successes. On July 9th, the 14th Army captured Proskorov, and on July 12th Kamenev-Podolesky. On July 14th, our units reached the line of the Upper Styr, Ikva, and Zbruch rivers. The enemy decided to render stubborn resistance behind this line. He defended particularly stubbornly in the hilly and broken Bubnov, Rovna area and repeatedly launched counterattacks. However, here his resistance was ultimately broken as well by the 1st Cavalry Army, which in these battles wrote a glorious page in its history. At the same time, units of the 12th Army along the Koval axis reached the line of the lower course of the Styr River, establishing themselves along its eastern bank as far as the village of Koki. Further on the front of the Southwestern Front's armies ran through the line Lutsk, Torgovitsa to the line Dubno, Mlynov, bypassing the town of Kremnets, for the capture of which stubborn fighting was going on, and then moved to the Zbruch River. Here, along the entire course of the river, particularly in the Wałęczysk area, the Red 14th Army was disputing the line of the river with the Polish 6th Army, while preparing to invade the confines of Galicia. Such was the overall situation along the southwestern front, when its commander's directive of July 24th determined the subsequent direction of its main efforts along the Lvov axis. According to this directive, direct assistance to the Western Front was entrusted only to the numerically weak 12th Army, which was supposed to capture the city of Kovel as soon as possible. Then, having put out screens toward Brest, this army was to go over to a decisive offensive in the direction of Chelm, Krasnik, and Anapol, and no later than August 15th reach the line of the Vistula and San rivers, occupying crossings over them in the Anapol, Nisko area. Such a setting of tasks determined more likely the 12th Army's assistance to the southwestern front rather than the Western Front, if one compares this with the setting of tasks for the southwestern front's other armies. Actually, in accordance with the same directive, the main mass of the 1st Cavalry Army was to be directed to seize the city of Lvov, while the 14th Army was to direct the main mass of its forces in the general direction of Tarnopol, Peremyshliany, and Gorodok, which would determine its assistance to the 1st Cavalry Army in taking the city of Lvov. This directive finally defined the drawing of the main mass of the southwestern front's forces to the Lvov axis and not the Warsaw axis. It coincided in time with the beginning of the enemy's overall regrouping along his front for the purpose of gathering as large a number of his forces as possible to the Warsaw axis and to reinforce, on the other hand, units of the Polish Second Army, which was faced by Budyonny's cavalry. Thus, the Kovel axis, along which the 12th Army was operating, proved to be comparatively weakly covered. The 12th Army's advance, which at that time was the connecting group between the western and southwestern fronts, was made easier. On July 27th, the 12th Army crossed the Styr River, encountering only weak enemy resistance. On July 30th, it reached the line of the Stokad River, and on the night of 1–2 August it also successfully overcame this barrier along the entire front and moved on to the line of the Western Bug. While the 12th Army's successful advance was going on, the 1st Cavalry Army was engaged in stubborn fighting with mixed results in the area of the town of Brody against the Polish Second Army, which was attempting through a meeting offensive to throw it away from the direct approaches to Lvov, in which was expressed the realization of Pilsudski's plan, mentioned by us above, for destroying the 1st Cavalry Army. As a result of this fighting, the enemy managed to establish himself in Brody for only a short time, because due to the fall of Brest, which followed, as we have mentioned, on August 1st, the Polish High Command was forced to forego the organization of its counter-maneuver from the line of the Western Bug River and to pull back its line of resistance to the Vistula River, while in connection with this the Polish 2nd and 3rd Armies, which were operating along the Kovel axis, received orders to continue falling back to the west. The 12th Army had only to take advantage of such a favorable situation and to try and overcome only space for the earliest possible arrival at the same line as the Western Front's left flank. It sought to do this to the best of its abilities. On the night of 3–4 August it captured the city of Kovel, and on August 6th reached the line of the Western Bug River along the front Opolin, Korytnica. The cavalry army's operational freedom was re-established later. Delayed by fighting around Brody, only on August 7th did it have the opportunity to begin its advance to the headwaters of the Western Bug, in the general direction of Busk. It once again got into stubborn fighting along this line with the enemy, who defended energetically, and it was only on August 15th that it managed to establish itself along the Upper Bug, occupying the town of Busk and thus reaching the direct approaches to Lvov, which was not the immediate goal of its operations. The successes of our Western Front's armies along the Kovel and Lvov axes forced the Polish 6th Army, which was wobbling under frontal attacks by our 14th Army, to abandon the line of the Zbruch River, which meant the spread of military operations into the territory of eastern Galicia. These successful operations on the southwestern front took place at the time of a certain hitch on the Western Front. The latter's armies, in their turn, had encountered stubborn enemy resistance along the lines of the Neru and Western Bug Rivers. The 3rd Cavalry Corps' attack on the Lomza fortified position on July 29th was the beginning of 6 days of stubborn fighting along the left bank of the Neru River, which our 15th Army could not overcome with its own forces. The 4th Army helped it in this regard. The latter managed to throw to the left bank of the Neru two of its divisions, which were fighting there to widen their bridgehead. For the purpose of rendering assistance to the 15th Army, the Western Front commander ordered not only the 4th Army, but also the 3rd Army to help the 15th Army, directing both of them in the general direction of Ostroleka, the 4th Army from the Lamza, Tykhasin area, and the 3rd along the space between the Western Bug and Nera rivers, which was free of local obstacles. From here, there subsequently began the gravitation of the main mass of the Western Front's forces to the north of the Western Bug River. As a result of the coordinated activities of our armies, the enemy abandoned the line of the Nera River facing the front of the 15th Army, which, thanks to this, got the opportunity to advance further, and on August 3rd the town of Ostra was occupied by units of this army. At the same time, the 16th Army was engaged in no less stubborn fighting against the enemy along the line of the Western Bug. By August 1st, the very worn-out and weakened units of the retreating Polish divisions had retreated behind the Western Bug, which here relied on new formations from volunteers and reserve units. The first attempt at crossing the Western Bug River was undertaken on August 2nd by units of the 16th Army along the sector Yano, excluding Brest-Litovsk, 17th, 8th, and 10th Rifle Divisions. It ended in failure during an attempt to broaden their bridgehead on the left bank of the river, despite the fact that some of our divisions managed to penetrate quite deeply to the west of this river. For example, the 8th Rifle Division advanced an entire march to the west and was engaged in stubborn fighting for the town of Biala. It was only on August 4th that the 27th Rifle Division, the 16th Army's right flank division, managed to capture the village of Drohixin on the Bug and establish itself there, having established into contact with the 3rd Army's left flank, which meant the actual fall of the defensive line of the Western Bug River. 2 days later, on August 6th, the 4th Army, following stubborn fighting, captured the town of Ostroleka. This was how the overall situation on the Western Front was taking shape before the start of the operation along the banks of the Vistula, which was the turning point for the entire 1920 campaign on the Polish front. Insofar as the overall condition of our armies exerted its negative influence on the fate of this operation, aside from the operational reasons, we consider it necessary to halt a bit on the latter. All of these phenomena, the elongation of the rear, the weakening of our combat ranks, etc., were the natural and inevitable frictions in conditions of conducting extended operations over the distance of a 500-kilometer pursuit. Undoubtedly, such a method of operations brought in its wake those frictions, for us, which we alluded to earlier. But, after all, frictions are inevitable, and the risk created by these frictions must be ensured against by an entire series of organizational measures, of which we will speak of below. Did the Western Front Command act correctly in demanding extreme exertions from its troops? It is quite proper here to answer this question in the words of our enemies. Let's give the floor primarily to Pilsudski. This is what he writes in his book, 1920. Such long marches, also interrupted by fighting, may do honor to both an army and its leaders. It is particularly impossible to rank with middling commanders and mediocrities a commander-in-chief who has sufficient forces and energy, will, and ability in order to carry out such military work. This quote, which came from the pen of Marshal Pilsudski some 5 odd years after the events being described, testifies to the high valuation of the march of the Western Front's troops and to that impression which it produced on the Polish general headquarters. We believe that this quote is sufficiently illustrative. It behooves us now to halt on other opinions issuing from the same camp. General Sikorski, in his book, On the Vistula and the Kra, writes that the Red Army's too hurried pursuit, undertaken by the Western Front Command and counting on a radically altered political and material base, did not justify itself and led to the weakening of the Red Armies, which were forced to attack without an organized rear and repaired railroads. Some of our writers have expressed the same thoughts, but this is not true. It was precisely during its offensive to the line of the Western Bug that the Western Front Command carried out extremely energetic work for restoring railroad communications and in organizing the rear. The rapidity of the restoration of the railroad network is testified to by the fact that at the start of the fighting along the line of the Vistula River, that is, by the middle of August 1920, the forward railroad stations of Wisko and Siedlce were already open. Thus, the army's railroad communications with their rear establishments had been, one could say, restored in a timely manner. But the entire misfortune was in the poor ability to take advantage of this network. The army's rear apparatuses, due partially to the insufficiency of wheeled transport, coped poorly with the organization of delivery from the terminal railroad stations to the troops. But here the still unorganized field control of the military road played the main role here, in which the work of the terminal sector of the railroad was separated from the work along the dirt roads. Besides this, a shortage of rolling stock, particularly of steam engines, hindered the development of intensive movement along the railroads. Thus, those 60,000 reinforcements which the Western Front's reserve army had prepared and sent to the front were unable to reach it at the necessary time. The extremely rapid advance by the Red armies forced the Western Front Command to seek new ways of organizing the rear and to re-examine the problem of the interrelations between the front and army bases. In these conditions, the barely mobile and unwieldy army bases were already an excess intermediary level, which at the same time had become bogged down deep in the rear. For example, the 15th Army's base was located in Veliki Luki, while the 16th Army's base was in the town of Novozibkov. In order to avoid complications and the crisscrossing of deliveries, the Western Front Command pushed front depots ahead of them to Molodechno and Minsk. Mobile supply units, chiefly of artillery, were dispatched from these depots to the front. They were located at the terminal sectors of the railroads and would move there as soon as they were opened. These mobile units supplied the divisions directly. It was at this final link that holdups arose due to the difficulty of regulating distribution. The mobile units were left to their own devices and did not receive concrete instructions as to whom to distribute supplies, and did this at their own risk and on their own responsibility. One could say that in this campaign we were gradually feeling out methods for the correct and flexible organization of the rear, which, of course, could in no way be recognized as ideal. One must also admit that despite a number of correct organizational measures, the organization of the rear in this operation did not correspond to its scope. This had a great influence on the outcome of the operation, but at the same time in no way could be grounds for a negative evaluation of the operational plan itself. Moreover, the operational plan itself had been conditioned by an entire series of considerations going far beyond the sphere of operational considerations. The situation was developing otherwise for the enemy. The latter's situation, as he fell back into the depths of his own territory, was constantly improving, because in shortening their front line the Polish armies were approaching their main bases and sources of reinforcements at the same time they were marching back. The threat to the Polish bourgeois state order aroused the latter's government to quite energetic activity. The government announced a mobilization of the male population to the age of 35 years and organized a broad volunteer campaign. It was not alone in its organizational work. The Entente powers, in the form of Britain and France, attempted to support Poland to the best of their abilities. The former had not given up the idea of diplomatic influence on the RSFSR, while the latter aided her not only morally, but materially as well. France dispatched to Poland artillery, technical weapons, and munitions, which went through Danzig. The large French military mission helped in word and deeds the reorganization and training of the Polish army. However, faced with terrible events, this or that turn of which was keenly felt by both sides and could change the entire immediate course of world history, or, at least, the history of Europe, the proletariat of our republic was not alone. It felt the support of the European proletariat, which was extending to it the hand of assistance. On July 21st, the Second Congress of the Communist International appealed to the proletariat of all countries with the plea not to let military supplies pass through their territory to Poland. On July 31st, there was created on Polish territory a Provisional Revolutionary Committee, which appealed to the population with a plea to overthrow the Pilsudski government and to conclude peace with Soviet Russia. The Polish Communist Party, in its turn, appealed with a call to the proletariat of all countries, pointing out that the Polish government had been ruling for a year and a half on the basis of a state of emergency, that trade unions were being closed, workers' cooperatives were being persecuted, that the prisons were full of workers, and that in the Polish proletariat's struggle for its liberation the heaviest blow would be the overthrow of the Soviet regime in Russia. The international proletariat broadly responded to these appeals in these days of the decisive campaign along the banks of the Vistula. August 1920 was characterized by an increase in a wave of worker actions in Britain and France. Workers' action committees were formed in Great Britain and exerted resistance to any attempt at Britain's armed interference in the struggle between Soviet Russia and Poland, while seeking the recall of all naval forces operating against Soviet Russia and the recognition of Soviet Russia and the conclusion of a trade agreement with it. This followed as a reply to the British government's threat to once again mount a blockade of Soviet Russia if negotiations did not begin immediately between it and Poland. At the same time, in Germany and Czechoslovakia, the workers refused to load and let pass military shipments for Poland. Against the background of these major events of international significance, a little-noticed event occurred which strengthened our military situation, namely the conclusion of peace with Lithuania, which followed on July 12. Evidently, not only the echoes of the Red Army's victories, but also the dull thunder of the revolutionary storm approaching from within, impelled the Polish government to attempt to stave off what seemed to it the inevitable verdict of history by means of opening peace negotiations. On July 22, it approached the Soviet government with a proposal to immediately establish an armistice and to begin peace negotiations. This proposal was accepted by us. But the Polish delegation that arrived in the town of Baranowice on August 1 presented a commission to conduct armistice negotiations that had been signed only by the military command. Thus, it was proposed that the delegation return for the necessary documents. Meanwhile, the Polish government once again began to play a double game. As early as August 7, it declared its readiness to dispatch its representatives to Minsk for negotiations for an armistice and peace, but they, instead of immediately arriving at our forward units, ended up in the town of Siedlce, where they were discovered by our units upon occupying the town. On August 10, the Polish government approached the Soviet government with a request to present its terms for a peace treaty, which was done. Simultaneously with this, the terms for a peace treaty were also communicated to the British government. It was only when our units had approached the very gates of Warsaw that the Polish peace delegation made it to Minsk, where peace negotiations between both governments began. The peace terms presented by the Soviet government to Poland were as follows. 1. The limitation of the size of the Polish army to 50,000 men and the creation, aside from this, of an armed militia made up of urban and industrial workers under the control of the workers' organizations of Russia, Poland, and Norway. 2. The demobilization of the remaining part of the Polish army and the transfer of the excess armaments and supplies to Soviet Russia and Ukraine. 3. The demobilization of military industry. 4. The return to the previously occupied areas of the rolling stock and horses seized from them and the rendering of assistance to the impoverished population of those areas laid waste by the Polish army. 5. The participation of workers and farm laborers' representatives in the peace negotiations. 6. As regards territory, the RSFSR would make greater concessions to Poland than were called for by Curzon's note. 7. For economic purposes, the RSFSR sought to have at its disposal the Folkowisk, Białystok, Grydziło rail sector. 8. The Polish government was to allot land free of charge to the families of Polish citizens killed in the war or who had been deprived of the ability to work, and 9. Captured Polish officers were to be held as hostages for Polish communists. These terms would put a decisive limit to the imperialistic policy of the Polish government and finally strengthen the fraternal community between the Polish people and the peoples of our Union. However, the Polish government drew out the negotiations in expectation of the crisis of the campaign, which at that time was coming to a head on the banks of the Vistula River. The distribution of the Soviet armed forces along the various theaters of military activities and their relative disposition on the eve of the Warsaw operation. The Commander-in-Chief's point of view regarding the missions and planning of the Warsaw operation. The Western Front Commander's operational plan. The disposition of forces in space according to this plan. In moving to an appraisal of the operation along the Vistula, it will be quite fitting to take a look at the Republic's overall armed resources and at their distribution, as well as at that evaluation of the Polish state's powers of resistance that developed in the period from the preparation for war to the very battle along the Vistula. The Polish state, which had just been united from 3 different parts, was undergoing a profound class struggle, which was accompanied by an extremely mixed assortment of parties and political groups, and undoubtedly was in such a condition when a war for Poland was not an easy matter and quite risky. However, the weak aspects of the Polish state were assessed in an exaggerated manner. A significant part of the Polish communists were counting that if the Red Army crossed over into Polish territory by crossing the western boundaries of Belorussia, then a revolution in Poland was inevitable. Comrade Lenin, in his report to the 10th Party Congress, pointed out that a mistake had been made in the war with Poland, although Lenin did not examine whether this had been a strategic or political mistake. In any event, Lenin noted, the mistake was obvious, and this mistake was caused by the fact that the preponderance of our forces was overrated by us. The underestimation of the enemy's forces was also observed among our high command. In a conversation with the Southwestern Front's Revolutionary Military Council on February 26, 1920, it expressed the assumption that the easiest front, should it be fated to become active, would be the Polish front, where even before the beginning of active operations the enemy had shown a fair number of signs of internal weakness and demoralization. This overrating of the internal Chapter 16, the preparation of the operation along the Vistula weakness of Poland, also told later on. For example, the field staff assumed that the Western Front, even in the event of the 16th Army being pulled into the reserve, would be able to achieve the final defeat of Poland. Report to the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of July 21, 1920, with the forces of the three remaining armies. As the history of the war showed, such a political and military appraisal did not correspond to the actual forces of the Polish state. The nationalist mood that had seized the petite bourgeoisie and intelligentsia of Poland had created sufficient cement for the unification of its heretofore disorganized parts. The peasantry, in the best case, remained neutral, and sometimes under the influence of agitation by Catholic priests, was even hostile in individual cases. Finally, that military assistance, which France, given its possession of colossal military stores that remained following the end of the war, could render Poland, was underestimated. As experience showed, France carried out this assistance not only materially, but also by dispatching military specialists, from pilots to higher commanders, inclusively. The entire sum of these elements made their impression on our operational plans and on their conduct. But it was completely wrong and undoubtedly harmful to draw overall conclusions of the opposite type. First of all, there is no doubt that our calculations for a revolution had an indisputable basis. A revolutionary situation in Poland was certainly at hand. The movement of the working class in Warsaw and Lodz, and the accompanying repressions against it by the Polish bourgeoisie, and the greeting of the Red Army by the working class in Białystok, etc., together is indisputable proof of this. The Polish working class began to form its own Red Army for the struggle against the Polish bourgeoisie. The fact that our calculations on a class front in our Revolutionary War with the White Poles had a solid foundation is testified to by the broad wave of the revolutionary movement that rolled over Europe and which arose with particular sharpness in Germany, Italy, and Great Britain. These facts are beyond dispute and speak to the fact that our political appraisal of the situation was correct. But as regards the appraisal of the forces of the Polish bourgeoisie and its level of class organization and its influence on the peasantry, as well as the appraisal of aid to Poland from France, underestimates were committed by us before the start of decisive operations, which was proven by the subsequent course of events. The overestimation of the Polish government's weakness also told upon the employment of our armed forces. This concerns not only those forces which the Field Command disposed of, but generally of those resources which the People's Commissariat of Military and Naval Affairs disposed of. As is known, at that time the Red Army had about 3,500,000 men. This number includes the VNUS, VCHK, 3 troops. It would seem that given such an overall number of armed forces, under conditions in which the war had ended along the greater part of our fronts, then a truly overwhelming superiority of forces could have been achieved in the Polish theater of war. However, this was not the case. Out of 3,500,000 men, only 639,845 men, by June 1, 1920, were at the disposal of the Field Command. 2,810,357 men were subordinated to the military district commands. There were 20,276 men in the labor armies, for the remaining forces were also serving in the rear. Thus, while the country was suffocating from the burden of maintaining a multi-million-man army, only an insignificant part of these armed forces was actually waging war. This picture of the narrow employment of the armed forces for the struggle on the Polish front also told subsequently. At the moment the crisis of the entire campaign on the Polish front was ripening, that is, at the moment of the battle along the banks of the Vistula, the overall number of the Soviet High Command's forces deployed in the west, along the Tavria sector, and in the Caucasus, reached 210,840 infantry and cavalry. Of this number, 52,763 infantry and cavalry were on the Western Front. In the Southwestern Front, including its Tavria sector, there were 122,786 infantry and cavalry, with 35,291 infantry and cavalry in the Caucasus. In percentage terms, this amounts to 59%, rounded off, of all forces in the Ukrainian theater. Only 25% in the main Western theater and 16% in the Caucasus theater. Such a shift in the center of gravity of the Republic's active combat forces to the secondary Ukrainian theater throughout the summer of 1920 can only be explained by the great activity of Vrangel's army and its successes. In the Ukrainian theater itself, the Red's available combat forces were distributed as follows. The Polish sector of the front contained 35,000 infantry and cavalry, or 21% of the front's available combat forces, rounded off, while 87,561 infantry and cavalry were operating along the Tavria sector, or 79%, rounded off, of the front's available forces. In carrying out such a calculation for the available amount of the Republic's combat forces committed by it on the Polish and Vrangel fronts, it is not difficult to see that Soviet strategy had been forced to distribute its forces equally between both of them. Thus about 87,000 infantry and cavalry, out of an overall number of more than 210,000 men, had been concentrated along the direction of the decisive front. But if one takes into account that group of armed forces which was actually supposed to resolve the task on the Polish front, then only 53,000 infantry and cavalry had been designated for the final defeat of Poland, or no more than 25% of those forces which the High Command disposed of in the European theaters of war. In this area, by the start of the war with the White Poles, the field staff committed a major mistake. The unallowable lack of correspondence of active infantry and cavalry with the enormous number of rear area personnel brought about sharp censures from army workers. Demands for more rational organizational activity were pressing in on the field staff from all sides. In such a situation, it should have relied on the Army's public opinion and decisively achieved a turning point for the better. Instead of this, the field staff, by means of canceling the registration of infantry and cavalry and going over to the registration of infantry, cavalry, artillery, and other combat arms, all the way to curfew commands, sought to create an outwardly more reputable organizational picture. However, this picture did not correspond to the actual combat capability of the individual units, weakened the struggle for organizational rationality, and gave rise to optimism in evaluating the correlation of forces with the enemy, the forces of whom the Intelligence Directorate continued to arithmetically count in infantry and cavalry. How much this recount would have enormous significance will be clear from the following example. By the time of the battle along the Vistula, August 11th, the field staff appraised the White Poles' forces at 101,500 and our forces operating against them at 156,133 troops. The forces of the Western Front alone were appraised at 112,939 troops. However, the picture was actually different. While having 112,929 troops, the Western Front actually had only 45,000 to 50,000 infantry and cavalry, that is, it had 2 times less than the enemy's forces. A glance at the conduct of the war with the White Poles and an appraisal of the correlation of men and material of the opposing sides did not represent something solid and unchanging in 1920. The development of events left their impression on different stages of the war. We spoke earlier of the optimism that characterized the beginning of the 1920 campaign on our part. Lenin spoke about this at the 10th Party Congress. Nevertheless, one must say that Lenin, even before the start of our active operations, had already issued a directive on the straining of all our forces for the war with the White Poles. On May 5th, Lenin said the following in the Moscow Soviet: "Comrades, when we now stand before a new approaching war, we must direct all of our attention to this matter. We well know that enemy which faces us now is not to be feared after everything we have gone through, But we well know that as soon as that enemy enjoys only a small success, that he will be capable of causing us many serious misfortunes, because the bourgeoisie states, which are now standing to the side, will not pass up the opportunity to join him and will not miss slowing our work and our construction. We must say that our rule, to which we have adhered through all the preceding wars, must be completely applied to this war as well, because it is the vital weapon which has always ensured enormous success for us. This rule boils down to the fact that once the matter has come to war, then all of the interests of the country and its internal life must be subordinated to the war. The development of combat operations on the Western Front in July and August, the defeat and prolonged retreat of the Polish armies, and the revolutionary movement in the Western European armies also transformed the significance of the war for Soviet Russia on an international scale. The scope of the war's goals and means required for it grew progressively. In characterizing the course of the war at the September Party Conference, Comrade Lenin chiefly analyzed precisely this operation and its significance. The war with Poland, or more precisely, the July-August campaign, radically altered the international political situation. The turn of events on the Western Front and Curzon's note placed before the party the full seriousness of supplying the war with the necessary men and material. And it was precisely in this area of the war that the necessary exertion of men and material was not secured. On July 16th, the Commander-in-Chief presented a report to the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, in which he laid out the following tenets. 1. Romania, Finland and, perhaps, Latvia may join Poland under pressure from Britain and France. The Commander-in-Chief has requested guidance on this matter, because otherwise a regrouping of forces must be carried out beforehand. 2. In terms of supply, the Commander-in-Chief believed that the Western Front may count on only 2 months of intensive fighting. 3. In the event of operations against Poland alone, one may count on the final collapse of Polish resistance within this period. 4. The active participation of other states would direct the High Command toward halting along the line of the ethnographic border of Poland. In the latter case, the Commander-in-Chief planned to carry out a regrouping of forces on the Western and Southwestern fronts. According to the Commander-in-Chief's report, Trotsky received the government's final decision, which was outlined by him in Mail Telegram number 707 of July 17th to the Commander-in-Chief, with a copy addressed to the RKP Central Committee. The directive begins with the words, Lord Curzon's note is testimony to the fact that an Entente capitalist government believes that our successes on the Polish front are extremely threatening for that unstable international and internal regime which was established following the Peace of Versailles. In this description of the situation, the appraisal made by Comrade Lenin on the question of the influence of our successes in the West on the situation of the Entente runs throughout. At the September Party Conference, Comrade Lenin formulated it thusly. Our advance on Warsaw had such a powerful influence on Western Europe and the entire world situation that it completely disrupted the correlation of the struggling internal and external political forces. The approach by our army to Warsaw indisputably proved that somewhere close to it lay the center of the entire system of world imperialism, which rested on the Treaty of Versailles. In his speech to the Congress of Workers and Office Workers of the Leather Industry on October 8th, he further added to this. If Poland had become Soviet, if the Warsaw workers had received help from Soviet Russia, which they awaited and which they greeted, the Versailles Peace would have been destroyed and the entire international system, which had been won through victories over Germany, would have collapsed. Thus we see that as early as the middle of July, in rejecting Curzon's note, Lenin clearly saw what kind of political impact our offensive against Poland would have in Europe. British mediation was viewed as the latest maneuver for strengthening our enemies. The directive formulated the manner thusly. Proceeding from such an overall appraisal of the situation, it is necessary for the High Command and all of the military establishment's other organs to adopt measures for fully supporting our rapid and energetic advance on the heels of the retreating Polish White Guard forces and, at the same time, without for a minute weakening the forces directed against bourgeoisie gentry Poland, to prepare reserves in the event that Romania, having lost its mind, goes the way of Poland. From this we see that the government's decision correctly evaluated the position of Romania, while rejecting the question of regrouping our Polish front and, what is more so, it proposed adopting all measures for strengthening and supporting the attacking forces. In the case of Romania's entry, it was proposed to form new reserves, but the removal of even one man from the Polish front was forbidden. As regards the insufficient depth of the preparations for the approaching war with the White Poles, we should still point to the poor preparation of the organization of a field headquarters on the Western Front. The field staff did not undertake any kinds of measures for increasing the number of army headquarters in connection with the concentration of new forces on the Western Front, nor did it support the planned scope of operations with technical means, most importantly communications equipment with the railroad troops. This oversight, as was the case with the insufficient organization of front and army rear areas, had a negative effect in the course of subsequent operations. In the High Command's July 16 report to the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, we see that the High Command believed that the prolongation of the war past autumn was risky. This all spoke in favor of finishing off the White Poles in summer, and for this it was necessary to concentrate such forces and technical resources that could completely support our war aims. Once again, our optimistic evaluation of our situation on the Polish front told to a certain extent on our non-fulfillment of these requirements. Meantime, the Polish bourgeoisie was exerting all its efforts. 16 age cohorts were called to the colors. People up to 35 years of age had already been mobilized. New formations were carried out at a high pace. France delivered weapons, equipment, aircraft, and instructors. Did we possess forces sufficient for carrying out the mission assigned by the government? Figures speak to this. The Polish army numbered from 131,000 to 143,500 infantry and cavalry. On our side, they were opposed by 87,763 infantry and cavalry. From figures previously cited, we know that given tougher organizational activity by the People's Commissariat of Military and Naval Affairs in carrying out the government's directives, we could have significantly increased our men and material. Even those few forces which were operating against Poland nearly carried out their task. The Red Army covered 500 and even 600, and in many places up to 800 kilometers, without a break and got as far as Warsaw. Warsaw was nearly considered lost for Poland. At least this is what the entire international press believed. It turned out that the war enabled us to nearly achieve the complete defeat of Poland, but at the decisive moment we lacked the forces. Our army showed that the great but impoverished Soviet country was just a few steps from complete victory in the summer of 1920. Some historians of the war with Poland expressed the opinion on the mistaken actions of the military command, and maintained that it would have been strategically more correct to halt somewhere along the Polish border or along the Western Bug. In our opinion, only those who oppose strategy to politics can decide this way. In recounting the government's directive, we have already pointed out that the possibility of the Entente putting up new enemies against us forced the government to demand from the army the most rapid defeat of Poland, and thus, the rapid and energetic advance on the heels of the retreating Polish White Guards forces was demanded of the latter. Thus, it is completely clear that the possibility of a strategic halt on the Bug River was excluded. Aside from considerations of the possibility of the appearance of new enemies, politics could not but take into account, and also took into account, that grandiose growth of the revolutionary movement which existed at that time, and which was described by Lenin in the following words. When the Red forces were approaching the Polish border, the Red Army's victorious offensive brought about an unheard of political crisis. And further, with the approach of our forces to Warsaw, all Germany began to boil. There we had a situation which could have been observed in Russia in 1905, when the Black Hundreds rose up and called to political life the broad and most backward strata of the peasantry, which today were against the Bolsheviks, but tomorrow demanded all the land from the landowners. And further, the offensive against Poland has brought about such a turning point that the British Mensheviks have entered into an alliance with the Russian Bolsheviks. This is what this offensive did. The entire British bourgeois press wrote that the action committees are nothing less than Soviets. And it was right. They were not called Soviets, but they were essentially the same thing. And, finally, he pointed out that you also know how the European crisis was reflected in Italy. Italy was a victorious power, but when the Red Army's victories brought forth a movement in Germany and a shift in British policy, the struggle in Italy became exacerbated to the point that the workers began to seize the factories and the factory owners' apartments, and to call forth the rural population to the struggle. Italy is now in such a state which does not fit into any peacetime framework. We will add to this that our successful offensive demoralized to a significant degree, according to testimony from Polish sources, the Polish government and the Polish High Supreme Command, of which we will speak later. It would not be too much to cite the appraisal given by the September All-Russian Party Conference. The All-Russian RKP Conference, having heard the report by the representative of the Polish Communists, Comrade Olenowski, who had just arrived directly from Warsaw, joyfully noted that the progressive workers of Poland were in complete solidarity with the RSFSR's actions and were evaluating the events of recent months the same way the Russian communists were evaluating them. The Polish worker communists fully recognized the support by an armed hand for the Sovietization of Poland and were not making even the slightest concessions to either nationalism or pacifism. The conference concluded with satisfaction that individual critical voices of Polish communists, which were sounding in Berlin, articles in Die Rote von 18, were not the voice of the Polish Communist Party. In complete solidarity with the views of the Polish and Russian communists, the conference saw this as a pledge that the final victory would be ours, despite the burdens of the still impending struggle. The conference sent fraternal greeting to the Polish worker communists. It is now necessary for us, in setting about an exposition of a consistent formulation of an operational plan for the operation along the Vistula, to go back somewhat to those basic instructions which the High Command issued for the development of the political directive received by it. The Commander-in-Chief's first instructions of a general type followed on July 20th in Directive No. 4315/OP. This directive instructed both fronts to continue the energetic development of operations in accordance with the directives issued to them, not limiting them by the boundary indicated in Curzon's note. On July 21st, the Commander-in-Chief presented a report to the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, No. 481, which was infused with caution to a significant degree. Fearing the entry into the War of Romania, which already has sufficient forces and opportunities for supporting Poland, the Commander-in-Chief believed that our deep advance into Galicia would be very dangerous in this case, and thus proposed an operation with limited aims for the southwestern front, namely the defeat of the Polish right flank army, so as in this way to cut the Polish front off from the Romanian front, and thus have the opportunity of turning part of the southwestern front's forces to the struggle with Romania. Further on, the Commander-in-Chief considered it possible, in the event of necessity, to further strengthen an eventual Romanian front by holding the Red 16th Army in reserve. This army could have been a reserve in the event of Latvia entering the war. The High Command believed that the forces of the Western Front's 3 remaining armies would be sufficient for the final defeat of Poland. The archival records have not preserved for us the reply to the Commander-in-Chief's proposal, but the Commander-in-Chief's more detailed instructions to both fronts, which followed on the 21st and the 22nd of July, enable us to judge that the Commander-in-Chief's proposals basically received the sanction of the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council. These proposals found their expression in the Commander-in-Chief's directives to the commanders of the southwestern and western fronts, issued by him in Minsk on July 23, 1920. The first directive in time was No. 4343/OP to the commander of the southwestern front. In it, the Commander-in-Chief assigned to the Southwestern Front commander the task of inflicting a decisive defeat on the enemy's Polish 6th and Ukrainian armies, throw them back to the Romanian border, and employ the cavalry army for this task. The directive demanded employing the cavalry army's forces for carrying out this task along a narrow front, along a definite axis, and without scattering its forces. Besides this, the Southwestern Front was to capture the Kovel, Vladimir Volynski area by August 4th with a powerful shock group along the right flank, while maintaining communications with the Western Front's left flank armies and securing its own left flank. On the following morning, the Commander-in-Chief, in Directive No. 4344, assigned the Western Front the task of inflicting a final defeat on the enemy and to capture Warsaw no later than August 12th. The boundary line between both fronts was established through Ratno, Lodowa, and Novaya Alexandria, Puławy, on the Vistula. All of these locales were in the Western Front sector. Although the High Command's subsequent orders inserted a number of important changes in the Southwestern Front's tasks, insofar as the Western Front's main task subsequently remained unchanged, and that the July 23 directive retained its significance for the Southwestern Front to the beginning of August 1920, it would not be too much to halt now for an analysis of both directives. This is all the more necessary, because they both figure in all works having as their theme the operation along the Vistula. From them, people begin their examination of the headquarters and command at the turning point of our Polish campaign. Different sides base themselves on them in their mutual accusations or justifications. In basing ourselves on the formulation of both directives' tasks, which were expressed so clearly that false rumors are out of place, we arrive at the following conclusions. In the middle of July, the High Command considered it possible to make do with only the Western Front's available forces in order to completely defeat the enemy's main forces. However, as early as the beginning of August, the High Command had fully comprehended Poland's powers of resistance. How can one explain the fact that this time the High Command fell into excessive optimism? One may reply to this question with an entire series of considerations. First of all, in deciding to push the southwestern front toward the Romanian border, the High Command was taking into account the danger of the Romanian army hanging over the southwestern front's left flank until Brest-Litovsk was occupied, and until the southwestern front's communications were secured to the north through the Polsy. Secondly, the commander-in-chief could count on the rapid denouement of the operation against the Polish Sixth Army, after which he could, in carrying out his previous decision, regroup the southwestern front's main forces toward Brest and Lublin. It was in these calculations, as we will see later, that the High Command miscalculated. There arose more unforeseen frictions than one could have supposed. In its July directive to the commander of the Western Front, the High Command assigned its immediate territorial objective as the city of Warsaw. The Southwestern Front's goal was defined more broadly in the sense that it was offered a freer choice of objectives for launching its main attack. The city of Lvov does not figure in Directive No. 4343/OP as the main operational objective. As regards the cavalry army, it was only stated that it would launch its attack, securing itself against Lvov. But it is beyond dispute that the directive shifts the center of gravity of the Southwestern Front's efforts so far to the south in comparison with Southwestern Front Commander Yegorov's proposal of July 22 that Lvov must inevitably arise as the main objective of operations in carrying out Directive No. 4343/OP. Thus, both directives numbers 4343/OP and 4344 may be seen, in their totality, as a compromise between the government's instructions in its directive of July 17 and the Commander-in-Chief's proposals in his report number 481 of July 21. The first result of such a compromise was the assignment of missions along two diverging axes. On the one hand, we have Warsaw, and on the other, Romania, as a distant object of operations, along the path to which the city of Lvov arose as an immediate objective. One should not dispute the importance and significance of such objectives as Lvov and Warsaw, particularly the latter. We have already defined this locale as the connecting junction of all the Polish government's centripetal forces. Aside from this political significance, the city was at that time also the country's main material center. This is what General Sikorski has to say on that score. Warsaw was also one of the main material centers of Poland. Its fall was equivalent to the loss of a general engagement. The choice of the city as the main operational objective threatened to shift the area of military operations far into the depths of the country and was actually a successful example of establishing one's strategic goal. On the other hand, was it possible, given that correlation of forces which we cited in the beginning of the chapter, to assign ourselves two such major goals right away? We are forced to admit that we thought we could finish the war with a victorious attack on Warsaw. This attack was entrusted exclusively to the Western Front. Although Directive No. 4343/OP foresaw the movement of a powerful shock group from the Southwestern Front to the Kovel, Vladimir-Volynski area by August 4, in accordance with the spirit of the directive, one can consider that this group was more likely viewed as the connecting link between the internal flanks of both fronts rather than an active fist. It was only in the following days, namely as early as the end of July 1920, that the first shifts are noted in the High Command regarding a review of the Southwestern Front's tasks during the operation along the Vistula. It's possible that these shifts were the result of the impression of the enemy's increasing stubbornness on the Bug and Naru. In a wire conversation with the Southwestern Front commander on July 28, the High Command expressed the thought of transferring first the 12th Army and then the other wing of the Polish sector to the Western Front in connection with the resolution of the Brest Knot. Of course, this transfer had to bring about a change in the missions of the armies that were part of that wing, with the switching of their work to actively supporting the Western Front, which, quite naturally, would place the question of the capture of Lvov on the back burner. However, this conversation had no further consequences at that time. The situation that was arising by this time on the southwestern front would delay the resolution of the task by the front's armies, in accordance with Directive No. 4343/OP, for a certain time. The 1st Cavalry Army was engaged in stubborn fighting with the Polish 2nd Army and part of the Polish 6th Army along the Brody axis. The Red 14th Army was encountering the same stubborn resistance. As we have seen, only the Red 12th Army was advancing more successfully. Thus it must be admitted that we had not been able to bring to a conclusion, due to circumstance beyond our control, that operation by the Southwestern Front with a limited goal, the ideological inspirer of which we considered our high command, and no one else, and the result of which was to have been the defeat of the Polish 6th Army. Now that matter was being drawn out, and, by the way, by August 2nd the situation was already changing radically in comparison with the situation that existed in the latter third of July. The substantial change in the situation was that Brest had fallen. This signified the arrival of the Western Front's armies at the western boundary of the Polski. At that same time, the Southwestern Front's 12th Army was rapidly pulling up to the Western Front's left flank. Romania was not getting actively involved in the war, while the resistance of the Polish forces along the line of the western Bug River had increased significantly. It is quite proper that in such a situation the focus of our attention should have been chiefly concentrated on our Western Front, which was slated to decide the fate of the war. We believe that the High Command quite correctly and in time embarked on precisely this path. Henceforth, in the High Command's concept, the Southwestern Front's Polish wing had to carry out a supporting role in the Western Front's operations, while helping the latter in every possible way. Now, while reviewing the past events from the distance of nearly 10 years' historical perspective, we can only express our regret that the decision, which was essentially quite logical and correct, was not carried out quickly and decisively. The paths of the preliminary resolution of the question of establishing the front's cooperation were of an extremely synchronized character. At the same time, this question did not represent anything new or unexpected. It had been examined long before the time when we had to set about actually realizing it. Although the historian of modern times is in a less advantageous position in comparison with the historian of succeeding generations in this regard, that is, he does not have access to many of those archival documents which will be available to a future historian, but he has a great advantage compared to the latter. This consists of the testimony by living and reliable participants and eyewitnesses. In those cases when our guiding light in the archives is broken due to these and other reasons, we are forced to embark on that path. This is how we have acted this time. According to Comrade Tukhachevskii's words, the question of coordinating the fronts arose as early as April 1920. At the end of April, it was discussed at a session of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic under the chairmanship of Comrade Skliansky. Then, in the name of the government, it was proposed to unify the armies operating along the Polish front under a single command. The High Command, while sharing this point of view in principle, insisted on carrying out this proposal only upon our armies reaching the Brest meridian. That is, it put off deciding the matter until that moment when the wooded and swampy area of the Poles was behind us. Following the fall of Brest, which, as is known, took place on August 1st, the Commander-in-Chief set about carrying out the decision to establish the coordination of the fronts in accordance with the decision taken at the session of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic at the end of April 1920. His Directive No. 4578/OP/987/SH of August 3rd speaks to this. The directive called for the transfer of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies to the commander of the Western Front within the next few days, and contains a number of instructions on establishing communications between the Western Front Command and these armies. In carrying out the transfer of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies to the Western Front, the boundary line between the fronts was to drop sharply to the south, passing through Berdichev, Starokonstantinov, Belozorka, Pomorzany, Mykolaiv, Sambor, Walla Mikowa, while all of these locales, with the exception of Berdichev and Starokonstantinov, were to be within the confines of the Western Front. The directive did not change the missions of the Southwestern Front, or, to be more exact, of its Polish wing, which was still continuing to operate in the spirit of the Commander-in-Chief's Directive No. 4343/OP of July 23, and this meant the actual sanctioning by the Commander-in-Chief of the continuation of the Lvov operation. The High Command evidently believed that the Western Front Command would have time to issue new orders to the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies upon establishing communications with them and, not wishing to limit its decisions or to impose its own on it, for the time being allowed events along the Southwestern Front to develop along their previous lines. Subsequent events showed that in this case the High Command had insufficiently weighed the element of time and those frictions which, in the conditions of our extended theaters, arise in shifting the operational axes of major troop formations. Strictly speaking, as early as August 3, the moment had come for a significant change in the missions for the armies of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing. We do not have the right to make demands on the Southwestern Front Command on the change in missions to its three armies from independent to supporting, since this was not mentioned by the Commander-in-Chief. It is clear from Comrade Yegorov's book, Lvov, Warsaw, that the Southwestern Front Command viewed its role on the Polish front as an independent one from beginning to end and drew up its own plan for a deep invasion of Galicia, the first step in the realization of which was to be the seizure of the crossings over the lower San River. Comrade Yegorov believes that the coordination of both fronts on the Polish theater could have been realized best in this manner. In planning to transfer two of the Southwestern Front's armies and subordinate them to the Western Front, the High Command evidently, due to the considerations elaborated above, did not only not acquaint the Southwestern Front Command with its point of view as to the possible further employment of these armies, but by his subsequent orders confirmed even further the Southwestern Front Command's intention to continue the Lvov operation and even, if one may say this, itself prodded it to the south. The Commander-in-Chief's telegram No. 4592/OP of August 3, which demanded the 12th Army's sharp movement in the direction of Vladimir Volynski, that is, further to the south, in connection with the situation along the 1st Cavalry Army's front, testifies to this. Thus, the Southwestern Front Commander's Directive No. 707, secret, 4433/OP, was an immediate consequence of this telegram and would turn the 12th Army's main forces sharply to the south in the direction of Vladimir Volynski and Tomaso-Lubelski, while at the same time assigning the 1st Cavalry Army the task of defeating the enemy's Lvov group of forces as quickly as possible. This directive has great general significance. In it we must search for the reasons behind the late arrival to their new operational axes of those armies of the Southwestern Front, which were to be resubordinated to the Western Front. The Commander-in-Chief's Directive of August 6, No. 4634/1001/SH, called for even the 14th Army to be included in the Western Front, which would mean, as Comrade Yegorov says in his book, the complete elimination of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing and its headquarters. Before going on to a further elaboration of events, we will halt on a description of the work of the headquarters during the previous 4 days, 3 to 6 August. These days are the transitional stage to the moment when the idea of establishing the coordination of both fronts had finally and clearly formed in the consciousness of the High Command. But here frictions, still only of a technical order, began to make themselves known. The Western Front Command, in its telegram of August 7, No. 0209/OP, pointed out that the establishment of direct communications with the three Southern armies would require from 10 to 14 days. He foresaw great difficulties in organizing these armies' rear services. Thus he requested that these armies be put at his disposal with all their support bases and communications equipment. On August 8, the Southwestern Front Commander, telegram number 150, secret, 4526/OP, objected to this proposal, pointing out that this would be the same as paralyzing the entire headquarters of the Southwestern Front, which still had the responsible mission of fighting General Vrangel's army. Thus one may consider that even on August 8 the question of establishing the coordination of both fronts along the most important point of the fighting, which would decide the fate of the war, and which was already definitely beginning to take shape along the Middle Vistula, was still hanging in the air. At this time the Southwestern Front Command, on the night of 7 to 8 August, in its Directive No. 748/secret, undertook steps to realize its idea of a deep invasion of Galicia. It aimed the 12th Army's main forces, 3 rifle divisions, toward the front Tomaso, Ravaruska, which was supposed to lead to the eccentric application of the efforts of the Red Southwestern and Western Front's internal flanks, while simultaneously he was undertaking measures to pull the 1st Cavalry Army into the reserve. The question of the coordination of the fronts was in the same situation when the operational plan for the Western Front's armies along the Vistula was finally taking shape and had already begun to find its definite expression. The Commander-in-Chief, in his August 7th directive, directed the Western Front commander's attention to that circumstance that the Ivangorod-Dublin axis was inevitable for the left flank 16th Army in its further offensive, because it could temporarily not count on the assistance of the 12th Army. In an August 8th directive, No. 4681/op/1023/sh, the Commander-in-Chief instructed the Western Front commander that the transfer of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing, 12th, 1st Cavalry and 14th Armies, had already been decided. Evidently, this directive was the reply to a somewhat earlier wire conversation between the Commander-in-Chief and the Western Front commander. This conversation contained the plan for the Western Front's armies and the Western Front commander's quite timely instructions that the overall situation demanded the rapid unification of all the armies under a single command. In examining the Western Front's operational plan, one must keep in mind that the Western Front Command, following its August 7th telegram to the Commander-in-Chief, which we mentioned earlier, was from day to day counting on the transfer to its control of the Southwestern Front's 3 armies, 12th, 1st Cavalry, and 14th. In its plan for the Warsaw operation, the Western Front Command proceeded from the following prerequisites. 1. The enemy's forces along the banks of the Vistula must significantly outnumber ours. He appraised them at up to 70,000 infantry and cavalry and his own at 40,000 infantry and cavalry, but we enjoyed a significant moral superiority. This is what General Faury, a witness and participant of the events on the Polish side, says. It's true that in this period the social psychology of Poland was undergoing a true depression. The working class, which had been propagandized by the communists, could have easily risen to help the Reds. The peasantry and that which in the East is known as the intelligentsia were tired. Everyone had become accustomed to easy successes, and the war, which was going on somewhere along the far borders, no longer interested anyone. The army was being defeated and had no support of any kind from the rear. It felt itself spiritually abandoned, and even before the Bolsheviks' decisive offensive, there were some symptoms of decline which seriously worried the Polish command. An enemy attack, launched in such conditions, was a real catastrophe. 2. At the beginning of August, the main mass of the enemy's forces was grouped north of the western Bug River, while falling back toward Modlin and Warsaw. Proceeding from this, the left flank of the entire Polish group of forces along the Vistula was the most important and should be the immediate object of our operations, because given the unfavorable correlation of forces for us, we could not undertake any other simultaneous major goal. 3. The overall concentration and reinforcement of the left flank was to be secured by the concentration along the Lublin axis of the 12th and 1st Cavalry armies, the transfer of which to the Western Front had been raised by the latter's commander as early as the beginning of August, but the resolution of which was being delayed by the unreadiness of communications, and was supposed to take place between the 13th and the 15th of August. 4. If the enemy had elected to give battle on the Bug, then we would have had time, according to the situation, to move the 3rd and 16th armies to the south from the mouth of the western Bug River. A difference was noted between the Commander-in-Chief and the Western Front commander regarding the appraisal of the disposition of the enemy's forces in the period around August 7th. The Commander-in-Chief believed that the main mass of the enemy's forces was south of the western Bug River, while the Western Front commander, just the opposite, put their location north of the western Bug River. Proceeding from its assumption, the High Command was seeking to finish off the enemy's forces somewhere between the western Bug and Vistula rivers before they could recover, following a series of losses inflicted upon them and before they could be reinforced, regroup themselves and base themselves upon the powerful line of the Vistula River with its defensive system in the form of the fortifications of Modlin, Novogeorgievsk, Zegers, the Warsaw Bridgehead fortifications, and the fortifications of Dublin, Ivangorod. Given the overall unfavorable correlation of forces that had arisen, winning time, for the purpose of employing our moral superiority, was acquiring a decisive significance. Commander-in-Chief S. Kamenev insistently carried out this idea in his directive instructions and wire conversations with the Western Front commander, beginning from 7 through August 10. He proposed to the latter moving our 3rd and 16th Armies to the south, to the Dublin axis, accordingly stretching the front of our 4th and 15th Armies north of the Western Bug River. As early as August 8, the Western Front commander had detected signs of some kind of enemy regrouping along his front, and come to the conclusion that the enemy was determined to avoid forcing a general engagement between the Western Bug and Vistula rivers. The Western Front commander thus believed that shifting the Third Army sharply to the south would be a maneuver to no purpose. Actually, as we will later see, in accordance with Pilsudski's decision of August 6, the Polish armies, in adopting a new grouping of forces for a counterblow, had begun rapidly falling back to the Vistula. Based on these prerequisites, on August 10, the Western Front commander issued a directive assigning the front the following overall mission. The enemy is continuing to retreat along the entire front. I order you to completely defeat him and, upon forcing the Vistula River, to throw him back to the southwest. Subsequently, in accordance with this directive, following the crossing of the Vistula, our shock fist was to turn sharply to the south, from which we can conclude that it was the Western Front commander's further intention to seize Warsaw and its fortifications from the rear, if by that time it had not already fallen to blows from the front. Our forces south of the Western Bug River were to be aimed as follows. The 16th Army's main forces would move to the sector of the Vistula River north of Warsaw, excluding Modlin, including Jablona, with the Moser Group to the sector of the Vistula River north of Dublin, where it was also to force the river near Kozienice. The front's extreme right flank, 4th Army, was supposed to cross the Vistula on August 15, while the remaining armies were to do so on August 14. Thus we see that the idea of the Western Front commander's plan was quite active and assigned offensive tasks to all the armies. The Western Front Command, which at that time was located in the city of Minsk, maintained control of all 5 of its armies, also counting the Moser Group, to which it planned on soon attaching another 2, 12th and 1st Cavalry armies, which, of course, would have complicated matters of control and communications. The forward movement of the front's headquarters could not be carried out in time in view of the difficulties of establishing communications with the southwestern front's armies. In accordance with this plan, the following disposition of our forces would arise. A shock fist of 3 armies, numbering more than 40,000 infantry and cavalry, or about 80% of the Western Front's available forces, rounded out, was moving north of Warsaw along a 100 to 110-kilometer front. Units of the 16th Armies and Moser Group's forces, which numbered about 20% of the front's available forces, attacked along a 100 to 170-kilometer front south of Warsaw. The most elongated sector here was that of the Moser Group, 4,193 infantry and cavalry, which had been reinforced on August 12 by the 12th Army's 58th Rifle Division, which raised its strength, according to a number of authors' data, to 6,600 infantry and cavalry, which reached 100 kilometers. This group, until the concentration of the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies to the Lublin axis, was essentially the group that was securing the operation of the entire front along the Ivangorod axis. The timely arrival at this axis by our 2 armies, the overall strength of which reached 26,225 infantry and cavalry, 12th Army, 11,225 infantry and cavalry, the 1st Cavalry Army, 15,000 cavalry, plus the Moser Group's 6,600 infantry and cavalry, should have formed along the Lublin-Dublin axis a second powerful shock fist numbering 32,885 infantry and cavalry. Thus we have a very clear group of forces which fully corresponded to the intentions of the Western Front Command. We thus had a powerful shock fist along the Modlin axis, numbering 40,000 infantry and cavalry. A less powerful but nevertheless mighty fist, numbering 32,885 infantry and cavalry, was along the Dublin axis, and connecting them a weak center in the form of part of the 16th Army's forces. Subsequently, following the exposition of the opposing sides' operational plans, we will attempt to render an overall analysis of the Western Front Commander's plan. But for now, we will simply note that the main goal which he assigned himself was not space or this or that geographic object as a goal unto itself, but foremost the enemy's forces. But at this moment these forces, as we shall see below, were already fully resting on their chief sources of material supply. Thus their fate was already closely linked with the fate of the territory being defended, and with its main material point, Warsaw. This is why the latter, which was not an end in itself for the Western Front Command, became the main focus of the operation, insofar as it was pulling the main mass of the enemy forces onto itself. As is clear from A.A.I. Yegorov's book, which we have repeatedly cited, the Southwestern Front Command had assigned itself some quite broad plans for the Polish wing of its front. As early as July 23, it viewed the Lvov operation as the prelude to its deep invasion of Galicia, while striving to establish itself along the line of the San River from Przemysl to Radymno, and then by moving through Krasnik and Yano to reach the Vistula River along the Anapol-Zauchas sector. This point of view remained unchanged within the Southwestern Front Command up to the very moment when both right flank armies actually passed to the control of the Western Front Commander. But insofar as the Lvov operation had become drawn out, the Southwestern Front Command was actually unable to realize its intentions, for all of its orders in the days preceding the transfer of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies, the 4th and the 7th of August, were subordinated to the interests of the Lvov operation and not the arrival at the line of the San and Vistula rivers. A comparison of the ideological side of both commanders' plans represents a matter of major theoretical significance, insofar as it draws our attention to the old but constantly reappearing question of the interaction between maneuver and battle. As regards his own plan, the Western Front Commander was a committed partisan of resolving the crisis of the war through a decisive battle at the front level. He sought the enemy's forces in order to destroy them along those axes where he was most likely to find them, that is, along the axes leading to Warsaw, as the closest and most important object of action for both sides. The Southwestern Front Commander, according to the logic of his plan, set himself the goal of achieving far-removed objects on the ground, namely along those axes which, according to the conditions of the situation that had arisen, were acquiring secondary significance for the enemy, which he showed, as we shall see later, having nearly denuded the boundaries of Galicia of forces and having brought all of his free forces to the middle Vistula. Thus the actions of the Southwestern Front's right flank armies, had they managed to set about carrying out the Southwestern Front Commander's plan, would have come down to the simple seizure of space which had little value for the enemy army at the time and the fate of which was being decided before the walls of Warsaw. There was no point in thinking about a deep invasion into the heart of Poland through Galicia until the main enemy force, which had been concentrated along the axes covering Warsaw, had been defeated. Overall, we believe that a campaign on Krakow, without the preliminary defeat of the main mass of Polish forces around Warsaw, would be the same as dividing up the hide of a bear while he is still alive. In the final days remaining before the transfer of the Southwestern Front's right flank armies to the control of the Western Front Commander, the Southwestern Front Command remained in the position of formally carrying out the Commander-in-Chief's directive. However, it is necessary here to note that the version that the Southwestern Front Commander supposedly refused to carry out the Commander-in-Chief's directive to move the 1st Cavalry Army does not correspond to reality. Now we should once again return to the question of the coordination of both fronts, insofar as it, following the issue by the commander of the Western Front of his directive for an advance to the Vistula, had entered upon a new, and this time final, phase of its development. A conversation that took place between the Commander-in-Chief and the Western Front Commander on the night of 10 to 11 August served as the stimulus for the final resolution of the question. The conversation itself was preceded by the Western Front Commander's Directive No. 236/op/secret for an advance to the Vistula. The directive stated, "The enemy is continuing to retreat along the entire front. I order you to finally defeat him and, upon forcing the Vistula River, throw him back to the southwest. For which, 1. The 4th Army, while securing the front's right flank, is to capture the Jablanowo, Grudziądz, Toruń area, forcing the Vistula River with its remaining forces on August 15 in the Włocławek, Dobrzyn area. It is to leave 1 rifle division in the front reserve in the Ciechano, Plonsk area. 2. The commanders of the 15th and 3rd Armies are to force the Vistula no later than August 15th. The commander of the 3rd Army is to launch an attack from the Zalubis area in the direction of Praga and to throw back from Warsaw that enemy retreating before the 16th Army. 3. On August 14th, the commander of the 16th Army is to force the Vistula River with his main forces north of Warsaw. 4. On August 14th, the Moser Group is to capture the Kozienice, Dublin area. The 58th Rifle Division is subordinated to the commander of the Moser Group by order of the Commander-in-Chief. 5. Boundary lines between the 4th and 15th Armies. Orzen, Plock, Piontek, inclusive for the 15th Army. Between the 15th and 3rd Armies. Naziolsk, Dlutowo, Wyszegród, Sokoksue, inclusive for the 3rd Army. Between the 3rd and 16th Armies. Modlin, Blony, inclusive for the 3rd Army. 6. The political situation demands the immediate and complete defeat of the enemy forces. On the night of 10 to 11 August there once again took place a wire conversation between the Commander-in-Chief and the commander of the Western Front. It is of no less decisive significance for the operation than the previously cited directive, for after it the Commander-in-Chief issued a directive for the regrouping of the 1st Cavalry Army to Lublin. To be sure, one may be again a difference in the views of the Commander-in-Chief and the Western Front commander as to the appraisal of the enemy's dispositions and intentions, insofar as the Commander-in-Chief still considered it possible to bring about a decisive engagement between the Vistula and the Western Bug by preventing the enemy from falling behind the Vistula River, but finally, after hearing the Western Front commander's considerations, the Western Front commander's operational plan was confirmed with the following words: I grant you freedom of action, but retain the task of quickly defeating the Polish forces without getting carried away by a deep strategy, as in this regard I fear that we will not have the necessary time for such a type of decision. We have decided to make a detailed analysis of the plans and decisions at all levels of our higher command after the exposition of the opposing sides' plans. Then the positive and negative sides of these and other decisions will appear in greater relief. Measures for establishing the coordination of the internal flanks of the Western and Southwestern fronts. The Polish High Command's operational plan and the disposition of its forces. The correlation of both sides' forces along the different sectors in the Warsaw operation in accordance with their plans. A comparison and evaluation of both plans. On the night of 10 to 11 August, the Commander-in-Chief put a limit on the cavalry army's actions against the Polish 6th Army. The directive, No. 4738/Op 1041/SH, issued by the Commander-in-Chief at 0300 on August 11th, is characterized by a precise evaluation of the overall situation and assigned definite tasks to the Southwestern Front's Polish wing. In it, the Commander-in-Chief quite correctly established the correlation of the specific weight of the Lvov and Warsaw operations and the center of gravity for applying the efforts of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing, which was being carried out by the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies, and shifted their actions to support the Western Front's main operation. In connection with this decision, the 12th Army was to launch an attack with its main forces in the general direction of Lublin, while the Cavalry Army's main forces were supposed to reach the Hrubieszów, Zamość, Tomaszow area. At the same time, the Commander-in-Chief later pointed out, it is critically necessary to directly subordinate as quickly as possible, first the 12th Army, and then the Cavalry Army, to Front Commander Tukhachevskii. Further on, the Commander-in-Chief requested an immediate conclusion on this matter from the commander of the Southwestern Front. The last phrase of the directive does not jibe somehow with the overall tone of the entire directive. At first glance, this seems unimportant, but fraught with consequences. It gives some people the formal right to maintain that Directive No. 4738 was not of an executive character, but of a preliminary one. Chapter 17, establishing the coordination of the fronts, but the High Command itself evidently attached a completely different meaning to it. This follows from the Commander-in-Chief's second conversation with the Western Front commander, which took place at 0035 on August 12th, that is, on the night of 11 to 12 August. This conversation even more vividly underscores the Commander-in-Chief's idea of the coordination of the fronts and of their relative role in the campaign's decisive moment. Right now, the Commander-in-Chief said, the Southwestern Front had the task of defeating the enemy covering Lvov, and for this purpose naturally turned Budyonny's army and the 12th Army south. Now, when you are sharply turning your units to the north for preparing for a final decision, it is necessary to shift the 12th Army and Budyonny to the north, lest our forces in the center get too thin, while further on the Commander-in-Chief emphasized the significance of the closest linking of the 12th Army's work with the Western Front's left wing, which is why he considered it necessary that the Western Front Command now take control not only of the 58th Rifle Division, but of the entire 12th Army. Otherwise, I think, the Commander-in-Chief said, your center might not cope with its task and could perhaps break like a stretched string. The Western Front commander considered it possible to subordinate the 12th Army to him immediately. The Western Front commander was already able to communicate by Morse code through Berdichev and counted on acquiring more reliable communications with it as early as August 12. This conversation, in connection with the above-cited directive, is also very significant and testifies, first of all, to the complete agreement of the Commander-in-Chief and Western Front commanders' views on the forms of employing the Western Front's right flank armies. It indicates the possibility of actually controlling these armies' actions, beginning from the night of 11 to 12 August. Thus, the overall operational situation regarding the possibility of immediately setting about to actually realizing the coordination of the fronts was developing so favorably that this could have been done fully even on August 10th, as A.I. Yegorov points out in his book, Lvov, Warsaw, pages 171 to 172, and on August 11th. But here, when the High Command had adopted a precise decision, unconditionally securing our victory on the Vistula, such frictions in the work of the command apparatus appeared on the stage that the Commander-in-Chief's decision was reduced almost to nothing. Many of the Civil War's participants, due to the extremely limited number of published historical documents relating to the war, still have the impression that the Southwestern Front Command refused to carry out the Commander-in-Chief's directive. Actually, this does not correspond to reality. We will still return to those shortcomings that concern the realization of this directive by the Southwestern Front Commander, but they did not have decisive significance for us. In this instance, the still poorly organized field work by the headquarters played this role. Let us turn to an examination of this extremely important matter, which placed firmly before us the problem of the necessity of training a flexible, energetic, and enterprising Army field headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief's decision, due to the poorly functioning headquarters apparatus, did not manage to exert its decisive influence in time on the fate of the entire campaign along the banks of the Vistula. The Commander-in-Chief's directive regarding the cavalry army's regrouping was issued on the night of 10 to 11 August. The elementary conditions of staff work demanded in such conditions from the field staff and its operational directorate a number of measures to secure the realization of the Commander-in-Chief's new decision. This was all the more necessary because the new decision was supposed to overcome the Lvov inertia, which for 2 weeks had been eating into the entire Southwestern Front's operational purposes. It was necessary to warn by wire the Southwestern Front headquarters about the new mission and the cavalry army, for it was to be subordinated to a new headquarters and to move along an unfamiliar axis. This was all the more necessary as the Commander-in-Chief was quite concerned for the Lublin axis, and the field staff naturally should have manifested its organizational energy in this question. However, the Commander-in-Chief's directive had to be put into code and dispatched to its destination without issuing any other kind of preliminary orders. As luck would have it, mistakes and distortions were made in the encoding. The front's headquarters, following a significant loss of time spent in unsuccessfully decoding the directive, requested the field staff to recode the message, which was done. At 13:35 on August 13th, these telegrams were sent in corrected code to Kharkov and Minsk. If preliminary orders regarding the Commander-in-Chief's new decision were not issued, then it was necessary to see after the timely reception of the new directive by the front commanders. If a distortion in the code was noted, then its basic idea should have been immediately sent forth by wire. It is impossible to explain this by extreme secrecy. We see daily conversations between the Commander-in-Chief and the Western Front commander about these secrets. We see here a sad but instructive example of how the High Command's decision was reduced to zero by the executive apparatus and the lack of precision in its work. It is also necessary to admit as vexatious the circumstance of the Commander-in-Chief adding at the bottom of the directive a postscript requesting the opinion of the Southwestern Front commander, which weakened its imperative character. However, the Commander-in-Chief's subsequent orders confirmed its binding force. On the evening of August 11th, the High Command, while acting in the spirit of the decision already made by it, evidently considered it necessary to strengthen the impression of its Directive No. 4738/op/1041sh, which is why in Directive No. 4752/op/1044/sh, it pointed to the necessity of pushing the 12th Army forward as quickly as possible to the Lublin axis, citing the fact that the Moser Group was already at the Koch meridian. At the same time, on August 12th, the Southwestern Front was still continuing to develop its inertia in the spirit of the July 23 directive. The Southwestern Front Command decided once more to energetically press on the Lvov Junction, which it did according to its Directive No. 764/secret/4626/op, ordering the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies to continue to carry out their tasks to take the Lvov Junction in the most energetic manner and to move to the Tomaso area, after which it was to push the cavalry ahead to quickly seize crossings over the San River along the Sieniawa-Radymno sector. Thus, from August 12th, a definite lack of coordination began in the High Command's and the Southwestern Front Command's work, which disrupted the beginning of the coordination of the fronts. One should not, unfortunately, maintain that this lack of coordination was conditioned by purely objective reasons. They could have been avoided if our art of headquarters service during this time had been at the appropriate level. In his Directive No. 767/secret/4639/op, the Southwestern Front Commander, if one may express oneself thusly, fully loaded the 12th Army, which, as we shall see further on, continued to exert an influence on the 12th Army Command throughout almost the entire operation on the Vistula, despite the fact that this army had already begun to receive the Western Front Commander's directive, having been formally subordinated to him. In Directive No. 767, the Commander-in-Chief demanded that the shock group, that is, the 12th Army's main forces, capture the Tomaso, Ravaruska area and the crossings over the San River in the Sieniawa and Radymno area. The 12th Army, upon the occupation of Chelm, was to vigorously pursue the enemy along its right flank toward Krasnik in order to occupy as quickly as possible the crossings over the Vistula in the Anapol, Zawichost area and over the San in the Razwadow, Nisko area. Thus, both of these directives by the commander of the Southwestern Front actually return us to the situation of August 4th as regards realizing the coordination of both fronts. One might even consider the situation more difficult because on August 12th, the 1st Cavalry Army, even before receiving Directive No. 764, itself undertook to commit its cavalry reserves into the fighting to the line of the Styr River. On August 12th, the Southwestern Front Commander put forward, as a proposal, a new variant for employing the cavalry army, proposing to pull it back into the reserve to the Proskurov area in the event of Romania's entry into the war. On the night of 12 to 13 August, the question of formally subordinating the Southwestern Front's 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies was decided in the Commander-in-Chief's conversation with the commander of the Western Front, with the temporary transmission of the Western Front Commander's orders to them through the Southwestern Front's headquarters. The Western Front Commander planned to take the armies on at 2,400 on August 13th, or even better, at 1,200 on August 14th. However, the question of establishing coordination between the fronts was fated to pass through its final frictions. Having received the Commander-in-Chief's coded directives numbers 4738 and 4752 at around 1630 on August 13th, the commander of the Southwestern Front reported that the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies had already set about carrying out the tasks assigned them on August 12th, which is why he considered impossible the change of the main tasks for the armies under the present conditions. In expectation of a reply to his report, the commander of the Southwestern Front drew up a proposal for a directive to the front's armies for the subordination of the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies to the commander of the Western Front. But nothing was said in this directive about assigning the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies those new missions that would arise for them from the Commander-in-Chief's Directive No. 4738/op of August 11th. At the same time, according to the precise sense of the directive, the Southwestern Front Commander was supposed to assign such tasks. It stands to reason that upon receiving the new tasks, the armies would set about that regrouping demanded of them in connection with the new tasks as early as the night of 13 to 14 August. But the Southwestern Front Command preferred to formally carry out only the Commander-in-Chief's S. Last Directive No. 4774 of August 13 regarding the subordination of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies to the commander of the Western Front. The Southwestern Front Commander's Directive No. 776/secret/4654/op regarding the transfer of the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies to the Western Front Commander from 1200 on August 14 was issued by him only at 0102 on August 14 due to a variety of circumstances. Thus, the formal realization of the question of the front's coordination, which had been foreseen as early as the end of April and which had come to full fruition on August 3, was resolved only on the night of 13 to 14 August, and in an unfinished manner at that. We have occupied the reader's attention for a long time with the matter of the front's coordination. The researcher's thoughts constantly run up against this question as soon as he approaches the operation along the Vistula. Various researchers have illuminated this matter in various ways. This means that a preliminary and careful analysis of all the facts was necessary in order not to be guided by anyone's judgments or any authorities, and to arrive at one's own conclusions in this regard. These conclusions must answer the following questions. Was the significance of the front's coordination clearly realized by our high command organs? Did there exist between them a unity of views on this matter? Was the decision to establish the front's coordination made in a timely manner? What forms did the decision take, and for what reasons did it fail to yield practical results? It is not difficult to answer the first question. The significance of the front's coordination was clearly realized by all of the higher command organs, beginning with the government, which raised this question as early as April 1920, and ending with the Commander-in-Chief and the Commander of the Western Front. As for the second question, we have every right to say that there was no complete unity of views. The High Command and the Western Front Command quite consistently, from the beginning to the end of the campaign, held to that point of view, which is also supported by the majority of Polish authors, that the main theater of military activities was the Northern Theater, in which the Western Front's armies were operating. By the time of the campaign's turning point in this theater, the chief focus of operations had become clear in the form of the Warsaw-Modlin area, which had drawn to itself, as we will see below, the main mass of Polish forces. In this area, due to reasons of a political and economic order, such an object as Warsaw stood out, but its capture could not have been the goal of the operation in itself. The fall of Warsaw was to have been the natural result of the rout of the enemy's forces covering this dead end. Thus, the commander of the Western Front, in his August 10th directive, which defined our army's march maneuver to the line of the Vistula River, did not say a word about taking Warsaw. Given the correlation of forces that had come about in the Polish theater, we could not allow ourselves such a luxury as two independent operations in it, such as an operation to seize the line of the Middle Vistula, which would break the spine of the entire Polish defense and should have entailed the paralysis of all the state organism's functions, and an operation to seize Galicia. It is clear that the operations of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing should have been subordinated to the interests and goals of the Western Front. Only this would have yielded us the necessary concentration of all our efforts on one truly important goal. Any other kind of decision would have entailed the dispersal of our efforts in space. But the Southwestern Front Command, as we now know, thought of the front's coordination in the form of two independent front operations along the Warsaw and Krakow axes. As regards this project, we cannot but cite one historical analogy. Does this situation not remind us of the situation in which the Stavka of the Russian High Command ended during the World War, when both of its fronts were also striving for independent operations on Berlin and Vienna, in which each of the fronts considered itself the main one? It is known how the High Command then took the role of conciliator and transformed itself not into a higher command organ, but into a sort of arbitration judge between them, and it is known, finally, those negative consequences for Russian strategy to which the Russian Stavka's policy led. We note with satisfaction that our High Command found within itself sufficient strength of will to choose at the decisive moment to take that path to which a clear operational recognition and the correct understanding of the situation as a whole was pushing it. In noting here this positive service by the High Command, we must, however, say that it was late in formulating its plan for defeating the enemy's armies, in other words, with formulating its idea for the coordination of the fronts. This idea should have matured earlier, and we should have crossed the Western Bug River with the High Command's already prepared plan. Did not the avalanche-like offensive, which gave rise to that optimism, influence here our lateness to a certain degree? And on the other hand, did not a certain overestimation of the significance of a possible Romanian entry in the drawing of the High Command's attention to the southwestern front's Vrangel sector play a role here? We cannot answer these questions categorically right now, as long as those men who can weave new threads into the canvas of history are silent. In order to answer the third question as to whether the decision on coordinating the fronts was realized in time, we have to, on the one hand, get ahead of ourselves and, on the other hand, resort to a calculation of time and space. As will soon be clear, the Polish High Command, having devised a plan for a broad counter-maneuver while relying on the line of the Middle Vistula, was securing it along the Lublin axis with a screen of 7,500 infantry and cavalry. This screen was deployed along the front Chelm, Rubizo. In his work, General Sikorski points out that this screen, with the exception of the 7th Infantry Division, consisted of only fictions and not of troop units. He includes among these fictions the Ukrainian 6th Infantry Division, the strength of which was less than 1,000 men, and the Belarusian People's Army, which numbered no more than 1,600 men, as well as various Polish volunteer formations which had been organized into operational groups, but which did not represent, in General Sikorski's words, regular troops, either in quality or strength. General Sikorski points out quite correctly the great risk to the Polish counter-maneuver, which was being secured from the east by such an unreliable screen. We had the 12th Army against this screen on August 12th, approximately along the front Lodowa, Ustalug, at a distance of 25 to 35 kilometers, that is, 1 day's march. Thus, if the 12th Army had immediately concentrated its efforts along a single definite axis, assigning itself the immediate task of pushing aside the Polish screen, then it could have set about carrying out this task within a day, or at most 2 days. But as we know, it had the task of turning sharply to the south to the Hrubizo, Ravaruska front. The practical realization of this mission would lead to the turning of the 12th Army's main forces parallel to the Polish screen's front, while only indirectly touching it in the Hrubizo area. As early as the morning of August 12th, the main mass of the 1st Cavalry Army's cavalry divisions were in the Radzichow, Topro area, that is, 70 kilometers from the Red 12th Army and 100 kilometers from the Polish screen along the Lublin axis. Comrade Yegorov is absolutely correct when he says that once the decision to employ the cavalry army along the Lublin axis had matured on the night of 10 to 11 August, then as early as the morning of August 11th it could have and should have received instructions from the High Command through the Southwestern Front headquarters as to its new designation. But this was not done. We, however, are now interested in another matter. Namely, from what line and from which area was the 1st Cavalry Army's operational influence on the Polish counter-maneuver to begin, and was it really that important to catch this counter-maneuver before the beginning of its development, as opposed to catching it during the process of its development? Comrade Yegorov believes that in order to thwart the Polish counter-maneuver, the 1st Cavalry Army should have arrived right at the line of the Weepers River, behind which the main Polish shock group of forces, 4th Army, was concentrating, and determines the distance by air which the 1st Cavalry Army had to cover at 240 to 250 kilometers. Further on, he believes that even by beginning its movement on 10 to 11 August, with allowances made for enemy resistance, the 1st Cavalry Army could not have reached the line of the Weepers River earlier than 21 to 23 August. Comrade Yegorov believes that aside from the previously mentioned Polish screen, the 3rd Legionnaire Infantry Division near Zamosk, the 1st Legionnaire Infantry Division near Lublin, and, finally, the 18th Infantry Division, which had disembarked from trains, also near Lublin, could also have offered resistance to the 1st Cavalry Army. It became known from subsequent events that it was precisely these divisions that were part of Pilsudski's shock fist. Proceeding from Comrade Yegorov's reasoning, the dispersal of this fist would have thus begun far earlier than the 1st Cavalry Armies reaching the Ivangorod, Kok area, where the Polish 4th Army was concentrating. From this, it is clear that the approach of the 1st Cavalry Army to the line of the Weepers River alone would have had a direct effect on the enemy's operational freedom. And we believe that it would have begun to be felt as early as the 1st Cavalry Army's arrival at the front Hrubizo, Zamosk. Let's now look and see, was it necessary for us to move the 1st Cavalry Army to this area before the start of the Polish offensive? Yegorov himself lists those benefits which we could have derived from this. Their essence consists in the fact that the cavalry army's threatening advance would have imposed upon the enemy an improvised regrouping and would have dispersed its southern shock fist by half. But if the 1st Cavalry Army had reached the designated area later, that is, if it had reached the line of the Weepers River at the moment when all of the Polish shock groups had begun to move along the offensive axes assigned to them, then the 1st Cavalry Army, in conjunction with the 12th Army, would only have had to overcome the fine cobweb of the Polish screen in order to end up in the undefended rear areas of the southern Polish armies. Do we really need to discuss what kind of brilliant prospects would have opened here for the 15,000-man cavalry mass? Everything that has been said should be the basis for our following assertions. First of all, the cavalry army, with greater or lesser success, could have been committed into the fighting not only before the start of the Polish counter-maneuver, but at the moment of its development. Secondly, in order for the effect of the 1st Cavalry Army's appearance to begin to tell upon the enemy's operational freedom, and mainly upon his state of mind, it was in no way necessary for it to come up directly against Kock or Dublin. For this, it would have been sufficient for it to appear in the Hrubieszów area no later than 15 to 17 August. Proceeding from the given prerequisites, it is necessary to clarify, could the 1st Cavalry Army have appeared in this area by the designated time, on the condition that it began its movement on August 14th? Considering that the air distance from the Radzieczow area to the Hrubieszów area is 100 kilometers, and that the daily movement of cavalry is 30 to 35 kilometers, we arrive at the conclusion that the 1st Cavalry Army could have reached the Hrubieszów area by the close of August 16th. This means that the operational cooperation of the internal flanks of both our fronts, in that conception which had formed with the Commander-in-Chief on August 11th, was possible and realizable even in conditions of the late receipt by the southwestern front of the Commander-in-Chief's directive of August 13th. General Sikorski confirms this idea in his work, pointing out that the interference by the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies in the operation along the Vistula was possible and would have played a major role in it. If the Commander-in-Chief's directive had begun to be carried out on August 12th, then Pilsudski's counterblow might not have taken place altogether. Thus, the answer to the last question is quite clear. We gave a partial reply to the second half of the last question in the preceding rendition. Therefore, here we will make a short summary of the reasons which prevented us from realizing the coordination of the fronts. These reasons, for the most part, were subjective, that is, they depended upon the free will of people who, in any event, were linked to the matter of uniting the front's activities. Reasons of a subjective order, which might not have been and which could have been eliminated, but which created an entire series of frictions which finally thwarted the plan for the cooperation of our fronts, come down to the following. The belated formulation, both by the Commander-in-Chief and by the front commanders, of the question of cooperation, the belated but quite realizable, in terms of time and space, decision by the Commander-in-Chief as early as August 11th. Then there is the poor organization of the art of staff work, which led to a situation in which the Commander-in-Chief's very important directives of August 11th became known to the Southwestern Front Commander only on August 13th. We must consider this reason the main one. This is the failure of the Southwestern Front Commander on August 13th to carry out that part of the Commander-in-Chief's directive, in which he was instructed with the task for a new regrouping of the 1st Cavalry Army. To these initial causes must be added, by getting a little ahead of ourselves, the following, which began to tell as early as the time of the transfer of the 1st Cavalry and 12th Armies to the commander of the Western Front. These consisted of the 1st Cavalry Army's procrastination in carrying out the Southwestern Front Commander's directive to withdraw from the fighting for Lvov and to concentrate it, after 4 days' march, in the Vladimir-Volynski area. 19 in the stubborn drive of the Red 12th Army's command to develop its main attack not along the Lublin axis, as the Western Front Commander demanded, but to the southwest, in the direction of the front Tomaszow, Rava, Ruska, Kamenka, that is, to carry out the Southwestern Front Commander's previous directives. Finally, we will point out those mistakes which, in our opinion, should be laid at the feet of the Western Front Commander. The Western Front Command should have waged a more decisive fight for the 1st Cavalry Army's timely movement to Lublin, even when the Cavalry Army had not yet been subordinated to it. A great deal undoubtedly depended upon the command's demand's persistence. But the Western Front Command failed to manifest this at the most decisive moment of the operation. Let us now turn to the opposing side's plans, decisions, and worries. It is only by making them manifest to the reader that we can render an all-round evaluation of both sides' plans and decisions and to compare them. In order to save the Polish state, the Polish High Command decided to exert all of its efforts. The call up to the colors of everyone capable of carrying a weapon up to 35 years of age and the intensified intake of volunteers should have significantly increased the Polish army's thinned-out cadres. The agitation carried out by the clergy among the backward elements of the soldiers and the popular masses was supposed to raise the draftees' morale. The energetic measures in the organizational and propaganda fields were followed by the same sort of decisions in the operational sphere. The entire course of the preceding campaign indicated that the enemy had to break decisively with his preceding methods of operations. The idea of the necessity of a preliminary rebound for gaining freedom, for a complete regrouping of its forces, had been maturing in the Polish general's consciousness. The first hints at the formulation of this idea are contained in the Polish General Staff's General Defensive Instructions of August 4, 1920. Here it already speaks of accepting a general engagement, relying on the line of the Vistula River. General Weygand, Foch's former chief of staff during the World War, who arrived in Poland on July 25, 1920, carried out this idea more precisely and insistently. He developed quite consistently the idea of creating a new and firm front, pulled so far back into the depths of the country that they could form the necessary reserves for employment in an active maneuver from both flanks. General Weygand shared completely the opinion of the chief of the permanent French military mission, General Henrys, on the necessity of creating a powerful army on the northern wing of the Polish front in light of the danger which threatened the state's capital in the event of it being turned from the north. We have cited all of these details in order to show that the Polish plan of operations did not arise immediately and was not the creative act of a single person, as certain of our authors think, trusting too much Pilsudski's book 1920. Marshal Pilsudski was under the impression of the failure of his plan for developing an active countermaneuver from the line of the Western Bug River. The low morale and confusion of those around him had an influence on him. It's difficult to say how his plan would have turned out had it not been for the guiding hand of the two French generals. He eloquently speaks to his state of mind and spirit in his book, 1920, in the following expressions. All our combinations had yielded an insignificant number of forces, the senselessness of information, and the insanity of impotence, or extreme risk before which logic fell back. Everything appeared grim and hopeless to me. The only bright spots on my horizon were the absence of Budyonny's cavalry in our rear and the helplessness of the Red 12th Army, which was not in a state to recover following the defeat in Ukraine. Thus Pilsudski, not taking in the situation as a whole, as Weygand and Henrys were doing, saw before him only the immediate danger along the immediate approaches to Warsaw, which attracted his chief attention. We are inclined to search in this for the psychological prerequisites of that plan of operations which he finally created. This plan called for the active maneuver of only the Polish front's southern wing. The following prerequisites lay at the heart of Pilsudski's plan. The Red Army's main attack on Warsaw would come south of the Western Bug River, while the armies moving north of the line Grodno, Białystok, Warsaw would cross over to the southern bank of the Bug somewhere in the Malkinia Gorna, Brock area. According to Pilsudski's calculations, one could expect only a secondary attack by the Reds north of the Western Bug River, which would be expressed in attempts to turn his left wing along the East Prussian border. The plan's idea consisted of the following. While resting the left flank and center of the Polish front on the fortifications of Modlin, Nowogeorgivsk, Zegers, the Warsaw Bridgehead, and the line of the Vistula River, Pilsudski decided to concentrate in the Dublin, Ivangrad area under the cover of the lower course of the Weepers River, a shock fist known as the Central Group of Armies, gathering it by regrouping his forces in the main theater and part of his forces in the Ukrainian theater, and attacking with it the left flank and rear of the Red Armies, attacking the Warsaw fortifications. The armies of the Ukrainian theater, which were dispatching part of their forces to the main theater, received strictly defensive tasks for the duration of this operation, which came down to maintaining the area of the city of Lvov and the eastern Galician oil basin in Polish hands. Proceeding from these prerequisites, Pilsudski outlined in a directive of August 6 as his main defensive line Orzyk River, Nera River, the bridgehead fortifications of Pultusk, the bridgehead fortifications of Warsaw, the line of the Vistula River, the Dublin, Ivangorod, fortress, the line of the Weepers, Sarat, and Strypa rivers. For convenience of control, Pilsudski unified the three armies in the main theater having defensive tasks, 5th, 1st, and 2nd, under the name of the Northern Front, while he entered into the command of the central group of armies, 4th and 3rd, while continuing to exercise overall control of the Northern and Ukrainian fronts. The mission of the central group of armies was that the Polish 4th Army, upon deploying along the front Dublin, Ivangorod, Kok, was to go over to the offensive in the general direction of Novominsk. The Polish 3rd Army, while covering the entire broad front from Kok to Brody, excluding both locales, was supposed to support this offensive by an attack on Lukau with 2 of its infantry divisions and 1 cavalry brigade, while holding its other forces as a screen along the Lublin axis against our 12th Army. In carrying out this plan, the final disposition of Polish forces was to be as follows. The Northern Front, from Torun as far as Dublin, with 72,000 infantry and cavalry, the central group of armies, with 37,000 infantry and cavalry, from which 7,500 infantry and cavalry must be subtracted for the passive screen along the Lublin axis. The Ukrainian front, with 22,000 to 34,500 infantry and cavalry. In all, the enemy in both theaters disposed of between 131,000 to 143,500 infantry and cavalry. Of these, 109,000 infantry and cavalry would take part either directly or indirectly in the Warsaw operation, which yielded the enemy a more than 2-to-1 superiority at the time of the operation along the Vistula. In translating this correlation into percentages, we see that the enemy allotted to the secondary Ukrainian theater from 17 to 27% of his available forces, while he concentrated 73 to 83% for the main operation or its support. However, in turning to a percentage evaluation of the distribution of forces according to active and passive tasks within the confines of the operation itself, we see here a violation of the principle of activity. That is, only 27% of all forces are designated for active operations, while 73% of all forces initially received passive tasks. In such a distribution, one sees the influence of fear for the combat resilience of the Polish armies, the morale of which had been undermined by extended failures and retreats, and fear for the possible loss of Warsaw before the results of the active maneuver from the Dublin axis could be felt. The entire operation as a whole was secured not only by a screen along the Lublin axis, which was given the task, limited in time, of holding until August 18th, but also by the possibility of subsequently, upon the arrival of the central group of armies at the front Seatles, Novominsk front, of shifting its communications from the Dublin to the Warsaw axis out of fear of an attack by our armies against the Lublin, Dublin area. From the disposition of forces according to active and passive tasks, it follows that the initial variation of Pilsudski's plan in no way pursued the task of a destructive engagement, but was completely infused with defensive ideas. Its activization had a limited goal, to delay an immediate attack on Warsaw by the main mass of Red forces. But Pilsudski's basic plan underwent an entire series of additional and serious changes from 6 through August 12, both under the influence of changes in the overall situation, which took place as the result of the unrelenting pressure of the Red armies, as well as under the influence of the French General Vagon on the will of the Polish High Command. Thus we consider it possible to not halt right now on an examination of this plan's first variation, but to do this after we examine the history of its subsequent changes in connection with and depending upon changes in the overall situation. Meanwhile, the Polish armies had set about during the night of 6 to 7 August in carrying out Pilsudski's plan in its initial edition, relying on, as its turning point, General Roja's group along its extreme left flank. They first fell back to the line Luwiec River, Seatles, Lukau, Kok, and on the night of 11 to 12 August, the Polish forces located south of the western Bug River continued their regrouping. At this time, the Polish 4th Army, which had to sharply move to the south from the Seatles area to the line of the Weepers River, while carrying out a flank march, was in a particularly difficult situation. But while still in the process of carrying out a regrouping, the enemy began to make changes to its initial plan, insofar as combat reality had bared the incorrect nature of Pilsudski's initial prerequisites. Only on August 8th did the enemy begin to guess the location of some kind of large red forces north of the western Bug River. On this day, he managed to confirm the location there of units of the Red Fourth Army, which were continuing to advance to the west. This information confirmed General Weygand's fears for the northern wing of the Polish front. He had believed from the very beginning that Pilsudski's plan was based upon an incorrect picture of the disposition of the Red forces. He believed, according to all the signs, that the Reds' powerful fist was located somewhere north of the western Bug, but had not yet fully realized their intentions. For the time being, one could only consider as being established the fact that the Red Fourth Army was carrying out some kind of movements in a westerly direction, which evidently had the object of turning the left wing of the Polish front. This turning movement especially forced General Weygand to worry, because this maneuver by the Red Fourth Army could have had not only operational, but strategic consequences. The Polish forces located north of Warsaw, particularly the Fifth Army, were based on Torun, that is, their line of communications ran parallel to the front and their base was located along their flank. This meant that the slightest pressure on their communications would become extremely sensitive for them. But these communications had meaning not only for the Polish Fifth Army, but for all of the Polish armies in general, which can now be considered to be indisputably established. According to General Sikorski's testimony, during these days Danzig was the main base of the Polish armies. Here, under the protection of the French fleet, the intensified unloading of munitions and military material and equipment needed for the further continuance of the war was going on. In light of the fact that Pilsudski had shifted the entire focus of his attention to the near approaches to Warsaw, while underestimating the significance of the Danzig corridor, General Weygand evidently believed himself forced to more decisively take the reins of overall operational leadership into his hands. Thus, on August 8th, at a meeting between Pilsudski, Rozwadowski, and Weygand, the First Amendment was made to the August 6th plan. It consisted of taking Weygand's point of view of the necessity of creating a powerful shock group along the left wing, north of the western Bug River, as a guide to action. It was decided to create this group in the Poltusk, Modlin area, initially consisting of the 18th Division and the recently formed Siberian Brigade. What is interesting in this regard is that evaluation of the situation from which the Polish High Command proceeded in issuing its order of August 9th, which was supposed to carry out the decisions of the August 8th meeting. Having espied some kind of movements by the Red armies toward the Western Front's right flank, but not yet realizing their significance, the enemy proceeded from the assumption that the August 6th order for the regrouping had become known to the Reds. Thus, they took this regrouping as the Western Front Command's desire to shift its left flank away in time from the attack being prepared against it from the south, to base it on the line of the Western Bug River along the Brest sector, and to make this sector the base of its maneuver and to attack with a powerful maneuver group, consisting of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies, along the Lublin axis against the flank and rear of Pilsudski's southern shock fist, while at the same time the northern group of its armies would develop an attack on Zegers, Modlin, Warsaw, and the Danzig corridor. This assumed plan of operations by the Red Command, more likely its project, coincided quite closely, as we see, in idea to the Western Front Command's actual scheme. Such a form of operation, as General Sikorski admits, was the most dangerous for the enemy and, in his words, was an example of the fact that in war we often be in the enemy's actions that which seems most dangerous for us and imagine such dispositions of forces and intentions on his side which are the most logical response to our own decisions. According to General Sikorski's opinion, the decision adopted on August 8th, given the slightest indications of the 12th and 1st Cavalry Army's offensive along such a threatening axis for the Poles as the Lublin-Dublin axis, might finally triumph over the action plan of August 6th, forcing the enemy to renounce his attack from behind the Weepers. In reinforcing the Polish Fifth Army with the 18th Infantry Division and the Siberian Brigade, which according to the initial plan were supposed to be part of the already powerful group of forces defending the Warsaw bridgehead, the Polish High Command assigned the Fifth Army a whole series of complex tasks. It was supposed to halt the continuing turning movement by the Red armies in the space between Modlin and the German frontier, to secure the Modlin-Mlawa railroad line, and to prevent the Reds from entering Pomerelia, the Danzig corridor. Subsequently, upon the overall assumption of the offensive, the army was supposed to launch an attack against the Reds' right flank, throwing it back from the narrow river to the south, which General Tukhachevskii's shock group, consisting of the 18th Infantry Division and the 8th Cavalry Brigade, was to carry out. Due to the course of events, in the coming days the majority of these tasks fell by the wayside or was subjected to significant changes. But the idea of developing an attack by both flanks of the Polish front, instead of only a single flank attack from the south along a stabilized Polish front, to the Prussian border itself remained and was carried out. This testifies to the fact that General Weygand's guiding idea, upon which he had so intensely insisted throughout the preceding days, had triumphed. The Polish Third Army's tasks were refined in an order on August 9th. Having dispatched 2 of its divisions to Pilsudski's central group of armies, this army was to launch a short attack against the Red 12th Army's right flank in order to confuse the Red Command and thus secure its freedom of action. Then the direction of the central group of armies' attacks were established from behind the Weepers River and, finally, foreseeing the possibility that the 1st Cavalry Army might be turned from the Lvov to the Lublin axis, possible measures were adopted to contest this danger, which was that the Polish-Ukrainian front's cavalry was ordered, in the event that such an advance by the 1st Cavalry Army was discovered, to hold its advance through attacks against its flank and rear. But, once again, this order proceeded from the prerequisites that the Reds' main attack would proceed against Warsaw from south of the western Bug River. Thus one may consider that the plan of action took its final shape in the Polish Supreme Headquarters only on August 9th. It was the fruit of the collective creativity of Marshal Pilsudski, General Rozwadowski, and Weygand. The technical polishing of the plan belongs to the first of these generals, and the second was the author of the very important corrections made to the initial action plan. Thus one may consider that the Polish High Command's final operational plan of August 9th was the symbiosis of the operational ideas of Marshal Pilsudski and General Weygand, but in no way was it the fruit of the former's independent operational creativity, as one might think on the basis of Pilsudski's book, 1920. We could conclude with this the elaboration of the history of the birth and formulation of the Polish plan of action. But for a full picture and a clarification of that specific weight and significance which the representatives of the French army, mainly General Weygand, played in guiding the actions of the Polish armies, we consider it necessary to halt on the development and formulation of the Polish Northern Shockwings, that is, the Fifth Army, plan of action. According to the plan of August 9th, the Polish Fifth Army was to go over to the offensive on August 15th. General Sikorski, who on the night of 10 to 11 August, before entering upon the actual command of the army, raised a proposal directly to the Polish General Headquarters in Warsaw, that is, evidently to General Rozwadowski and Weygand, for the following changes to the August 9th plan: to shift the army's base from Torun to Modlin, to renounce the formation of a separate shock group under General Krajewski, and to turn the entire army into a shock fist. Both proposals were accepted and confirmed. Upon entering upon the command of the Fifth Army on August 11th, Sikorski found it far from concentrated. General Baranowski's group, Roja's former group, the 17th Infantry Division and the 8th Cavalry Brigade were fighting along the front Poltusk, Przewodło-Podochown, Gonsisin, Lopatin. The 18th Infantry Division had only just concentrated along the railroad in Modlin. The Siberian Brigade was on the march from Warsaw to Zegers, but was turned to Modlin by Sikorski. The 18th Infantry Brigade and Koch's group were falling back together with the left flank of the neighboring Polish First Army from the south. The 17th Infantry Brigade was still in the Lukau area. Thus Sikorski still had to carry out the concentration of his forces before he could go over to active operations, as he did not think of carrying out his task other than through an offensive, because he considered his forces irregular and of little use in defense. On August 11th, he saw the situation quite close to what it really was. He believed that significant Red forces of as yet undetermined strength were carrying out a maneuver, as yet indefinite to him, in the western direction. The fall of Poltusk followed in such a situation. This meant the loss by our enemy of the line of the Orzyk and Nara rivers, which, according to Pilsudski's design, were supposed to be the jumping-off line for the unfolding of the Polish counterblow. Amendments had to be made to the August 9th plan under the influence of the enemy's will. This meant, in particular for the Fifth Army, the necessity of pulling back its concentration area further to the south. Thus Sikorsky decided, while securing himself with 3 screening groups. The 17th Infantry Division along the Lower Naru, Baranowski's group in the Naziolsk area, and the 8th Cavalry Brigade along the Modlin, Ciechano axis, to concentrate his remaining forces in the Naziolsk, Modlin area. By the close of August 11th, the Red Fourth Army's deep turning movement to the west, approximately in the direction of Plock, and the presence of another powerful group of Red armies north of the western Bug River, the Red 15th and 3rd Armies, which had another task from the Red Fourth Army, and which was moving to the south, had become clear to Sikorsky. On the night of 11 to 12 August, Sikorsky reported his impressions to the Polish General Headquarters. As one should have expected, the headquarters of the Polish Northern Front and General Headquarters paid great attention to the last part of the report because it seemingly confirmed the opinion that had taken a strong hold of Generals Rozwadowski and Haller that the northern group of Soviet armies, while facilitating the attack on Warsaw from the east, would turn sharply to the south to the front Modlin, Zgierz. Evidently, the news of the fall of Poltusk caused a good deal of commotion in Polish General Headquarters, and the foundations for the decisions of the 6th and the 9th of August were greatly shaken. It is possible to conclude this based on the fact that General Weygand admitted that it was necessary to draw up hard guidelines for the subsequent work of Polish operational thinking. They found their full expression in Weygand's note of August 11, 1920, to the Chief of the Polish General Staff, Rozwadowski. This note may be essentially viewed as the final formulation of the Polish plan of action. In taking account of its significance, we will cite this remarkable document in full. On the eve of the general engagement, I consider it necessary to refine the points to which I should like to direct your attention and that of the Chief of State, that is, Pilsudski, upon his arrival here. The success of the adopted plan depends upon maintaining in our hands the defensive line Warsaw, Gora-Kalwaria. The Fifth Army will be able to carry out its mission of withstanding and then thwarting the enemy's turning movement on the condition that the northern sector of the Warsaw Front from Modlin to Sarek remains firm. Winning time for the concentration of the Fifth Army and the development of its maneuver makes the same demands on the eastern sector of the Warsaw Front, from Sarek to Gora-Kalwaria. On the basis of information available to me of orders issued and proposed for issue, I am forced to confirm the following. 1. The northern sector of the front Modlin, Sarek, will be defended by a single brigade and several battalions. The control of these forces has been poorly organized, and they may be subjected to an attack by the entire 15th and part of the 4th Red Armies. 2. The 5th Army, the last force which we can oppose to the enemy's turning movement, should be employed only upon concentrating its forces and along a well-chosen axis. The necessity of concentrating forces and the knowledge of the direction of the activities of the enemy's 4th Army exclude the possibility of the 5th Army's premature assumption of the offensive. Otherwise, this may lead to a situation in which this army, upon gaining a local and temporary success, will be thrown back upon the Warsaw bridgehead, which will enable the enemy to continue his turning maneuver. I further assume that as soon as the maintenance of the Modlin, Sarek front is achieved, the Fifth Army must open it and deploy under the cover of the Kra River to the northeast of Modlin, resting its right flank on Modlin, while holding the enemy's turning movement if it has made itself known, and while preparing for an energetic offensive to the northeast at the appropriate time for this. This morning, General, I pointed out to you the discordance of views regarding the Fifth Army's missions existing between yourself and the Northern Front Command, Haller, and I am not aware of whether you have issued the corresponding written orders for this case. Following my meeting yesterday with the French general attached to General Haller, I must confirm to you that discord still exists and that it threatens the successful conduct of operations. On the other hand, delay in transferring the 18th Infantry Division and the 17th Infantry Brigade, the retreat of the 17th Infantry Division, and the order that the Siberian Brigade received requires, in my opinion, constant observation and the intensification of activity in order to guarantee the timely concentration of the Fifth Army. Finally, I will allow myself to direct your attention to the numerous fords which, it seems, lie below Modlin. They may create uncertainties which we should avoid. We should remind ourselves yet again about the final variations and changes in the Polish plan of action which in time had already coincided with the beginning of the general engagement, but which for the coherence of the overall picture should be examined here. General Weygand's clear conception found an unfortunate and not very intelligible interpretation, according to Weygand's note in General Rozwadowski's Order No. 8576/3 of August 12. In this order, Rozwadowski assigned the Fifth Army the mission of delaying the enemy's advance through Poltusk and Golomensteri and securing the unimpeded retreat of those units of the Fifth Army which were fighting around Poltusk and Naziolsk. Simultaneously, the Fifth Army was supposed to defend the line of the Kra River as far as Golomensteri inclusively and, while opposing the Red Cavalry, to penetrate to Sierpk, thus securing its communications with Torun. For this, it was necessary to dispatch the 18th Infantry Division to Rashiaz and the Siberian Brigade to Plonsk. It goes without saying that the accomplishment of all these orders, which essentially consist of the desire to cover with a cordon the unoccupied space between Modlin and the Prussian border, would have led to the complete dispersal of the Fifth Army's forces. In his turn, the commander of the Northern Polish Front, General Haller, taking no account of the Red Fourth Army's turning movement, foresaw only an attack by the main mass of the Northern Red Armies along the front Visegrad, Modlin, Zgers for the purpose of capturing Warsaw as quickly as possible. Thus, in his Operational Order No. 3702/3 of August 12, in which he laid out in detail the missions for each of the Fifth Army's units, while completely bypassing the Army Command, General Haller planned to simply deploy the Fifth Army in a single line with an exclusively defensive mission along the front Dim, Naziolsk, Borkowo, Joniek, that is, in a half-circle in front of Modlin, while at the same time throwing the 8th Cavalry Brigade to Sakhasin. According to General Sikorski's just observation, this order reflected in itself the panicky feelings reigning in Warsaw. These orders attested to the continuing difference of views between Rozwadowski, Haller, and Sikorski. The latter found powerful support in the person of General Weygand, and on the insistence of the latter, both of these orders were revoked that very same day. Only on August 12 did General Sikorski get the opportunity to set about carrying out his regrouping plan. The essence of this plan was in the following. Under the cover of the screens by Baranowski's group, which was to come under the leadership of Colonel Sosnkowski, and the 17th Infantry Division, the 18th Infantry Division, the Siberian Brigade, and the 8th Cavalry Brigade were to deploy in the second line, with their right flank resting on the Modlin fortress. Several independent volunteer battalions, with 3 armored trains and a company of tanks, would remain in the latter. Upon the occupation of the second line by the troops, parts of the screens were supposed to pass through the line and enter the Army Reserve which, following the reorganization of the volunteer units, would consist of the following: the 9th Infantry Division, 17th Infantry Division, and a volunteer division, consisting of various volunteer groups. Sikorski would preserve a powerful group of forces along his right flank in the form of the 18th Infantry Division and Cavalry for the purpose of actively resisting the Reds' turning movement. The entire disposition of the Polish Fifth Army would be covered by the line of the Kra River. On August 12, the final link was added to the Polish General Headquarters' overall plan of action by the Polish War Minister, General Sosnkowski. General Sosnkowski, who due to his position was responsible for the delivery of military hardware and equipment from France, and who was concerned more than the others for the security of Polish communications with the sea, energetically set about forming General Ossakowski's Lower Vistula Group and fortifying the bridgeheads of Visegrad, Plock, and Wlocławek, while concentrating various volunteer detachments in these locales. We now have the opportunity to set about comparing and analyzing both plans and their essentials. But first we will look at to what correlation of forces the plans of both enemies led to in their final formulation. North of the Western Bug River, our shock group of northern armies, numbering 37,742 infantry and cavalry, was to meet 25,836 infantry and cavalry of the Polish Fifth Army and the Lower Vistula Group, with 452 machine guns, 172 light and heavy guns, 9 armored cars, 46 tanks, and 2 armored trains. To the south of the Western Bug River, our 16th Army, numbering 10,328 infantry and cavalry, was supposed to reach the Middle Vistula along a 120-kilometer front from the mouth of the Western Bug to Kozenik, and encounter up to 33,000 infantry and cavalry from the 1st and part of the 2nd Polish armies, the situation of which was to be reinforced by the fortifications of the Warsaw Bridgehead and the line of the Middle Vistula. Finally, the initial 6,600 infantry from the Moser Group, according to the proposal by the Western Front commander, would subsequently be reinforced by 26,225 infantry and cavalry from the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies, which the commander of the Western Front had been heavily counting on since August 3rd and, in calculating time and space, had a right to count on, for a total of 32,825 infantry and cavalry, of which 15,000 were cavalry, would encounter the 29,500 infantry and cavalry of the Polish Central Group of Armies. Thus, despite the enemy's overall numerical superiority along the Vistula, we should have had a numerical superiority along the decisive flank axis. This was to be achieved thanks to the fact that the Western Front commander had been extending the 16th Army opposite the powerful Polish center, which had a purely passive mission in the Warsaw area. The guiding idea of the Western Front Command's plan was an attack by a powerful right wing against the powerful group of Polish forces in the Modlin, Warsaw area, with the accompanying paralysis of a possible Polish counter-maneuver from behind the Weepers through an offensive by another shock group along the Lublin-Dublin axis, which was to be the best security of the operation. The defeat of the enemy's forces would lead to the fall of the line of the Middle Vistula, with the capital of Warsaw, which would signify the fracturing of the spine of the entire Polish defense. Now, when we know from Sikorski's book that the Polish army's basing actually rested on the Danzig corridor, it seems excessive to us to trade polemics with authors who maintain the opposite. The French General Weygand guessed the entire threatening significance of this plan for the enemy. The depressed mental state of the majority of Polish generals had been too concerned by the fate of Warsaw, and the scope of their operational horizon did not extend beyond the near approaches to the city. When we drew a picture of the disorder and confusion in Polish military thinking in the days preceding the eve of the general engagement, and when Marshal Pilsudski so eloquently acquainted us with his own worries in his book, then the reader should be completely clear as to the worthiness of the actions of our Western Front, which was taking full advantage of the element of our superiority of morale. The forcefulness and rapidity of our movement, as General Sikorski admits, were completely demoralizing the Polish armed forces in the morale and material sense. A powerful group along the right wing was simultaneously securing the operation, reliably covering our main communications from Grodno to Białystok, upon which the majority of our armies were based. Finally, we should note the sober evaluation of the terrain element and its qualities. The forcing of the Vistula River along the sector opposite Warsaw was tied to great difficulties, which the reader may espy himself from the description of the theater of military activities cited by us in a previous chapter. The forcing of the Vistula below Warsaw was more easily realized, if only thanks to the presence of bridges at Wyszegród, Plock, and Włocławek. Having renounced a frontal attack against Warsaw from the east, which was unprofitable for him for several reasons, the Western Front Command, according to the terrain conditions, should have adhered to precisely that plan which it chose. Aside from those advantages which it would receive in forcing the Vistula River, this plan would lead the main mass of the northern Red armies to the elevated Mazowiecki Plateau, which was favorable for maneuvering large troop masses, from which there remained but one step to the line of the Vistula River, and from there to Warsaw, which had been completely demoralized by this movement, as well as to the line of the Danzig Railroad. This movement would have brought the Red armies around the angle of the Vistula, Western Bug, and Narrow rivers, which were so dangerous for them, and the fortifications there. We cannot add anything to these arguments by General Sikorski, but we have also said that we were not able to fully carry out this plan. A significant part of it in the form of an attack along the Lublin-Dublin axis, 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies, fell out as the result of an entire series of unfavorable frictions for us. We will only add that we would have won a good deal if the field staff had foreseen and eliminated the technical difficulties and carried out preliminary work for the formation of a southern group, 14th, 12th, and 1st Cavalry Armies, and organized its control. Then the Western Front commander could have shifted his field staff apparatus from Minsk by 12 to 14 August to somewhere near Malkin, which would have greatly simplified the problems of controlling the northern group of armies. The task of a historian is hard if he is forced to write history while its participants are still alive, but while evaluating ongoing events and the activities of people with the dispassionate style of the historian, we assign ourselves the task of studying the experience of the Civil War for its employment in the revolutionary wars that await us. We have halted in such a detailed manner on an analysis of the Reds' actions, because the maneuver nature of war requires decisiveness and courage, and particularly precision in the work of the Red Army organism's control apparatus. We must develop these qualities across the board. At the same time, our loss of the campaign on the Vistula leads some authors, perhaps unnoticed by them, to proclaim the slogan of caution as the highest principle of operational art. By a rendition of the course of events along the Vistula, we are striving to prove the necessity of decisive and bold actions for achieving a great success. We thought that the mobility of armies, their capability for bold regroupings, their capability for overcoming their own operational inertia, combined with bold and firm leadership and the heroism of the troops, are the truest means of organizing victories. The significant accumulation of unforeseen and extremely unfavorable frictions on our side did not yield us the desired success in the general engagement on the Vistula. If critics wish to condemn our plan of operations, finding it too risky, then it must, by not limiting itself only to pointing out shortcomings, either put forward new variants of decisions or indicate amendments to the decision adopted on the basis of data known at the time. Comrade Shaposhnikov, in his work on the Vistula, examines the possibility of two other decisions: a direct attack on Warsaw by the main mass of Red forces directly from the east, or the defeat of the enemy's Dublin group of forces, the central group of armies, with the subsequent crossing to the left bank of the Vistula in the Dublin area. But, as we now know from Sikorski's book, the first combination could not have gone better toward meeting the enemy's wishes, especially those of General Weygand. It would have led to a frontal attack by our powerful center against the powerful defensive angle, the Warsaw bridgehead, the Modlin fortress, Zgers, while our weak flanks, hanging in the air, would have been subjected to a double enveloping attack from Dublin and Naziolsk, the White Poles' Fifth Army. The maneuver by the enveloping Polish groups would have been greatly speeded up in time and space and, in the final analysis, would have threatened to create a Canny, Sedan, or Tannenberg situation for our dense center. This means that this variant must fall by the wayside. However, Comrade Shaposhnikov himself admits that the consequences of such a desperate attack would have been difficult to foresee, and that we could not have chosen this axis for the main attack. The second variant would have required, first of all, a complete regrouping of the Western Front's armies toward their left flank. For this regrouping there was, first of all, neither time nor space. It had to have been begun beforehand, maybe even before crossing the Western Bug River. And did this make sense if the transfer of the armies of the Southwestern Front's Polish wing to the commander of the Western Front had already been decided in principle? Finally, let's assume that it was even possible to carry out such a regrouping. Then, exactly the same sort of threat would have arisen for our right wing as existed for the left wing. The difference was that an attack against the Western Front's right wing would immediately have begun to threaten the Western Front's communications line running through Białystok and Grodno. Besides this, the group of forces suggested by Comrade Shaposhnikov would have strengthened the Western Front's left wing by only 6,000 troops and would have led to the nearly equal distribution of its forces. Comrade Shaposhnikov himself agrees that in the decision adopted by the commander of the Western Front, the principle of a partial victory was most sharply apparent, but was, on the other hand, connected with a risk, and that the second variant did not reveal a rapid decision of the operation. Further on, Comrade Shaposhnikov adds, however, both the political and strategic situations, in connection with the situation on other fronts, demanded a quick decision, and we are not inclined to condemn any risky plans. General Sikorski, in his book on the Vistula and the Kra, proposes his variant of the decision. It comes down to the fact that having established ourselves along the lateral railroad line Korzel, Ostrolika, Malkin, Sokolo, Siedlce, Lukau, Parksu, Liberto, Lublin, we should have halted and regrouped toward our left flank. In this manner does General Sikorski refine Comrade Shaposhnikov's second variant, and thus everything said by us regarding this variant relates to it, with the following addition. The regrouping proposed by General Sikorski was difficult due to the state of transportation and dangerous due to its proximity to the already stabilizing front of the Polish armies, the assumption of the offensive of which could completely thwart our regrouping. In turning to an analysis of the enemy's plan, we will note, first of all, once again that it included all the elements of extreme risk and was the fruit of collective creativity, with the heavy participation of General Weygand. First of all, Weygand's interference broadened and refined its boundaries, laid out a clear goal, activated the entire plan and, with the creation of the Northern Shock Wing, somewhat softened that risk which infused Pilsudski's initial scheme. We have tracked in detail the birth, formulation, and refinement of this plan from 4 through August 12. Undoubtedly, General Weygand's broad operational outlook facilitated to no small degree the realization of this plan. In our place, we have noted how Weygand put a stop to the attempts by Generals Rozwadowski and Haller to transform the Polish Northern Shock Group into a thin operational cordon. Weygand found a very capable executor in the person of General Sikorski. Pilsudski admits his risk was excessive, and this is quite just. Basing ourselves on Pilsudski's own admission, we are inclined to consider the initial variant of his decision of August 6 more like a gesture of desperation than a well-thought-out plan. Pilsudski saw nothing aside from the immediate goal, the saving of Warsaw at any price. The counter-maneuver by the central group of armies was essentially one of the forms of active defense and not a broad offensive concept. After all, the goal of these armies was only the destruction of the immediate danger threatening Warsaw from the east. To be sure, the direction of the attack was chosen successfully, but its realization, from beginning to end, hung in the air, which is why Pilsudski himself was absolutely amazed by the results achieved. An amazingly fortunate event, almost unprecedented in the annals of history, saved Pilsudski's scheme from complete ruin. Pilsudski's plan unfolded as a decisive general engagement mainly because the split, which was opening between our western and southwestern fronts, offered the opportunity for this. General Weygand evidently held out little hope for Pilsudski's success and personally, from the very beginning, was intensely busy with organizing the fight in the Warsaw, Modlin area. The march maneuver of the Western Front's armies to the Vistula River. The beginning of the general engagement. The fighting along the Kra and around Radzymin. The attempt by the Red Fourth Army to aid the 15th Army. The seizure of Ciechano and its results. Combat activities during August 15th. The maturation of the crisis of August 16th. The Red Command's orders for August 17th. The Red 12th Army's actions. The turning point in the Battle of August 17th. The Red Army's withdrawal from the line of the Vistula River. Plans for a new regrouping. The Fourth Army on the lower Vistula. The organization of the pursuit by the enemy. Overall conclusions. The new front line along the Neman. The 1st Cavalry Army's offensive on Zamosk. A brief survey of the events on the southwestern front. New tasks for both sides' strategy. The Rovna operation. The Neman operation. The Pinsk episode. The retreat by the southwestern front's armies. The armistice. The elimination of the counter-revolutionary bands in Ukraine and Belorussia in carrying out their march maneuver toward the line of the Vistula River. The Western Front's armies reached this line in that grouping of forces that had formed as the result of the preceding battles along the line of the Neru and Western Bug Rivers, as a result of which the march maneuver's form took on the appearance of a movement, echeloned from the right, not only of individual armies, but of divisions in the armies. For example, the 16th Army's right flank, 27th Rifle Division, ended up echeloned a day's march ahead of its army's other divisions. The equalization of the march movement required time, which, while observing the necessity of forcing the Vistula River on August 14th, there might not be enough of. By this time, the enemy had managed to break contact with our forces and was carrying out his regrouping along a significant part of the front. On August 12th, only the Polish 5th Army screens and the vanguards of the Red 15th and 3rd Armies were in direct combat contact and were waging a stubborn fight with each Chapter 18 the general engagement along the Vistula and Kra rivers, other along the front Galadkowo, Winnica, Chmilo. But the enemy had no combat contact with the Red 4th Army, and the 3rd Cavalry Corps moving along its right flank on this day, and our units were continuing their movement to the west unhindered. This is why the general engagement on the Vistula began to develop from individual battles that arose as our divisions consecutively approached the new line of the Polish front. Further on, new outbreaks of fighting, which had already arisen as the result of the enemy going over to the offensive, were added to them. Having noted that combat contact was not broken off with the 15th Army and the right flank of the 3rd Army, one may consider that the general engagement developed on the basis of the struggle for the line of the Kra River, with the gradual spread of the fighting front to the south. One of the new engagement's new episodes that arose was the fighting for Radzymin. By the close of August 12th, along the immediate approaches to Warsaw, in the area of the town of Radzymin, the Red Third Army's 21st Rifle Division, which had been transferred to the southern bank of the Western Bug River from Zalubis in accordance with the August 10th directive by the Western Front commander, in order to throw the enemy, who was falling back before the 16th Army's front, back from Warsaw, ended up in contact with the Polish 11th Infantry Division. The 16th Army's right flank 27th Rifle Division also arrived here. The Army's remaining divisions were still located at a distance of approximately 1 day's march from the Warsaw bridgehead. As a result of this, the 16th Army Command planned to attack the Warsaw bridgehead with all of its forces, intending to reach the front Jablona, Marki, Wulamin, Wawr, Okuniu, Kharkiv, Oziek, Kolbiel only on August 14th. However, on August 13th, the 21st and 27th Rifle Divisions, on the initiative of their commanders, got themselves involved in a stubborn fight for the town of Radzymin despite the absence of coordinated control of both divisions on the battlefield, because each of them was operating according to the orders of their commanders. The offensive elan and will to victory of the troop masses and individual commanders was so great that the front of the enemy's first defensive line was broken through and the line of battle began to rapidly approach the suburbs of Warsaw, Praga, and Jablona. Meanwhile, while moving its defensive line to the east of the town of Radzymin to a completely accidental and poorly prepared defensive line, the Polish command was guided not by tactical, but more likely by psychological motives. It was attempting in all possible ways to keep the population of Warsaw from being concerned by the impression of the nearby fighting, perhaps fearing an explosion from within of those revolutionary forces which, while hidden, existed within the walls of the capital itself. The threat of the collapse of all these calculations and the immediate danger that had arisen for the capital nearly thwarted the entire Polish counter-maneuver. At the same time that fighting was raging for Radzymin, the most important sector of the Polish front on the bridgehead was beginning to waver, because the shortest road from Radzymin to Warsaw did not exceed 23 kilometers. At the same time, a Polish radio station intercepted an order to the Red 16th Army, assigning its general attack on the Warsaw bridgehead for August 14th. In General Sikorski's words, this order had the effect of a thunderbolt on Warsaw. The order confirmed General Haller's idea that on the morning of August 14th, Warsaw would be attacked concentrically by 3 Soviet armies, that is, the 15th, 3rd, and 16th Armies. Thus, General Haller hurried to see to it that the Polish 5th Army went over to the offensive at dawn on August 14th, in order to pull back part of the Red forces from Warsaw through this offensive, and saw to the commitment into the fighting on the morning of August 14th, in order to eliminate the Radzymin breakthrough. All of the remaining free reserves of the Front and the First Army, numbering overall 2 divisions, the Lithuanian Belarusian 1st Infantry and 10th Infantry. Haller particularly insisted on the fastest possible commitment of the Polish 5th Army into the fighting, fearing that the Red Third Army would manage to cross entirely over to the southern bank of the Bug before the results of the 5th Army's offensive could take effect. Sikorski evaluated the situation differently. He was not forgetting that the forces of the Red Fourth Army and the 3rd Cavalry Corps were hanging over the 5th Polish Army like a storm cloud, threatening it with encirclement, and in the event of a rapid attack against our Polish rear, threatening to completely rout the Polish northern wing. According to Sikorski's calculations, all of this could have taken place in the space of 3 days. His armies were not yet ready for an offensive. Following lengthy disputes, he managed to gain a delay for starting the offensive to midday on August 14th. Thus, the general engagement was beginning in favorable conditions for us. The breakthrough by 2 Red divisions near Radzymin yielded not only a major tactical success, which promised to develop into an operational one, but also yielded an incomparably greater moral success. It was the latest thunderbolt against the psyche of the Polish High Command. Forgetting about the storm cloud in the form of the turning wing of the Red Western Front, the command was once again striving by all measures to save only Warsaw from the storm hanging over it. This told upon the hurried commitment into the fighting of the Polish 5th Army, the actions of which, in General Haller's view, were not self-sufficient, but were only to facilitate the favorable resolution of the Radzymin crisis. It seems to us that in such a situation the Red Command should have sought to take the Radzymin success to the scale of a partial victory. There were opportunities for this. From August 13th, we could have begun to draw together the axes of movement of the 16th Army's other divisions toward the Radziman fighting. This concentration would have led to the consistent and final realization of the Western Front commander's idea of launching an attack by the 16th Army's powerful right flank north of Warsaw. The nature of the Radziman battle dictated the particular necessity of establishing unity of control on the battlefield. This could have been done by including the 21st Rifle Division in the 16th Army. At the same time, our forces did not increase any further along this very important sector of the battle for the enemy. The 16th Army's divisions that were successively moving toward the Warsaw bridgehead also entered the fighting consecutively along some definite sector of the battlefield, which was the result, in our view, of the extremely distant location from the battlefield of the 16th Army's command, the headquarters of which was in Wysokolotowsk, 120 kilometers from the front line. Bowing to General Haller's insistent demands, by midday on August 14, General Sikorski had deployed along the 25-kilometer front Borkowo, Zawadi, Sakasin the first echelon of his attack, consisting of the 18th and Volunteer Infantry Divisions, the 18th Infantry Brigade, the Siberian Brigade, and the 8th Cavalry Brigade. The 17th Infantry Division remained in reserve. The 17th Infantry Brigade, 9th Infantry Division, and the 9th Cavalry Brigade were on the march from Warsaw to Modlin. The right flank of the entire group rested on the Modlin forts. All of these forces were supposed to go over to the offensive at midday on August 14th to the northeast, with its immediate objective as Naziolsk. Here we see the manifestation of initiative by Sikorski, who interpreted his mission more broadly than was put by Haller. The latter believed that the Polish Fifth Army's attack to the east would threaten the flank of the Red Third Army, which was supposedly crossing the Bug. Sikorski, while proceeding from considerations that the Red 15th Army's axis of movement was directed toward Plonsk, and that of the Third Army on Naziolsk, calculated on hitting with an oblique attack the boundary between the Red 15th and Third Armies, thus threatening the powerful group of Red forces in the Ciechano area with a flank attack. This decision by General Sikorski turned the battle along the Kra River into a meeting engagement. The fighting around Radziman, beginning from this day, took on the same character, thanks to the commitment into the fighting here of powerful Polish reserves. It was only along the sector of the Red Third Army's center that the engagement had the form of an offensive battle on our part. Here the Red Third Army managed to capture Sarek on August 14th, but its offensive rush would be halted by the Zgier's fortifications. The day of August 14th may be considered the day of the beginning of the general engagement along the entire front. The Moser Group entered the fighting along the extreme left flank. It attacked the security units of the Polish Central Group of Armies along the front Zelikow, Kok, Luberto, and even captured a crossing near Kok. But the center of gravity of events on this day continued to lie along the Polish northern wing. Only our Fourth Army, which was continuing its lunge to the Vistula, remained operationally free along it, while the Fourth Army's headquarters was located in the town of Ciechano, which lay in the unoccupied space between the flanks of the Red 15th and 4th Armies. Shuviev, the commander of the 4th Army, who was concerned by the delay encountered by the 15th Army in the attempt by some of its units to cross the Kra River on the night of 13 to 14 August, this time made an attempt to manifest personal initiative. While holding in place his right flank along the line Lidzbark, Bizin, Sierpk, and advancing the 3rd Cavalry Corps to the front Lipno, Vlotavek, the commander of the 4th Army decided to turn two of his divisions, 54th and 18th Rifle, in the direction of Rashiaz and Plonsk to assist the 15th Army. In order to do this, both divisions would have to turn 180 degrees and attack to the east, with the enemy between themselves and the army headquarters. The energetic accomplishment of this maneuver was fraught with threatening consequences for the Polish Fifth Army. Its main force might have ended up pressed from the front and rear between our 4th and 15th Armies. In order to evaluate the entire difficulty of the Polish Fifth Army situation due to this maneuver, if it had been carried out, we will turn to the events taking place along this sector on August 14th. Here the Polish Fifth Army's offensive had not developed completely and had not yielded decisive results. As often happens during the development of a major meeting collision, local successes were interspersed with local failures. The Polish Fifth Army's left flank group, General Krajewski's 18th Infantry Division, crossed over the Kra River, occupied Razuin Station and had begun to move en bloc into the gap between the internal flanks of the Red 4th and 15th Armies, but its right flank, which had remained behind on the Kra River along the line Sakhasin-Joniek, was, in turn, attacked by two of the Red 15th Army's right flank divisions, 4th and 16th Rifle. This forced General Tukhachevskii to concentrate all of his forces against these divisions. The 15th Army's remaining divisions were themselves carrying out stubborn attacks against the Polish 5th Army's positions along the Kra River, together with the 3rd Army's right flank. They not only cut short the attempts by the Polish 5th Army's Siberian Brigade, which would have been able to cross over the Kra River to develop its further attack, but on the evening of August 14th, the Pole-Siberian Brigade was defeated in a counterattack by the 11th Rifle Division, and on its heels the 11th Rifle Division broke into Borkowo Station, capturing a number of prisoners and a battery. The Siberian Brigade fell back with heavy losses to the Ronsk-Josfowo area. Further south, units of the Red 3rd Army enjoyed a local success, seizing two forts in the inner ring of the fortress, Minkasin and Torin. The fall of these forts caused a great deal of confusion in the fortress. The fighting was no less stubborn in the Razumin area. The enemy was able to retake it, but after midday, it once again fell into the Reds' hands. Counterattacks by the Polish 1st Army's Reserve, the Lithuanian-Belarusian 1st Infantry Division, were unsuccessful, and the Front Reserve, 10th Infantry Division, had not managed to enter the fighting at this time. Thus, on August 14th, the Polish front had been penetrated through our efforts precisely along those lines, the firm retention of which General Vagon believed to be a necessary condition for the unfolding of the counter-maneuver by the Central Group of Armies. The Red 15th Army forced the Kra River along a significant part of its course along the Polish 5th Army's sector. In the Razumin area, we continued to drive a deep wedge into the depths of the Polish front. The Polish reserves were already beginning to dry up along the northern wing of the Polish front, while we still disposed of the Red 4th Army, which had not yet entered the fighting and which by this time had extremely profitably won the external flank of the Polish northern wing. In such a situation, General Rozwadowski appealed to Pilsudski to accelerate his offensive, beginning it on August 15th. But Pilsudski left the previous deadline for beginning the offensive, August 16th, in place. It would not be a mistake to say that by the close of August 14th, the crisis was maturing along the entire northern wing of the Polish front and in the center, Razumin. On our part, we needed just one more effort and some kind of new forces in order to transform the totality of local successes into a single, overall success, and in this fashion achieve a local victory in the north before the consequences of Pilsudski's dangerous countermaneuver from the south could have an effect. This is why in these conditions the turn of two of the Red 4th Army's divisions on Plonsk was acquiring such important significance for us, as it meant drawing the army into the focus of the general engagement on the Kra River, upon which, as is now clear to the reader, the fate of the entire Polish front essentially depended. The Polish 5th Army's situation was becoming complicated by the course of the fighting around Razumin, which for the time being was unfavorable for the enemy. This focal point had already drawn in from Jablona the last front reserve, the 10th Infantry Division. Meanwhile, the location of the 10th Infantry Division in Jablona was securing the Polish 5th Army's flank and rear during its offensive on Naziolsk. On August 15th, General Sikorski set himself two goals: to restore the situation along the Kra River by committing his reserves into the fighting, and to continue to develop the attack with his left flank, 18th Infantry Division, 8th Cavalry Brigade, from the Sakhasin area to Golomonstery and Przewodło-Potoczyn, that is, as before, operating into the gap between the internal flanks of the Red 4th and 15th Armies. He ordered all of his cavalry, supported by a single infantry regiment, to be thrown at Ciechano. Sikorski was able to detach only a single infantry regiment, 4th Pomors, and a naval battalion to secure Plonsk. It was subsequently planned to dispatch to Plonsk the 9th Cavalry Brigade, which was moving to join Sikorski, and the lead echelons of which were expected in Modlin by the evening of August 15th. General Sikorski, by committing all of his divisions along the Kra River into the fighting, was hurrying to win the battle at any price before the Red 4th Army could fall upon his rear. Actually, on August 15th, the enemy cavalry did break through to Ciechano. In saving itself, the 4th Army Command began to wander among its various divisions, thus losing its already unreliable communications with the front command. On the one hand, as a result of this, the front command's orders began to arrive at the Fourth Army after a great delay, and their fulfillment was late according to the situation, while on the other, the pulling in of the still available reserves to the north increased, because the 15th Army's reserve, the 33rd Rifle Division, received orders to throw the enemy out of Ciechano. On August 15th, the fighting along the Kra River began to take on a course unfavorable for the 15th Army. The enemy pressed it along the entire front in an entire series of extremely stubborn and bloody battles. By the close of August 15th, the Polish Fifth Army's front ran along the line of the Mlawa-Modlin Railroad along the Sansk-Swierz sector, then it turned sharply to the southwest, and east of Borkowo it shifted to the line Mankisin-Studzianka, Sigielnia. As a result of the fighting on that day, the Red 15th and 4th Army's divisions were thrown back to the left bank of the Kra River. Only the 6th Rifle Division, 3rd Army, was still continuing to fight stubbornly along the line of the northern Modlin forts. On this day, the Red 4th Army was grouped in the following manner. The 12th Rifle Division was engaged in local fighting with a small group under Colonel Gabicht on the outskirts of Lidzbark. The 3rd Cavalry Corps' main forces occupied the Sierpk area, having moved up powerful detachments to Bobroniki, Vlotslawek, and Lipno. The 53rd Rifle Division was behind it in the rear. The 18th and 54th Rifle Divisions had concentrated in the Rashiaz area. Thus it is indisputable that on August 15th the enemy had achieved a local success along the Kra River, but it was insecure as long as the Red 4th Army continued to hang over the flank and in the rear of the Polish 5th Army. For the second time, a happy circumstance revealed on this day our intentions to the enemy. In the evening, his radio station intercepted Army Commander Shuvaev's order to the 18th and 54th Rifle Divisions to attack toward Plonsk, while coordinating their actions with the Red 15th Army's frontal attack. Further on, Shuvaev ordered the 53rd Rifle Division to remain in the Bezin, Sierpk area in order to secure the attack on Plonsk from the north, while the 3rd Cavalry Corps was given the same task in the Lipno, Vlotslawek area in the event of active enemy operations from the Torn area. That is, these were the same orders that we know were issued by Shuvaev as early as August 14th. This intelligence placed the Polish Fifth Army in an extremely difficult situation because it had committed all of its reserves into the fighting along the Kra River. Plonsk itself did not represent any kind of defensive advantages. To be sure, Sikorsky was promised new reinforcements in the form of the 8th Infantry Brigade from the 2nd Army, but this reserve could arrive at Modlin no earlier than dawn on August 17th. In his book, Along the Vistula and Kra, General Sikorsky writes in this regard, "The rapid and consistent utilization of our weakness along the Army's left wing by even 2 of the above-listed Red divisions would have led to the destruction of our weak screen in Plonsk and would have led to the beginning of a new battle, first by 2 and later, in the event of the Western Front commander's order being carried out. 6 enemy divisions against the rear of the Polish forces tied down in a frontal battle with the Red 15th and 3rd Armies. The offensive by the Red 4th Army and 3rd Cavalry Corps, coordinated with the operations of the Red 15th and 3rd Armies, and linked with the Red 16th Army's frontal attack against the Warsaw bridgehead, could have yielded truly decisive results for the engagement along the Vistula. Upon learning of the danger threatening the Polish Fifth Army, the command of the Northern Polish Front, General Haller, planned to limit itself to the successes achieved along the Kra River and to leave a screen there, while the Polish Fifth Army's main forces would be turned in the direction of Plonsk. But the Polish Fifth Army Command was striving to develop its success, which it wanted to consolidate by the occupation of Naziolsk, in spite of the danger threatening it from the Plonsk area. Sikorsky's decision was supported by General Vagon and led to an extremely original situation along the Polish Fifth Army sector on August 16th, to which we will return later on, while we will now turn to the events along the other sectors of the far-flung battlefield. The absence of overall control of the battlefield continued, as before, to unfold unfavorably for us in the area of the Radzimin sector. Here on August 15th was attempted a complex regrouping, which had the goal of freeing up the 21st Rifle Division, which the 3rd Army Command wanted to bring in again to the northern bank of the western Bug River for operations against Sturs, although this division would have had to change its front on the battlefield by 90 degrees. As the result of stubborn fighting, our units lost Radzimin and fell back behind the Rzadza River. Their subsequent attempts to once again take the initiative along this sector led only to several stubborn but indecisive battles. The attempts by the Red 17th and 10th Rifle Divisions to attack the strongest sector of the Warsaw bridgehead ended in the same failure on this day. The 10th Rifle Division's energetic attack against the central sector of the Polish bridgehead against the numerically stronger Polish 15th Division had as its result the temporary seizure of the village of Wyędzona, for the retaking of which it required the committal of the Polish 15th Infantry Division's reserves into the fighting. This attack evidently so influenced the psychology of its command that in the following days this division, having already gone over to the offensive, operated languidly and indecisively. The 16th Army's left flank 8th Rifle Division enjoyed a local success along its sector. It reached the Vistula River along a front from Kharkiv to Magnusiu, occupied the enemy's bridgehead fortifications at Gora Kalwaria, and carried out an energetic reconnaissance of the crossings over the Vistula. See Map 15 of the Plate section. On August 15th, along the 12th Army sector, there occurred events which were the prologue to Pilsudski's countermaneuver. On this day, the Polish 3rd Army's right flank units threw back across the western Bug River in the Hrubieszów area units of the Red 12th Army that had crossed it, by which they secured the beginning of the development of the Central Group of Armies countermaneuver. The order to begin carrying it out followed during the night of 15 to 16 August. Pilsudski initially dispatched 3 divisions from the Polish 4th Army to the front Siedlce, Novominsk, while securing this attack from the right by directing the 3rd Army's shock fist, 2 infantry divisions, and 1 cavalry brigade, to the front Brest, Biala, echelon from the left. On August 17th, the Polish First Army was supposed to support this maneuver by an offensive with significant forces on Novominsk. In the execution by the command of the Polish First Army, this task was expressed in the dispatch of several battalions from the Polish 15th Division, with armored units, for an attack on Novominsk. At the same time, Pilsudski set about to gradually disband the Polish Second Army behind the Vistula, while dispatching part of its forces to reinforce the Polish 1st and 5th Armies. Despite the lack of clarity in the overall situation, which was beginning to turn unfavorably for us along the entire combat front, the Western Front Command on August 15th, and during the night of 15 to 16 August, did not relinquish the initiative and sought to wage active operations along both flanks. Believing that the Polish Central Group of Armies had concentrated to the east of its actual location, namely in the Siedlisks, Dubienka, Krasnystaw area, the Western Front commander ordered the commander of the 12th Army, upon concentrating its main forces in the Dubienka, Korytnica, Hrubieszów area, to attack the enemy in the general direction of Siedlisks. The Moser Group was supposed to assist this maneuver by an attack with no less than 1.5 divisions from the north, and was to dispatch for this purpose the 58th Rifle Division, which was ordered to develop an offensive from Lodowa to Chelm. The fighting here was purely local and did not reflect directly on the course of the entire operation, which is why we will touch upon it separately. The discovery of a powerful bridgehead on the eastern approaches to Warsaw was confirmed by data on the concentration of major enemy forces behind the Weepers River, and forced the Western Front commander to introduce decisive changes in the 16th Army's activities. It was ordered to shift the center of its activities toward its left flank and pull the 8th Rifle Division into the front reserve in the Lukau area and to render support to the Moser Group. With these orders, the Western Front Command sought to increase the security of his left flank after it had become convinced of the lateness of the 1st Cavalry Army's arrival to the Lublin axis. At the same time, seeing in the Polish 5th Army's offensive a sort of realization of his wish for the opportunity to inflict a decisive defeat on the enemy east of the Vistula River, the Western Front commander decided to encircle and destroy the enemy group that had gone too far. Thus, on August 16th, the Western Front commander demanded the reinforcement of the group of forces along the 3rd Army's right flank and issued instructions to turn the 4th Army's main forces toward the front Sakasin, Zakroxim, in the Modlin area. With this order, the attack by 3 of our armies, 4th, 3rd, and 15th, was to be concentrically directed against the left flank of the main Polish forces. We were unable to carry out the latter in time due to the enemy's raid on Ciechano, and the 4th Army's right flank units continued to carry out the previously received orders and were energetically striving to reach the Vistula River. At the same time, the Red 15th Army was supposed to go over to the offensive in the general direction of Plonsk. See Map 16 of the Plate section. August 16th, was the day of the maturation of the crisis of the entire engagement along both of its flanks. On this day, the struggle for the enemy's final establishment on the line of the Kra River ended in his favor, while in the south, the counter-maneuver by Pilsudski's central group of armies began to develop successfully. On August 16th, all of the efforts of the Polish Fifth Army's main forces were directed at capturing Naziolsk. At the same time, the 15th Army's 33rd Rifle Division successfully threw the Polish 8th Cavalry Brigade out of Ciechano, and this brigade lost communications with its army for an entire day. Then the 33rd Rifle Division began to develop the offensive on Sonsk to turn the left flank of General Tukhachevskii's group. Here it defeated and nearly destroyed the White Poles' 42nd Infantry Regiment. At the very same time, the attack by the Red 18th Rifle Division on Plonsk revealed itself. Thus, as early as the morning of August 16th, the Polish Fifth Army's left flank was in an extremely difficult situation, and even on this day the possibility of our local victory was not excluded. Thanks to an accidental coincidence, the vanguard of the enemy's 9th Cavalry Brigade arrived in Plonsk from Modlin almost simultaneously with the vanguard of the Reds' 18th Rifle Division. The former entered the town at the very moment when its garrison, the 4th Pomorze Regiment and a naval battalion, was already ready to abandon the town upon hearing of the approach of the Red forces. The arrival of the 9th Cavalry Brigade's vanguard calmed things down, and the defense of Plonsk was organized. At the same time, by castling to the left, the units of the Polish 18th Infantry Division managed to delay the development of the offensive by the Reds' 33rd Rifle Division. Through these measures, the situation along the Polish Fifth Army's left flank was saved, which gave the enemy the opportunity to capture Naziolsk at the close of the day on August 16th. The capture of Naziolsk meant the enemy's breakthrough of the boundary between the Red 15th and 3rd Armies. With the commitment of the 33rd Rifle Division, we no longer disposed of any more available reserves in order to oppose the growing intensity of the enemy's efforts, and both of our armies had to fall back 10 kilometers to the east of the Mlawa-Modlin railroad line. The loss of Naziolsk was compensated for to a small degree by the retaking of Hrubizo by the 12th Army, which was our purely local success on this day. On August 16th, evidently due to those same reasons which predominated on the Radzymin battlefield, the last opportunity had been missed to inflict a separate defeat on the Polish Fifth Army, on the condition of the development of an energetic attack on Plonsk, which required the unified leadership of the 18th and 54th Rifle Divisions on the battlefield. But the Red 4th Army Command, which had not yet received the Western Front Commander's instructions of August 16th, after some hesitation once again decided to continue its lunge to the lower Vistula and moved the 3rd Cavalry Corps toward it. This led to the entire Red 4th Army operating along diverging axes and the final loss of control over it. At the same time, the enemy's Plonsk screen was still being reinforced. On August 17th, the entire 9th Cavalry Brigade and a significant part of the 8th Infantry Brigade from the Polish 2nd Army arrived at Plonsk. Thus, it was becoming quite difficult to count on the success of the 18th and 54th Rifle Division's uncoordinated attacks. Having calmed down over the fate of Plonsk, the Polish Fifth Army Command decided on August 17th to concentrate all of its attention and forces on the development of the success achieved around Naziolsk. This decision fully corresponded to the situation. By this time, the 15th Army had not yet lost its combat capability and through local counterattacks continued to dispute each inch of land with the enemy, who was forced to expend a great deal of effort in order to finally crush its resistance. The offensive by the enemy's central group of armies, which had just begun, immediately began to develop with a success unforeseen by the enemy. The Moser group was thrown back to the east, and the enemy was approaching the front Lukau, Biala, while at the same time occupying Garwolin in the 16th Army's sector. The size and significance of this offensive were initially underestimated by the 16th Army Command, which believed that, for the time being, only the enemy's small forces are operating, and the withdrawal of the Moser group was explained by the exhaustion and overexertion of its units. Thus, on August 17th, the 16th Army Command planned to continue the regrouping along its left flank and to reoccupy Garwolin. The Western Front commander then ordered the commander of the 12th Army to take the Chelm-Luberto area with his main forces. The 12th Army Command decided to carry out this task by dispatching two of its divisions to the front Lodowa, Sawin, Rajowiec, while dispatching, as before, 2 other divisions to the front Tomaso, Ravaruska. Thus, the 12th Army's front would stretch to 180 kilometers, and it began to operate with 2 groups of equal strength along diverging axes. In view of this, the Polish screen along the Lublin axis managed to carry out its assignment to the end. At the same time, the 1st Cavalry Army was pinned to the Lvov axis. Throughout August 17th, the offensive by the Polish 5th Army on Poltusk developed slowly, while encountering the Red 15th Army's fierce counterattacks. Nevertheless, the White Poles managed to capture Poltusk at the end of the day. On this day, the central group of Polish armies crushed the 16th Army's left flank. By the close of August 17th, units of the Polish 4th and 1st Armies linked up in Novominsk. On the night of 17 to 18 August, the Western Front Command, which had been informed for the first time by the commander of the 16th Army of the offensive by the Central Group, was already realizing that events were developing along the Dublin axis, which in their scope exceeded those which 2 days earlier had arisen along the Kra River, which is why it decided to halt the offensive, break free of the enemy, and, upon regrouping during the march back, prepare for a counter-maneuver calculated to create a significant concentration of forces on its left flank along the boundary with the 12th Army. The Western Front Commander's Directive No. 406/op of August 17th essentially indicated the group of forces to secure our retreat from the line of the Vistula River. The 16th Army was to be pulled back to the Liwiec River, while detaching 2 divisions to the reserve on the left flank so that, thus having brought it nearer to the lagging 12th Army, to establish cooperation between them. At the same time, the 4th Army was to concentrate in the Przasnysz, Ciechano, Mlawa area for an attack against the rear of the enemy operating against the 15th and 3rd Armies. The 15th Army was to launch an attack on Plonsk to secure the 4th Army's regrouping, and the 3rd Army was to defend along the Neru and Bug rivers, while the Moser Group was to once again go over to the offensive against Biala. We were unable to realize the complex maneuver of regrouping on the march back, with the castling of our divisions toward the left flank, because the operational freedom of the majority of our armies at this time was tied down by the unceasingly developing offensive by the enemy, who ended up earlier than our divisions in the Drohixin area, where the Western Front Command planned to form a new shock fist. The High Command, while taking into account the overall situation, planned to gather the reinforcements which it was dispatching to the Western Front, in the Brest area, but the fall of this city interfered with the realization of this plan. The overall situation, which was unfavorable for us, was further complicated by the local successes of the 4th Army's 3rd Cavalry Corps, which captured a bridge over the Vistula River near Vlotavlek and having occupied the village of Bobroniki through its reconnaissance units to the left bank of the Vistula. From here, it was dispatched to the town of Plock, and on the night of 18 to 19 August, it was engaged in a successful fight to take it, but was not able to complete it because at dawn on August 19th, it received new orders from its commander to move on Plonsk in connection with the previously mentioned directive by the Western Front Commander of August 17th for the new concentration of the entire 4th Army in the Przasnysz, Ciechano, Mlawa area. The 2-day delay proved fatal for the 4th Army, because due to this it ended up isolated from our other armies at the moment when the enemy had gone over to the energetic employment of its success. On August 18th, the enemy carried out a new regrouping of its forces, while the 2nd and 4th Armies were formed from the former 3rd, 4th, and 2nd Armies. The 2nd Army was to be given the sector through Miedzierzek Podlaski, to Białystok, the 4th Army through Kolusin, Mazowiecki, Wysocki Mazowiecki, to Graduo, and the 1st Army through Wisco, Ostro-Mazowiecka, and Lomza. The task of these 3 armies, which were to change the front of their offensive due north, was to encircle as large a part of the Western Front's forces as possible. The 5th Army received orders to destroy the Red 4th Army by shifting sharply to the north in the direction of Ciechano and Mlawa, and, finally, the 3rd Army was directed against the Red 12th Army. The Red 3rd and 15th Armies, which had exhausted their efforts in the preceding fighting, were unable to successfully resist the new enemy pressure and began to move to the east under pressure from the attack against them. Because the 4th Army was echeloned forward of these armies, all of the enemy's attacks fell upon it and, while avoiding them, was pressed against the East Prussian border and, having twice broken through the enemy ring, was finally forced to cross into East Prussian territory with its main mass of forces on August 26, 1920. One may consider that with this episode, our operation along the Middle Vistula, which had unfolded as a broad general engagement, was completed. In this engagement, both sides had the mission of destroying the enemy's forces. The question remains open. Why did our local successes against the northern wing of the Polish armies not unfold into a single, decisive general success? In order to answer this question, we should sum up our partial conclusions. The reasons that interfered with our ability to take advantage of our local successes were as follows. The absence of unified leadership on the Radzimin battlefield and around Plonsk. The deviation of the Red Fourth Army's main forces to the end from the Modlin fighting, Kra River, which even further increased against us the unfavorable correlation of forces. The series of favorable accidents for the enemy in the form of the timely interception by him of the Red 16th and 4th Army's orders. 23. Finally, the absence of rapid reaction by some army headquarters to the galloping change in the situation. In conditions of maneuver war and the intolerable remove of the Western Front's headquarters from the combat line, which was mentioned earlier. This brought in its wake a certain slowness in our operational leadership, which increased due to the great distance of our field headquarters from the areas of the most decisive fighting. Let us not also forget the law of numbers, which enabled the enemy to develop longer than us the consistent intensification of his efforts along the most decisive sectors of the battle. All of these mistakes testify to our still weak acquaintance with the technique of controlling large troop masses. No matter from which point of view or measurement you approach the operation on the Vistula, one thing is indisputable. The Red Command at all levels extremely expertly and skillfully employed the moral superiority of its forces. From this point of view, the engagement on the Vistula is one of the classic examples of military history. But the chief strategic reason for our defeat on the Vistula remains the divergence of the two fronts along eccentric axes at the same time the enemy was being reinforced with new formations by concentrating forces along the decisive axis. The concentration of the fronts for the engagement on the Vistula, which had been correctly planned by the High Command even before the start of operations, as well as following a series of deviations, and which was adopted and laid out by it in the directive of August 11th, was not carried out due to an entire series of frictions despite the fact that it could have been realized in time and space. This campaign, which was lost by us, teaches us better than anything how one should lead in war and how to prepare the army in peacetime. Finally, we cannot pass over in silence that influence which the disruption of our rear services exerted on the operation on the Vistula. This is the lesson which we must draw for the future from the history of the operation on the Vistula. While retaining in full measure the daring of our revolutionary military thought, we must be able to combine it with the mastery of the art of military affairs in all its details. This is that path which history shows to us. The sharp deviation of the main mass of the enemy's forces to the north forced him to subsequently expend significant time on a new regrouping. This offered the Western Front's main forces the opportunity to establish themselves along the Neman River and along the line Fokovisk, Pruzhny, Kobrin. At the moment when the Warsaw operation was approaching its conclusion, the long-awaited offensive by the 1st Cavalry Army, undertaken at the Commander-in-Chief's insistence, began. It was only on August 19th that the Cavalry Army emerged from the stubborn fighting to take Lvov and received orders, while operating in the direction of Krasnystar and Lublin, to capture Krasnystar within 4 days. By August 25th, the cavalry army had reached the Sokol area and on August 27th had begun fighting with units of the Polish Third Army, but it was not supported by the 12th Army. Throughout 28 to 30 August, the 1st Cavalry Army attempted to capture the town of Zamosk, but being attacked by superior enemy forces from south and north and not being supported by the 12th Army, it began to fall back behind the western Bug River. On September 1st, the enemy, having concentrated significant forces, continued his offensive from the Hrubizo area, while the fighting spread to the 12th Army sector and, following 6 days of stubborn fighting, the 1st Cavalry Army on September 6th once again fell back to the area of Vladimir Volynski. While the crisis of the campaign was maturing along the banks of the Vistula River, the Southwestern Front's 14th Army was engaged in stubborn fighting within the confines of Galicia with the Ukrainian and the Polish 6th Armies, while striving to capture the city of Lvov. The fighting along the approaches to the latter was distinguished by its particular persistence. However, The favorable outcome of the Warsaw operation for the enemy was also reflected on the situation and the enemy's increased activity within the confines of Galicia, which forced the 14th Army to partially reduce its front and go over to an active defense along the front Busk, Rogatin, Nalea Lipa River, Dniester River, where the fighting, along with partial shifts in the front, did not lessen throughout the entire first half of September. When the Red Army's failures around Warsaw began, on August 22, 1920, the Bureau of the Petrograd Committee of the RKP published a release. It stated that our valiant Red Army units, which have been exhausted by ceaseless fighting, have been forced to fall back somewhat. The party's Petrograd Committee and the Presidium of the Petrograd Executive Committee decreed to carry out a mobilization in 72 hours of the very best members of the Petrograd organization, numbering 1,500 men. On August 25, the first departures of the mobilized men took place, and the party's central organ, Pravda, wrote, "Petersburg, that leader of the revolution, was always the city of heroes. It remains that now." When Peter's workers received the news about the Red Army's defeat around Warsaw and of its retreat, the Peter workers did not lose their heads and did not wait. The All-Russian Central Council of Professional Unions declared a new mobilization. The Moscow Committee of Unions decreed the mobilization of 600 men from the most steadfast and self-sacrificing members of the unions, factory committees, and local committees, etc. On August 26, mobilization began through the unions and in Petrograd. The provinces did the same. In Little Malaya Ladoga, the party organization mobilized 16 crucial workers, and in Novgorod they mobilized a cavalry detachment of communists, while Yaroslavl mobilized 52 men, then another 110, and then another 140 crucial union workers. On September 23, 1920, the All-Russian Conference of the RKP-B began its sessions in Moscow. The Central Committee's report cited the figures of the latest mobilizations. The first party mobilization in the transportation industry yielded 5,905 men. The second mobilization for Ukraine and the Western Front yielded 4,537. A third 5,060 for reserve units, 1,100 for the Vrangel Front, and 148 for the Turkestan Front, including 109 Poles, Lithuanians and Belarusians, 37 Galicians, and 102 Muslims. And finally, the last mobilization for the Western Front was carried out fully and yielded 5,000 men. In all, 23,420 people were mobilized. This testifies to the fact that the pace of the party mobilization during the Polish campaign was even more intense than during all of the preceding campaigns. At the same time, one almost never encountered indications that the communists had turned around the feeling at the front or had created a turning point, etc. The reason for this is the fact that the Polish War did not mark a turning point in the Red Army soldiers' feelings. From the large amount of correspondence of that time, one may take for as an example the letter by a crucial mobilized worker from Petrograd. The letter had already been written following the Warsaw defeat and stated, by the way, such an excellent attitude by the Red Army soldiers toward the communists. We, both on the march and in trains, and then in the units, did not see a single dirty look and did not hear a single unfriendly word. The Red Army soldiers are very dissatisfied with the retreat. Many of them only reply to the question as to the cause of the retreat. I can't understand how this happened. After all, we were within 8 kilometers of Warsaw. Others added, "It's nothing, we'll fix things, and we'll still get Warsaw." When they had to fight, they fought desperately. When they had to fall back, they fell back, and while they lost something or other, they did not lose their faith in victory. This picture sharply differs from that initially encountered during Udenika's or Denikin's offensives. As regards the units at the front, there was evidently no talk of the necessity of overturning their attitudes. The very direction of the parties and professional organizations' activities during the Red Army's withdrawal from Warsaw shows where the forces should be dispatched now, so that the party and unions could help the front. Both in Moscow and in Leningrad, weeks were conducted, when the various unions deducted the produce of their work for the front. Soap from the chemical workers, rusks from the food workers, buttons, aluminum spoons, nails for shoe soles, and field utensils, and thousands of sets of linen from the clothing industry workers. At the Third All-Russian Congress of Leather Workers, Comrade Lenin said, "Gigantic energy and spontaneous action will be required. namely from the workers and the unions, and primarily from those workers who are close to those branches of industry connected with defense. Our chief difficulty in the ongoing war is not a shortage of human material, but a shortage of supply, Comrade Lenin proposed, imitating the example of our workers from Peter, who recently manifested again and again enormous energy, beginning with the supply and support of the Red Army soldiers. The main topic of our conversations, gatherings, and reports must be everyone to help the Red Army. The organizational work of the communists at the front retained all of its strength and significance, but new circumstances, we have sufficient people but lack supply, placed before the party in a new way the tasks of aiding the front, adding something new to the slogan, everything for the Red Army. That circumstance, that the party organizations and unions have embarked upon this path, had an enormous influence on the second half of the campaign, along with an entire series of factors, about which we will speak below. One of the first political results of our Warsaw operation was the prolonged character that the peace negotiations, which had begun in the city of Minsk, began to take on. The Polish peace delegation sought to place the entire blame for the ongoing war on Soviet Russia, and on August 23, 1920, declared our peace terms unacceptable. At the same time, under the influence of military successes, the political physiognomy of the Polish government changed, and it became filled with reactionary elements, which also conditioned the Polish delegation's intractability. The Soviet, Russian, and Ukrainian delegations, having put forward their peace terms, proposed that the Polish delegation do the same, although the latter, evidently waiting out the outcome of the fighting, declined to do this. Given this state of affairs, on August 30th, with the agreement of both governments, the peace conference's sessions were moved to Riga. The turning point in the campaign, which this time was in favor of Polish arms, also defined the new goals which the strategy of both sides set until the end of the campaign. For the enemy, they consisted of the desire to secure for itself the greatest amount of territory by the time a preliminary peace was signed, and for us the desire to retain that portion of territory thought of by the Soviet government as the indivisible part of the fraternal Union republics of Belorussia and Ukraine. During the extended peace negotiations, the Western Front's armies, which had become quite disrupted during the retreat, tried to establish themselves along the front Lipsk, Krinky, Pruzhny, Kobrin, Vladimir Volynski. The Western Front Command planned to restore its organizational formations along this line, to bring them up to strength and to once again assume the offensive. The Western Front commander calculated that by September 15th his front would once again be fully combat ready, and even planned to initially carry out a preparatory operation along the left flank, with the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies. However, these plans did not meet with the Commander-in-Chief's approval, and could not be realized because the enemy himself preempted us in seizing the initiative along the southern sector of the Western Front. Here the Polish Third Army, which had been reinforced once again as the result of the overall regrouping of the Polish forces that took place on August 18th, eliminated successfully for itself the 1st Cavalry Army's separate operation on Zamosk. Upon throwing the 1st Cavalry Army behind the western Bug River, it did not limit itself to this success, but continued to develop it, pressing our weak 12th Army to the east. Thus, the Polish Third Army penetrated between the internal flanks of the 12th Army and the new 4th Army. This was the new name of the former Moser Group, which was covering the Kobrin axis. Thus, from the beginning of September, the enemy's offensive along the Rovna axis began to take shape. The Western Front Command, in turn, was contemplating a new countermaneuver along the Brest axis. On September 12th, the Western Front commander ordered the reinforcement of the 16th Army's left flank by shifting its Army Reserve, 17th Rifle Division, to the Pruzhny axis. The 4th Army was to be reinforced by the 55th Rifle Division, which was moving to the Western Front commander's disposal from Petrograd. This division was to be moved to the Kobrin axis. Following this, the 4th Army was supposed to attack toward Kobrin and Lodowa, while the 12th Army was supposed to throw the enemy back in the direction of Brest-Litovsk. However, on the day this directive was issued, the enemy broke through the thin front of the 12th Army's units and captured the town of Kovel in their rear, after which he began to energetically widen the gap between the 4th and 12th Army's internal flanks, while forcing the latter to constantly fall back to the east. The 4th Army, following stubborn but indecisive battles around Kobrin, also began to gradually fall back to the east. Finally, the lack of stability along the 12th Army's front, was also reflected in the situation along the 14th Army's right flank, which was forced to fall back from the Lvov axis. On September 14th, the enemy captured Vladimir Volynski. In appraising the situation along the 12th Army sector as the beginning of a new and serious enemy operation, the High Command sought to pull the 1st Cavalry Army into the reserve in the Rovna area as quickly as possible. It believed that only an attack by a reserve, concentrated in the depth, would be able to prevent the enemy from entering Ukraine. The decision by the Western Front commander, who was also striving to move the 1st Cavalry Army to the Rovna area, anticipated the commander-in-chief's idea and was approved by him. At the same time, on September 15th, the commander-in-chief established a new boundary line between both our fronts, Sokol, Torgovitsa, Rovna, Dubrovka, along the Novograd-Volynsk, Shepetovka Railroad, Kodnya Station, the Zhytomyr, Berdichev Railroad. In the event of the Poles going over to the offensive against the Western Front's armies, and until the completion of its readiness, the commander-in-chief pointed out the necessity of gradually pulling back the front's reserve divisions without committing them into the fighting before they were fully ready. The continuing and rapid rollback of the 12th Army was rendering doubtful the possibility of organizing a counter-maneuver from the Rovna area. On September 16th, the 12th Army began another withdrawal behind the Styr River, in connection with which the concentration of the 1st Cavalry Army was to be shifted to the area of Berdichev and Zhytomyr, and on September 18th Rovna had already been abandoned by our units. The immediate result of the enemy's Rovna operation was the distraction of the Western Front Command's attention toward its left flank. The operation, which was carried out by the forces of the Polish Third Army alone, yielded such amazing results because it had to deal almost exclusively with the 12th Army, which was of little combat value and was occupying a broad front to boot. Neither the Western Front Command nor the High Command was interested in committing the 1st Cavalry Army into the fighting. Quite the opposite, they made every effort to pull it into the reserve. Insofar as the enemy had not materially changed the strong left flank group of forces, which was the result of his organization of the pursuit of our armies following the crisis of the Warsaw operation, now he set himself the immediate objective of defeating the Soviet forces concentrated in the Grodno, Lida, Slonim, Folkovysk quadrangle. In the last third of September, the overall line of the Western Front's armies ran as follows. The right flank of the Red Third Army began north of Lipsk, where it was connected to the Lithuanian Army's left flank. Further on, the front line ran through the village of Krinky, along the Svislok River, as far as the village of the same name, moving from there to Pruzhny and excluding Kobrin. Then the front line along the 4th Army's sector, which rested on the Pripyat River, moved sharply along its course to the east as far as the town of Pinsk, moving from there through the villages of Grodno and Vysotsk to the left bank of the Gorin River, where the 12th Army's sector began. The enemy was almost everywhere in combat contact with our units along the sector from Lipsk to Kobrin. South of Kovel, his forces were predominantly concentrated along both sides of the Rovna, Novograd-Volynsk road. Thus the wooded and swampy sector to the north of this road, as far as the line of the Pripyat River, and the same gap between the Styr and Gorin rivers, was almost free of enemy forces. The chief role in the Neman operation was to fall to the Polish Second Army. It was supposed to tie down the forces of our 3rd and 15th Armies opposing it through an attack along the front Grodno, Mosty and, with a powerful maneuver group through the village of Druskaniki, get around our Western Front's right flank, capture Lida, defeat the Western Front's reserves located there, and thus cut off the path of retreat for our units located in the Grodno area along the left bank of the Neman. The Polish 4th Army, which was operating along the Kobrin axis, was supposed to assist this operation along its left flank. In its turn, the Western Front Command, while supposing that the enemy had shifted part of his forces against the front's southern wing, believed the situation suitable for inflicting a decisive defeat on the enemy and placing the Polish army in a very difficult situation. The Western Front commander thought to realize this decision in the following manner. Upon defeating the enemy's Białystok, Bielsk group of forces, the front's main forces were to change their axis to the southwest, approximately on Lublin. Thus, this operation was to also develop as a decisive attack along the right flank. The enemy's desire to carry out the assigned mission signified the start of the Neman operation, the final major operation in the main theater of the war. The enemy preempted us with his attack, because Pilsudski's directive on assuming the offensive was issued on September 19th. The essence of the enemy plan, as is clear from the above, came down to turning our Western Front's right flank, along with the simultaneous breakthrough of its front in the direction of Mosti. But because the Western Front Command, in preparing for its attack, retained, as before, the 15th Army's ramming designation, while holding it along a narrower front and grouping in its rear a reserve of 2 divisions, the enemy's attack hit the line of greatest resistance and not only did not yield the expected results, but even led, following a series of stubborn battles, of which many developed as meeting collisions for the capture of the line of the Svislok River, to the exhaustion of the Polish shock fist strength. In the Fokovisk area on September 24th, we even had a local tactical success, which was proof of the sufficient combat capability of our new levies. Just as indecisive for the enemy were the battles along our Third Army's front, which was holding the line of the Neman River. A deep turning movement along Lithuanian territory by a flanking group, consisting of 2 Polish infantry divisions and 2 cavalry brigades, decided the fate of the operation, after which the Lithuanian army was defeated and fell back on Vilna. Although our Third Army could have put up to 3 rifle divisions against this turning movement, we could only bring them up consecutively and commit them into the fighting along the army's right flank, because one of them, the Third Army's reserve, was located along its left flank, while the other, which had been placed at the disposal of the Third Army commander, was being brought up by forced marches to the new axis. We were unable to eliminate the enemy's flanking movement with the Third Army's available forces by regrouping them to the right flank on the march back. The Third Army, and after it the Western Front itself, had to begin on September 25th their withdrawal to the line of the old German trenches. At the very height of the Neman operation there followed the general decision by our High Command, which was to completely alter the relative significance of the Polish and Wrangel fronts in our strategic assessment. On September 24th, in his directive to all the front commanders, the Commander-in-Chief established as the main current task the final elimination of Wrangel in the shortest time possible. In connection with this, the Western Front's main task was the restoration of its combat forces and the preparation for a decisive attack against the White Poles together with the Southwestern Front. This attack was foreseen for no earlier than the middle of November. The Southwestern Front was to have the task of winning time until the arrival of major reinforcements, which would be sent following the elimination of Wrangel. The enemy, simultaneous with the Neman operation, while taking advantage of the Fourth Army's exposed position, undertook a local operation against it as well. By September 25th, this army's front was extended forward toward Kobrin and ran along the line of the villages of Peshki and Antipol. From here it turned sharply to the east along the Dnieper, Bug Canal, and further on shifted to the Pripyat River near the village of Lokvichi. The Fourth Army's front line continued along the Pripyat River as far as the mouth of the Yazilda River. The 10th Rifle Division, consisting of 2 brigades, 28th and 29th, was moved forward to the right bank of the Pripyat River for actively securing the Lunenets railroad junction. While searching for contact with the enemy, the division's main forces moved up to the area of the villages of Grodno and Vysotsk. On September 26th, Bulak-Balakowic's powerful detachment, while moving out from the town of Koval by woods and swamps along the Styr River, crossed the Pripyat River near the village of Navel and unexpectedly broke into the town of Pinsk, where the Fourth Army's headquarters was located. Control of the army was disrupted for several days. Comrade Shuvayev, the army commander, with his chief of staff, Comrade Mazeninov, set out for their main forces to the Antipol area and began to pull back their army, 65th and 57th Rifle Divisions, 30th Rifle Brigade, and the 17th Cavalry Division, behind the Yazilda River to the northeast toward the village of Lajishin. The 10th Rifle Division Command planned to develop an attack on Koval, but lacking the opportunity to operate directly against Pinsk due to terrain conditions, received the task from the Front Command to transfer 1 brigade for the immediate defense of Lunenets from the west, and to pull the other to the stolen Vitebor area. Bulak-Balakowic's detachment, about 1,000 infantry and cavalry, was inactive for several days in Pinsk. On September 30th, it was relieved there by a brigade of the Polish 18th Infantry Division, after which it began to develop the offensive in the general direction of Vitebor. The enemy's raid on Pinsk had as its consequence a large gap between the internal flanks of our western and southwestern fronts. Somewhat earlier, the enemy managed to finally press back our units from the confines of East Galicia. The powerful strategic exhaustion of our armies by the preceding fighting, the impossibility of reinforcing them in a timely manner due to the shortage of time and the poor condition of the railroad communications in their rear, as well as the shift of the center of our efforts to the Vrangel front, determined the further withdrawal nature of the campaign along both our sectors of the Polish front all the way up to the conclusion of an armistice and then peace with Poland. As early as September 23, an extraordinary session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, in order to avoid a winter campaign, which would be a heavy burden on the toiling masses of Russia and Poland, admitted the possibility of softening the initial terms of peace. In accordance with the new terms, the independence of Lithuania, Ukraine, Belorussia, and Eastern Galicia would be established, while regarding the latter, the Soviet government would recognize a plebiscite according to bourgeois democratic and not Soviet principles. Further on, the Soviet government would renounce all of its demands regarding the Polish army and its armaments, as well as the Tukhachevskii railroad sector. The state boundary, according to our new proposal, was to be set east of the line established by the Supreme Allied Council on December 3, 1919, while Eastern Galicia would remain to the west of it. In its turn, the new Polish government began to experience pressure from the parties supporting it regarding the quickest conclusion of peace. The Polish National Democrats loudly demanded the ending of the Ukrainian escapade, basing their arguments on the fact that the Soviet government had an endless supply of human material. The Polish Party of Socialists, PPS, came out for recognizing the ethnic boundaries of Poland and for friendly relations with the RSFSR. The British and French press recommended moderation to Poland in its demands. Finally, on October 12, treaties for an armistice and the preliminary terms of peace between the RSFSR on the one hand and Poland on the other were signed in Riga. According to these terms, the independence of Soviet Ukraine and Belorussia was recognized and the state boundary was established approximately where it stands now, and mutual sovereignty was recognized. Poland took upon itself, on the basis of equal rights for all nationalities, to offer all rights securing the free development of their culture to persons of Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian nationality on Polish territory. Both sides renounced mutual interference in the internal affairs of the agreeing states and compensation of military expenditures and losses. Besides this, the Polish government renounced the support of the counter-revolutionary organizations of Vrangel, Petli Ura, and Savinkov. The mandatory and mutual return of hostages, mutual amnesty, and the recompense for Poland for property removed from the country beginning on August 1, 1914 through October 23, 1920, was established. This treaty was ratified by the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, on October 24 by the Ukrainian Central Executive Committee, and on October 26 by the Polish Sejm. Following the conclusion of peace, the Red Army still had to eliminate those White Guard organizations which, while operating jointly with the Polish Army, now found themselves within the confines of our demarcation line. Such organizations were Bulak Balakowicz in Belorussia and Petli Ura's detachments in Ukraine. These and others were successfully eliminated by Red forces during November 1920. In conclusion, one should note that the Polish government, as the result of the 1920 campaign, did not achieve its basic goals, which inclined to the expansion of the Polish state in the east to the line of the Polish political borders of 1772. In accordance with the preliminary peace terms, Poland received territory of 59,650 square kilometers and a population 4,477,000 less than that which the Soviet government proposed to it in January 1920. Naturally, no one will seek to deny that the Red Army suffered a defeat in the Warsaw Operation, but this was only an operational loss. The final result of the war very decisively differs from the results in terms of January 1920, which in turn gives us the right to assess the outcome of the Soviet-Polish War as a significant victory for Soviet strategy and policy. The war was halted at that moment when the forces of Polish militarism were incomparably closer to exhaustion than the forces of the Red Army. Poland could not embark upon a new campaign without greater risk than in April. General Vrangel's assumption of the command of the remnants of the armed forces of South Russia, his government's internal policy, a brief survey of the Crimean theater of military activities, a description of Vrangel's army and its reorganization, General Vrangel's plan of campaign, The disposition of the Red Side's forces. The development of the operation in the summer of 1920 in northern Tavria. The Red 13th Army's failure in June. The entry of Vrangel's army on the continent and its initial successes. The disposition of the enemy's forces. The Red Command's plan. The raid by Zloba's cavalry corps. Vrangel's struggle to broaden his bridgehead. Conclusions. General Vrangel, who entered upon the command of the armed forces of South Russia upon Denikin's giving up power, was unable to change and did not wish his foreign and internal policy to differ from that of his predecessor, but only sought to change the forms of its conduct. Let's take as an example the area of agrarian policy. Here Vrangel made concessions to the peasantry over the landowner's land, but only by redeeming it over 25 years. What significance could this law have for the Crimean peasantry, 40% of which, on the average, was landless and which, in order to secure the possibility of day-to-day survival, became tenants on private lands for a share of the harvest, or as agricultural laborers? The peasant who owned his own land sat on such a minuscule allotment, not exceeded 1/2 dessiatins, on the southern shore of the Crimea, could of course not even think of participating in the purchase of private landholdings. This means that Vrangel's land law could be utilized not by the peasantry as a whole, but only by its kulak upper crust. As regards the working class, Vrangel's internal policy was distinguished by a bitter struggle against the workers' organizations and the union movement. As before, a regime of speculation, embezzlement, bribe-taking, and administrative arbitrariness flowered in the rear. Having retained all of the negative aspects of the former government of General Denikin, the new regime in the person of General Vrangel took them to their extreme degree of expression. Chapter 19. The 1920 campaign on the Crimea, Tavria front. The condition of Vrangel's rear may be excellently described by General Slashyov's document, which was delivered by him on September 12 to General Vrangel. In this report, which is mentioned in Vrangel's notes and in Slashyov's memoirs, the latter demanded the introduction of extreme taxation of the bourgeoisie and the introduction of public hangings for speculators. It's not surprising that in Vrangel's rear, despite the cruel repressions, even during the period of his army's successful operations in the northern Tavria, the situation remained extremely tense. Comrade Mokrasov, the organizer of the uprising movement in the Crimea, who landed in the middle of August on the southern shore of the Crimea, during several days, as the White Chronicles admit, was at the head of detachments numbering several hundred rebels. The Red partisans harried Vrangel's rear directly adjacent to Sevastopol and Simferopol. A hidden struggle was going on in Vrangel's very army between the youth and the old men. The High Command's authority was strengthened and supported by the advancement of their own and the removal and the deprival of responsibility of the unsubmissive and capricious, for example, the struggle between Vrangel and Slashyov. It was on this basis that such phenomena as protectionism, careerism, and place-holding prospered. In the place of Vrangel, a convinced monarchist who was forced to trim his sails and cover his personal convictions and attitudes of the army with foggy and general slogans which, in his opinion, were capable of attracting to the army and his ideas the sympathy of the population, the majority of which was anti-Tsarist, and in this situation the historian cannot but espy the signs of doom for the entire Vrangel movement. On June 12, 1920, when Vrangel's army had already developed its operations in the northern Tavria, a plot by the Duke of Leuchtenberg was uncovered in Sevastopol, which embraced significant circles of naval officers and which worried Vrangel, not so much for its monarchist ideas as for the efficacious nature of the plotters' program, which raised the question of immediately replacing Vrangel with the former Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich, or even the inexperienced Duke. The punishment for the plotters came down to the fact that the unlucky Duke, accompanied by his security agents, safely left for Constantinople, while the remaining plotters were removed from their positions and part of them sent to the front. The Democratic Army met even these measures by the Democratic Vrangel quite coldly as an excessively severe punishment. In the beginning of June, the civil administration of General Vrangel's territory was formed. V.A. Krivoshein, an associate of Stolypin and a long-serving agriculture minister in the Tsarist government, was made its head. Vrangel's goals in the field of politics and strategy grew along with his territorial successes. Initially, they came down only to the desire to sit things out in the Crimea and to conclude, with the aid of Great Britain, peace with the Soviet government on the basis of equality. Subsequently, following his first combat successes, Vrangel dreamed of once again igniting the civil war within the confines of the Soviet Union, relying for this on the Don and Kuban Cossacks and the Ukrainian Kulaks. But Vrangel's political wager, as we will see, was a losing one. In the military geographical sense, the Crimea Tavria theater presented sharp differences from the Ukrainian and Belarusian theaters of military operations. A considerable difference existed between the separate parts of the theater itself. Its continental part, northern, was distinguished by its plain steppe and open terrain, which was very favorable for operations by significant masses of cavalry. The population was quite dense and was grouped in inhabited locales, which were large but located far from each other. The network of dirt roads was quite developed, with railroads poorly developed. The population was sufficiently homogeneous as to nationality. In the class sense, it was overwhelmingly peasant, with quite a significant Kulak stratum. Its Crimean sector, which was connected to the continental part of the theater like an appendage on two narrow appendages in the form of the Chongar and Perekop isthmuses, was also plain and steppe as the northern Tavria along a significant part of its length, but without being abundant in local resources. The Perekop and Chongar narrows tied troop operations in this theater to specific operational axes leading to the main ports on the Black Sea, Sevastopol and Feodosia. The extreme southern part of the theater, the southern Crimean coast, was sharply mountainous in character, but during the course of the campaign ended up outside the area of the main military operations. The Perekop and Chongar isthmuses, given their existing fortification and the dominance of the enemy fleet in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, could have presented significant difficulties for troops attempting to penetrate into the Crimea from the north. Due to their narrowness, they also had to unfavorably influence the operations of troops trying to exit the Crimea into the continent by constraining their deployment. The above enumerated features of these isthmuses define the accurate military name for the Crimea as the Crimean bottle, and the Chongar and, mainly the Perekop isthmuses were the neck of this bottle. The basis of the enemy's armed forces in the Crimean theater was the former Volunteer Army, which General Vrangel renamed the Russian Army. In transforming itself into a professional army of hirelings, the Volunteer Army rapidly acquired their characteristic features. Discipline in this army soon began to take on a very original form. The electoral principle began to establish itself in it, not only regarding lower, but higher commanders as well. The latter, in order not to lose their popularity, had to close their eyes to the troops' pillaging and excesses. Individual generals waged a bitter struggle between themselves for primacy. General Vrangel, upon entering upon the command in April of the remnants of the volunteer and Cossack armies, as his first duty finally erased the traces of oppositionist attitudes among the Cossack troops, removing from power those generals whose rivalry he feared. With the formal agreement of the weak-willed Don Eideman Bogoyevsky, who had been transformed by Vrangel into a parade figure, Vrangel removed General Sidorin from the command of the Don Corps, the Corps' chief of staff, Tukhachevskii, and the head of the political section, and there was such an administration, Count Duchesne, who had conducted a campaign against Vrangel in the newspaper The Don Courier, and handed them over to a military field court. The latter sentenced both generals to hard labor and, General Vrangel, taking advantage of this, magnanimously pardoned the rebels by limiting himself to driving them from the army. Simultaneously, General Vrangel began to take measures to bring General Slashiov to heel. Having thus strengthened his position, Vrangel set about energetically reorganizing his armed forces and putting them in order. The entire army was organized into 4 corps. In view of the great shortage of horses, the Don and Kuban cavalry was temporarily turned into infantry. Vrangel's reorganization work continued throughout April and May and went about almost unhindered, because at this time the forces and attention of the Soviet command had been distracted by events taking place on the Polish front. Thanks to this circumstance, Vrangel managed by the end of May 1920 to bring unhindered the strength of his armed forces to 20,000 and more infantry and cavalry. In the beginning of June 1920, Vrangel's army, under the cover of Slashiov's corps, which was holding the Perekop and Chongar isthmuses, was completing his reorganization. The Red 13th Army, the Latvian, 52nd, 3rd and 46th Rifle Divisions, and the 85th and 124th Rifle Brigades, numbering only 12,765 infantry and cavalry, was deployed against Slashyov's corps along the front Skadovsk, Genichesk, Kirilovka, and then to Nogaysk. The Army's 15th Rifle Division was supposed to be part of the Ukrainian Right Bank's forces and reached Kakhovka at the end of April, while the Comrade Bubnov 2nd Cavalry Division was stationed in the area of the village of Petrovskoy. Throughout May 1920, the 13th Army made several attempts to force the isthmuses and to invade the confines of the Crimea, but all of these attempts were beaten off by the enemy. In the beginning of June, it was preparing to repeat this operation on a broader scale, but was preempted by the surprising animation of Vrangel's army. This animation in General Vrangel's army was the result of causes not so much political or strategic as economic. The enormous mass of refugees which had crowded into the Crimea had completely destroyed its food supplies, which placed on the agenda the question of the possibility of the further physical existence of Vrangel's very army, which by this time numbered 22,000 infantry and 4,600 cavalry, rounded out. Thus, as early as the middle of May, General Vrangel, as he writes in his memoirs, had drawn up a plan for a summer campaign, which came down to the following. 1. The movement of the army to the line Berdyansk, Pologi, Alexandrovsk, Dnieper River. 2. Operations to capture the Taman Peninsula for the purpose of creating new seats of struggle along the Kuban. 3. The movement to the line Rostov, Taganrog, the Donetsk coal area, Grishino Station, Sinelnikovo Station. 4. The clearing of the Don and Kuban of Reds. The Cossacks were supposed to furnish troops to continue the struggle. Fortress-type fortifications were to be erected on the Crimean isthmuses for the purpose of securing the main base of the White South's armed forces, the Crimea. In undertaking his operation to break into the continent, Vrangel went contrary to the wishes of the British government, which is why the latter formally renounced any responsibility for the subsequent fate of the remnants of the Army Forces of South Russia. On June 5, the 13th Army was positioned as follows. The Army's main forces were along the Perekop axis. The group under Comrade Rodmitz, the commander of the 52nd Rifle Division, the Latvian Division, 52nd Division, the 124th and 85th Rifle Brigades, and the 3rd Division, which was concentrated here, occupied the front Preobrazhenka, 12 kilometers northwest of Perekop. Pervo-Konstantinovka was preparing for its latest offensive. This group's units, which had been severely worn down in the middle of April, the Whites carried out a tactically successful landing on the group's right flank in the area of the port of Korly, and May fighting had not yet been brought up to strength. See Map 17 of the plate section. Along the Salkovo axis, the very weak 46th Division was blocking the enemy's exit from the Chongar Peninsula in the area of Salkovo Station and the exit from the Arbat Spit near Genichesk. Military operations along both isthmuses had taken on a positional character. Both sides had entrenched and had partially girded their front with wire. The 13th Army's main units, which had already been morally broken down to a significant degree in the unsuccessful fighting to capture the isthmuses, were losing their combat capability even more so due to the unaccustomed positional stalemate. The operational coordination, particularly as regards communications, of both groups was not secured. The northern shores of the Savash between the groups were occupied by a weak and extended cordon of the 124th Brigade, 42nd Division. Several days before the beginning of decisive events, Blinov's Cavalry Division, which had been directed to the Novonikolaevka, Novopokrovka, Gromovka area to the Army Reserve, where it had concentrated by June 3, arrived in the area, on the march, from the Caucasus Front. The 13th Army, as opposed to Vrangel's army, had not made use of the break in combat operations in order to pull back a significant part of its forces into the rear for the purpose of putting them in order and to rest and refit. The units, which were crammed around the isthmuses, continued to be held in a state of combat tension and were losing their strength in petty undertakings of a purely positional nature. If one were to evaluate the disposition of the 13th Army's units before the decisive events, then one must admit that the army was completely unprepared for defending northern Tavria. At the same time, the 13th Army and Front Command, which hesitated over an extended period to undertake a decisive offensive, at the same time, despite the events on the Polish front, did not consider it possible to go over to a temporary defense involving the army's regrouping. The echelonment of the army in depth was absent. The rear services were organized poorly. The Perekop Group was based on Kakhovka and partially on the single Salkovo-Melitopol Railroad, on which the Army's remaining units were also based. The main communications lines leading to this main railroad ran as far as Melitopol along the Sea of Azov, upon which the White's fleet continued to dominate. The Army's withdrawal plan, despite the extremely difficult conditions of such a withdrawal, which would have to be carried out in a space limited, on the one hand, by the Dnieper River, and on the other by the sea, had not been worked out by the command, which continued to carelessly look only forward. On the eve of decisive events, the 15th Division, which had arrived from the Caucasus Front and was designated for reinforcing the Perekop Group's shock fist, was once again removed from the Army and sent to the Polish front on orders from the front commander. The 13th Army situation was also worsening due to the fact that the Makhno movement, which had raised its head in its immediate rear, was also distracting a part of its forces to deal with it, and in this manner dispersed the command's will and attention. Vrangel's plan, which was enumerated in his directive of June 3, consisted in, upon landing General Slashyov's 2 corps in the Melitopol area for an attack against the rear of the Reds Perekop Group, simultaneous with an attack by the I Army Corps, General Kutupov, and the Composite Corps, General Pisarev, 17 through the isthmuses to defeat the 13th Army and to throw it behind the Dnieper. In order to carry out this plan, Vrangel's army occupied the following jumping-off position. Pisarev's Composite Corps, the Kuband Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division, was grouped along the Chongar axis. General Abramov's Don Corps, 2nd and 3rd Don Divisions and the Don Brigade remained in the High Command's reserve in the area of Dzankoy Station. General Kutupov's I Army Corps, the Drozdovsky, Kornilov, and Markov Divisions, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Divisions had concentrated along the Perekop Isthmus. The chief task of defeating the opposing 13th Army's main forces was entrusted to this corps, which consisted of Vrangel's best units and which in its time was the shock corps of General Denikin's Volunteer Army. General Slashyov's 2 Army Corps, 13th and 34th Infantry Divisions, and the Terekastrakhan Cavalry Brigade, which had embarked on transports in Feodosia, set out, accompanied by the fleet's combat vessels to the Kurilovka area near Melitopol, to carry out the landing operation. Vrangel placed great hopes on the actions of the landing corps. The landings carried out in the middle of April in the area of the port of Korly and in the same area of Kurilovka were a sort of rehearsal for General Slashyov's landing operations. In his notes, Vrangel puts the overall strength of his army by the start of decisive operations at about 25,000 infantry and cavalry against the Reds' 15,000 to 16,000 infantry and 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry, according to his evidently somewhat exaggerated data, while the Composite and Don Corps had almost no horses and had to act as infantry. The operation unfolded as follows. General Slashyov's corps, which had been loaded onto ships, about 28 in Feodosia, was sighted at 0200 on June 6 in the Sea of Azov, and at 1000 the landing began from these ships south of Kurilovka, while the village of Yefremovka had been occupied to secure the landing. In order to distract the Reds' attention from the main landing site near the village of Kurilovka, the enemy carried out demonstrative landing operations along the Perekop Group's right flank. After midday, 2 steamships towing barges were spotted 8 kilometers south of the village of Alexievka in the Karkanet Bay and, having shelled the settlement of Korly, dropped anchor. Undoubtedly, General Slashyov's immediate objective was the seizure of Melitopol, and thus the cutting of the single route upon which the 13th Army's forces were based. At the same time, the actions of Slashyov's corps were supposed to ease the exit from the Crimean bottle of the remaining corps of Vrangel's army. The 13th Army Command, upon receiving information of the landing in the area of the village of Kurilovka and in the area of the settlement of Korly, reacted to this in the following manner: 13th Army Order Number 078 of 6/6. The commander of the group of forces along the Perekop axis was ordered to hold the positions blocking the exit from the Perekop Isthmus and to unfailingly keep an eye on the shore of Karkanet Bay, and to have in reserve no less than 1 rifle brigade against a possible enemy landing in the Kalinchak area. Comrade Nesterovic's group, 124th and 85th Rifle Brigades and the 42nd Cavalry Regiment, was to remain in the Pervo-Konstantinovka, Vladimirovka, Stroganovka area and, in the event of the enemy going over to the offensive, to operate against his flank and rear and to deprive him of the opportunity of exiting from the Perekop Isthmus. This group was entrusted with observing the shoreline of the Savash along the Pervo-Konstantinovka, Lake Ovryanovka sector and maintaining close contact with the 46th Rifle and 2nd Cavalry Divisions. The chief of the 46th Rifle Division was ordered to stubbornly defend his positions near Salkovo and to eliminate the enemy landing near the village of Kirilovka. In order to carry out the latter task, the 138th Rifle Brigade, which was in the Army Reserve, was to be once again transferred to the commander of the 46th Rifle Division, as well as the garrison of Melitopol and the armored trains operating along the internal front. The 138th Rifle Brigade was to be dispatched to the Bolshoi Utlyug area, and the 2nd Cavalry Division, while remaining in the Army Reserve, was supposed to concentrate in the area of the village of Petrovskoye no later than midday on June 7th. In their turn, on June 7th, the I Army Corps, General Kutupov, and the Composite Corps, General Pisarev, of Vrangel's army, while supporting their infantry units with cavalry, tanks, and armored trains, moved onto the continent through the Perekop and Salkovo isthmuses. The enemy was seeking to defeat our units for the purpose of throwing them from the Perekop sector and to turn our Perekop group's flank from the east. Fighting flared up along the Salkovo axis in the area south of Rozdestvanskoye and Rakovo. The enemy's amphibious attempt, which landed near Kirilovka, to break through to Volkonezhdy was beaten back. A number of stubborn battles took place, predominantly meeting ones, in which the Reds divisions, which had regrouped during the course of these combat events, sought to delay the enemy's offensive through counterattacks and to throw him back into the Crimea. The liveliest fighting flared up along the Perekop axis. The Reds' 3rd Division and 85th Brigade, which had fallen back to the east, Pervo-Konstantinovka and Vladimirovka, launched fierce counterattacks, while striving to cut off from the isthmus the whites who had broken through to the north. During the day, Pervo-Konstantinovka changed hands twice and by night remained in the Reds' hands, despite the fierce resistance of the whites who committed into the fighting their reserve, the Drozdovsky Division and tank units which took part in the breakthrough of the Reds' Perekop fortifications. By evening, the Latvian Division had fallen back to the Chaplinka area, having lost tactical coordination with the Pervo-Konstantinovka group. Here we see that some of the battles turned out successfully for the Reds. Combat operations during the first period were broken down into 3 independent centers, Perekop, Salkovo, and Melitopol, without these centers' immediate tactical coordination. In order to eliminate the whites' breakthrough, the 13th Army Command took the following measures. The 13th Army Commander's Order Number 079 of 7/6. The group of forces along the Perekop axis was entrusted to restore the situation as soon as possible and through an attack in the flank and rear to destroy the enemy who had surged forward. Upon completing this task, it was to carry out the earlier directives, while preventing the enemy's exit from the Perekop Narrows and his carrying out of a landing along the shore of Karkanet Bay. The 46th Rifle Division was to eliminate through decisive and energetic actions the enemy who had broken through along the Salkovo axis, attacking him from the Gromovka, Novotroitskoye area in the flank and rear. At the same time, the commander of the 46th Division was ordered to eliminate the enemy who had landed near Atmanai and Kirilovka. The Comrade Bubnov's 2nd Cavalry Division, upon concentrating in the area of the village of Petrovskoye, was to be subordinated to the commander of the 46th Division. It was only on June 8th, having somewhat moderated the pace and intensity of its offensive to the north, that the White's I Corps managed to break the resistance of the Reds' Pervo-Konstantinovka group, creating through a flanking movement by General Morozov's 2nd Cavalry Division a threat to its open right flank, which was left hanging due to the withdrawal of Rodmitz's group. On the other hand, on June 8th, the White situation was growing worse along the Chongar axis, despite the fact that the breakthrough of the Salkovo position, which had been accomplished the previous evening with the assistance of tanks, had not demanded particular intensity from General Pisarev's corps. The 46th Division, whose main forces had fallen back to the northwest following the loss of the Salkovo position, established tactical cooperation on the night of 7 to 8 June with the Comrade Bubnov's 2nd Cavalry Division, which had been transferred to the Petrovskoye area and subordinated to the commander of the 46th Division. General Pisarev's flank screen got into a stubborn fight with these units in the Novomykolovka area, at the same time that the Corps' lead units were already arriving at the line Uritsino station, the village of Rozdestvanskoye. On the night of 8 to 9 June, the Bubnov Cavalry Division, having broken through the White screen, broke into Novomykhailovka in a bold raid, seizing machine guns and several hundred prisoners, including the headquarters of the 3rd Cavalry Division. General Revashin was captured. Despite these individual tactical successes, the 13th Army's operational situation continued to remain extremely tense. Unit control had been disrupted. The Pervo-Konstantinovka Group, the 46th Division, and the Bubnov Cavalry Division had only radio communications with the Army, which frequently did not work due to the movements of the headquarters. The delivery of combat supplies was disrupted. The reverse transfer of the 15th Division, which had already had time to cross the only bridge near Kakhovka to the right bank of the Dnieper, was drawn out. The division was actually committed into the fighting when, on June 10th in the area of the Black Valley, the weakened 52nd and Latvian divisions were almost incapable of active operations. On June 10th, Slashyov, who had been moving very slowly despite the obvious numerical superiority of his forces over those composite units which had been put up against him by the 13th Army commander, finally occupied the city of Melitopol. General Slashyov continued to fight during 10 to 12 June in the Melitopol area, while spreading quite slowly to the west and barely beating off the constantly increasing pressure of the 13th Army's units, Comrade Latsis's group, from the north. On June 9th, the situation along the Chongar axis continued to remain difficult for the Whites. It was along this sector that Vrangel gradually committed his reserve, the Don Corps, into the fighting. On June 10th, the Bubnov Cavalry Division defeated the Kubinka Division with a vigorous attack and, having taken prisoners and a battery, came close to seizing Novo-Alexeyevka. This episode wraps up the heroic resistance of the individual units of the 13th Army. The seizure of Melitopol led to the final disruption of the Army's command and control. The unit's operational cooperation became impossible. The 13th Army headquarters searched for its forces by radio. During this time, 10 to 12 June, the situation of the 13th Army's forces, which could no longer be controlled, might have become truly catastrophic, but the combat elan of Vrangel's forces had already begun to slacken in the fighting. Instead of a vigorous pursuit, Vrangel's forces barely followed up behind the retreating Reds. Vrangel's headquarters expended a great deal of time in order to get control over its scattered units and to secure their operational coordination. On June 12th, the Whites' Perekop group seized Kakhovka and Oleshki, while the 52nd and Latvian divisions fell back near Kakhovka to the right bank of the Dnieper, destroying the crossing behind them, and the 13th Army's remaining units were in a general withdrawal to the northeast between the Dnieper and Melitopol. On June 12th, Vrangel issued a directive for the pursuit, in which Slashyov, instead of an attack against the rear of the retreating Red forces, was given the task of holding Melitopol. The remaining forces were to hold their captured territory and continue the pursuit. Thus, having achieved major tactical successes and having seized a significant amount of territory, Vrangel, nevertheless, did not achieve his main goal, the defeat of the 13th Army and its retreat behind the Dnieper. In the development of the operation to enter the continent, which was favorable for the Whites, the decisive role was played by Slashyov's landing. It is necessary to note that the landing site was chosen successfully. It was near the 13th Army's forward bases in Melitopol and close to the single main railroad along which the entire supply of the 13th Army was carried out. Lacking the opportunity to delay the enemy along the exits from the Crimean Bottle, the 13th Army had ended up in a difficult situation. Slashyov's corps, which occupied Melitopol on June 10th, could have pinned it with a flank attack to the flats of the Dnieper's lower course, along the sector where there were no crossings. However, this did not happen. While waging a series of stubborn rearguard battles, the 13th Army, in the difficult conditions of a flank march, escaped from the trap being set for it. On June 23rd, the enemy's front line on the continent ran in a half-circle along the line Nogaysk, Bolshoi-Tokmak, Popovo Station, all locales inclusively, and then along the left bank of the Dnieper River as far as the village of Oleshki, inclusively. Vrangel's forces were consecutively based in the following manner. The 2nd, Mounted, and 3rd, Infantry, Don divisions of General Abramov's Don Corps, from the Sea of Azov to Nadenfeld, the 13th and 34th Infantry divisions of General Slashyov's 2 Army Corps from Valdium through Bolshoi-Tokmak to Popovo Station, the Drozdovsky Infantry Division and the 2nd Cavalry Division, General Morozov, under the overall command of the chief of the Drozdovsky Division, General Vitkovsky, In the area of the village of Mykolovka, the Kuban's Cossack Division, which had suffered greatly in the fighting in the first half of June, and the core of which was located in the village of Bolshaya Belozerka, was carrying out reconnaissance and security duties along the left bank of the Dnieper, across from the Dnieper Flats and Nikopol. To its left was the Caucasus Brigade, with its corps in Verkhnyi Rogachik. The Markov and Kornilov divisions continued to remain opposite Kakhovka in the Dmitrovka, Natalino area. General Barabovica's 1st Cavalry Division, which had also not yet been mounted on horses, guarded the sector from Kakhovka to the mouth of the Dnieper. The enemy temporarily halted along this line, having in mind to consolidate, refit, and bring up its rear services. The plan by the Front and 13th Army Command came down to the following. The Army's right bank group, the Latvian and 52nd Rifle Divisions, were to develop an offensive from the Berislav area in the general direction of Kakhovka and Perekop. Comrade Fedkeo's group, 3rd, 46th and 15th Divisions, 2nd Rifle Brigade and 2 brigades from the 23rd Rifle Division, upon deploying along the front Sherbets, Orkhov, excluding Pologi, were to launch attacks in the general direction of Melitopol. The actions of these two groups were supposed to tie down the enemy's main forces. Taking advantage of this circumstance, Zloba's cavalry group, which had been concentrated by June 27th in the Gusarka, Popovka, Belmenka, Serkonstantinovka area, was directed toward Melitopol. By 2100 on this date, the cavalry corps units had reached the following. The 1st Cavalry Division had reached Serkonstantinovka, and the 2nd Cavalry Division had reached the Popovka, Alexievka area. Comrade Zloba's cavalry corps was reinforced by the Blinov 2nd Cavalry and 40th Rifle Divisions. Comrade Zloba's shock group was assigned the immediate task of defeating the Don Corps and to subsequently take the Melitopol area as soon as possible. The seizure of Melitopol would put Comrade Zloba's shock group in the rear of the main forces of the enemy's Tokmak group, cutting it off from the Crimea. Following the defeat of the Don Corps, the 13th Army commander planned to throw the cavalry shock group in the direction of Perekop and the units attached to it to Salkovo. The offensive by Comrade Zloba's shock group began on June 28th. At 1400, the cavalry corps units left the Serkonstantinovka, Belmenka area, with the objective of occupying the villages of Verkhnyi Tokmak and Chernigovka. By 1900, the entire cavalry corps had concentrated in the village of Chernigovka. By this time, the 40th Rifle Division, which had been attached to the corps, occupied the villages of Andrievka and Sofievka, the first 12 kilometers, and the second 20 kilometers southwest of Berestovka, following a stubborn fight, while dispatching reconnaissance to the line Saltiki, Yelisievka, Rosenfeld. However, despite the incomplete concentration of the cavalry group and the insufficient readiness of the Army's remaining units for the planned offensive, the High Command hurried the Army along and the Army hurried the troops. One should note that as early as 25 to 26 June, Vrangel learned from his intelligence sources about the arrival of Zloba's cavalry group. Thus, as is now clear, the operational surprise in the cavalry corps' activities, upon which the Red Command was counting, was excluded. The result of hurrying all these events was only a certain tactical surprise for the enemy, who was not expecting such an early attack. This tactical surprise had as its consequence the fact that it thwarted the regrouping plan by Vrangel, the goal of which was the creation of two powerful shock groups against the disembarking and concentration area of Zloba's cavalry group. The main goal was to take the Reds' breakthrough cavalry in a pincer attack under the cover of weak screens, which had been left along the Alexandrovsk and Berdyansk axes. On June 28th, having seized machine guns and prisoners from the 3rd Don Division, Zloba's cavalry group broke through the Don Corps' front and occupied Chernigovka. On June 29th, units of the Cavalry Corps made a fighting advance by 0800 to the line Nikolaidorf, Shparau, and, while developing the offensive further, by 1400 had reached the Klefeld, Alexandrin, Chardot, Mariental area. All locales are on the Yushenli River. The enemy, with up to a cavalry division, supported by armored cars and a squadron of 12 planes, left the Mykolovka area for a decisive offensive against the flank and rear of the cavalry group. Under the pressure of these forces, the Corps' left flank units were forced to fall back to the Nadenfeld, Shparau line. Following a corresponding regrouping, the cavalry group's units, in their turn, launched a counterattack and once again threw the enemy back toward the Yashenli River. Aviation took part in these battles on the enemy's side, constantly striking the Reds' cavalry with machine gun fire and bombs. On June 30th, the enemy carried out an offensive with infantry units from Reichenau to Nikolaidorf, but following a brief fight fell back to the heights 6 kilometers west of Nikolaidorf. In order to eliminate the resistance of the enemy operating in the area of Morganau and Reichenau, the Cavalry Group Command decided to carry out a night raid. By 2,200 units of the 1st Cavalry Division were approaching Reichenau and, upon not finding the enemy there, occupied Friedensdorf, Morganau, and Reichenau without fighting. By 2,400 on June 30th, units of the Cavalry Corps were stationed for the night as follows: the 1st Cavalry Division in Paulsheim and Mariannville, the 2nd Cavalry Division in Konstanusfeld and Nadelfeld, and the Bubnov 2nd Cavalry Division in the Sperau area. On July 1st, the fighting continued in the same area. On the night of 1 to 2 July, units of the 1st Cavalry Division carried out a raid against the Blyumenort, Tige, Orlov area, hacking to death up to 400 enemy infantry. At 1300 on July 2nd, units of the Cavalry Corps' 1st and 2nd Cavalry Divisions and the Bubnov 2nd Cavalry Division carried out an offensive in the general direction of Pragenau and Astrakhanka. Having several times during the day encountered resistance by the enemy around Pragenau and Lichtfeld, who held fast to individual inhabited locales in order to win time, and holding off the pressure from Comrade Zloba's cavalry with machine gun and artillery fire, the cavalry group spent the night in the Tigerwald, Lichtenfeld, Alexandrin, Pragenau area. Thus Zloba, who was concerned by the enemy's planes, by the way, we should note that his cavalry proved to be completely unprepared for fighting aviation, continued to fight stubborn battles in the valley of the Yashenli River. His cavalry advanced only 30 to 40 kilometers in 4 days. Having achieved significant success on the first day, the cavalry group in the subsequent days got distracted by petty undertakings and actually stood in place, instead of avoiding unnecessary fighting and decisively and purposefully breaking through into the enemy's deep rear, which had already been seized by panic. As early as 29 to 30 June, he had already set about evacuating Melitopol. This slowness enabled the enemy to complete unhindered his regrouping for eliminating the breakthrough, which, given Zloba's more decisive actions, might easily have been thwarted. The extremely slow and sluggish advance by Zloba's cavalry group, the low combat capability of Comrade Fedkeo's group, the brief attacks successfully launched by the White's 2 Corps along the front Yanchikrak, Sherbakova, and the unsuccessful and sluggish attempts by the Berislav group throughout 29 to 30 June to expand its bridgehead in the Kakhovka area, all enabled the enemy to complete his regrouping unhindered. The operations control on the part of the 13th Army commander was made more difficult by the conduct of Zloba, who did not report to the Army headquarters any kind of information as to his actions. The 40th Rifle Division, which was formally subordinated to Zloba, was not controlled by the latter and operated independently, also extremely slowly and sluggishly. Having decided upon a bold operation, the 13th Army Command did not decide upon, and it had no time for this, the bold regrouping that flowed from this decision, but continued, for the most part, to retain along the Army's entire front the cordon formation that had been adopted in the previous fighting. The bold operational design ended up being thwarted by the insufficient preparation of the operation itself. By the evening of July 2nd, Vrangel's units that had been designated for eliminating Zloba's cavalry group were stationed, according to data from White sources, in the following manner. The 2nd Don Division, 1,500 infantry and about 100 cavalry, had concentrated with its main forces in the Orkhovka area. The 3rd Don Division, 2,000 to 3,000 infantry, occupied the area of the village of Astrakhanka. Units of the I Army Corps occupied the following areas: the Kornilov Division, 1,800 infantry, the Orlov, Tige, Rosenrot, Lindenau area, the Drozdovsky Division, 2,500 infantry, and the 2nd Cavalry Division, 1,500 cavalry, the Galbstadt, Malachnaya area. Units of the 13th Infantry Division were concentrating in the Bolshoi-Tokmak area. Armored trains were cruising the Fyodorovka, Stolnevo Railroad sector. Aviation, under the command of General Tukhachevskii, was supposed to assist with intelligence gathering and strafing attacks from the air. According to Vrangel's data, the units detached against Zloba had about 70 guns, not counting the guns on the armored trains. Thus, the overall strength of the White shock group reached 10,000 to 11,000 infantry and cavalry, almost double the strength of the cavalry corps. Zloba's cavalry group, which was still not aware of the seriousness of the situation, was preparing, following a day's rest, to resume the offensive on July 3rd. Vrangel's forces, which had encircled Zloba's cavalry group in a half-ring, in their turn, had orders to go over to a general offensive on July 3rd, by enveloping Zloba's flank both from the north, toward Valdium, and from the south, in the general direction of Nadenfeld. The situation had matured for decisive operations. Exhausted by the summer sultriness, the Tavria plain was to become on the morning of July 3rd the arena of historic events. On the morning of July 3rd, a meeting engagement began in the Kleffeld, Alexandrin area between Zloba's cavalry and the 3rd Don Division. The successful actions of the Reds' cavalry, which had begun to push back the 3rd Don Division in the direction of Astrakhanka and Melitopol, were halted by the Kornilov Division, which appeared in its rear and which seized the Rekanau colony and were attacking, supported by armored cars, to the south in the rear of Zloba's forces. An impetuous cavalry attack by Zloba's reserves and by units removed from the 3rd Don Division sector was beaten off by the Kornilov Division's concentrated artillery and machine gun fire. Attacked from the front and rear, the main forces of Zloba's cavalry group attempted to break through to the northwest, toward Bolshoi-Tokmak, but here they ran into units of the White's 13th Infantry Division and fire from armored trains cruising along the railroad. Forced to fall back to the south, the cavalry group came under attack from the Drozdovsky Division. Pursued by aviation and rushing about between the White shock groups, the cavalry corps units, having lost a significant part of their personnel and equipment, sought to infiltrate to the east and northeast, covered in dust. Zloba's cavalry, which was unprepared for a firefight and poorly trained, had learned its shock tactics during Denikin's defeat and proved unprepared in this new situation for combat operations with an enemy that stood, compared to Denikin's forces, at a higher level of combat preparation. On July 4th, along the sector of the screen abandoned by the White's 2 Corps, the pressure by Fedkeo's group, which had recovered somewhat from the preceding fighting, was beginning to tell. The group even managed to seize Bolshoi-Tokmak for a few hours. By the evening of July 5th, units of the 13th Army, while pushing back the 2 Corps' screen, 34th Division, along the Alexandrovsk-Melitopol Railroad, occupied the village of Mikhailovka. On 2 to 3 July, the right bank group, which had once again crossed the Dnieper, temporarily seized Kakhovka and the Korsun Monastery. However, the operation had already been thwarted. The enemy, having freed his hands along the sector of Zloba's cavalry group, had the opportunity, without any great difficulty, of eliminating the tardy offensive by these units of the 13th Army. On July 6th, all the units of the 13th Army's left bank group along the Bolshoi-Tokmak, Mikhailovka sector were already retreating. The Red Command's plan to clear Vrangel out of the northern Tavria had failed. Not long after this operation, a new change in the 13th Army command took place. In 2 months in the heat of combat actions, the Army had gone through 3 changes of command. It is hardly necessary to prove that the frequent changes of command practiced during the Civil War cannot be seen as a normal phenomenon. They led to a situation in which the command did not always know its subordinate forces well and their combat qualities, as well as the combat qualities and training of their subordinate commanders. On the other hand, these changes did not facilitate the inculcation among the higher command element of confidence in its own abilities and a sense of responsibility for the assigned task. Finally, such changes, as a rule, were carried out in the very heat of events and did not coincide with the preparation of new operations. We should note in passing that in the Civil War, the absence of a retraining center for the higher command element, with a short program designed for learning and mastering the war's operational tactical experience, was felt extremely sharply. The perniciousness of the cordon formation, which flowed from the excessive desire to accurately and conscientiously cover all territory with insufficient forces, shortcomings in command and control, which often led to the collapse of boldly planned operations, which promised complete success, and similar shortcomings in the command's work could have been overcome to a significant degree with the help of such a center. Having achieved a certain strategic and a series of tactical successes, Vrangel, however, suffered a major failure on the political front. The attempt to once again raise a revolt along the Don was not successful. A landing made for this purpose by 800 men on August 9 between Mariupol and Taganrog, under the command of Colonel Nazarov, was soon scattered, on the dawn, in the area of Konstantinovsky Station, and destroyed by Soviet forces against the background of the completely passive attitude of the Don Cossacks toward this effort. Vrangel also attempted to establish relations with Makhno. He set about organizing detachments of former Makhno soldiers, and some of them even were given the name of Batkom Makhno detachments, Yatsenko's detachment, and others, and dispatched delegates to Makhno himself, whose main forces were in the Gulyai-Pali area. However, Makhno did not only reject relations with Vrangel, but apparently even hanged the delegates. Having suffered failure with his landing on the Don and in his attempts to establish firm communications with the Makhno movement, Vrangel did not even manage to further expand his bridgehead in northern Tavria. His offensive operations, which were undertaken in the direction of Pologi, Zarabets, and Alexandrovsk, did not lead to decisive results, and subsequently, until the decisive turning point in the campaign along the Crimean front, the latter's hesitation became less sharply expressed. The subsequent course of the campaign was noted by the beginning of the struggle for the initiative, which was the result of the accumulation of Soviet forces along this sector of the front and the increase in their combat capability. But before moving on to a rendition of subsequent events, we will sum up the results of the period that had just ended. Vrangel's initial success, which had exceeded his expectations, forced him to undertake the adventuristic expansion of the tasks of his sortie out of the Crimean sack. The strategic successes achieved soon had to be replaced by a condition of unstable equilibrium due to the absence of a firm base under him. The attempts to establish operational cooperation with the Polish armies were not crowned with success due to political reasons. As before, for the leadership of Polish foreign policy, in the person of Pilsudski, an alliance with forces which, in the final analysis, pursued the goal of re-establishing a united and indivisible Russia, was unacceptable. Thus, Vrangel's army remained in the position of a politically and strategically isolated force operating at its own peril. The absence of political and strategic contact in the enemy camp was, of course, favorable for Soviet policy and strategy. The only unfavorable circumstance was the fact that Vrangel's increased activity in the Tavria coincided in time with the most decisive events of the campaign along the Polish front and distracted the Soviet command's attention from it. At the same time, the strength of our armed forces and the country's material resources prohibited the simultaneous decisive pursuit of final goals along both directions. The interests of both sectors of the southwestern front suffered from the division of Red forces between them, and the course of operations along these directions took on a prolonged character. It was in this weakening of the pace of conducting our operations along the Polish front that lay the main negative significance for us of General Vrangel's summer campaign in northern Tavria. The disposition and correlation of both sides' forces, the material support of the Kakhovka operation, the organization of the right bank group's rear, the battle along the lower Dnieper, Kakhovka, its strategic significance, Vrangel's landing in the Kuban, its actions, the route of the landing, the Reds' new offensive operation, its significance, France's recognition of Vrangel's South Russian government, the military reasons for this recognition, its political and economic results, conclusions by 1 August. The strength of our 13th Army had already been raised to 57,111 infantry, 1,497 cavalry, and 247 guns. Of this overall number, 12,000 soldiers, 205 machine guns, 33 light and 17 heavy and semi-heavy guns were part of the right bank group. The 2nd Cavalry Army numbered 2,770 cavalry and 25 guns. Thus, overall we disposed of here 57,111 infantry, 4,267 cavalry, and 272 guns against 41,420 infantry, 14,850 cavalry, and 241 guns in Vrangel's army. These enemy forces were grouped as follows. General Slashyov's corps was stationed opposite our right bank group, as well as the Caucasus Cavalry Brigade, for an overall strength of 3,500 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, and 44 guns, was occupying the front from Nikopol to the mouth of the Dnieper River along a 170-kilometer front. The enemy had 5,100 infantry, 550 cavalry, and 31 guns in deep reserve in the Crimea. The enemy's other forces occupied the remaining front, while the main mass of Wrangel's cavalry in the beginning of August 1920 was located in the front reserve, namely in the Saragossa area, where General Barabovica's cavalry corps, numbering 6,000 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, was located. In turning to an evaluation of the correlation of forces and their disposition, we should note that we were superior to the enemy by a few thousand men, but he had a clear superiority over us in the predominance of cavalry in his army. This abetted his maneuver along internal operational lines and under cover of the Dnieper River. The rapidity of the Reds' maneuver was restricted by the absence of cavalry and a developed railroad net along the necessary axes for operational transfers. Chapter 20 Operations along the lower Dnieper and the Kuban, taking advantage of the numerical superiority of its right bank group over General Slashyov's group, the 13th Army Command, Comrade Ubarevich, decided to attack Slashyov's corps with this group and, attacking toward Perekop, to cut the enemy off from the Crimea, while at the same time developing the attack along the Orkhov axis. The operation by the Reds' right bank group along the lower Dnieper is instructive in the sense of those achievements which were made by the Red Army at the end of the third year of the Civil War in the area of organizing command and control. Besides this, it enables us to follow the same achievements in the area of the organization and structure of the rear. We have not yet touched upon the latter question for two reasons. The first is out of fear of making our work too large, and, secondly, due to the absence of the necessary materials for the majority of the Civil War's operations. In viewing them in our sketch, chiefly from the point of view of staff and command work, we consider it necessary, according to the example of one of the operations, for filling out our sketch, to render a picture of the organization and structure of the rear and the material support for the operation. In preparing to carry out its objective, the command of the right bank group conducted a very thorough and all-round preparation for it. This preparation was expressed in the creation of a powerful shock group, hidden from the enemy, in the organization of intelligence of the enemy and terrain, and in the detailed drawing up of a plan for the crossing of such a major water barrier as the Dnieper in the crossing area, which approached 600 meters in width and a depth of more than 10.5 meters. As a result of all this preparatory work, by the close of August 6th, the group command along the front mouth of the Ingulets River, the colony of Klostendorf inclusively, with an overall length of 48 kilometers, deployed 12,961 soldiers, 220 machine guns, and 71 light, semi-heavy and heavy guns, which yielded 270 soldiers, 5 machine guns, and 3 guns per kilometer of front. The enemy along the sector of the front opposite this group of Red forces disposed of only 870 infantry, 126 cavalry, 65 machine guns, and 14 light guns, which yielded 20 infantry and cavalry, 1.5 machine guns, and about 1/4 of a gun per kilometer of front. Both sides could count on reserves from the operation's second day. The Reds on the 51st Rifle Division, 9,787 soldiers and 24 guns, which would have strengthened their shock fist by 75% in infantry and 30% in artillery. The Whites disposed in their rear of reserves from the 13th and 34th Infantry Divisions, 2nd Brigades, and the 8th Cavalry Regiment, with an overall strength of 3,600 infantry and cavalry, with 14 light and heavy guns. The command of the right bank group managed to acquire such an enormous numerical superiority thanks to the skillful distribution of its forces by active and passive tasks. Only 7% of the group's available forces were to be detached for the latter support of the operation. The preparation of the operation under review testifies that the principle of massing forces and the benefits of employing it were firmly realized by the higher Red Command, and that it knew how to boldly and skillfully put it into practice. The same principle of massing was consistently carried out and employed by the Group Command in distributing its equipment. The massing of artillery and the centralization of its control were practiced on an incomparably broader scope than had been the case prior to this. All of the group's artillery had been deployed in 2 groups along a 24-kilometer front to support the forcing of the Dnieper River. It was planned to place the main mass of artillery in the Berislav area. Here, 31 light and 27 heavy and semi-heavy guns occupied a position, and 14 light and 3 semi-heavy guns, the 15th Rifle Division's artillery, deployed in the area of the colony of Lvovo, while a battery of special designation heavy artillery, 2 heavy guns, was stationed in the area of the village of Kazatskoye. The group's other equipment, in the form of 4 armored trains, were being brought up to Berislav in expectation of the opportunity for using them along the left bank of the Dnieper. The group's air power, numbering 8 planes, was being brought there as well. In comparing the group's equipment with the enemy's, we see that the Reds were significantly superior to the Whites in terms of equipment. This was not an accidental phenomenon, but one which had been repeatedly observed earlier in various periods and along various sectors of the Civil War. That in the operation under examination this feature is particularly evident can be explained more completely by the applied principle of the concentration of all this equipment along the main axis of the attack. The greatest effect of employing this equipment depended not only on the skillful employment of it, but also on the supply level of munitions, first of all, small arms. Thus it is very useful to halt on this question, all the more so because the example of the right bank group is not an exception, but rather a general rule for all of the Red armies in the 1920 campaign. It is clear that the ongoing contraction of our economic base, which was felt particularly sharply in the area of heavy industry, could not be favorably reflected in military industry. As a result of this, a shortage in munitions was sharply felt. The group's final goal, according to data from the operational assignment, was the rout of the enemy's forces and its arrival in the Perekop area, that is, the penetration into the enemy position to a depth of 90 kilometers. Taking into account the necessity of making a fighting advance, we believe that the absolute limit of the group's penetration could not exceed, on the average, 20 kilometers per day, and thus the entire operation should have been calculated in time, rounded out, at 5 days. To what degree was this 5-day operation supported by munitions? There were barely enough available supplies of bullets and shells, particularly the latter, for 1 day of a serious firefight. If the operation were to be extended for 5 days, then the expenditure of munitions for a day's fighting, according to N.E. Cochrane's calculations, could not exceed 30 rounds per rifleman, 57 shells, rounded out, 4 light and 27 shells, rounded out, 4 semi-heavy guns. Anyone even slightly familiar with the norms for the expenditure of munitions during the World War will easily draw the following very important conclusions. First of all, that the norms for supplying our firepower were so insufficient that one could not count on the full employment of their most powerful feature of rapid fire, and, secondly, that given this level of supply, the Red Army suffered more from an overabundance rather than a shortage of equipment. The insufficiency of fire had to be compensated for by the broad development of maneuver qualities. We cannot draw any kind of theoretical conclusions for calculations as to what amount of guns and other fire means was necessary for suppressing so many machine guns or guns along a given sector of the enemy front on the basis of the Civil War's experience, because the main condition for the accuracy of such conclusions, the normal supply of weaponry with munitions in accordance with their actual capabilities, is missing. Also quite typical is that the right bank group command believed that the amount of munitions issued to it was insufficient. It requested releasing yet another 2,200,000 rifle rounds and 20,000 light artillery shells. If one considers that of the overall amount of rifle rounds, half, that is, 1,100,000, was to go towards supplying machine guns, then it follows that the command of the group considered it possible to take the operation to its conclusion by supplying a rifleman with 39 rifle rounds, a machine gun with 4,085 rounds, and a light artillery piece with 137 shells, calculations made by N.E. Cochran. Thus we see that the command's calculations were actually quite modest. As archival data show, contrary to the widely accepted version, the Whites' munitions situation was far worse than that of the Reds. The daily expenditure norm per gun did not exceed 20 shells. Under the influence of the critical condition of the supply of munitions, the Whites had to commit their artillery into the fighting only during critical moments of the fighting, while some batteries simply had to be pulled back into the rear due to the absence of shells. The supplying of the operation with food and forage was based primarily on the employment of local resources. In the event of possible breaks in supply, some divisions, 15th Rifle, carried with them a 7-day mobile supply of food. As regards wheeled transport, the group's forces also had to chiefly rely on local resources as the shortage of transport in some units reached 60%. It now seems interesting to switch our view to the organization and system of the right bank group's rear on the whole and the system of its military roads, in order to evaluate that evolution which had taken place in the Red Army in this area since the time of the train period of the Civil War. The right bank group was based on the 360-kilometer Apostolovo, Alexandrovsk, Sinelnikovo, Pavlograd, Lozovaya rail line, and on the 110-kilometer Apostolovo, Berislav dirt road. Both of these lines had been outfitted as the group's military road, with an overall length of 470 kilometers. Aside from the significant length of this road, an unfavorable circumstance for the Reds was the railroad's low capacity, which did not exceed 6 pairs of trains per day. Taking into account the fact that the group, numbering 4 relatively strong divisions and the small Kherson group, was tied to this railroad, one may consider that the military road was able to cope with its supply duties thanks only to the fact that it was spared the delivery of food and forage shipments. The 13th Army's base depots, from which the right bank group received supplies, were located at Lozovaya and Pavlograd stations, 11 only one halting place, number 255, in Alexandrovsk, was located along the entire sector of the road from Apostolovo to Sinelnikovo. Only 2 Army hospitals, numbers 715 and 1005, 12 were deployed. See map 18 of the plate section. The final unloading station for the right bank group was Apostolovo station. Here were located the group's fire depot and that of 3 divisions, 15th, Latvian and 52nd, 2 halting places, numbers 314 and 315. 1. Evidently as the halting sector's reserve, and the headquarters of the halting sector, number 79. The Apostolovo, Ivanovka, Novokamenka, Berislav sector of the dirt road was serviced by 2 halting places, numbers 313 and 316, in Ivanovka and Novokamenka. The 313th halting place was 39 kilometers from Apostolovo, which causes one to think that some other kind of halting place was located between these 2 points. The 316th halting place was 25 kilometers from Ivanovka, which was normal, and 45 kilometers from Berislav. There was evidently a sub-halting place midway. Such an organization of the military road, with the corresponding development of all its links, testifies to the proper calculation of the significance of the organization of the rear services and the servicing of military communications by the Red Command. While relying on a sufficiently developed and correctly divided rear in depth, the Red forces had a secure basis for their maneuvering. In this, we can be one of the reasons for that phenomenon along the anti-Vrangel front that the Red forces' temporary failures were never turned into a complete rout. Finally, in order to evaluate that flexibility with which the Red Command was able to resolve problems of organizing the rear services in conditions of the near-complete absence of mechanical transport, we will see how the command of that same right bank group, while preparing its operation along the lower Dnieper, was able to get out of the situation. Arriving at the area of the Perekop Isthmus, the group's forces had moved 156 to 160 kilometers from their final unloading station, that is, 5 to 6 days' march. It was difficult to service the military road's dirt sector of such a length with horse-drawn transport, particularly given the 60% shortage of troop carts. The group command escaped from the situation by creating an intermediate fire base along the line of the Blakitnaya, Balai Krinitsi and Snezhryovka railroad stations along the Apostolovo, Kherson Railroad, and by moving from it the forward fire base in the form of flying columns along the line of the villages of Galinovka, Tranina, and Blashkov, which moved the forward base closer by a day's march to the jumping-off point along the front line. The basing of the divisions was shifted to these stations. These measures cut nearly in half the dirt sector of the group's military road and enormously eased the conditions of its further supply. The group command fully took into account those advantages which it was presented with by the Apostolovo, Kherson Railroad running parallel to its front line under cover of such a major water barrier as the Dnieper River. For the purposes of better and more convenient organization of evacuation, the command dispatched its sick and wounded along 2 diverging lines to Apostolovo Station and Kherson Station. In light of the overall shortage of medical equipment for outfitting these lines, we had to employ a significant part of the medical establishments which, while essentially being incorrect, was dictated, however, by objective reasons independent of the command's will. It was ordered to begin the right bank group's offensive without waiting for the completion of the 51st Rifle Division's concentration. On the night of 6 to 7 August, the right bank group began to cross the Dnieper near Kakhovka, the Korsun Monastery and Oleshki, and attacked Slashyov's corps, launching its main attack with the Latvian and 52nd Rifle Divisions toward Kakhovka and the Korsun Monastery. At first it was able to push Slashyov's corps back, but subsequently the enemy, upon moving Barabovica's cavalry from the reserve, halted the right bank group's offensive and even forced it to partially fall back behind the Dnieper. The crossings near Kakhovka, nevertheless, remained in the hands of the Red forces. The operation was not fully developed due to the low combat capability of the 15th Rifle Division, which could not withstand the attack and fell back to the crossings near the Korsun Monastery. The attempts by the II Corps and General Barabovica's corps to restore the situation did not cease before August 15th. General Barabovica's cavalry attacks broke up against the bridgehead's wire obstacles and organized fire. The Whites' cavalry suffered heavy losses. One might say that in its daring insanity, thrown into the attack against fortified positions, without any kind of fire and, in particular, artillery preparation, the Whites' cavalry suffered a morale breakdown from which it did not recover. Finally, on August 15th, Slashyov, forced to admit the lack of results of his attempts, requested from Vrangel permission to halt further attacks on the bridgehead. Taking advantage of the II Corps' failure, Vrangel hurried to relieve the unwanted Slashyov, who put in his retirement papers with General Vitkovsky. See Map 19 of the Plate section. As a result of the offensive, although on the whole unsuccessful, the Soviet command achieved important strategic advantages. Kakhovka, which was only 80 kilometers from the Perekop Isthmus, was the junction of the closest routes to it. Thus the enemy, while developing his subsequent operations to the north or northeast, while moving away from his main base, the Crimea, would always risk being cut off from it by an attack from Kakhovka toward Perekop. Met with hostility by the population of Tavria, having experienced failure with the attempt to call forth an uprising in the Don region, and having had no success in his efforts to establish firm communications with the Makhno movement, Vrangel turned his attention to the Kuban. Here the remnants of the counter-revolutionary forces, which had taken refuge in the mountains during the spring rout of Denikin's armies, once again raised their head, gathering around themselves Kulak Strata dissatisfied with the Soviet regime and the Cossack upper crust, the bands of Colonel Skakin, Lebedev, General Fostikov, etc. Most active were the white-green detachments, which were operating in the Makop, Batalpashinskaya, and Labinskarias. Having united into the so-called Army of Russian Rebirth, General Fostikov, by the first half of August, they had reached an overall strength of about 6,000 to 7,000 infantry and cavalry and 30 to 40 machine guns and a few guns. Vrangel's Kuban landing is of significant interest for the historian of the Civil War as an operation built on calculations, not so much military as political. Vrangel threw his units into the Kuban to organize a mass uprising. The dispersed rebel detachments were supposed to coalesce around these units as an organizing corps. Vrangel was sure that, subsequently, while moving through their native areas among a sympathetic population and bringing under their wing the numerous rebel detachments, the troops would manage to seize the very heart of the Kuban, Yekaterinodar, before the Red Command could gather significant forces and to clear the Reds from the northern part of the Kuban region. For political considerations, General Alagai, a man, in Vrangel's opinion, who enjoyed wide popularity among the Cossacks, brave and decisive and capable of performing miracles, was chosen to lead the main landing detachment. It seemed as everyone would follow him. As is known, Vrangel was mistaken in his optimistic calculations. The attitudes of the Cossack upper crust, which were appraised according to the mistakenly optimistic reports of General Vrangel's agents, were taken to reflect the attitudes of all Cossacks, and General Alagai ended up being unprepared for the role of an organizer and leader of this complex operation. Vrangel's operational plan consisted of having landing the party's main forces in the area of Stanitsa Aktursko-Primorskaya, to move to the important railroad junction of Tukhachevskii station and, basing itself on it, to seize the city of Yekaterinodar. Weaker landings would be made by him on the Taman Peninsula, General Kharlamov, 18, and between Anapa and Novorossiysk, General Cherpov, with the task, on the one hand, of distracting as many Red forces as possible from the main axis and, on the other hand, to subsequently launch an offensive on Krasnodar, while bringing under its wing the local rebels. Thus the link-up of all the forces was supposed to take place in the Yekaterinodar, Krasnodar, area for conducting a subsequent operation into the depths of the Kuban. According to our archival data, the strength of the forces detached by Vrangel to take part in the landing operation is determined as follows: 4,050 infantry, 4,050 cavalry, 243 machine guns, and 17 guns in Alagai's detachment, 1,500 infantry, 15 machine guns and 2 guns in General Cherepov's detachment, and 2,450 infantry, 450 cavalry, 25 machine guns, and 6 guns in General Kharlamov's detachment. The data furnished by Vrangel differ considerably from these data. Vrangel puts the strength of all the detachments at 5,000 infantry and cavalry, with 130 machine guns and 14 guns. One must assume that our archives data reflect that picture, which arose as the result of the landing detachment's first successes and that growth which they underwent by incorporating local white bands and the population. Vrangel himself admits that by the end of the operation, despite the heavy losses, some units turned out to be stronger than in its beginning. Events in the initial period unfolded favorably for Vrangel's landing. General Ulagai, who landed on August 14th without great resistance near Aktursko-Primorskaya Stanitsa, launched a series of concentrated attacks against the Red forces which were operating extremely indecisively and in a dispersed manner, and occupied Tukhachevskii station by the evening of August 18th. From here, the direct road to Krasnodar, which was very poorly covered by our units, lay open to General Ulagai. However, instead of continuing an energetic offensive, General Ulagai, for reasons which cannot be fully understood, but evidently carried away by the mobilization of the local population, actually halted his offensive for several days, thus giving the Reds, Comrade Lewandowski's Ninth Army, the opportunity to take advantage of this breathing space for concentrating new forces. The main condition of any landing operation, the decisive expansion of the beachhead, was thus missing in General Ulagai's actions. It's quite possible that this lack of decision by Ulagai was brought about by operational considerations. Beginning as early as August 16th, in the area of Stanitsa Brinkovskaya, which was the only convenient crossing over the swampy strip at the mouth of the Bisig River, which covered Ulagai's detachment from the north, heavy fighting broke out between Babiev's cavalry and the Reds, who were constantly increasing their pressure along this axis. From 16 to August 23rd, before the necessity of the Whites basing the entire operation on a Chuyev had become fully clear, Stanitsa Brinkovskaya had changed hands several times. The Reds' activity in the Brinkovskaya area put General Ulagai in danger of being cut off from his base. August 22nd may be considered, without exaggeration, the decisive day of the entire operation. On that day, the Red forces once again took Tukhachevskii station, thus throwing General Ulagai back from the shortest path to Krasnodar. The Reds' improvised Azov flotilla, which had appeared before Stanitsa Aktursko-Primorskaya, which at the time was undefended by the White Fleet, forced General Ulagai's base and headquarters to evacuate from there. From August 23rd, General Ulagai shifted his base to the south, to Achuyev. But his subsequent actions, despite a number of very significant tactical successes, already bear the imprint of being doomed. Even the sympathetic strata of the population, no longer believing in the Whites' success, avoided mobilization. The population hid in the reeds and sank their carts in the lakes. The Reds' ring began to squeeze the Whites' landing forces ever more tightly. On August 28th, the Red forces, having secretly moved up Comrade Koptyuka's landing party on steamships into the enemy rear along the Protok River, carried out a surprise raid on Stanitsa Novonizhny-Steblivskaya, where the headquarters of General Ulagai's detachment was located. This raid, which disorganized the enemy's command and control, sped up the enemy's withdrawal somewhat. The enemy, while stubbornly defending, fell back on Achuyev. Taking advantage of the fact that the swampy and difficult terrain for traversing, which was quite convenient for defense, allowed him to easily hold the Reds, he held on to a small bridgehead near Achuyev until September 7th, while covering the evacuation. See Map 20 of the plate section. As regards the actions of Cherepov's and Kharlamov's detachments, these actions had almost no effect on the overall course of the operation. In any event, these detachments did not carry out their main task of attracting to themselves as many Red forces as possible. One should partially explain this by the fact that their actions were not coordinated with Ulagai's operations. Cherepov's detachment carried out a landing between Anapa and Novorossiysk very late, on August 17th, and after vain attempts to break through toward Novorossiysk, and having lost about 50% of its personnel, was evacuated on the night of 23 to 24 August under the cover of naval artillery. Initially, General Kharlamov's operations unfolded more successfully on the Taman Peninsula, but as early as moving out of the peninsula, where, taking advantage of the favorable defensive terrain, the Reds, 22nd Division and 33rd Cavalry Brigade, put up powerful resistance, Kharlamov's offensive petered out. It's typical that Kharlamov's detachment was most active when General Alagai's forces had already fallen back to the Achayev area. On September 2nd, the Reds along the Taman Peninsula themselves went over to a decisive offensive, which led to nearly the complete rout of those white detachments which had not had time to fall back to the landings base, Stanitsa Tamanskaya. Following the withdrawal of General Alagai's detachment, Vrangel's rebels continued to operate in the Kuban for a considerable time. General Fostikov's Army of Rebirth, which was operating in the Batalpashinskaya area, still required significant efforts by the Red Army to eliminate it. Surrounded on all sides and experiencing shortages in munitions, and more losing the support of the population, General Fostikov was forced to cross over into Georgian territory in the beginning of October with his detachments over mountain trails to the Gagra area, where his detachments were fictionally disarmed and before long turned back over to Vrangel. This comedy of turning over the detachment is in and of itself only an unimportant episode in the overall course of the Civil War. Only the peculiar position of Democratic Georgia, which formally did not recognize Vrangel, might interest the historian. The Georgian command voluntarily agreed to turn over Fostikov's detachment to Vrangel, although it could not but know that this detachment would go toward reinforcing the White Army. For diplomatic considerations, the Mensheviks did not risk carrying out the transfer openly. In order to deceive the Soviet command, the turning over of Fostikov's detachment under the threat of armed force was feigned by Vrangel's forces and the Georgian Mensheviks. One of Vrangel's destroyers fired off a few rounds, after which the Georgian forces fell back and Fostikov's detachment safely embarked and sailed away to the Crimea. This entire incident well characterizes the essence of the Georgian government. Taking advantage of distraction of the enemy's attention and part of his forces in the Kuban, the Red Command once again decided to repeat its offensive attempt from Kakhovka and Alexandrovsk. The 2nd Cavalry Army was to attack from Alexandrovsk to Melitopol. The right bank group was to carry out an offensive with two of its divisions, 51st and 52nd Cavalry, on Melitopol to link up with the 2nd Cavalry Army, with one division, Latvian, attacking on Perekop. To judge from these tasks, the Army Command's plan called for the encirclement of a significant part of Vrangel's army by preventing it from entering the Crimea. Although this operation did not result in Vrangel's defeat in northern Tavria, it nevertheless is of significant political and operational interest. Having penetrated deeply into the territory occupied by Vrangel's forces, the Red Army foiled to a significant degree the Whites' ongoing grain procurements in northern Tavria and disorganized their army's immediate rear, thus undermining the population's confidence in the longevity of Vrangel's successes. This operation is also interesting in that by its design and character it somewhat represents a rehearsal of Comrade Frunze's October operation, which led to the defeat of Vrangel. The events of August could not but convince Vrangel of that danger which the Kakhovka bridgehead represented to him. Given the presence of the Kakhovka bridgehead, which was located only 2.5 days' march from Perekop, his breakthroughs to the north and northeast would inevitably become adventuristic undertakings. On the other hand, the Republic's entire political and economic situation demanded of the 13th Army Command energetic measures for covering the Donets Basin. One may say without exaggeration that from the moment of the Kakhovka bridgehead's appearance, the defense of the Donets Basin would no longer be decided by the immediate covering of the approaches to it, but by the Reds' activity around Kakhovka. The Kakhovka bridgehead radically changed the operational situation along the Vrangel front. Vrangel went over to an active defense, while holding significant reserves free for operations with them, depending on the situation along the western and eastern axes. Henceforth his tactics were the tactics of brief and decisive attacks. Tactically, he remained active during the subsequent period, but operationally he was already contained and deprived of what is customarily called operational freedom. The Reds' Kakhovka group went over to the offensive on August 21st. The offensive developed successfully, but slowly. As it moved away from the bridgehead, the Melitopol group, Comrade Blyaker, which was also being restrained by the command of the Kakhovka group, manifested greater and greater caution and orderliness in its actions, as if fearing for its open flanks. The full-strength 51st Division, which was operating along this axis, was by August 27th reinforced by the weak and greatly worn-out 52nd Rifle Division. By the evening of August 27th, the Melitopol group, with the 51st Division in its center, Comrade Sablin's Composite Cavalry Division along its right flank, and units of the 52nd Division on the left, reached the front Ivanovka, Nizhny Saragozy, Novaya Alexandrovka. 3 days of fighting for the initiative broke out along this front with the Whites, who were trying to turn the Reds' flanks. By the evening of August 27th, the Whites' shock group, the Kornilov, 6th Infantry and 1st Cavalry Divisions, under the overall command of General Skoblin, was concentrating against the left flank of Comrade Blyaker's Melitopol group in Demyanovka. The Whites' 2nd Cavalry Division, which was operating in the Agramon area, was falling back at this time to Petrovskoy, leaving behind rearguard units in the Kukugis area. Communications between both White groups, which were gathering toward the flanks of Comrade Blyaker's group, were supported by General Shinkarenko's greatly extended Independent Cavalry Brigade, which was gathering in the Kalga area. Thus, as early as the evening of August 27th, the idea of the Whites' countermaneuver, which rested on the envelopment along both flanks of Comrade Blyaker's group, which had thrust forward along the Melitopol axis and which had extended its forces, was taking shape. This situation forced Comrade Blyaker to hurriedly reinforce his left flank, to which Comrade Sablin's cavalry group was being shifted by forced marches. As regards the Perekop axis, here the Latvian division's offensive was developing extremely slowly, and by the evening of August 27th, the Latvian division was still fighting the enemy in the Magdalenovka area. Units of the 15th Division, which had been moved up on August 30th to Askanianova, when the events along the Melitopol axis were taking on a threatening aspect for the Reds, seized Askanianova, in the gap between the Perekop and Melitopol groups, but their success already had no influence on the course of events. The Kakhovka group's offensive caused serious alarm among the White Command, which Vrangel admits in his notes. Fierce fighting resumed along the entire front on the morning of August 30th. The outcome was still not known before midday, and General Kutepov considered the situation very serious. I decided to go set out for Melitopol. We were warned at Zankoy station that Red cavalry patrols were approaching the railroad. We set out for the north in the twilight with extinguished lights. I arrived in Melitopol late in the evening. Despite the late hour, a large crowd was standing in the streets adjacent to headquarters. Concern could be felt in the gloomy and grim faces. While the operations of Comrade Eideman's right bank group were thus developing, the following events were taking place along the rest of the 13th Army's front. While supporting the 2nd Cavalry Army's attack, the 13th Army's infantry occupied Bolshoi Tokmak. The 2nd Cavalry Army, having broken the Whites' front in the Vasilyevka area, moved on Skelka and then on Orlyansk, seeking contact with the 52nd Division. The Whites' left flank along the Alexandrovsk axis was being pulled back to the Mikhailovka, Friedrichsfeld area. On August 29th, while fighting was already going on with intermittent success along the Kakhovka group's front in the Verkhny Saragozy, Nizhny Saragozy area, the 2nd Cavalry Army was scattering the Whites' Don Rifle Regiment around Malaya Belozerskia and continuing to move on Menchikor. A gap of only 60 kilometers remained between the Cavalry Army and the Kakhovka group's left flank. By the evening of August 29th, the Reds had managed to hold Nizhny Saragozy along the Melitopol group's left flank. However, this favorable tactical situation was not exploited sufficiently by the 2nd Cavalry Army, which was moving extremely slowly due to its horses' exhaustion. On the morning of August 30th, the enemy carried out a concentrated offensive against the left flank of Comrade Blyaker's group and, following a stubborn battle, forced it to abandon the Nizhny Saragozy area, while simultaneously holding with its aviation and covering units the 2nd Cavalry Army's advance. On September 1st, units of the 51st and 52nd Rifle Divisions, Comrade Blyaker's group, began to fall back onto the Kakhovka bridgehead. The 2nd Cavalry Army, which was independently hanging over the flank of General Skoblin's group, was heading there and only linked up with the 51st Division near the Kakhovka bridgehead on September 2nd. Beginning on September 2nd, the enemy launched a series of attacks against the Kakhovka bridgehead by General Vitkovsky's corps, which had been reinforced up to 7,000 infantry. The enemy was developing his main attack along the Perekop-Kakhovka road. All the attacks were beaten off, while 2 enemy tanks fell into the Reds' hands. The fighting along this axis died down on September 6th. Following the repulse of the enemy's attacks against the Kakhovka bridgehead, a temporary quiet settled along the entire Tavria front. The enemy command was preparing for a new operation, having carried out a regrouping and bringing up reserves. This time it set as its goal the occupation of the city of Yekaterinoslav and reaching the Donets Basin and the Don region. This operation was supposed to be the preparatory operation before the main operation, planned for right bank Ukraine. Vrangel wanted to free his hands for his Transdnepr operation. Upon consecutively defeating the Reds' Pologi and Verkhnyi Tokmak groups, and while simultaneously attacking from the front and operating against the rear of the Reds' Orkhov and Alexandrov groups, the units of Vrangel's army were to inflict a decisive defeat on the Red forces along the left bank of the Dnieper. Olagai's landing corps began returning from the Caucasus to the Crimea from the beginning of September, and besides this there began to arrive from Poland units of Russian volunteers that had gathered and formed there at various times, with an overall strength of 10,000 men, Bredov's forces, which were fed into the army. The reserve of captured Red Army men also yielded a significant increase in forces. Thus, by the middle of September, Vrangel's army had been significantly strengthened. Taking advantage of this circumstance, Vrangel decided to develop his operations along a broader front, selecting 2 axes for launching his attacks, toward Volnovakha Station and Sinelnikovo Station. Units arriving from the Caucasus, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Kuban Cavalry Divisions, the Alexeyev Infantry Division, were moving by rail through Kerch and Melitopol to northern Tavria. The enemy had concentrated by the middle of September his entire I Army Corps, the Kornilov Division, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Kuban Divisions, and the Don Corps in the Mykolovka, Vasilyevka area. These units were designated for an attack along the front Alexandrovsk, Sinelnikovo. Fighting broke out along this front on September 14th. The Red 13th Army's units abandoned the line of the Yankokrak River and the area of the town of Orkhov under enemy pressure and fell back to the Konskaya River. On September 15th, the enemy, while developing his offensive, broke through the Red 13th Army's front near Novogregorevskoye and continued to push back our forces to Alexandrovsk and Myrolyubovka. The 13th Army's right flank units were forced under enemy pressure to abandon the town of Alexandrovsk on September 19th and fell back to Khortytsa Island in the Dnieper, across from Alexandrovsk. At the same time, the enemy occupied Slavgorod, around which stubborn fighting flared up over the following days. On September 22nd, the Whites had already occupied Sinelnikovo Station. Leaving a screen of 1 corps along the front Sinelnikovo, Alexandrovsk, the White Command transferred its other units, the Don Corps, 3rd and 4th Kuban Cavalry Divisions, to the Volnovakha axis for an attack on Yuzovka and Mariupol, the latter of which was occupied on September 28th. On the following day, that is, September 29th, the enemy's Don Corps reached the borders of the Don region near Dolia and Mandrakina stations. But this ended, so to speak, the widely conceived operation's territorial successes. The 13th Army was able to halt the enemy's advance by its counterattacks. It was actively defending along the Sinelnikovo axis, reoccupied Sinelnikovo, and lost it again on October 3rd, but through its attacks forced the enemy screen to take up the defensive. The advance by Vrangel's Don Group encountered powerful resistance along the Kashlagak River from the 13th Army's reserves, which not only halted its advance, but even threw it back. The enemy was forced to break off his operation, but almost immediately came up with a new one. This time he set himself the task of falling upon Arnikopol Group, 2nd Cavalry Army, 1st Rifle Division, believing it to be the shock group slated for invading the Crimea, and then to defeat the Red 6th Army on the Kakhovka bridgehead. On September 8th, the Right Bank Group was renamed the 6th Army, and thus opened the way to the Ukrainian Right Bank. This new enemy operation was to develop under the influence of the successfully continuing offensive by the Red 13th Army's center and left flank, which the enemy screens were no longer able to restrain. On October 5th, Red forces occupied Volnovakha and Mariupol, and on October 6th, they finally established themselves in Sinelnikovo. The plan for the enemy's Nikopol operation generally consisted of the following. The Kornilov, Markov, and 1st Kuban Cavalry Divisions were to cross over to the right bank of the Dnieper on the night of 6 to 7 October through Khortytsa Island, which they had occupied as early as September 25th. Following the crossing, they were to attack to the west along the front Dolgentsevo, Apostolovo, while establishing a screen to the north. The enemy's 3 Army Corps and his Cavalry Corps, the 1st Cavalry Division and the Terekastrakhan Brigade, were supposed to force the Dnieper River near the village of Ushkaka on the night of 7 to 8 October and, having dispatched cavalry to seize Apostolovo Station, attack the Reds' Kakhovka group in the rear, while it was being pinned down from the front by the Whites' 2 corps. In view of the lateness of the regrouping, the operation was postponed by 1 day. At 0430 on October 8th, the enemy crossed the Dnieper River in the area of the Burvold Crossing opposite the town of Alexandrovsk and, upon defeating units of the 8th Rifle Brigade, 3rd Rifle Division from Comrade Fedkayo's group, the chief of the 46th Rifle Division, the group composed the 13th Army's right flank, began to spread rapidly to the west and northwest. By 0900, the entire Markov Division was already on the right bank of the Dnieper. On October 9th, the enemy had occupied a bridgehead along the right bank of the Dnieper 25 kilometers deep and had established himself in the villages of Tukhachevskii and Vesiolaya. As early as October 8th, the Red Command had taken measures to eliminate the enemy breakthrough to the Dnieper's right bank. It was concentrating 2 brigades from the 46th Rifle Division and Kitsiuk's Cavalry Brigade north of the breakthrough area in the Kant-Sirapol area and had moved the 21st Cavalry Division to the area northeast of Nikopol, the Strukhovka, Redutnyi, Anastasyeva area, thus intending to operate from the north and southwest against the bases of the enemy's invasion wedge. At the same time, the Reds' northern shock group was to be reinforced with the 16th Cavalry Division, 2nd Cavalry Army, which was headed to Vysokoy Station. Thus the Whites' attack from Alexandrovsk, which preceded their attack from the area of Ushkaka, had as its direct result the weakening of the 2nd Cavalry Army by 2 cavalry divisions. For the purpose of activating its defense, the Red Command itself transferred from Nikopol a brigade from the 1st Rifle Division to the southern bank of the Dnieper. This brigade attacked the villages of Vodyanoy and Znamenskoy. The 1st Rifle Division's 2nd Brigade, which was occupying the right bank of the Dnieper opposite these locales, was pushed back, which forced us to push to Nikopol the 2nd Cavalry Army's last reserves, the 2nd Cavalry Division and an independent cavalry brigade. It was only on October 10th that the offensive by the Reds' northern group, 46th Rifle Division, which had been reinforced by a brigade of military students, began to develop successfully. These units successfully attacked the colony of Khortytsa, pushing the Markov Division back. However, the enemy's breakthrough to the west and southwest continued to develop successfully, while striving to link up with the breakthrough by his 3 Army Corps. The 2nd Cavalry Army ended up being thrown back to the village of Tokmakovka, where it was involved in stubborn fighting. The 16th Cavalry Division formed up on the right flank of Fedkayo's group and was attacking together with it. As early as the evening of October 10th, the enemy had broken into the streets of Nikopol, but was thrown out of there. The 6th Army's left flank was gradually drawn to the battle's focus. Units of the 52nd Rifle Division, the 6th Army's left flank, attempted to attack Bubnov and Ushkaka. Its cavalry brigade was being transferred to the area of the 6th Army's left flank. On October 11th, both enemy breakthroughs formed into a single one, because our units had been forced to abandon Nikopol and fall back 25 to 30 kilometers to the northwest and north of Nikopol. The 2nd Cavalry Division ended up in the Vysokaya area and the 16th Cavalry Division occupied Shumaki. The 1st Rifle Division ended up between them. Only the 46th Rifle Division's offensive continued to develop, although slowly, but nonetheless successfully. Thus by October 12th, the maneuver to cut off the wedge of the enemy's breakthrough had not succeeded, and the 2nd Cavalry Army had essentially only lengthened the front of Fedkayo's group. Thus from October 12th, the actions of the 2nd Cavalry Army and Fedkayo's group took on the form of the reverse pushing back of the enemy to the left bank of the Dnieper. As before, the 6th Army's left flank division, 52nd Rifle Division, attempted to assist them in this maneuver with two of its brigades, which were seeking to develop the offensive on Tukhachevskii Cut. On the morning of October 12th, the 2nd Cavalry Army and Fedko's group attacked along the front Podstepnoy, Nikopol, Khortytsa colony. Fedko's group was fighting a stubborn battle for the villages of Veseloy and Lukashevka, and at the end of the day had pushed the enemy out of there. At the same time, the 21st Cavalry Division occupied the village of Alexandrovka with its main forces, while pushing forward its lead units to Perevoznoi. The 1st Rifle Division and the Independent Cavalry Brigade occupied Shalakovo. The 2nd Cavalry Division was attacking Chertomlik, while the 16th Cavalry Division was moving on Krasnogorgayevka. On October 13th, the offensive by Fedko's group continued to develop, with significant success along its left flank. The colony of Khortytsa and Kichkas were occupied and Khortytsa Island was under attack. Thus October 13th already signified for the enemy the complete failure of his Nikopol operation. The attempt on 13 to 14 October to attack the Kakhovka fortified bridgehead head-on was evidently a gesture of desperation on his part. These attacks were beaten off, just as the previous ones had been. Our units briefly pursued the enemy, who had suffered heavy casualties, while during the unsuccessful attacks we knocked out and seized 9 enemy tanks. The failure of the second attack on the Kakhovka bridgehead coincided in time with the decisive turning of the Nikopol operation in our favor. On October 14th, a decisive success was evident along both flanks of our Nikopol front. Along the boundary between the 2nd Cavalry and 6th Armies, the 52nd Rifle Division's 154th Rifle Brigade and Sablin's Cavalry Brigade, 6th Army, defeated the enemy's screen near the village of Marinskoye, captured 6 guns, and threw the enemy back to the north. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Army, upon concentrating a powerful mounted fist in the area of the village of Shelikov, routed the enemy's cavalry group, consisting of 3 divisions, while Fedko's left flank occupied the northern part of Khortytsa Island. The enemy was now fighting only in order to secure his exit from the fighting and to cross his extended units over to the left bank of the Dnieper. Thus he put up stubborn resistance to the advance of Fedko's group along the front Burvold colony, Arbazovka, while counterattacking from time to time. But on October 15th, the hurried withdrawal of the enemy's rearguards was uncovered along the entire front, and our units, while pursuing the enemy, advanced to the line of the Dnieper River. The Nikopol operation, despite its final, negative result, retains its instructive significance as an example of the successful forcing of a major water barrier. The good coordination in time of both attacks is worthy of attention. The attack from Alexandrovsk really did immediately distract nearly half of the 2nd Cavalry Army's forces, which made the enemy's task easier along the shock axis near Bubnov and Ushkaka. The struggle for the bridgehead was decided by the consistent increase in the Reds' efforts, insofar as we were not able to realize the turning maneuver against the flanks of the first of the Whites' groups to have crossed over. It is necessary to note that assistance which the 6th Army's left flank rendered to the 2nd Cavalry Army. Finally, the Nikopol operation had yet another and no less important significance. It proved that the combat capability of Vrangel's firmest divisions was already not what it had been at the start of the campaign. For example, the Kuban cavalry, which suffered a defeat around the village of Shalakovo, ran away in extreme disorder toward the Dnieper River, throwing away along its path property, equipment, rifles, and machine guns. In toting up the overall results of the 2-month struggle in the Tavria theater, we see that it was characterized by the extreme employment of maneuver, which was the result of the bitter struggle for the initiative, which both sides strove to seize. Before the Kuban failure, first place in this regard belonged to Vrangel, but beginning with the 2nd-3rd of August it became increasingly difficult for him to maintain this, and finally, from the end of August 1920, Vrangel's operations had already taken on the form of convulsive rushes in various directions along the entire theater of military activities and were essentially nothing more than defense, still quite active, to be sure, but already making this or that decision. Under the influence of the Soviet forces' activity. The activity of the latter was the result of slow but inexorable movement of numerical superiority in favor of Soviet strategy. Actually, as early as September 5, 1920, the correlation of forces in this theater was as follows. The 13th Army numbered 54,028 infantry and 10,118 cavalry, with 294 light and heavy guns. The Kherson Group, consisting of 2 independent battalions, internal security forces, the Latvian Rifle Division, the 1st, 3rd, 15th, 23rd, 40th, 42nd, 46th, 51st, and 52nd Rifle Divisions, the 85th Rifle Brigade, a brigade of military students, a brigade of Siberian volunteers, Goffs and Kitsiuk's cavalry groups, the 2nd Cavalry Army, the 5th Cavalry Division, and 9th Cavalry Division. The abundance of organized units required the reorganization and broadening of the command apparatus, and on September 8, the Right Bank Group was renamed the 6th Army, Tukhachevskii, the army commander. The enemy, in his turn, also carried out a reorganization of his command, putting all his forces into 2 armies, General Kutupov's 1st Army and General Dratsenko's 2nd Army, but their overall strength did not exceed 40,000 to 50,000 infantry and cavalry, and thus we already had a half-against superiority over the enemy in the entire theater. Having decided upon continuing the struggle with Soviet Russia and at his own risk, contrary to the wishes and advice of the British government, Vrangel nevertheless found unexpected support in the form of France. Concerned by the Red Army's victories over the Polish army, which had rapidly led the former to the banks of the Vistula, and not being in a condition to support with personnel the bastion of its might in Eastern Europe, which had begun to show a number of cracks under the blows of the Soviet forces, France decided to support Vrangel in order to distract part of the Soviet forces from the Polish front. Poland's difficult situation and those economic promises which the Vrangel government had not stinted on awoke France to actually recognize it. In exchange for material assistance in the struggle against Bolshevism, Vrangel's government would give over the entire south of Russia, with all of its industrial enterprises and railroads, etc., into slavery to French capital. Thus, the energetic lunges by Vrangel's army in various directions around northern Tavria throughout the summer and autumn of 1920 had definite political results for him and strategic ones for Poland, the chief enemy of Soviet Russia. The lunges forced Red strategy to weaken the main theater of military activities by detaching a significant part of its forces to the Vrangel front during the maturation of the decisive events of the entire campaign on the Polish front. But at the same time, they accelerated the beginning of the end of Vrangel's army itself. As soon as there appeared the possibility of a peaceful solution of the collision with Poland, the Soviet command set about to transfer significant forces from the main theater of military activities to the Vrangel front. The arrival of these forces at the Tavria front signified the beginning of the end of the agony of our internal counter-revolution, which had become prolonged due to external reasons. The formation of the Southern Front. General Vrangel's autumn attempt to break through to right bank Ukraine. His political and strategic goals. The campaign of Makhno's army into the northeastern part of Ukraine. The treaty with Makhno. The arrival of Makhno's army at the Southern Front. The forcing by Vrangel's Second Army of the Dnieper between Alexandrovsk and Nikopol. The Red Army's successful counter-maneuver. The enemy's retreat to the left bank of the Dnieper River. Both sides' forces before the start of the decisive battle in northern Tavria. Their dispositions. Comrade Frunze's plan of action. The beginning of the Soviet Army's offensive. The division of the 1st Cavalry Army's forces and its consequences. The enemy's retreat. The enemy's new position on the Crimean Isthmuses. The state of the fortifications of the Crimean Isthmuses. The correlation of forces of both sides. General Vrangel's decision to defend the isthmuses and the disposition of his forces for this. The Soviet command's plan for attacking the Crimean Isthmuses. The distribution of men and material. The forcing by Soviet units of the Savash and their establishment on the territory of the Crimea. The struggle to expand the bridgehead on the peninsula. The enemy's counterattacks. The enemy's retreat to the Ushuan position on the night of 8 to 9 November 1920. The enemy's new disposition. The Ushuan engagement of 10 to 11 November. The storming and seizure by the 6th Army of the Ushuan positions. The significance of this event. The exit of the 6th Army's main forces from the narrows of the Perekop Isthmus. The pursuit of the enemy and the Red Army's seizure of the entire territory of the Crimea. Overall conclusions. The decision to shift the center of gravity of our efforts to the Tavria sector of the southwestern front raised the significance of this sector to the status of an independent front. The creation of a separate front was, besides this, necessary and the result of the great strength of our forces that had been concentrated by this time along the Tavria sector. This front, under the name Southern, was formed on September 21, 1920, with Comrade M.E.V. Frunze appointed to command it. The new front consisted of the 6th, formed from the Right Bank Group, 13th Chapter 21, the elimination of Vrangel, and 2nd Cavalry Armies. At the same time, the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies were transferred from the Southwestern Front, and the latter was preparing to move to the Southern Front. The appointment of a unified and experienced leadership to the Southern Front was more than timely. In foreseeing the further concentration of our major forces along the Tavria sector, the enemy was prepared for his final attempt to break through to the Ukrainian right bank. Political hopes, which were also not fated to be justified, just as his hopes regarding the Don and Kuban were not justified, drew Vrangel here. By overestimating the political weight of the petite bourgeois party of Ukrainian federalists and following the unsuccessful attempts to come to an agreement with Petliura and Makhno, Vrangel came to an arrangement with them on the basis of recognizing Ukrainian autonomous rights similar to that of the Cossack regions, and was counting on getting support from the broad masses of the Ukrainian population with their support. Vrangel's hopes were undoubtedly fanned by information that had reached him about an uprising of Ukrainian farmers along the Ukrainian right bank. However, the latter was not of a political character, but an economic one. The farmers were dissatisfied with the requisition from them of the grain surplus. Vrangel was unable to establish contact with the Petliura movement, which was active in Podolia and the Kiev area, both because of their radical divergence of goals, united and indivisible Russia and an independent Ukraine, and because of the distance between them. By October 1920, a large part of Makhno's beloved territory had ended up under General Vrangel's control. Having left secret units in the occupied area, Makhno and his more organized units continued to raid in the rear of the southwestern and then southern fronts. The army's rear, which was suffused with poorly armed and poorly trained reserve units and internal security detachments, only put up weak resistance to Makhno. Throughout the summer and fall, Makhno even seized individual provincial towns from time to time and robbed transports and food depots and destroyed railroads. Thus the Soviet government, while attaching particular significance to the struggle for a quiet rear area in Ukraine, which acquired particular significance in 1920, recognized the necessity of this struggle in the first half of the summer being headed by Comrade Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky. Having declared himself Vrangel's enemy, Makhno, objectively speaking, significantly eased Vrangel's struggle against the Red Army. The political situation of the leader of the Kulak Third Revolution was becoming more than difficult. The Soviet regime's struggle against Vrangel's landowner-general counter-revolution attracted the sympathy and favor of the broad peasant masses who had felt upon themselves the Denikin regime. Makhno stood before the danger of turning into a political ally of Vrangel in the eyes of the peasantry. Both the political situation and the difficult material situation of his detachments forced Makhno to offer his service to the Soviet regime. Thus appeared the Starbobeleskaya Agreement, according to which Makhno, having managed to acquire for himself a certain internal autonomy and freedom of recruitment, placed himself and his forces at the operational disposal of the Southern Front. This brought about a certain quiet in the front's rear which was necessary for the successful completion of the preparation, operational transfers, and normal supply of the decisive operation to defeat Vrangel. In reply to doubts as to the correctness of this step by the Southern Front Command, which before long once again faced the necessity of straightening out its temporary ally with an armed fist, we can only stress the operational strategic significance of this agreement, which is obvious to any historian, for the period under study. The second half of October passed in comparative quiet. Only along the borders of the Donbass did the Red units of the 13th and newly formed 4th Armies continue their advance after the enemy, who was falling back to straighten out his front. The latter undertook a partial regrouping for the purpose of restoring the organized formations, which had become disrupted during the Nikopol operation. The essence of this regrouping was that their enemy left only his Don Corps along the Melitopol and Orkhov axes. The reformed 3 Corps, consisting of the 6th and 7th Infantry Divisions and some small attached units, was supposed to operate along the Alexandrovsk axis. Kutuzov's entire I Corps was concentrating along the Nikopol axis. The two corps continued to operate along the Kakhovka axis. Barabovica's cavalry corps, which was the White Command's general reserve, was concentrating in the Rubanovka, Novi Saragozi, Kalga area. The regrouping was only just being completed. In particular, the 6th Infantry Division was approaching the village of Mikhailovka, while the Markov Division, which was moving to the area where its corps was stationed, was in the village of Baki. See Map 21 of the plate section. The overall shape of the enemy front reminds one of an irregular trapezium, the lower base of which was the coast of the Black Sea, where the enemy fleet was supreme. The Reds' forces outflanked the enemy position in a half-circle and were completing their concentration in the last third of October. The Red Fourth Army, which was operating along the Alexandrovsk axis, was widely scattered in depth from Alexandrovsk to the line Yekaterinoslav, Sinelnikovo. The 1st Cavalry Army's forward units were arriving at the Ingulets River west of the town of Berislav. Upon completing the concentration of all its forces, which was supposed to be carried out by the end of October, the Reds would gain a numerical superiority. However, it is impossible to even come to any kind of approximate conclusions when comparing the tables below, because here our forces were counted by the field staff in troops, while the enemy counted his forces in bayonets. Based on the advantages of the correlation of forces and their flanking situation vis-a-vis the enemy, the front commander assigned his armies the decisive mission of finishing off Vrangel, and to prevent him from falling back to the Crimean Peninsula and to seize the isthmuses. In carrying out this task, the Red 6th Army, Comrade Kork, was to aim for Perekop and Salkovo from the Kakhovka bridgehead. The 1st Cavalry Army, which had crossed near Kakhovka, was to quickly reach the area of the northern extremity of Lake Moloknoi and Fyodorovka Station, to defeat the enemy's reserves, to cut off their path of retreat into the Crimea and to pursue them to their complete destruction. The 2nd Cavalry Army, upon crossing the Dnieper near Nikopol and Verkhnyi Rogachik, had the task of moving to the southeast to the front Fyodorovka, Mikhailovka and, upon establishing contact with the 1st Cavalry Army, to attack the rear of the enemy's Alexandrovsk and Pologi groups. The 4th and 13th Armies were to tie down enemy forces, while striving to defeat them and throw them back on our cavalry armies. Table 1. The strength of the Southern Front's Red Armies by November 8, 1920. Army Command Element Infantry Cavalry Total Ration Strength 6 th 3,983 37,157 3,661 51,432 89,716 2nd Cavalry 715 to 7. 1,203 11,253 14,342 1st Cavalry 1,819 2,672 17,758 21,581 40,944th Army 3,246 37,820 8,077 64,454 94,004 Makhno's Army 4,000 1,000 6,000 13,613 th 1,107 11,243 957 17,310 23,536 Composite Division 758 10,245 913 16,731 18,636 total 11,628 103,140 39,569 188,771 294,990 Army Machine Guns Armored Detachments Guns Planes Balloons Armored Trains 6th 889 153 21 4 2nd Cavalry 274 34 14 to 1 1st Cavalry 351 6 74 16 10 3 4th Army 813 2 154 27 18 Makhno's Army 250 to 12 13th 153 2 153 4 411 Composite Division 273 to 43 total 2,990 23 6 23 82 19 23 Table 2 Strength of White Forces Unit Infantry Cavalry Machine Guns Guns Planes Armored Trains Armored Cars Tanks 2 Army Corps 2,400 I Army Corps 3 Army Corps 12,000 16,000 1,404 274 45 12 24 6 Don Corps Barabovikas Cavalry Corps in the Crimea 16,000 Total at the front 14,000 11,000 AAA in the rear area 16,000 A total of 41,000 infantry and cavalry. Besides this, the 13th Army's cavalry was to unite into a special group which, while moving on Fyodorovka Station, was supposed to move toward both cavalry armies. With this plan, Comrade Frunze was pursuing here the goal of a destructive engagement, having in mind chiefly the enemy's forces. The decisiveness of the plan completely corresponded to the existing correlation of forces and the advantages of the initial jumping-off position, which would make extremely easy the concentric offensive of all the Red armies. All questions of material, operational, and political support for the operation were thoroughly thought out and foreseen. The desire to end the extended campaign with a single blow, without stretching out the struggle into the winter, shifted the conduct of the campaign onto the rails of a decisive strategy. And here, just as on the Polish front, this strategy was insistently dictated by the political situation. A crushing attack against Vrangel would give Soviet diplomacy an enormous trump card for the successful completion of the peace negotiations, which were being dragged out by the Poles in Riga. Besides this, the establishment of trading connections with the Entente powers depended to a great extent of the quickest possible and victorious completion of the campaign on the Crimean front. Thus, the plan and goals fully corresponded to the totality of the situation and proceeded entirely from it. Thus, the operation of the Southern Red Armies in Northern Tavria is also one of those rare operations in military history, according to its internal unity and integrity. But here, as in the operation along the Vistula River, one should separate the question of the plan from its realization. In the first case, we are dealing with the single will of the commander, who reacts to all the influences of the environment and seeks a way to overcome all the frictions created by this environment. In the second case, local executors appear on the scene. Their work and creativity comprise new forces, which either make easier or complicate the work of the high command by creating unforeseen frictions. The higher command cannot be responsible for the appearance of these frictions, and it cannot even always eliminate them in view of the extreme dynamism of the combat situation and the large scope of modern battlefields. This means that the realization of the operation is a matter of the collective creativity of the commander and his immediate subordinates, and thus the historian must once again, in his analysis of this creativity, separate the role of the main command, the brain behind the operation, and the role of the executors. Having clarified the objective and subjective reasons influencing this or that outcome of the operation. As regards the enemy's plans, according to partial data, we can assume that the gradual evacuation of the Northern Tavria or the significant shortening of the front there was part of his intentions, along with the launching of local attacks against the Red forces. It was evidently for this purpose that the enemy was holding Barabovica's powerful cavalry group and one of the I Corps' divisions in the Novi Saragozi area. In view of the 1st Cavalry armies arriving somewhat late, the decisive offensive by all the Southern Front's Red armies was set for October 28. Before this time, the armies were supposed to occupy their jumping-off positions. In particular, the 6th Army was supposed to occupy with its left flank 52nd Rifle Division, the bridgehead on the left bank of the Dnieper in the Nizhny Rogachik area. The 2nd Cavalry Army was supposed to cross the Dnieper and occupy the bridgehead on the left bank of the Dnieper south of Nikopol. The 4th and 13th Armies were ordered to occupy their jumping-off positions by the close of the day on October 27th. The 4th Army along the front Yanchikrak, Sherbakova, Orkhov, exclusively, and the 13th Army along the front Orkhov, Pologi, Verkhnyi Tokmak, Nogaysk. On October 26th, the commander of the Southern Front made several amendments to his initial plan. They consisted of the following. The 2nd Cavalry Army was to be directed due south on Saragozi. The 1st Cavalry Army was to first reach the Askanianova, Gromovka area, and from there attack the rear of the enemy's main forces. The 6th Army now had the task of defeating the enemy's 2 corps, having no less than a division in a screen from the north, 1 division in reserve, and to leave 1 division in the Kherson area, while its left flank division, 52nd, was to go over to a decisive offensive on October 29th, together with the 2nd Cavalry Army, on Rubanovka and Saragozi. On the night of 25 to 26 October, the 6th and 2nd Cavalry Armies set about occupying their jumping-off positions on the left bank of the Dnieper. The 6th Army crossed over 2 brigades from its left flank, 52nd Rifle Division to the left bank of the Dnieper in the Nizhny Rogachik area for the purpose of occupying the Nizhny Rogachik, Karadubina bridgehead. At the same time, the 46th Rifle Division, which had been attached to the 2nd Cavalry Army, and the same army's 16th Cavalry Division began to cross over to the left bank of the Dnieper in the area of the city of Nikopol and the village of Verkhntarasovskoye. These actions by the Red forces aroused the enemy to adopt measures to restore its situation along the line of the Dnieper. He committed his Kornilov Division into the fighting against the 52nd Rifle Division. Here the fighting became prolonged, notable for several shifts in the front of both sides, but without significant results for them. The main center of the fighting was the village of Nizhny Rogachik, which changed hands several times. But the Reds were neither able to expand their bridgehead, nor were the Whites able to fully throw them beyond the Dnieper. This unstable balance was the consequence of the approximate equality of the forces committed into the fighting by both sides. More serious for the enemy was the Nikopol seat of the fighting. Here the Reds' pressure grew very slowly, but inexorably, due to the extremely cautious and extended transfer by the 2nd Cavalry Army command of its cavalry units to the left bank of the Dnieper. On the first day of the crossing, that is, on October 26th, the enemy had to commit into the fighting the Markov Division, which happened to be nearby. But the Markov Division's forces were insufficient to throw the Reds back to the Dnieper's right bank. And here the White Command was consecutively bringing up to the Nikopol seat of the fighting from the Alexandrovsk and Pologi axes, first the 1st Kuban Cavalry Division's 1st Brigade from the town of Orkhov, and then the 1st and 2nd Don Cavalry Divisions from the eastern front of its position. By the evening of October 27th, the latter were already in the area of the Nikopol bridgehead, but had not yet had time to enter the fighting. At the same time, the enemy hurried to reinforce his maneuver reserve, Berabovika's Cavalry Corps, by moving up to it the 2nd Brigade of the same Kuban Cavalry Division. Thus, the first result of the crossing of the 2nd Cavalry Army and of the 6th Army's left flank, 52nd Rifle Division, was the significant weakening of the enemy's entire eastern group of forces in the form of the extended Don Corps, which rendered its situation particularly difficult because the 2 Army Corps, which was operating along the Alexandrovsk axis, had not yet been reinforced by the 6th Infantry Division, which was being transferred to it from the Rubanovka area. These circumstances aroused the enemy to seek reinforcement along the Alexandrovsk and Pologi axes by shortening the front through a withdrawal, which gave the 4th and 13th Armies the opportunity to reach the appointed jumping-off line by the close of October 27th. Some authors assume that by this time, the enemy had already formulated the decision not to carry the fighting in northern Tavria to the end, but to slip out from under the blow hanging over them. This may be espied in the fact that the enemy's 2 corps along the Perekop axis began to withdraw on the night of 27 to 28 October, covered by rearguards. At the same time, the supposition has been put forward that having planned a general withdrawal into the Crimea, the enemy hoped to combine it with a local success over one of our pursuing groups by falling on it with Berabovika's cavalry. Most likely, just as in August 1920, our Kakovka group was to have come under this attack while it pursued the Whites' 2 corps. It strikes us that the enemy's plans were broader in scope. It is possible that the enemy was simply evading the 1st Cavalry Army's attack against the 2 corps and hoped by this to fully distract it to the Perekop axis in order to fall upon it with powerful cavalry reserves from the Saragozi area when, while turning to the Perekop axis, it would present its flank to it. The 1st Cavalry Army was the most dangerous enemy. Upon successfully dealing with it, the enemy would have the freedom to restore the situation along the other sectors of the front through a series of consecutive attacks. But the maneuver's success depended upon how solidly the enemy could maintain its position along the Nikopol, Alexandrovsk, and Pologi axes. The days preceding the opening of the operation enabled Vrangel to calculate that the Reds' forces along the Nikopol axis had been tied down sufficiently soundly. The entire question was whether the screens along the Alexandrovsk and Pologi axes would hold. He ought to have worried about the latter, from which his best units, 3 Cossack cavalry divisions, had been successively drawn. But here in the rear of the Don Corps was the fortified Melitopol position, on the strength of which the enemy evidently placed great hopes. It is only by these considerations that we can explain the enemy's delay of his general withdrawal, which he could have begun and continued in comparatively peaceful circumstances as early as the close of the day on October 26, given the clear slowness of the crossing by the 2nd Cavalry Army. In no way did the decision for a general withdrawal require the transfer of 3 cavalry divisions from the Pologi axis to the Nikopol axis. The slowdown by the enemy of his withdrawal created favorable prerequisites for carrying out Comrade Frunze's plan. By the close of October 27, the gap between the 2nd Cavalry and 13th Armies began to be filled by the 4th Army's 2 lead divisions, 30th Rifle and 23rd Rifle, and the 30th Rifle Division's vanguard came into combat contact with the forward units of the White's 7th Infantry Division. Further to the southeast, the Red 13th Army's right flank units had established close combat contact with units of the 3 and Don Corps, while the 42nd Rifle Division had penetrated in a deep wedge into the White's position, seizing the important junction of Bolshoi-Tokmak. Our Azov group, the 2nd Don Division, with attached units, was echeloned behind the 13th Army's main group of forces, which was concentrated in its center, 9th Rifle Division and Comrade Kasharin's cavalry group, 5th and 9th Cavalry Divisions, with its cavalry's main forces behind the infantry, 9th and 5th Cavalry Divisions. Along the Nikopol axis, the 2nd Cavalry Army had crossed only its infantry, 3rd and 46th Rifle Divisions, to the left bank of the Dnieper, with only an independent cavalry brigade and the 16th Cavalry Division out of its cavalry. The 2nd and 21st Cavalry Divisions and Kitsiuk's cavalry brigade still remained along the right bank of the Dnieper. However, the enemy was no longer pursuing decisive goals along this axis, despite the fact that he disposed here of 2 recently arrived Don cavalry divisions. The extended fighting between the Kornilov and 52nd Rifle Division in the Nizhny Rogachik area was of purely local significance. Finally, 3 Red Divisions, Latvian, 15th and 51st Rifle, had concentrated on the Kakhovka bridgehead for the lunge forward, while the 1st Cavalry Army was being brought up here under cover of night. Such was the initial position of both sides on the night before the start of the Southern Front's Red Army's decisive offensive. Subsequent stages of the fighting gradually shifted the center of gravity of both sides' attention from the Nikopol seat of fighting to newly appearing ones. At dawn on October 28th began the broad fan-like divergence from the Kakhovka bridgehead of the 6th Army's rifle divisions, behind which were moving the 1st Cavalry Army's lead divisions, which had already managed to cross the Dnieper. The 51st Rifle Division, with its 4 brigades, headed directly for Perekop, and the 15th Rifle Division's 44th Rifle Brigade was attacking here as well, with Sablin's Cavalry Brigade and Yushkevich's Cavalry Brigade, the Latvian Cavalry Regiment, and the 15th Cavalry Regiment, moving with it. To the north, the Latvian Division was moving up to secure it along the front. Dmitrievka, Konstantinovka, Gornostaevka. 2 brigades from the 15th Rifle Division were securing the Kakhovka bridgehead, which the 1st Cavalry Army's 4th and 14th Cavalry Divisions had just passed. The remainder was still being delayed by the crossing over the Dnieper at Kakhovka. South of the 6th Army's main group of forces in the Kherson area, units of the 1st Rifle Division, which were moving to the Black Sea coast, had successfully crossed the Dnieper. The advance of these units was taking place, for the time being, unhindered. During the night of 27 to 28 October, the enemy had already managed to break from them, and the main mass of the White's 2 Corps was already in the Chaplinka area, covered by rearguards that had halted along the line Kyronea Dolina, Nadolino. Along the 6th Army's extreme left flank, the enemy on the night of 27 to 28 October forced back the 52nd Rifle Division, having renounced attempts to throw it beyond the Dnieper. The 52nd Rifle Division was concentrating in the Nizhny Rogachik area and preparing to continue the offensive in the direction of Olgofold and Rubanovka. The 2nd Cavalry Army employed the night of 27 to 28 October for continuing to concentrate and deploy its forces along the left bank of the Dnieper. The 2nd Cavalry Division crossed here during the night from Nikopol to the village of Vodyanoy. The 7th Rifle Brigade was completing its crossing, and the 21st Cavalry Division was moving up, having left its extended sector along the right bank of the Dnieper during the night. Despite the arrival of reinforcements, 1st and 2nd Don divisions, the enemy here also gave up attempts to throw the 2nd Cavalry Army's units behind the Dnieper. Henceforth, he would try through an active defense to only delay the further advance of the 2nd Cavalry Army. In connection with this, the enemy pulled back his units during the night, 27 to 28 October, to the front Ol Gofield, Verkhnyi Rogachik, Bolshaya Ozerka, Malaya Ozerka, Orlyansk. On the whole, October 28th in the area of the Nikopol center of the fighting began quietly. It was necessary for the Red units to overcome the space dividing them from the enemy in order to restore combat contact with him. For the time being, only the 16th Cavalry Division, which from the morning of October 28th began its attack from the village of Baki toward Orlyansk and Malaya Belozerka, was doing this. Things were different along the Alexandrovsk and Pologi axes. Here, from the evening of October 27th, the enemy halted his retreat, intending to put up along this line decisive resistance to the Reds' further advance. Thus, the morning of October 28th found the forward units of both sides in close combat contact with each other. The Reds' front straightened out during the night. The 42nd Rifle Division, which had occupied Bolshoi Tokmak the previous evening, abandoned it on the night of 27 to 28 October because its wedge-shaped forward position was evidently a great temptation for the enemy, whom the 6th Infantry Division had reached. In preparing for the decisive offensive, the Reds narrowed their front, squeezing the cavalry forward. At the same time, the 23rd Rifle Division and Makhno's army were moving up into the interval between the 30th Rifle Division and the 42nd Rifle Division. The 9th Rifle Division was arriving at the Tokmak axis, reinforcing the 7th Cavalry Division, which was fighting here, while the 13th Army's cavalry group, Kashurin, and the 5th and 9th Cavalry Divisions began to move up to the free space between the 13th Army's main forces and its Azov group, 2nd Don Division. But the enemy undertook all possible measures to reinforce his troops. He gathered his 3rd Don Division in the Lindenau, Astrakhanka area and moved up Dolgopyatov's independent cavalry brigade from the deep rear, evidently from the Genechesk area, to his right flank. These measures by both sides created a great concentration of their forces, particularly those of the Reds in the Bolshoi Tokmak area, and their close contact, which due to the tasks both sides had assigned themselves here for October 28th, made the Bolshoi Tokmak area an important center of conflict on this day. On this day, only the 51st Rifle Division along the 6th Army's sector got into a fight with the enemy's rearguards in the villages of Kaironea Dolina and Nadolino, where it defeated them and by the close of October 28th was approaching the area of the village of Chaplinka. All of the Army's other units carried out their assigned movements without combat collisions with the enemy. The 52nd Rifle Division, which was busy with regrouping, did not advance. This gave the enemy, the White's Kornilov Division, the opportunity to fall back to the Zelianaya area and there prepare for defense. On October 28th, the 1st Cavalry Army was still unable to exert any influence on the operation's development. The army, delayed by the crossing over the Dnieper, continued to deploy and had not yet reached the line of the 6th Army's infantry units. On October 28th, the 2nd Cavalry Army had fully concentrated along the left bank of the Dnieper, but committed only 2 cavalry divisions into the fighting. Of these divisions, the 21st Cavalry Division, following a successful fight, threw the Kornilov Division's rearguard out of Verkhnyi Rogachik, while the 16th Cavalry Division, which had launched an offensive, by brigade, on Malaya Belozerka and Orlyansk, was thrown out of both these locales by the Markov Division. Thus, the Nikopol center of fighting did not yield on this day that degree of intensive combat activity that one might have expected here, thanks to the concentration of quite large forces on both sides in this area. As one might have expected from the disposition of forces that had come about the previous evening, the center of gravity of the fighting on October 28th shifted to the east, to the Alexivka and Pologi axes. Here, despite the fact that the 4th and 13th Army's territorial achievements varied from 5 to 15 kilometers in depth, their tactical successes were significant. They came down to the fact that 1. The enemy had been defeated and was forced, due to the overall situation, to begin withdrawing from that front line along which it had been preparing to defend, and that 2. Tactical communications had been established between the internal flanks of the Red 2nd Cavalry and 4th Armies. Thus, by the close of October 28th, all the links of the Reds' half-circle had been connected and had already begun to more closely encircle the Whites' position. The 1st Cavalry Army's arrival at its designated place threatened to turn this half-ring first into an operational encirclement and then into a tactical one. In the resulting situation, the 6th and 1st Cavalry Armies, on the one hand, and the 13th Army on the other, were the pincers of those tongs with which Comrade Frunze's hand was preparing to completely cut the enemy off from the Crimean isthmuses. One pincer from the 6th and 1st Cavalry Armies was particularly strong and dangerous for the enemy. As early as the close of October 28, its forward infantry units were located 25 to 30 kilometers from the group of main enemy reserves, Barabovica's Cavalry Corps, which was still operationally free. The other pincer from the 13th Army was also threatening for the enemy. If the center of its forces' concentration had been moved back toward its left flank, the Azov Group, instead of to the right, then the latter would not have ended up initially thrown back in relation to the overall front line, which offered the enemy the advantage of securing himself by space. Although his eastern screen had already been defeated, the enemy could count that this screen, which had latched on to the Melitopol fortified position along a narrower front, would win the necessary time. This time was necessary in order to attempt to defeat the Reds' most dangerous Kakhovka group. This is why on October 29th the enemy planned, while holding the Reds' northern group, 52nd Division, 2nd Cavalry Army and 4th Army, with those forces which were already operating against it, to weaken his eastern screen even more by removing from it 2 infantry divisions and thus pull it back to an even narrower front, the Melitopol fortified position. The withdrawn divisions were to be dispatched to reinforce that group which existed in the Novi Saragozi area. See Map 22 of the Plate section. Thus reinforced, the group was to fall upon the Reds' Kakhovka group, which was threatening the Perekop Isthmus, and defeat it. The enemy's plan would have been thwarted if his Melitopol screen had not held its positions and opened to the Reds the way to the Chongar Peninsula before the Whites' maneuver group could deal with our Kakhovka group. The enemy did not halt before weakening himself further along the Melitopol axis in order to ensure himself from such a risk. He decided to remove the 7th Infantry Division from the 3 Army Corps and to transfer it, partly by armored train and partly by foot, to the Salkovo area, and to there form from it and several other reserve units General Kantsarov's special group, which was subordinated directly to Vrangel, and which had the task of securing the Chongar Peninsula. Thus the enemy had taken another 3 divisions from his 3 Army and Don Corps. A certain compensation, although far from sufficient for such a weakening of the Don Corps, was to be the attachment to the Don Corps of the Cadre Don Training Brigade, which on October 29th had evidently also been dispatched to the Corps' extreme right flank. During the night of 28 to 29 October, units of the 3 and Don Corps were once again able to break contact with the Reds' vanguards. They pressed together toward their internal flanks and along a comparatively narrow front were defending with their position a sector of the Alexandrovsk, Melitopol Railroad. By lengthening the Markov Division's right flank, the 7th Infantry Division was pulled back into the rear and gathered to the area of Fyodorovka Station, to be embarked on trains under the cover of the 6th Infantry and 1st Don Divisions. The 2nd Don Division and Dolgopyatov's Cavalry Brigade were moving up to the line of these 2 divisions, forming up to them to the south, while being pursued by the Reds' 5th Cavalry Division, which had moved significantly ahead of the front of the Reds' Azov Group. This group could have had a decisive significance for the seizure of the Melitopol fortified stronghold, insofar as only empty space separated the group from it. But time was required to overcome this 45-kilometer space, which the Reds did not dispose of, because the Whites' 3rd Don Division, which was heading directly for the Melitopol positions, was practically approaching them. Now we will look at both sides' situation along the Kakhovka-Perekop axis. The most important factor which we should focus our attention on was the fact that 1. The 1st Cavalry Army had already managed to deploy and was beginning to bypass the infantry columns. 2. Its previously compact mass had broken up into 2 groups of forces which were beginning to move in diverging directions. The northern group, 6th and 11th Cavalry Divisions, were moving directly to the Agraman, Saragozi area, where its collision with the enemy's group of operational reserves, which was completing its deployment along the line Rubanovka, Nizhny Saragozi, was inevitable. The 1st Cavalry Army's other equally powerful group of forces, 4th and 14th Cavalry Divisions, quite the opposite, was beginning to pull sharply to the south, aiming at the Gromovka area. 3. let us turn our attention, at last, to the fact that as early as the morning of October 29th, the forces of both sides along the Eideman axis were separated by a distance of only 35 kilometers. Thus, on October 29th, the operational center of efforts was supposed to shift even further toward the ends of our outflanking horseshoe. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Army was now the connecting link between the eastern and western branches of this operational horseshoe and determined their coordination. Here on the morning of October 29th, both sides were in close combat contact. 2 brigades from the 52nd Rifle Division got into a fight with the Kamenev Division in the area of the Zelyanya colony. Further on, the 2nd Cavalry Division was attacking on Bolshaya Belozerka. To their east, along the front Malaya Belozerka, Orlyansk, the 16th Cavalry Division, the 8th Rifle Brigade and Kamenev Cavalry Brigade were attacking. But the 2nd Cavalry Army's remaining infantry, the 46th Rifle Division and a brigade from the 3rd Rifle Division, and an independent cavalry brigade remained along the Nikopol bridgehead at a distance of 15 kilometers from the combat front. Behind it, the 21st Cavalry Division, ahead of which the 52nd Rifle Division had already entered the fighting, ended up behind it in the village of Verkhnyi Rogachik. On this day, only half of the 2nd Cavalry Army's forces were actively operating, while the other was only an observer of the fighting. This was all the more abnormal in that the 4th Army's right flank, the 30th Rifle Division, had already moved closely to the line of the right flank of the Markov Division, and in the event of its becoming active, could have aided the 2nd Cavalry Army by reliably tying down the Markov Division. The enemy in the Melitopol area managed to concentrate in Melitopol, the 3rd Don Division, and was bringing up the 1st and 2nd Don Divisions, which had been designated for transfer against our Kakhovka group. Simultaneously, the transfer of the 7th Infantry Division to the Salkovo area was underway. This regrouping was being carried out under cover of the 6th Infantry Division and the 1st and 2nd Don Division's rearguards. The Reds Azov Group, 2nd Don Division, and the 13th Army's Cavalry Group, Kashurin, managed to carry out a significant lunge forward that day and was already pressing the White's tail around Melitopol. The 13th Army's Rifle Divisions were moving somewhat more slowly. They only had to deal with the covering units of the White's 6th Infantry Division. Along the Perekop axis, the White's rearguards were hurriedly falling back behind the Turkish wall, where the main forces of the White's 2 Corps were already settling down. The 1st Cavalry Army's Southern Group, 4th and 14th Cavalry Divisions, along the Salkovo axis reached the Gromovka, Novonikolayevka area, where it halted. The advance by the 1st Cavalry Army's Northern Group, 6th and 11th Cavalry Divisions, was moving more slowly, while taking into account the possibility of a collision with the enemy. However, the group's 11th Cavalry Division was already in the Eideman area. The 6th Cavalry Division, along with the Latvian Division, was approaching the line Novorepievka, Voznesensk. By this time, the enemy was completing the concentration of his shock group along the line Rubanovka, Nizhny Saragozi, where the 2nd Cavalry Division had arrived from the Kalga area and to where the 1st Kuban Artillery Brigade was approaching from the Nikopol axis. The Kamenev Division was falling back to the village of Rubenkovka, having left only a rearguard, with which the 52nd Rifle Division continued fighting in the area of the Zelyanya colony. The weakening of the enemy along the Nikopol axis was immediately reflected in the course of affairs in this area of the fighting. The Red's 2nd Cavalry Division was fighting to take the village of Bolshaya Belozerka. All of the Whites' efforts were being concentrated now in an active defense of the sector Malaya Belozerka, Orlyansk, Mykolovka. The enemy's goal was to halt at any price the 2nd Cavalry Army's advance on this day. With the fall of Bolshaya Belozerka, the Reds' front line along the Nikopol axis would move another 30 kilometers closer to the Saragozi area. The 2nd Cavalry Army's further spread to the south was already threatening with immediate danger the rear areas of his shock group, which had concentrated in the Saragozi area and would thwart his entire countermaneuver. But on this day, the 2nd Cavalry Army let slip a favorable opportunity to place the decisive weight on the scales of the entire operation, leaving half of its forces in idleness. This circumstance aided the enemy to activate his defense, while falling upon the 16th Cavalry Division's outer flank from behind the Markov Division's left flank. Upon throwing it back, he attacked the 8th Cavalry Division's exposed flank and, upon taking 2 regiments prisoner, broke into the village of Baki. But here the combat cooperation of the Reds units told. The 264th Rifle Regiment, 30th Rifle Division, which had been dispatched to the village of Baki from the village of Skelka, in its turn attacked the flank of the extended White Cavalry, overthrew it, and the 16th Cavalry Division, along with the remnants of the 8th Rifle Brigade, once again established itself in the village of Baki. The 4th Army, with the appearance of a wedge extending 65 to 70 kilometers into the depth, was operating along the front with only one of its divisions. Its remaining divisions, 23rd Rifle Division and the Composite Division, had been deeply echeloned in depth. Such a formation was the result of the fact that due to the 13th Army's direct movement to the west, the corridor remaining for the 4th Army's operations, between the Dnieper Bend and the 13th Army's right flank, kept on getting narrower. This situation continued into the subsequent days of the operation, and we will presently see that some of the 4th Army's units, the International Cavalry Brigade and a Composite Division, would not manage to enter the fighting before the end of the operation. The 4th Army's disposition underlined the great necessity of shifting the center of the 13th Army's concentration of forces to its left, and not its right flank, which would have offered freedom of action for the 4th Army. By the close of October 29th, both sides' forward units were already in combat contact in the Saragozi and Melitopol areas. It was now clear that the enemy's 1st and 2nd Don divisions, which had just been dispatched to the Saragozi area, and which were separated from it by 55 kilometers, would be late to the beginning of the fighting in this area. The threat that had arisen along the flanks of the enemy's bulging front around Saragozi and Melitopol forced the Whites to set about gradually abandoning the Nikopol sector. The 30th Rifle Division's energetic attack helped a great deal to bring this decision about. The enemy's Markov Division, under the cover of the 1st and 2nd Don Division's attacks, extricated itself from the fighting and was moving on the left flank of the Melitopol fortified position to the village of Torokonstantinovka. Thus, only 2 Don cavalry divisions remained against the Cavalry Army and the 30th Rifle Division. But the 2nd Cavalry Army, following the 16th Cavalry Division's failure, was not striving to develop active operations, but concentrating a large cavalry fist in the area of the village of Bolshaya Belozerka. The 21st Cavalry Division was being brought up here from Verkhnyi Rogachik, while the Independent Cavalry Brigade was moving here as well. But the 2nd Cavalry Army's main infantry forces, 46th Rifle Division and the 7th Rifle Brigade, remained, as before, in place. Thus, while carrying out this operation, there began to arise frictions, which were being created not so much by the enemy's will as by the activity of individual executors. The 1st Cavalry Army no longer represented a compact mass, but was operating, having divided itself into 2 groups, between which the distance reached a day's march. There would not have been anything dangerous in such a situation if the 1st Cavalry Army's command energy and initiative had found a sympathetic echo among the 2nd Cavalry Army command. In that case, a dangerous situation would have arisen for the White Cavalry's maneuver group in the Saragozi area. In its turn, the latter could have been taken in a pincer movement from the north by the 2nd Cavalry Army, from which it was separated by a day's march, and from the south by the 1st Cavalry Army's northern group. But for this, an energetic offensive by the 2nd Cavalry Army was necessary against that screen, made up of the 2 Don cavalry divisions, which the enemy had left along its sector. Thus, October 30th ended up being full of operational and tactical content. Its operational results fully confirmed the Red strategy and testified to the correctness of its operational plan. The several tactical failures or missed favorable opportunities were inevitable in any combat work. Both maneuver and combat actions that took place in the closing of our operational horseshoe around the enemy are deserving of separate attention. The Red's activities in encircling the enemy and his maneuvering for the purpose of breaking through the ring are operations of secondary importance. But events of local significance unfolded against their background, which proceeded from the local assignments and goals of individual groups, and we cannot but pay attention to them in order to understand the operation as a whole. In examining all of the events of October 30th from this point of view, we must subdivide them into 2 groups. 1. The episodes connected with the encirclement operation of the enemy's main forces, having therefore major operational significance, and 2. The episodes, which were perhaps significant in and of themselves, but the outcome of which did not have extended significance for the fate of the entire operation. Among the events of the first order we include A. The completion of the enemy's operational encirclement by seizing Salkovo and Genichesk by the 1st Cavalry Army's Southern Group, B. The seizure by the Reds of the Melitopol fortified center, and C. The raid by the enemy's cavalry on the village of Bolshaya Belozerka, which brought about the complete inactivity of the 2nd Cavalry Army throughout October 30th. Among the events of the second order we include A. The unsuccessful attack on the Turkish wall by the 51st Rifle Division, and B. The pushing back by the enemy, which had concentrated in the Nizhny Saragozi, of the 1st Cavalry Army's Northern Group and units of the Latvian Division from the path of its retreat to the south. See Map 23 of the Plate section. The events enumerated by us are located in reverse order in time, and the first thing to occupy our attention is the fighting in the area of the village of Agramon between 2 Red Cavalry Divisions, 6th and 11th Cavalry Divisions, and 1 Rifle Division, Latvian, and the enemy's operational reserves, which had moved to the south, consisting of 2 infantry and 3.5 cavalry divisions. From the north, this enemy group, which was operating under General Kutpov's command, was being covered by rearguards, which had been left at a distance of 15 to 20 kilometers, against one of which the 52nd Rifle Division's 1st Brigade got into a fight. A powerful cavalry group from the 2nd Cavalry Army, consisting of more than 2 cavalry divisions, 2nd and 21st Cavalry Divisions, and an independent cavalry brigade, were located in the area of the village of Bolshaya Belozerka, at a distance of 30 to 35 kilometers from these rearguards, that is, a distance of a day's cavalry ride. The 2nd Cavalry Army's infantry, 46th Rifle Division and 7th Rifle Brigade, was moving up to this group. The 2nd Cavalry Army's other powerful group, 16th Cavalry Division and Kitsiuk's Cavalry Brigade, along with the 30th Rifle Division's 88th Rifle Brigade, occupied the villages of Malaya Belozerka and Orlyansk. Only 2 Don Cavalry Divisions were against both of the 2nd Cavalry Army's groups. A gap of up to 35 kilometers had formed between the enemy's Melitopol and Saragozi groups. The 2nd Cavalry Army's cavalry group could have been thrown into this gap from Bolshaya Belozerka, having advanced only 20 to 25 kilometers to the south, for which no more than 5 to 6 hours were required. This group, by driving a wedge between both enemy groups and attacking one of them in the rear and the other in the flank, could have created a disastrous situation for the enemy. But the enemy, lacking any means to ward it off, placed his bet on psychology. The raid by 2 cavalry regiments on Bolshaya Belozerka, although it was beaten off, had the effect of tying down for the entire day all of the 2nd Cavalry Army's forces, which had such rich operational opportunities. This is why we include this episode, with its comparatively inconsequential tactical content, among the factors of major operational significance, which were moreover unfavorable for us. In further tracing the course of events, we will turn our attention to 2 circumstances. 1. During the night, the enemy's infantry in the Melitopol area managed to break contact to a significant distance, 20 to 25 kilometers, from our 4th Army and the 13th Army's right flank, leaving between them and himself only units of the same Don Cavalry. This was undoubtedly a major tactical achievement by the enemy. Its consequences, which were unfavorable for us, were that on this day neither the 4th Army nor a significant part of the 13th Army's forces would take a decisive part in combat activities. Now this disadvantage would increase due to the stratification of the 4th and 13th Army's internal flanks on each other. However, for the enemy, October 30th also involved unexpected frictions for him. The Melitopol fortified center did not justify the hopes placed upon it. As early as the morning of October 30th, the 13th Army Cavalry began to infiltrate through the fortified zone, which brought about the premature withdrawal of the White's 6th Infantry Division. Red Cavalry broke into Melitopol as early as 1000. Evidently, the moral strength of the 3 and Don Corps had been completely undermined and their material forces exhausted by the withdrawal from them of 3 infantry divisions the previous evening. The fall of the Melitopol center was an event of the greatest operational importance. It testifies to the fact that the enemy's eastern screen had broken down completely and that henceforth the enemy would not be able to view it as a strong point for its maneuver combinations. We will subsequently see how the 3 and Don Corps divisions, which had gotten mixed up together, will seek to get out from under the Reds' attack along the line of least resistance and rely on Kutuzov's group. In such a situation, all of the latter's tactical successes will have only a limited significance. No matter what they were, the enemy would have neither the time nor the opportunity to develop them to the end. But in connection with the fall of the Melitopol fortified center, which was extremely advantageous for us, and which could have proved fatal for the enemy, there arose a circumstance which threatened to disrupt Comrade Frunze's basic plan in its most important parts. This circumstance, which may evidently be explained by counting on stubborn resistance in the Melitopol area, consists of the fact that the Red 13th Army had been squeezed hard toward its right flank and had brought up its Azov group to the level of Melitopol. The army's right flank, in turn, had shifted to the right, which essentially meant the self-annihilation of the eastern encircling branch of our pincers. The main concentration of the 4th and 13th Armies was no longer in a flanking, but almost in a frontal situation vis-a-vis the rearguards of the enemy's 3 and Don Corps. What were the operational consequences of such a disposition? They were unfavorable for us. The enemy got the opportunity to slip away from under the blow hanging over him and once again place a significant distance between himself and the 4th and 13th Armies' pursuing units, while the internal flanks of the latter, while changing the axis of their movement, would not avoid getting mixed up with each other. But the main disadvantage for us would be that the weight of the fighting would be distributed unevenly between our units and would fall upon only an insignificant minority of them. Thus, the accomplishment of the Southern Front commander's plan began to be complicated by frictions that were impossible to foresee earlier and which were impossible to eliminate due to the extremely rapid development of events. All of these are objective reasons of a negative order which influenced the outcome of a brilliantly planned operation. But these events were meanwhile maturing and developing. The 1st Cavalry Army's Southern Group, which was still operationally free, continued to carry out its tasks. It was fated to close the operational encirclement ring on October 30th and become the executor of Comrade Frunze's plan. It was already on the move to Salkovo early in the morning of October 30th. Its advance was unhindered, for the time being. If it could preempt the White's 7th Infantry Division in the Salkovo area, then the cork in the last passageway into the Crimea would be closed for the enemy. We will now sum up the operational and tactical results of the day for October 30th. The results were advantageous for the Reds in the operational sense. The Southern Front commander's idea for the complete encirclement of the enemy found its real formulation in the form of the 1st Cavalry Army's Southern Group occupying Salkovo and Genicescu before the Whites' units from the Melitopol axis could arrive there. Now the main mass of the enemy's forces was located outside the ring. Actually, the ellipsis, the large and small axis of which were equal to 185 kilometers, respectively. The ellipsoid form of the encirclement was the result of the 2nd Cavalry Armies remaining in place throughout the entire day of October 30th and the overall shift of the 4th and 13th Armies to the northwest. Thus, by the close of October 30th, the intermixed units of the enemy's 3 and Don Corps again broke away from the pursuing units of our 4th and 13th Armies, whose main mass was moving toward Kutuzov's group, from which they were separated by a distance of 30 kilometers. Kutuzov's group enjoyed tactical success throughout October 30th. Not being disturbed from the rear by the 2nd Cavalry Army and holding off the Reds' 52nd Rifle Division with its rearguards, the group fell upon the 1st Cavalry Army's cavalry divisions, 6th and 11th, and 2 brigades of the Latvian Division with the main mass of its 2 infantry and 3.5 cavalry divisions, the Kornilov and Drozdovsky divisions, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Divisions, the 1st Kuban Cavalry Division, and the Tarak-Astrakhan Cavalry Brigade. As a result of stubborn fighting throughout the day, Kutuzov threw back to the west these forces, which were attempting near Agramon to block off his path to the south, and established himself in Agramon. The Whites' local tactical success was obvious, but the situation prevented them from extracting great advantages from it. The Melitopol screen's failure and its accelerated withdrawal back on Kutuzov's group forced the White Command, as early as the evening of October 30th, to renounce its previously assigned goal of destroying the Reds' Kakhovka group. Now it had to think only about withdrawing the remnants of the army into the Crimea. Thus, the White Command set itself a limited goal, and henceforth all of its actions would be directed only toward breaking through that ring of Reds which had closed behind Vrangel's army near Salkovo. This new mission would determine for the subsequent days the appearance of two new focal points of the operation, near the village of Salkovo and the village of Rozdestvanskoye. The limited nature of the goals in a limited space would also force us to shift the focus of our attention from the operational to the tactical plane. Against the background of major events of operational significance that took place on October 30th, the attempt by the 51st Rifle Division to storm the Turkish wall, which was beaten off by the Whites, was an episode of purely local significance at the tactical level. The center of gravity of events from this day definitely shifted to the Chongar Isthmus. Already two new centers of the operation were noted in the area adjacent to the Chongar Isthmus, near the villages of Rozdestvanskoye and Otrada, to which Kutuzov's group was streaming in a compact mass, in order to clear a path to the south through the 2nd Corps established along its way by the 1st Cavalry Army. In its turn, the best-preserved group of Whites from the Melitopol axis only now began to approach Salkovo, with the intention of knocking out the 3rd Corps along the way to the Crimea in the form of the 1st Cavalry Army's southern group. On the night of 30 to 31 October, the enemy's operational situation improved, while ours worsened, which was not due to Kutuzov's tactical successes, but because the essential links of our enveloping ring from the 2nd Cavalry, 4th, and 13th Armies, although they were closely coordinated with each other, but at the same time the 4th and 13th Armies had shifted even further to the right. This situation offered the enemy's 3 and Don Corps the great opportunity to freely move to link up with Kutuzov. Such was the overall result of those frictions that Comrade Frunze's plan encountered along the way to its final realization. These frictions began to manifest themselves, as we have seen, as early as October 30th. The most important of these was such that the commander of the Southern Front was completely unable to foresee it: the 2nd Cavalry Army's spontaneous exit from the game on October 30th, then the castling of the 13th Army's forces along its front, which determined its insignificant and gradual movement forward. The slowness of the advance of the head of the 4th Army's wedge as the result of the narrowing of its maneuver zone due to the closing of the internal flanks of all 3 armies, 2nd Cavalry, 4th, and 13th Armies. Against the background of these main frictions, the division by the 1st Cavalry Army of its forces into 2 equally powerful groups, initially separated from each other by 40 kilometers, was a friction of attendant circumstances and did not decide the change in the forms of the operation's conduct. Even in conditions of the combined action by the entire 1st Cavalry Army against Kutuzov's and Kamenev's groups, the latter's forces nevertheless were superior to it. To be sure, the 6th Army, through a calculation of time and space, could have helped the 1st Cavalry Army only with its Latvian division, but for this it required a more energetic advance by the 52nd and 15th Rifle Divisions, which on this day were advancing particularly slowly. The 15th Rifle Division on Dornbirn, the Kruglaya Farm, and Novoropievka with its 3 brigades, while the 52nd Rifle Division was moving to the Uspenskoye, Maltsev, Agumon area. This is why on October 31st Kutuzov's group was breaking through to Rozdestvanskoye, covered by rearguards from the direction of Agumon against the 1st Cavalry Army's northern group and the Latvian division, which had also changed the axis of their movement by 90 degrees and which were not moving from north to south. That is, they had also gone over to squeezing out the enemy. In its turn, Kantserov's group in the Salkovo area was squeezing out the 1st Cavalry Army's 4th Cavalry Division from it and from Genechesk. The 4th Cavalry Division's situation was particularly difficult. While risking being pinned to the Savash, it was forced to hurry to link up with the 1st Cavalry Army's main forces. The 2nd Cavalry Army finally moved, but it was already too late. It encountered only the Don Cavalry Division, which had been left behind as a rearguard. While pursuing this division, which was falling back due south, the 2nd Cavalry Army was moving with the main mass of its forces to the east. As the result of such operational staggering and obviously running up against the 4th and 13th Army's rifle divisions, the 2nd Cavalry Army got wedged in between them, changed its front of movement by 180 degrees, and was not moving along the same line as they were. Thus, the unified front of our armies in the north fell apart on its own, and not under enemy pressure, and formed 2 groups, a smaller, western one from units of the 6th and 1st Cavalry Armies, and a large, eastern one, consisting of the 4th, 2nd Cavalry, and 13th Armies. Between both groups there formed 45-kilometer-wide corridor along which a group consisting of the enemy's 3 and Don Corps, covered by rearguards and flank detachments on 3 sides, was falling back to the south, while approaching Kutuzov's group. The distance between both enemy groups did not exceed 10 kilometers. The gap in the front and the peculiar lining up of both groups toward each other must again be ascribed to the frictions created by the 2nd Cavalry Army Command. Due to the peculiar maneuvering of the 2nd Cavalry Army, the already excessive concentration of forces along the internal flanks of the 4th and 13th Armies became even denser and had already ended up facing an empty space. The second thing which draws our attention was the piling up of reserves in the 4th Army's rear, which was a result, on the one hand, of its initial dispersion into the depth and, on the other hand, the narrowness of its front, along which it was unable to deploy all of its forces. A no less peculiar and original situation arose in the area of the villages of Otrada and Rozdestvenskoy. Kutuzov's group, which was numerically the most powerful, had ended up being tactically pinched from both sides by the 1st Cavalry Army's units. But this pinching was not so dangerous for it due to its numerical superiority. Quite the opposite, a very dangerous pinching threatened the Red 4th and 14th Cavalry Divisions, that is, the 1st Cavalry Army's southern enveloping group, in the village of Rozdestvenskoy. They were threatened from the front by Kutuzov's group, while a group consisting of the enemy's 3 and Don Corps was 10 to 12 kilometers in their rear. This group was unable to link up with Kutuzov on October 31st, but its situation and that of Kutuzov had already become significantly firmer due to the lateness of our 4th and 13th Armies to the epicenter of the fighting. Concern for the Chongar Isthmus was removed from the Whites' 3 and Don Corps, because while exiting it, Kantsarov's group was able to establish itself along the Salkovo fortifications. In order to secure the retreat by the remnants of the 3 and Don Corps, Kantsarov's group moved up its cavalry units, supported by 5 armored trains, toward our Azov group, which had begun to move along the axis of the railroad to Salkovo, and the 13th Army's left flank. The resulting situation determined new tasks for the Whites of a purely tactical nature for November 1st. They were 1. To destroy the Reds' cofferdam in the village of Rozdestvenskoy that was hindering the link-up of both of the Whites' groups, and 2. To hold their exposed position along the Salkovo axis for securing the link-up of both White groups and their peaceful withdrawal into the Crimea along the Chongar Isthmus and the Arbat Spit. These 2 tasks determined the appearance on November 1st of 2 tactical centers of combat, in the area of the village of Rozdestvenskoy and in the area of Sokologornoy Station. On the night of 31 October 1st November Kutuzov, through the Red Cavalry Divisions, 4th and 14th, out of the village of Rozdestvenskoy and linked up with the remnants of the 3 and Don Corps. Now his situation in the village of Rozdestvenskoy was becoming considerably more secure. He would be primarily opposed on November 1st by those units against which he had fought the previous evening, that is, the 1st Cavalry Army and the Latvian Division. All of the Reds' remaining divisions were still 30 to 35 kilometers from this epicenter of the fighting. Only that part of the 13th Army which was attacking along the railroad toward Salkovo, 2nd Don Rifle Division, and part of the cavalry, represented a danger relative. The latter had managed to seize Sokologornoy Station, having begun a rapid advance in the direction of Salkovo. But shifting the front line to the immediate approaches to Genichesk and Salkovo could have thwarted the planned nature of the Whites' withdrawal along the narrows of the Chongar crossings and the Arbat Spit. The White Command had to win at least one more day in order to have time to cross its heavy things, excessive equipment, and its non-combat element into the Crimea. As a result of this, both White groups that had linked up in the village of Rozdestvenskoy did not continue their withdrawal, but, upon launching a number of brief attacks against our forward units, halted and, having nearly re-established their front line, secured themselves 2 exits into the Crimea, through the Chongar Isthmus and the Arbat Spit. The enemy front, which had appeared on the morning of November 1st at the Genichesk roads, also guaranteed the Whites the opportunity to take advantage of the Arbat Spit as a withdrawal route. But the fleet alone was insufficient to assist the Whites' withdrawal through the Arbat Spit. It was necessary to have before the Spit a sufficiently free bridgehead, for which the White Command turned 2 Don Cavalry Divisions, which had earlier been covering the withdrawal of the remnants of the 3 and Don Corps, along the Salkovo axis to the area of the villages of Rakovo and Sokologornoy. These two divisions eliminated the successes of the Red Cavalry, which had almost broken through to Salkov, and which was not supported in time by its slowly advancing infantry. On the enemy side, we may observe here the maneuver and fire coordination of cavalry and ships, which is very rarely encountered in military history, because the fleet drove out of Genechesk the Red Cavalry units that had poured into it. Let's look now at how the events around the village of Rozdestvenskoye unfolded. The 1st Cavalry Army and the Latvian Division got into a fight for this settlement early in the morning. A second half-ring of Red troops began to form around them at a distance of 5 to 10 kilometers from the epicenter of the fighting. The first link of this half-ring, in the form of the 2nd Cavalry Army, at full strength, was already visible in the village of Petrovskoye. Makhno's army, the 7th Cavalry Division and units from the 30th Rifle Division were also moving here. For the second time, as on October 30th, the 2nd Cavalry Army had the opportunity to play a decisive role, not only in the tactical but in the operational sense. It had to fall upon the group of Don cavalry operating along the Salkovo axis, extend its hand to the 13th Army's left flank and, by carrying it along with it, thwart the enemy's planned withdrawal into the Crimea. But it spent this day in complete idleness and missed yet another opportunity to thwart the Whites' withdrawal. By the close of November 1st, an enormous accumulation of units from 3 Red armies, the 2nd Cavalry Army, units of the 4th Army's 30th Rifle Division, the 13th Army's 7th Cavalry Division, and Makhno's army, was concentrated in the village of Petrovskoye and was present during the fighting in the village of Rozdestvenskoye. Kutepov even enjoyed a certain tactical success in this fighting, pushing the Latvian 2nd Brigade to the north, as a result of which the overall outline of his front looked like a wedge pointed north. But the continuing accumulation of Red forces in the area of the village of Petrovskoye, which even given the slow advance by 2 of the 13th Army's rifle divisions, 9th Rifle and 2nd Don, along the Salkovo axis, would create an immediate danger for Kutepov's group if it continued to remain in the area of the village of Rozdestvenskoye, forced Kutepov to begin withdrawing to the Chonger Isthmus and the Arbat Spit. The Markov Division and one of the Don divisions, along with the fleet off Genechesk, covered Kutepov's withdrawal. It's important to note that the withdrawal of Kutepov's group was carried out without hindrance, because our units located in the village of Rozdestvenskoye allowed the enemy to carry out a night march with part of his forces by them. The 2nd and the 3rd of November were the days of the operation's conclusion. Their tactical content is not complex. The enemy was falling back into the Crimea in 2 groups through the Chonger Peninsula and Arbat Spit. Here our attention can be arrested only by the energetic operations of the 30th Rifle Division and that of the 23rd Rifle Division's 69th Rifle Brigade, which had finally joined it. On November 2nd, these units threw the enemy's rearguard out of his Salkovo fortified position and broke in behind him to the Chonger Isthmus, took it, and on November 3rd only halted before the Chonger and Savash bridges, which were heavily defended by the enemy, having thrown the defenders out of their bridgehead fortifications onto the territory of the Crimea. Despite the enormous significance of its results and the complete success, this operation can be drawn in incomparably simpler lines than the preceding one. In this there appeared the influence of local conditions, which determined the single operational focus in the area of the Perekop Isthmus from nearly the beginning to the end of the operation. They also conditioned that comparatively limited number of troops which could actively take part in the operation. The Southern Front Command, while correctly taking into account terrain conditions, decided to launch its main attack along the Perekop axis. It appointed the 6th Army to launch this attack. The 6th Army Command chose 2 axes for its attacks. One was directly against the enemy's fortified position along the Turkish wall, and the other around it along the Lithuanian peninsula, while taking advantage of fords which opened to this peninsula from the continent, given the favorable direction of the winds from land. The powerful 51st Rifle Division was designated to launch the attack on the Turkish wall, and the 15th and 52nd Rifle Divisions, the 153rd Rifle Brigade, 51st Rifle Division, and an independent cavalry brigade along the Lithuanian peninsula. The enemy, while also quite correctly evaluating the significance of the Perekop Peninsula for himself, hurried to occupy it with reliable troops. Thus the Drozdovsky Division, which had reached the Turkish wall on the night of 7 to 8 November, was dispatched to relieve the units of the 2 corps operating there. At this time, the Lithuanian peninsula was occupied by the 2nd Kuban Cavalry Division's Vostokov 1st Brigade, which had recently arrived to the Crimea from Georgia. By the close of November 7th, our Red units had taken up their jumping-off positions for the offensive. The 52nd Rifle Division was stationed in the Chukrak, Pervo-Konstantinovka, Vladimirovka colony area. The 153rd Rifle Brigade was in the area of the village of Stroganovka. The 15th Rifle Division had occupied the Ivanovka, Stroganovka area. The Independent Cavalry Brigade was in the village of Stroganovka. See Map 24 of the Plate section. The operation itself unfolded in the following manner. On the night of 7 to 8 November, the White's Drozdovsky Division set about relieving the 13th Infantry Division along the Turkish wall, and the 34th Infantry Division, which had been in the White's 2 Corps reserve, began withdrawing into the rear. But almost simultaneous with this, the Reds' 15th and 52nd Rifle Divisions and the 153rd Rifle Brigade forced the ford of the Savash and came out onto the Lithuanian peninsula, defeated Vostokov's brigade, and began to spread to the exits from the Lithuanian peninsula. The enemy immediately turned the 34th Infantry Division to help Vostokov and, upon relieving the 13th Rifle Division with just 2 regiments from the Drozdovsky Division, moved the remaining 2 regiments of the Drozdovsky Division to counterattack the Reds in the general direction of Kherdzana. By the morning of November 8th, a stubborn fight had flared up along the exits from the Lithuanian peninsula. At the same time, the 51st Rifle Division set about the artillery preparation for the storming of the Turkish wall. The 51st Rifle Division's attack on the Turkish wall was beaten off. The attack was resumed around midday, preceded by 15 armored cars, which moved into the fighting at around 1100 from the village of Preobrazhenka to the gates of the Turkish wall. This attack was supposed to pull in the 51st Rifle Division's infantry, which got pinned down 400 paces from the wall. But the infantry, which was supposed to rush forward, was pinned to the ground by fire from enemy artillery. On the other hand, the counterattack by the Drozdovsky Division's 2 regiments in the Kherdzana area failed. Having achieved a small local success, part of these regiments ultimately laid down their arms and surrendered to the 153rd and 155th Rifle Brigades, despite the fact that this attack had also been supported by armored cars. The Reds' breakthrough into the territory of the Crimea put the enemy's deep reserves into motion. The enemy turned the 6th Infantry Division from Simferopol back to Dzhankoy and moved units of the Markov Division and the Kornilov Division and Barabovica's Cavalry Corps from the Dzhankoy area to the Perekop axis. By the close of November 8th, the Markov and Kornilov Division's units were already approaching the rear area Ushuan position. Barabovica's Cavalry Corps was approaching the exits from the Lithuanian peninsula. Despite the Reds' attacks against the Turkish wall having been beaten off, the tactical success for November 8th was completely on their side, because the Whites had not only not managed to throw them from the Lithuanian peninsula, but had also not managed to hinder their spread into the rear of the Turkish wall in the direction of Armyansky Bazaar. For this reason, the situation of the Drozdovsky Division's brigade on the Turkish wall was becoming dangerous, and thus on the night of 8 to 9 November the enemy set about abandoning the Turkish wall. He now disposed of the rear area Ushuan's position, relying upon which he decided to make a final attempt to eliminate the breakthrough by the Red forces on the Lithuanian peninsula. It was this decision that resulted in stubborn fighting on the Lithuanian peninsula during November 9th, while both sides were able to get reinforcements during the night. Makhno's army crossed over to the Reds on the Lithuanian peninsula. Units of the Whites' Kornilov and Markov divisions were already establishing themselves along the Ushuan position, while the lead units of Barabovica's Cavalry Corps had reached the exits from the Lithuanian peninsula. November 9th passed, on the one hand, in a stubborn struggle along the exits from the Lithuanian peninsula, while the attack by Barabovica's corps was beaten off at 1700, while on the other hand, in the rapid approach of the 51st Rifle Division to the enemy's Ushuan position, while his Drozdovsky Division was falling back under the Reds' pressure into the space between Lake Staroyi and Krasnoy. On this, the combat events of November 9th essentially ended. Both sides employed the night of 9 to 10 November to further reinforce themselves along the Perekop Isthmus. All the advantages in this regard were on the Red side. They were bringing up the 2nd Cavalry Army's 16th Cavalry Division, which had already concentrated in the Stroganovka area, to the Lithuanian peninsula, and were moving the Latvian division from the reserve to reinforce the 51st Rifle Division. The Whites were able to strengthen their position with only a few cadet units. The Markov Division's units relieved the Drozdovsky Division along the isthmus between Lakes Staroye and Krasnoy. The latter, upon being relieved, moved to the area of the Eideman Railroad siding to reinforce the White units that had gathered there. The enemy did not risk further diluting his units in the Dzhankoy area, because he feared an attack by the 30th Rifle Division through the narrow Savash Strait in the direction of Dzhankoy. The establishment of the Reds on the Lithuanian peninsula meant they had won the operation. They would have the opportunity to conduct it by the consecutive increase of their efforts and by committing their numerous reserves into the fighting, while the Whites had expended all of their reserves in the struggle for the exits from the Perekop Isthmus and Lithuanian peninsula. November 10th began with the manifestation of offensive initiative by the Reds along both the Ushuan and Eideman axes. Along the former, the 51st Rifle Division, without waiting for the arrival of the Latvian Division, had seized two lines of the enemy's forward trenches as early as dawn. Along the Eideman axis, the 52nd and 15th Rifle Divisions attacked the Whites, achieving a series of local successes, but under the pressure of the Whites' counterattack were not only forced to fall back to their jumping-off position, but even retreated somewhat. This ended the combat events of November 10th. November 11th was noteworthy for the enemy's final, desperate attempt to restore his position along the Lithuanian peninsula and to get to Armiansky Bazaar in the Reds' rear. The enemy had gathered along the Lithuanian peninsula against our units a fist from the 2 Army Corps, Barabovica's Cavalry Corps, and the remnants of Fostikov's brigade and the Drozdovsky Division. At dawn, this fist fell upon our group of forces on the Lithuanian peninsula and threw it back nearly to the very edge of the peninsula, while Barabovica's Cavalry Corps had already begun to approach Armiansky Bazaar, thus getting into the rear of the Reds' Ushuan group. But the latter, in its turn, broke through the last line of the Ushuan position in a surprise attack and began to get into the Whites' group on the Lithuanian peninsula, which forced the Whites to hurriedly withdraw under the cover of a screen by the Terekastrakhan Cavalry Brigade. The breakthrough of the Ushuan position had not only tactical but operational consequences. It signified the elimination of the Whites' last, organized resistance, and the Red Army's arrival at the broad expanses of the Crimean steppe from the Perekop Narrows. The significance of the breakthrough was increased further by its coincidence in time with the breakthrough by the Reds' 30th Rifle Division along the Dzhankoy axis, which the Whites had also not managed to eliminate. Vrangel could do nothing more than begin his withdrawal to the embarkation ports, which he hurried to carry out. We had to take up the rapid pursuit of the enemy. However, the 6th Army Command ordered a rest for its troops on November 12th. On November 13th, the 4th and 2nd Cavalry Armies were dispatched to pursue the enemy to Feodosia and Kerch, and the 6th and 1st Cavalry Armies to Simferopol and Sevastopol. Despite the rapidity of the subsequent pursuit, Vrangel's retreating troops managed to break contact significantly from the Red Army and, when on November 15th the 6th Army's vanguards entered Sevastopol, they already found there a local revolutionary committee, as the enemy's last ships had left Sevastopol on November 14th. Having dispersed his embarkation among all the ports of the Crimea, Vrangel managed over the course of 5 days, 10 to 15 November, to evacuate his main forces and refugees, numbering 83,000 people. However, almost all the military stores, lagging units, and a large number of refugees were not embarked. On November 16, 1920, the Red Army's forces had occupied the entire territory of the Crimea. Given the enormous numerical inequality, the struggle in northern Tavria was unquestionably unfavorable for Vrangel. In this fighting, he finally overtaxed his forces, which told on his troops' resilience while defending the Crimean isthmuses. The defense of the isthmuses might have stretched out longer if the terrain features had been taken into account better and the troops distributed accordingly. Vrangel evidently did not have a previously drawn-up evacuation plan, just as Denikin had none. The success of Vrangel evacuation, compared to the one carried out by Denikin, depended on the fact that the former had several ports at his disposal, while the latter was forced to carry out his evacuation from the single port of Novorossiysk. This victory was not without cost. The struggle for the Crimea Narrows did not pass without significant losses, but then the results of this victory were significant, both in the foreign and domestic political sense. The bankruptcy of the domestic counter-revolution was consolidated by history on the bloody fields of Perekop and the Crimea. From now on, exile and pitiful intrigues would become the lot of those who sought to halt the course of history. Broad perspectives for peaceful economic construction opened before the Soviet land. The Soviet government was becoming the sole legal representative of the interests of the Republic of Workers and Peasants in European public opinion. The Perekop events found their living echo in far-off Riga, where they influenced the amenability of Polish diplomacy to work out terms for a final peace with Poland. Thus, according to its political significance, the elimination of Wrangel's army, which is indissolubly linked to the name of the late comrade M.V. Frunze, is one of the most important operations of the 1918–1921 war. With the collapse of the Wrangel Front, the larger civil war came to an end, if one does not count the operations in the Far East, which concluded only in 1922 with the liberation of Vladivostok. The counter-revolutionary forces, having suffered a defeat in the larger war, attempted to continue their struggle against the Soviet regime with the methods of guerrilla war. In this struggle, they attempted to take advantage of the dissatisfaction of the peasant masses with the ongoing food requisition policy. The wager on a Kulak counter-revolution forced the bourgeois land-owner counter-revolution to alter and democratize its political slogans. Such slogans as the restoration of a unified and indivisible Russia and land ownership by the aristocracy were temporarily removed from the agenda. During the Kronstadt rebellion, the cadet Milyukov was ready, without hesitation, to join a political bloc with the Kulak Free Soviets. The Bamak movement in Turkestan, 1921–1923, the Makhno movement in Ukraine, 1920–1921, Antonov's Tambov uprising, 1921, the White Karelian movement, 1921–1922, and Tukhachevskii, autumn of 1921, as opposed to the Greater Civil War, were militarily characterized by the absence of solid fronts and the preponderance of partisan methods of struggle. On the other hand, we have obvious elements of intervention in a guerrilla civil war. Finland and Poland, having concluded a peace treaty with us, brazenly sent armed bands, White Finnish bands in Karelia, Tukhachevskii, organized by Poland, and weapons onto our territory. One of the chief reasons for the prolongation of the Bamak movement should be sought in the direct and indirect support which British imperialism rendered to the Bamak fighters in their struggle against the Soviet regime. Both in the political and in the military sense, a guerrilla civil war is very interesting for the military researcher. The tactician will find extremely rich material in it for studying partisan activities. A guerrilla war, as the inevitable fellow traveler of the Greater Civil War, undoubtedly demands the focused attention of the military historian. However, the confines of the present work, which pursued the goal of producing only an operational strategic sketch of the Greater Civil War, forces us to conclude our research. Above the Crimea, which is now Soviet, the banners of the victorious proletarian revolution waved freely and proudly, while at the same time the pitiful and demoralized remnants of Wrangel's demoralized army sailed into the foggy distance of the autumn sea. A general description of the situation. Khiva and Bokhara from the February Revolution of 1917 to the restoration of communications between Turkestan and the Soviet Union. The goals and tasks of the imperialist policy regarding Khiva and Bokhara. The growth of the internal revolutionary forces in Bokhara and their class characteristics. The events in Khiva, the formation of the Khwarezm People's Republic, the Emir of Bokhara's preparations for fighting the revolution, the Red Command's preparations in foreseeing the Bokhara Revolution, both sides' armed forces, the Red Command's plan, a brief description of the theater of military activities, the Bokhara Revolution, its support by Soviet forces, the storming of the city of Bokhara, the formation of the Bokhara People's Republic, the Hysar expedition of 1921, its goals and results. The outbreak of the counter-revolution in 1922. Enver Pasha and his slogans. The process of the unfolding of the revolution in Central Asia took place in an extremely complex situation. The February Revolution removed the Tsarist colonialists from the field and put two contending sides face to face. The small but hardened proletariat on the one hand, and on the other the Russian and local bourgeoisie. The internal contradictions among the proletariat's enemies were smoothed over when faced by a common danger. The Russian bourgeoisie and its servants appeasers made common cause with the local bourgeoisie and feudal lords in the struggle against the proletariat. Both anti-revolutionary forces united in their desire to prevent the multimillion mass of the local toiling population from understanding its true interests, and in their desire not only to restrain the masses from the revolutionary struggle but, just the opposite, to distract them, by taking advantage of their backwardness and religious fanaticism, on the false path of struggle against the revolution. Supplement. The campaign in Bokhara in 1920 and a brief sketch of the 1921 and 1922 campaigns before long British imperialism, operating both secretly through its agents and openly through armed intervention, emerged as an active ally of the enemies of the proletariat. In the proletariat's difficult and victorious struggle, which led to enormous shifts in the life of the peoples of Central Asia, an important place is occupied by the destruction, in alliance with the National Revolutionary Forces, of one of the most important strongholds of reaction in Central Asia, the power of the Emir of Bokhara. Pre-revolutionary Bokhara was a country of backward commercial capital. The holder of state power was the first merchant of the state, being a monopolist in the trade of Astrakhan pelts. The emir's power rested on the class of large private landowners, merchants, and the numerous, ignorant, and fanatical clergy. This social superstructure pressed with its weight the urban bourgeoisie class, which was just beginning to emerge, and on the other mass of the population, the farmers and nomad herders. The landed estate way of life, typical of countries with backward forms of economy and quite close to medieval Europe, was well preserved in Bokhara. Alongside the accumulation of riches in the hands of individuals, poverty and ignorance reigned among the masses. The already unenviable economic situation of the popular masses continued to constantly worsen from the time of the World War. In the final years before the World War, cotton growing, by reducing the amount of arable land for the other crop cultures, chiefly rice and wheat, began to strongly develop throughout all of Turkestan, and particularly in Bokhara. Turkestan and Bokhara received wheat from European Russia in exchange for cotton. The World War reduced the delivery of wheat to Turkestan and Bokhara, and the Civil War cut it off altogether. Both countries had to hurriedly restructure their agriculture, while significantly curtailing the arable land for cotton, sowing wheat in its place. On the other hand, British imperialism dreamed of creating a stronghold in Bokhara and Khiva for combating the Soviet Republic. Its agents looked into Bokhara, sized up the situation, and sought to bring influential people over to their side. British occupation forces in northern Persia and in the Trans-Caspian area were supposed to support the active counter-revolution if it were to want to go over to decisive actions. But a fresh revolutionary stream broke through under the heel of feudal reaction in Bokhara itself. The political aspirations of the young Bukharan bourgeoisie found their expression in the organization of the Jadid Party. It dated back as far as the time of the First Russian Revolution of 1905. This organization, which had undergone a series of persecutions on the part of the Bukharan and Russian governments, existed up to 1917, after which it transformed itself into the Young Bokhara Party, which had a platform of radical reforms in all aspects of the people's lives. Its leaders viewed the Soviet regime with hope. Only the Soviet regime carried on its banners the slogan of supporting all backward peoples of the East in their pursuit of national and cultural liberation. But the Young Bokhara Party's forces were as yet very weak to carry on an independent struggle with the Emir of Bokhara. The party had to wait for better times, and in the meantime to carry on the underground preparation of the masses for revolutionary activity. Bokhara's economic depression offered a number of favorable prerequisites for this preparation. In the spring of 1920, the external situation in Central Asia had changed unfavorably for the local counter-revolution. The successful and energetic actions of the Turkestan Front's armies, led by Comrade M.V. Frunze, first of all opened a broad path from the revolutionary centers of our country to the heart of Soviet Turkestan. The Central Asian Railroad, which had remained intact, enabled the Turkestan Front's Fourth Army to rapidly eliminate the forces of the Trans-Caspian counter-revolution. At the same time, the previously united front of the local counter-revolution in the Fergana area had begun to break up, on the one hand, under the influence of Soviet policy's new course that had met the population halfway regarding certain features of its daily and economic way of life, and, on the other hand, under the influence of the mutual competition of the local chiefs. Despite the fact that given the overall small number of our forces in Turkestan, the breadth of the territory that had been seized by banditry, and the novelty of the methods of struggle, which was prolonged and stubborn, it was clear that the Bamak movement in Fergana had gradually begun to lose its social base. An internal coup took place in Khiva in the summer of 1920. The local Khan was overthrown by the leader of the Turkmen robber bands, Zunaid Khan, who attempted to occupy his place. Red Army units later rendered support to the local population, which had risen up against the violence of Zunaid Khan, and in the summer of 1920 the Khiva Khanate was transformed into the Khwarezm People's Soviet Republic. Red Army garrisons were left for a time in Khiva and in several other populated centers of the Khwarezm Republic. Thus, as a result of all these events, the Bukharin center of counter-revolution ended up completely alone, but it retained its significance as the last bridgehead from which the counter-revolution might once again thwart Soviet construction in Turkestan or interfere with its peaceful development. Beginning with the spring of 1920, reactionary Bokhara began to secretly prepare for a possible struggle with the Soviet regime. The Bukharin clergy urgently preached holy war against the infidels. At the same time, the Emir of Bokhara was hurriedly preparing his armed forces for the forthcoming struggle. As early as February 1920, he made an attempt to reinforce his army by calling parts of the population to the colors, which had never been encountered before in Bukharin practice. He was intensely occupied with his army's instruction and tactical training, in which instructors from among the Russian White Guards vigorously assisted him. The reunification of Soviet Turkestan with the country's main territory did not yet signify the disappearance of all difficulties facing the Soviet regime and the transition to peaceful construction. The Turkestan Front's forces were too limited in comparison with the variety of tasks before them and the size of the territory. The Red Army's immediate tasks were the security of the enormous land boundaries of Soviet Turkestan over a length of several thousand kilometers, the struggle against the continuous Bamak movement in Fergana, the suppression of the Kulak uprisings in the Seven Rivers area, and the support of the sympathetic regime in the Khwarezm Republic. Thus, in the event of a fight with counter-revolutionary Bokhara, the Turkestan Front Command would dispose of only very limited forces. In the summer of 1920, some of these tasks arose before M.V. Frunze with particular sharpness. The curve of the Bamak movement in Fergana, which went up and down throughout the Civil War, suddenly shot upward. This circumstance was quite advantageous for the Bukharin counter-revolution and siphoned off a part of the Red forces. Kulak uprisings in the Seven Rivers area tied down the Red Army's forces there, 3rd Turkestan Rifle Division. The Red First Army's rear communications, which reached as far as the boundary with Persia and the shores of the Caspian Sea, ran along the hostile territory of Bokhara and were thus under direct threat from the latter. Thus, the acuteness of the strategic situation fully corresponded to the intensity of the political situation. In such a situation, the chief tasks of policy were the unification of all the active and pro-revolutionary elements of the country on a Soviet platform. The Red Army's entrance into Turkestan brought about there and in neighboring countries, such as Bokhara, the same phenomenon that we were able to observe throughout the civil war in Ukraine, the Baltic states, and Poland. This phenomenon consisted of the awakening and growth of local revolutionary forces and in their desire to move from a potential situation to a condition of action and to unite amongst themselves. Thus, it is quite natural that the young Bokhara revolutionary movement, upon feeling secure, decided to move from organizational forms of work to active operations. As early as August 1920, a series of armed uprisings broke out in several Bukharin towns, and the rebels appealed for help to the Soviet regime and the Red Command. The latter, in its turn, was waiting hour by hour for an active demonstration by the Bukharin counter-revolution and had every reason to do so. As early as the first third of August, M.V. Frunze possessed information that significant regular and irregular forces of the Bukharin Emir, numbering up to 30,000 to 35,000 troops, were gathering in the outskirts of the capital. In spite of the advice by several local organs of power, which recommended a wait-and-see policy and caution, in order not to complicate mutual relations with the Entente, the Turkestan Front Command made the decision, in the event of necessity, not to await the Emir's attack, but to support the revolutionary movement of the broad Bukharin popular masses, and to preempt the Bukharin army's move by launching an attack against the most vital areas of the country. Such areas were the thickly populated valley of the Zarafshana River, the political and administrative center of the country, the city of Old Bokhara, and the Shakhrasiabs, Guzar area. The launching of an attack against Old Bokhara would achieve a dual goal. Not only the capture of the country's capital, but the defeat of the enemy's army, because almost all the emir's regular army had been concentrated in the city of Old Bokhara and its outskirts. By August 20, 1920, the emir's armed forces consisted of units of the regular army and irregular militia. The regular army's forces were estimated at 8,725 infantry and 7,580 cavalry, with 23 light guns and 12 machine guns. The irregular forces, which had been furnished by the regional rulers, begs, numbered approximately 27,000 infantry and cavalry, with 2 machine guns and 32 guns. The majority of the artillery consisted of completely outdated types, reminding one of smoothbore, cast iron cannons firing cast iron or stone projectiles. In the qualitative sense, the emir's troops were very bad. Military service had never been highly thought of in Bokhara. The emir's troops were made up of hirelings, among which there was a large criminal element. The training level of the soldiers and commanders was very low. The attempt to reinforce the army through a compulsory draft yielded deplorable results. Recruitment into the army was carried out without any accounting for the population's family situation and by means of forced requisition among the rural communities. In many cases, the latter got out of this by getting rid of what for them was an unwelcome element, or they committed a number of abuses, sending to the army members of poor families, without taking into account their material or family situation. Recruitment into the army, carried out according to such principles, was yet another extra reason for the population's overall dissatisfaction with the emir's government. The Turkestan Front Command, by exerting itself to the limit, could allot only 6,000 to 7,000 infantry and 2,300 to 2,690 cavalry, 35 light and 5 heavy guns, 8 armored cars, 5 armored trains, and 11 planes against these enemy forces. This number does not include the forces of the Bukharan Revolution, which began to form on Bukharan territory in August. In comparing the forces of both sides, it should be noted that the Bukharan reaction only enjoyed a numerical superiority. But this advantage was negated by the Red Army's technical superiority, the superior combat quality and high political consciousness of its forces, and, finally, the sympathy of the broad masses of the Bukharan people, who looked upon it as its liberator from the emir's age-old oppression. By the start of decisive combat activities, the emir's forces were located in 2 main groups. The regular Bukharan army had almost completely concentrated in the capital, the city of Old Bokhara and its immediate suburbs. The Beg's forces that had occupied the Kitab, Shakhrasiabs area, were covering the Takhta, Karacha Pass. The shortest and most convenient route from the city of Samarkand into the depths of the country ran through this pass. This route was the mail road from Samarkand through Guzar and Termez, which had been adapted for wheeled movement in the old days along its entire length. Foreseeing an armed collision with Bokhara, which was becoming inevitable, Comrade M. V. Frunze was concerned to create such a jumping-off position beforehand for his units that would support the launching of a decisive attack against the Bukharan counter-revolution in the shortest time. On August 12, 1920, in an order to the forces of the Turkestan Front, it was noted that the overall political situation demanded of them the readiness to actively attack when the interest of the revolution required it. The Charjo Group, consisting of 1 infantry regiment, a battalion of T cavalry, and a battalion of artillery, was concentrating in the Novyi Charjo area in expectation of this attack. Aside from this, the detachment was reinforced with a detachment of Kulmukamatov's Bukharan Revolutionary Forces, the Amu Darya River Flotilla and the Red garrisons of the towns of Charjo, Kirki and Termez were also subordinated to the detachment chief. The detachment's task consisted of securing the immediate suburbs of Charjo and occupying the town of Karakol, which was located near the rail line halfway from Charjo to Old Bokhara. The detachment chief was obliged to pay special attention to the rail line along his sector. At the same time, the flotilla was to cruise along the Amu Darya River along the sector from the Kirki fortifications to the Termez fortifications and preventing any kind of crossings along this sector of the river in any direction. The Charjo Group was operationally subordinated to the Samarkand Group. The latter was broken up into 3 independent groups, the Kagan Group, including all units making up the garrison of New Bokhara, Kagan, and the town of Karshi. The 4th Cavalry Regiment and the 1st Eastern Muslim Regiment were supposed to arrive from Turkestan and become part of this group. This group had the task of capturing the city of Old Bokhara. The Katakurgan Group, which consisted of the 2nd International Cavalry Regiment, with a platoon of artillery and a detachment of Bukharan Revolutionary Forces, was supposed to concentrate in the town of Katakurgan no later than August 15th. It was planned that it would capture Katurka and Zairettin at the proper time, and then the town of Kerman. Finally, the Samarkand Group, which consisted of the 1st Turkestan Cavalry Division, an independent Turkic cavalry brigade and an engineer company, was, if necessary, to defeat the Bukharan forces along the Shakrasiabs, Kitab axis and securely occupy the Kashkadaria River. Further on in the order, the distribution and deadlines for concentrating the technical units and air fleet were noted. Very typical is the order's indication of the order of concentrating the Kagan Group. The units designated to reinforce it were supposed to appear in the town of Kagan completely unexpectedly for the enemy, passing through the territory of Bokhara in trains during the night. This order, which set out not only the jumping-off position for the units, but also their combat tasks, was suffused with the spirit of great decisiveness. While accurately estimating the correlation of its own and the enemy's forces as to quality and equipment, the front command, despite the enemy's numerical superiority, immediately set out to attain 2 decisive goals. It sought to finish off the political center of the Bukharan counter-revolution and its most reliable support in the form of the regular army in a single blow, by choosing as its objective the city of Old Bokhara. On the other hand, it chose as its objective the significant gathering of enemy forces that had arisen in the Shakrizaba, Kitab area. It was not possible to leave it unattended, or to put up a screen against it. However, given the existing numerical inequality, it was necessary for this to further weaken the forces designated for operations against the capital. Fully aware of this fact, the front command equalized the numerical inequality through their skillful disposition along the rail line. The latter was completely in our hands, which enabled us to concentrate the shock fists in the right place and at the right time. Besides this, the attention of the enemy and his forces was divided among 2 opposite axes, the Samarkand and Charjo axes. In the situation that had arisen for both sides, the Emir's army was already in a situation of strategic encirclement even before the start of military operations, and the commander of the Turkestan front adopted all measures to turn this strategic encirclement into a tactical one. M.V. Frunze's Bokhara operation in 1920 marked the beginning of a series of operations in Bokhara and in subsequent years. These operations had as their goal either the consolidation of the revolution's initial successes or fighting against outbreaks by the local counter-revolution, which took advantage of temporary waverings in the attitudes of the masses on an economic basis and the complexity of local national mutual relations. The theater's great size and lack of accessibility imparted a prolonged character to these operations. Insofar as the theater's conditions laid their powerful imprint on the course of combat activities, we consider it necessary to first offer a brief description of it. The natural boundaries of Bokhara in the north is the Hysar Range, which divide it from Turkestan, and the Amudarya River in the south, which serves as its boundary with Afghanistan along a significant length, the elevated and barren Pamir Plateau in the east, and in the west the sandy desert then crosses over into Khiva. Within the confines of these natural boundaries, the country is up to 900 kilometers long and 170 to 250 kilometers wide. The country's topography is not uniform. Its eastern part, beginning from the Gazara meridian, is first hilly and then mountainous, filled with spurs of the Hysar Range. Further on are mountain chains running from the elevated Pamir Plateau. The mountain's lack of accessibility increases as one moves from west to east. However, nowhere are they completely inaccessible, and their height within the confines of Bokhara nowhere reaches the line of permanent snow, which in these latitudes runs along a height of 12,000 to 13,000 feet above sea level. To the west of the Gazara meridian the country is plains and steppe, while to the west of the valley of the Zarafshana, the plain becomes a sandy desert, gradually approaching Bokhara from the direction of Khiva and each year taking a certain amount of arable land. This plain character of the western part of the country is not altered by the small massif of the Nurado Mountains. The main difficulty for troop movement and operations in this theater along all axes arises not from the terrain relief, but from the aridity of many areas. The lack of water determines their desert character, and thus the impossibility of counting on local resources for feeding people and animals. The theater's animal and plant life is concentrated close to the rivers and areas artificially irrigated by water drawn from these rivers. These oases in the desert are usually heavily populated at the expense of the waterless areas of the theater, which determines the unequal distribution of the population throughout the territory of the theater. The tribal makeup of the population, which is approximately 4 to 5 million people, is quite diverse. The dominant nationality, primarily in the western part of the country and dominant over the entire area, is the Uzbeks. The left and, in places, the right bank of the Amu Darya River is settled by Turkmens. Tadziks, an Iranian people, predominate in eastern Bokhara. The warlike mountain Lakai tribe, an Uzbek people, are interspersed in their midst like a separate oasis in the headwaters of the Kafernagan River. The nomad territory of the Kyrgyz is in the Kuliaba and Baldzwana areas. Mixed in among these main tribes in the major trading centers are Persians, Jews, and Russians, who are particularly numerous in the city of Bokhara and in the towns along the Amu Darya River. In the class sense, Bokhara is a primarily small peasant country. The urban proletariat was in an embryonic stage. The petite and middle commercial bourgeoisie was also concentrated in the major centers. The native intelligentsia was small. The clerical caste was numerous and had not lost its influence on the masses. Its younger generation was not averse to the new ideology and to a certain extent was a fellow traveler of the revolutionary bourgeoisie. The population's cultural level was very low and fell as one moved east, where the population had not fully acquired the habits of a settled way of life and would easily cast aside the latter. This level of culture explains the religious fanaticism of the population and its receptivity to the agitation by the uneducated and ignorant clergy. In the cultured areas, the predominant occupation of the rural mass was agriculture and cattle raising in the steppes. It was noted earlier that the Bokhara area was predominantly arid. Thus, its water arteries deserve all the more attention. The main ones, Zarafshan, Amu Darya, and Kafernagan Darya, form a sort of frame within which the most decisive operations played out. The right tributaries of the Amu Darya River, which intersect the most important invasion routes into eastern Bokhara, had the greatest significance during the course of forthcoming operations. Their overall characteristic feature was their extremely rough and rapid flow, rapid rises in water level each day, depending on the daily snow melt on the Hysar Range, which is the source for all of them, and the changing and inconstant fords. Wheeled roads dominated in western Bokhara, with almost exclusively cattle tracks in the eastern part. In many places in the mountainous areas, the latter were built in the form of cornices, clinging along the ribs of the steep cliffs and hanging over precipices. In passing along such cornices, one had to fear lest the enemy destroy them in front and back of a detachment moving along them and thus falling into a trap. The country's railroad network was completed by the section of the Central Asian Trans-Caspian Railroad, which cut through western Bokhara along the sector from Charjo to Zarabulak Station, with a branch of this main line as far as the town of Karshi. Other rail lines to Guzar, Shakrasiabs, Kirki, and Termez, which had only been completed by the Russian government toward the end of the World War, had been completely ruined by the local population during the Great Anti-Russian Movement of 1918. Large inhabited locales were few in Bokhara. Political and administrative significance belonged to the towns of Old Bokhara, the capital, Karshi, Guzar, Baisun, Dushanbe, and Kuliab. All the cities were of the usual Asiatic type. The city of Old Bokhara consisted of a massive indented wall up to 10 meters high, with a width at its base of up to 5 meters. Although the wall was made of clay, with a small admixture of stone and brick, over time it had hardened to a very great strength and could easily withstand fire from field artillery. From within the city was a narrow and confusing labyrinth of streets, lanes, and dead ends, interspersed with even more confusing bazaars with overhead cover. All of these streets and lanes led to a small, open space in the center of the city. An impressive four-sided citadel rose in this space, with several quite high and massive towers, which the locals called the Arch, the arched towers and a number of high minarets of impressive construction, rising high over the general mass of the city's adobe and low structures offered the enemy a number of good observation posts. There were several gates in the city's external wall in the form of narrow and covered passages which led inside the city. For several kilometers around the capital was surrounded by gardens, suburban homes, the emir's summer palaces, with their parks and ponds, and enormous cemeteries and adobe walls, which gave the surrounding terrain a closed and broken look. The town of Kagan, or New Bokhara, which was the capital suburb and lay 12 kilometers from it, was a small European-style town, connected to the capital by a branch of the railroad and a poor stone road. All the towns of Bokhara, according to their type and the character of their fortifications, to a greater or lesser degree, resembled the capital. The city of Charjo had strategic significance as a road junction, one of the greatest railroad bridges in the world, while the town of Karshi was a road junction lying along the shortest distance between Afghanistan and Turkestan, and the final station of the railroad, the town of Kirki, the fortifications of which blocked the path along the left bank of the Amu River from Afghanistan to Charjo. The village of Derbent at the foothills of the Ak-Kudal Pass at the fork in the roads. To eastern Bokhara and Termez. The latter fortification blocked a convenient crossing from Bokhara to Afghanistan. The town of Kuliab was an important local road junction in eastern Bokhara. The country's climate is sharply continental. In summer, the heat reaches 68 degrees on the Romer scale. Low and swampy places, as well as the rice plantations, are a breeding ground for fatal tropical malaria, from which unacclimatized troops suffered terribly. Thus, the great size of the theater, its lack of roads, aridity, and difficult climatic conditions, taken together, had to influence the extremely prolonged nature and difficulty of operations, if one offers the enemy the time to employ all of these features favorably for himself. The theater's typical features allowed for the movement and operations of large troops units only along specific axes. These axes were sometimes quite removed from each other. From this proceeded the importance of the question of communications and the difficulties of organizing and maintaining it. In such conditions, command and control could not involve the precise regulation of troops from day to day and assigning them tasks for each day. In the area of command and control, we had to lean toward granting the commander initiative, while giving him the general idea of the operation and granting him broad initiative in carrying it out. If we view all of M.V. Frunze's orders from this point of view, then we will see that they fully corresponded to these characteristic features of the theater. Actually, at the heart of his plan lay the desire to destroy as quickly as possible the enemy's entire organized armed forces. The events of the Bukharan Revolution continued to develop so rapidly that as early as August 25, the Front Command issued its Order No. 3667, which defined the active assistance to the Red Army by the revolution's armed forces. The operation's political goal was defined by Comrade Frunze as revolutionary fraternal assistance to the Bukharan people in its struggle against the despotism of the Bukharan autocrat. The start of the operation was set for the night of 28 to 29 August. The Charjo Group was to render assistance to the Bukharan rebels to capture the town of Old Charjo, and then they were to throw their cavalry to the Narizim and Berdalit crossings over the Amu River in order to cut off all the fugitives, including the emir and the members of his government, should they try to save themselves by flight along these roads to Afghanistan. For these purposes, it was necessary to seize the town of Karakul and the Yaki-Tut railroad station. Along with these actions by the detachment, the establishment of revolutionary power along the Amu Darya would be achieved from the border with Khwarezm to Termez, inclusively. The head of the Kagan Group, Comrade Belov, upon receiving the first reports of the revolutionary coup in Old Charjo, was to move his units to the capital and the emir's suburban palace of Satar Makasa, 5 kilometers northeast of Bokhara, where he was to destroy all of the old Bukharan government's forces through a decisive and destructive attack and to prevent the enemy from organizing new resistance. A special task was the capture of the emir himself and his government. Other groups and detachments were to carry out tasks indicated in the August 12th directive. The Samarkand detachment's task was expanded, in the sense that the 7th Rifle Regiment, which was to be subordinated to this detachment, following the defeat of the enemy's group of forces in the Shakrasiaba, Kitab area, was to capture the Karshi, Hyser Guzer area in order to hinder the remnants of the Shakrasiab's Beg's forces from escaping to Sharabad into the mountainous eastern counties. Subsequent events began to develop in the times called for by this order. The concentration of the Kagan detachment was completed on the night of 28 to 29 August. The town of Old Chargeau was then seized by Bukharin revolutionaries, and units of Comrade Nikitin's Chargeau detachment moved on the Nerazim and Berdilik crossings over the Amu Darya and captured them on August 31st. At the same time, a special detachment, consisting of the 5th Rifle Regiment, a composite company from the 8th Rifle Regiment, and a battalion from the 16th Cavalry Regiment, was moved from the town of Old Chargeau to the town of Karakol. The Kagan group went over to the offensive between 0600 and 0700 on August 29th. It attacked in 2 columns. The right, eastern, column included the 10th and 12th Tatar Rifle Regiments, the 1st Cavalry Regiment, 4 guns, the 53rd Armored Car Detachment, and Armored Train No. 28. This column attacked from the town of Kagan along the road and railroad branch to the southeastern part of the city wall, where the Karshi gates were located. The left column, western, which included the 1st Eastern Muslim Rifle Regiment, another rifle regiment and a cavalry regiment and a special designation detachment, along with 2 light guns, landed 14 kilometers west of Kagan Station and attacked the southwestern Karakol city gates. Thus the offensive was carried out simultaneously against 2 opposite points, which one cannot recognize as correct, taking into account the overall small size of our forces. An artillery group, consisting of a platoon of 152 mm Fortress guns on platforms and a 122 mm battery, was to have supported the right column's offensive. However, on the first day of the offensive, it was located at the maximum distance, which is why its fire had little effect. The enemy disposed of forces up to 2,000 to 3,000 troops for the defense of each of the gates and the adjacent sectors of the city wall, as well as a mobile reserve outside the city. The columns advanced slowly over broken terrain, while encountering enemy fire and counterattacks, and on the offensive's first day only managed to reach the city's fortifications, but were unable to capture them. August 30th passed in this fashion. On August 31st, the Karakol detachment and the 2nd Rifle Regiment, with 2 batteries, reached the Old Bokhara area. On this day, the leadership of the operations of all forces around Bokhara was united in the hands of the 1st Army Commander, G.V. Zinoviev. The command decided to launch the main attack against the Karshi gates, and the preparation for the storming of which was begun by artillery fire as early as August 30th, while the heavy artillery was brought up closer to the city. Throughout August 31st, the group command concentrated almost all its forces against the Karshi gates, near which a breach had already been made by that time, leaving behind in the left column only a rifle regiment, 1st Eastern Muslim, a composite company from the 8th Rifle Regiment, and a cavalry regiment from the Special Designation Detachment. At 0500 on September 1st, the right column moved out to storm the Karshi gates, which this time ended in success. Following stubborn street fighting, by 1700 on the same day, the city of Old Bokhara had fallen completely into the hands of the Soviet forces. However, the emir could not be found in the city. He had abandoned his capital as early as the night of 30 to 31 August, and with a guard of 1,000 men headed to the northeast to the town of Gijduvan. At this time, the Katakurgan and Samarkand detachments had successfully coped with the tasks given to them in accordance with the directive of August 12th. Further operations came down to the organization of a pursuit of the emir and his retinue. However, he had managed to slip through between the red detachments pursuing him and find a temporary refuge in eastern Bokhara. The capture of Bokhara and the emir's flight signified the victory of the Bukharin Revolution. The first step of the victorious Bukharin Revolution was the proclamation of the Bukharin Soviet People's Republic, similar to what was done in Kherezm. Operations to eliminate the emir's regime took up no more than a week, but the main goal of the operation had been achieved. Bokhara, liberated from the age-old yoke of reaction, set about on the broad path of peaceful Soviet construction. The rapidity and energy with which the operation was conducted and its success were the result of that scrupulous and thoughtful preparatory work that always distinguished Comrade Frunze as a commander. A decisive blow had been struck against the Bukharin counter-revolution. The large size of the theater and its difficult conditions had made their imprint on these operations in the sense that they were quite extended in time. For the purpose of finally driving the former emir, who had ensconced himself with a handful of followers, first in Baisun and then in Dushanbe, out of the confines of Bokhara, and the Sovietization of Eastern Bokhara, Soviet forces, while overcoming all obstacles and unfavorable terrain and climate conditions, advanced in 1921, in the so-called Hysar expedition, into the depths of Eastern Bokhara, and finally drove the emir and his followers from the confines of the Bukharan People's Republic. However, this expedition, which was undertaken in the form of a raid by a single cavalry division with small infantry units attached to it, did not yield lasting results due to the absence of systematic work for the political administrative consolidation of the rear. Our columns, upon carrying out several long-range campaigns into the furthest reaches of eastern Bokhara, were forced by the onset of autumn to fall back to their winter quarters closer to their bases, because poor supply and rear area organization began to threaten them with strategic exhaustion. We were unable to consolidate the Sovietization of Eastern Bokhara, which the local counter-revolution took advantage of the following year. In 1922, the local counter-revolution, by taking advantage of the break with the revolution by part of its casual fellow travelers, once again attempted to raise its head. It found an ideologist and leader in the person of Enver Pasha, one of the former activists of the Young Turk Party. Upon appearing in eastern Bokhara in the early spring of 1922, Enver Pasha attempted to entice the popular masses with pan-Islamic slogans. This attempt failed. The people did not follow him, and Enver Pasha remained only the head of bandit gangs which did not particularly reckon with his authority. Enver Pasha's counter-revolutionary activity in eastern Bokhara was ended by the Red Army's new campaign there. Enver Pasha was defeated in several battles and was killed in a firefight with one of our detachments while attempting to flee.